Blackstone Publishing presents Carry the Wind by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. The old man sang his death song then. His voice rang clear and high. O son, thou endureth forever, but we who are warriors must die. Stanley Vestal, Fandango, Ballads of the Old West. 1. It was already swelling up, aching with the dull throb that's always by your side. But he hadn't known he was hurt until he put his weight on the foot to get out of the old mule's way. Hobbling a few steps over to plop down beneath a tree with his old rifle used as a crutch in place of the injured foot, Scratch tried to pull the moccasin off. "You sure did a good enough job on my hoof," he grumbled at the mule. He pulled a knife from its sheath at his side and began slicing the leather moccasin off the foot. He would try to cut the sinew stitching of the moccasin so some squaw can fix it, maybe. All this time, the mule kept up her buck and jump dance, with the load he had been trying to cinch down on her swaying from side to side. The skin on the foot was like stretched leather, white, to be sure, rarely seeing the light of the sun, maybe only once a year, but it had the feel of leather nonetheless from repeated dunkings in those mountain streams, followed by the same natural drying out of the moccasin. Scratch stumbled and hopped over to the mule, grabbing onto one of the ropes that held some pelts to her back, and began the buck and jump dance with her, half riding, the good foot sometimes bouncing off the ground, working at the knots that held the packs to her back. Those bundles finally flew off as the final knots came free, and Scratch landed among them back up near the trees. "Ar now, you cussed animule, let's just simmer down some," he coaxed her as the mule slowed her wild jig. She stayed close. Her picket pin had held her nose into the center of a wild circle while she had bucked. He began to pull apart some of the baggage she had thrown off. From it, he pulled a pair of his winter mocks, those moccasins of buffalo hide sewn with the hair turned in and big enough to fit over another pair of everyday moccasins. It still hurt to pull that big moccasin over his lame foot, the tight skin starting to discolor from the broken blood vessels. "You're old bag of bones, you are, gal, and you could sure put a man in a fine fix up here. If and I only knowed what made you so ferocious this'r morning, but then I figger you're jest getting on in your years, cranky and such, likin' me," he muttered, more to himself than to the mule, which stood nearby watching the old man with one eye while munching on some of the green shoots that grew up in tufts here and there in patches near the trees. "If and I weren't such a good soul, I'd more'n likely raise your hair and trade your hide to some naked Rapaho and leave your carcass behind, a-waitin' for them coyotes what's been stayin' on our heels." He rose again, wrapped one arm around the rifle, and hobbled over to where the mule stood a few steps away. "They's had 'em a hard winter's knock, too, don't you reckon, Hannah?" Scratch stroked her muzzle and eased down on her side to find the open gash along the spine near her hindquarters. It wasn't a clean incision, nor pretty. Looked like someone had worked a knife back and forth to get that crazy, wandering slice in the mule's hide. That's when it hit him. Scratch stumbled over to the packs again and tore them apart. "Damned sure," he grumbled, mad at himself as he found it. He hadn't packed that bundle too well days back, and the knife he had taken off that Blackfoot brave had worked down through the baggage until it started to ride into old Hannah's hide. "Glory! This'r Blackfeet sticker rode down on you and run in and out of you every time you bucked," he mumbled, looking over at the mule. He slipped the knife into his scabbardless belt, pushed himself up on one leg, and hopped over to her side once more. "Here I thought you was jest gettin' olt and touchy, lady," he soothed, stroking her around the bleeding gash to get her used to the feel of his hands around the tender wound. Scratch balled up his cheeks to collect all the saliva he could. He removed the chaw of tobacco with 2 fingers, some of the brown, syrupy juice running down his lower lip and onto his gray-flecked whiskers. Tenderly, lovingly, the old man worked it into the open wound, chattering all the time to the old mule, coaxing her into letting him probe and push around in the torn flesh. She raised her head, cocking it back toward where he stood, looking over her shoulder at him, as if inspecting the surgery. "Ain't a soul as can say you ain't got some more miles in you, Hannah," he cooed at her, keeping one hand on the wound while the other reached up to take the beaver pelt hat from his head, underneath which was a faded blue bandana tied tightly at the base of his skull. His long hair, here and there showing patches of gray, fluttered easily in the early morning breeze. Scratch put the beaver fur over the wound and held it in place for a moment before both hands began cutting the fur bandage down to size. Hannah looked away from his doctoring and went back to chewing. "I'll take care of you. Ain't gonna be me as gets rid of you, yet anyhows. We got a few more tracks to go, we does," he added, plopping back down on the ground right beside her. Scratch cradled his rifle across his lap, looked up at his mule, and felt suddenly very old, looking back across all those years, all those faces, all the fights, and all the lonesome a man could want. "It's been a golden kind of lonesome, ol' Hannah." He pulled the moccasin from the swollen foot, tugging and yanking to free it over the swollen instep. "Hope it ain't broke, gal. We'd be Injun bait for sure then. That'd be damp powder, it would, and no ways to dry it for this coon." The man was only around 38 years old. He didn't remember exactly, but he knew he had been in the mountains close to 8 years. Up in the high country, a man was judged to be old if he had passed that many winters by and kept his scalp, or his sanity. Up here, a man's age was figured by how much he had seen or done, rather than by the passage of years. Scratch pulled what was left of the beaver fur over to him and wrapped it around the foot. Pulling the big Blackfoot knife from his belt, he looked momentarily at the blade neatly engraved with the initials H.B. Co. enclosed between 2 small antlered deer, and went to work cutting fringe off his leggings. Tying the cut fringe end to end, he soon had a long lace, which he used to wrap around and around the fur, holding it securely in place, and finally tied it up around the ankle in a knot. "First time I'd seed that foot in close to a year. Ugly, ain't it, lady?" He stuck it up in the air and wiggled his toes toward the mule, which paid him no mind. Maybe it's not broke. Maybe not, he thought. It was still early morning, and the sun was just beginning to creep down off the tops of the trees to warm the ground and his tired body. He hadn't slept well for the past couple of nights, dozing fitfully, half awake, with his eyes closed but his ears perked up to every sound the night breeze brought to him. Scratch had been a few days out of Park Kayak and was now closing in on Crow country. The Crow prided themselves in never having taken a white man's scalp, but them Crow can sure strip a man naked of pony and possibles faster'n I care to blink, Scratch had told a man once. So he didn't sleep well while alone in their country. He listened for the animals through the night when he lay down for a few hours' rest, and during the day he stayed up close to the tree line in the valleys, eyes moving back and forth along the skyline, watching the movement of shadows, getting information every second and instantly calculating each one of those bits and pieces. A man had to figure fast in the mountains, but this was not the arithmetic he used to chalk down on a slate board back in Kentucky as a youngster. This kind of calculating meant a future of staying alive up in the high country. The man who survived in the mountains had to understand everything those hills told him. They were the teacher now. Some men were lucky, but most couldn't stand to fail more than once in this school. The sun caressed his tired body, lulling him into dozing easily, head down. Scratch slipped back over the years, his eyes barely open, but focused on a young boy, tall and gangly, barefoot, slipping away from the road that led to school, down the slope, and into the cool forest with the squirrel gun he had secreted away from over the fireplace at home. He was 16, and not spending much time in school now, preferring to reach out into the forests on a Kentucky hillside, blasting away at a squirrel now and then, but mostly dreaming of the day he would carve out his own future in the wildness around him. Into his picture slipped a young, pretty girl, already 18, the one waiting for that young boy to finish his schooling, get a job, and marry her. She kept after him about leaving school, just as his folks nagged him. But his father didn't beat him anymore for cutting classes, for the boy was getting too big for that now. The young man finally left all that behind, and the girl, too, knowing in his own way that he couldn't be a farmer like his pa. He finally slipped away before morning light, gathering up a new shirt and a few biscuits from the meal the night before, along with some spare flints for that squirrel gun his pa had said was his now. The boy was quiet and careful, not making a sound. He wasn't going to be caught now, having made his decision to leave after the violent argument with his pa the night before. They had argued and spit angrily at each other that last night, over school, over his never being around to help with the planting, over the boy not wanting to be a farmer, until his pa had finally said that was the way it was going to be and went off to bed. His mother hadn't said a thing, sitting there by the fire in that stiff-backed chair, sewing up a new shirt for her son. Even then, she knew what her son would do. His dark form slipped out of the cabin, bare feet moving through the damp grass around to the back of the place and quickly into the edge of the forest. He paused there, turning to look one last time at the little cabin where his brothers and sister lay sleeping, the chimney encircling a whisper of thready smoke from last night's fire. He breathed deeply the cool air, then cut into the darkness of the pre-dawn shadows of the forest. He didn't know, nor would he ever know, that a pair of eyes watched him leave. While her husband snored soundly, his mother made her way quietly to the back window, pushed the gingham curtains aside, and watched her son leave home. She had whispered a prayer for him that morning, before the new day's light awoke her husband and started that terrible day of searching for the boy, she having to lie about seeing him leave. It was a prayer of simple words, more a wish for someone to watch over the boy, watch after him until he found what he needed, found what he was looking for in the forest. The boy had nearly starved to death at first, then found work loading the boats that plied the river. The wages held him for a while before he drifted down the Ohio to its junction with the Mississippi. From there, his path led further south. He stayed as close to the river as possible, using it as a highway. He happened upon a new settler's farm one night and slipped inside the shed that served to house the farmer's stock animals. The next morning, he was awakened by someone kicking the sole of his boot, opening his eyes to stare up at the muzzle of the farmer's rifle. The older man put him to work straight away and taught him something of blacksmithing, too. That way he paid for his keep and slept in the new barn at night, taking his meals with the farmer's family. He stayed with the settler for some time, learning the blacksmith trade, hunting some for the table, enjoying the sleep on the hay, with the stock animal's heavy snoring lulling him to sleep each night. He awoke one morning, shivering under the one blanket he owned, and snuggled down deeper into the hay. Then he suddenly snapped awake and stuck his head outside the blanket, blinking his eyes into focus in the early light. It took him a moment to realize the fog around him was his own breath, the chill of the early autumn making everything crisp and well-defined. He had the feeling again, knew this was another morning to be moving on, moving upriver to the town growing into quite a city. The town the farmer told him about, St. Louis. He scratched a note out on the back of a bill of sale he found, forming the letters as best as he could remember, and hoping his words would say to the farmer and his family what they had meant to him. He then stepped his horse out into the dull gray light sneaking down from the overcast sky. The blades of grass crunched and crackled underfoot as he walked the horse down to the bank of the river, thinking to himself that winter would not be far behind this frost. He turned to look at the farmer's cabin, knowing there would be pain in his leaving. There had been a pain that he would never know of, for new life was beginning to stir deep within the body of the farmer's oldest daughter. She had loved him deeply, stealing away late at night to nestle down beside him in the sweet hay, rising to return to the cabin before dawn. She had only been something to take his mind off the horrors the men spoke of when they were out of earshot of the womenfolk and talking of the glittering village of St. Louis. For her, he had been the dream that had stepped out of the forest one day and made her finally feel at home in the wilderness. And now he would never know of the pain he was leaving behind, nor of the daughter she would have, the baby girl who would have his eyes and nose. Upriver in St. Louis, he found work with a blacksmith busy with the labors of outfitting the expeditions into the mountains somewhere out there beyond the Missouri and the plains. He worked hard, saving all he could, sleeping in the livery, and watching the comings and goings of the strange melting pot that was St. Louis. Along the muddy streets rode the rich businessmen, most of them French, their women daintily hugging their parasols on their shoulders. He blinked in amazement at the sight of his first mountain trapper, long hair flowing, tied back from his face by a red bandana, showing a left ear pierced to hold a big silver earring. The trapper spent long nights with the man in the livery, the younger man lapping up the stories of the mountains, the trapper lapping up the cheap liquor, until he would finally fall into a drunken sleep alongside his horse. The young man would then slowly crawl away to his bedroll and drift off into sleep, to dream of the willing dark-skinned women, the battles with the painted and feathered dark-skinned men, the hand-to-hand combat with the grizzly. Tall stories, sure, he told himself, but they were what he fed on for several weeks, until one night the trapper didn't stumble into the livery as usual, and the man went to look for him. In every tavern and grog shop he searched, down the streets bunched close together near the river, until the light of dawn exposed the body lying half in and half out of the water, lapping against the shore by the wharves. He pulled the old man into his lap and slapped the trapper's cheeks, but no life glowed in the dripping body. He looked for a sign of a struggle, but there hadn't been one. The man had drunk himself to death there by the river, cursing and staring at the water rolling out of the north, finally plopping down into the shallow current, never to move again. He went back to the livery to fetch the trapper's horse, and then returned to the body. He struggled to put the big man's corpse on the animal's back and led the horse downriver a few miles, away from people, into a lush, wooded area, where he scratched out a hole big enough for the man. He covered the body with dirt and leaves, and finally finished by strewing the grave with wildflowers growing in that stand of trees. Then he led the horse back to town, to force himself through the months of numbness and loneliness until the following spring. He was finally able to talk a shop owner out of a .54 caliber flintlock, not the best Pennsylvanian he had put his hands on, but it would do. All the rifle shops were busy these days, trying to supply the fur companies heading upriver or setting out overland to the shining mountains. The rifle was not pretty. but it was as true as the finest rifle that ever went west to the mountains. A heavy derringer with a slightly Roman-nosed stock, heavy flintlock with a flat goose-necked hammer, and a cast brass patchbox with the top finial in the shape of an eagle's head. The young man worked long and hard to hold it steady on target. By day he labored, but in the evening he returned to that quiet grove of trees upriver to practice with the big rifle, there within earshot of the trapper he had laid to rest. He kept that horse brushed and fed, rode it on his day off, leaving before sunup, returning to the livery after dark, dropping from the animal's back the old saddle he had repaired, and falling into the sleep and those dreams of the shining mountains. He spent those days waiting for a chance to move west. He knew the time would come when he would awaken one morning and push past the sleeping shanties lining the river, past the taverns that would be finally closed with the first light, past the whorehouses where the tenants were at last going back to their beds, this time for sleep. He moved west across the plains alone, not knowing the dangers of solitary travel. Maybe it had been his type of good fortune, or maybe just something silently answering his courage, but he hadn't seen an Indian during those weeks of pushing from waterhole to waterhole across the sea of buffalo grass until he hit that river the trapper had told him of, the Platte. He wove through the days, winding along the river, following its every twist and turn, until the late part of one afternoon, when he aroused himself out of the dozing sleep the sway of the horse rocked him into, looked across the smoked-glass horizon through the haze of heat rising off the land, and barely made out the change of scenery. He whooped and hollered, kicking the startled horse into a wild, headlong gallop toward the mountains, until he finally realized it would take a few more days before he reached the foothills. But he could see them now, those mountains the trapper had spoken of, each day the snow touching their peaks becoming more vivid. Then, one day he crossed the north fork of the Little Laramie and let himself melt into the blue belt of mountains that stretched from the Mexican provinces to the south all the way to what was English country up north. There was a slight crack in his remembering, followed by the cry of a magpie as it took to sudden flight. Scratch didn't move a muscle, but just sat there listening to the forest. His eyes rolled from side to side as far as he could see without moving his head, as his fingers inched their way up the stock toward the trigger guard. Someplace in his mind he counted the brass tacks stuck in the rifle stock, knowing by the count of each one how far he was away from that trigger. The breeze shifted the hair hanging down his face around his eyes so he could see a little better to the left now. The wisp of breeze brought all kinds of news to his senses. Scratch knew it was a horse that made that snort down in the valley a bit, and the breeze faintly brought to his nostrils the smell of a man, not an Injun, but a white man. Hannah caught it too, and raised her muzzle into the wind to suck more of the smell. Her nose and his could tell the smell of a white man from the smell of an Injun, and the next breeze drifting up to him confirmed it. He shifted his legs slowly to be more balanced when he made his move as the fingers finally reached the end of their journey to the trigger. "Careful now, you old buzzard," he said softly to himself, being careful not to squeeze down on the trigger in his anticipation. "Leastways, not just yet." Another crack, another limb broken underfoot, and Scratch was even more sure that it was a white man. No Injun would make such a mistake. Stiff boots, he mused, thinking what hell it would have been to get a boot off his swollen foot. That's when the shadow moved on his left, there among the trees, then crouched down to make itself less of a target. The old man squinted and could barely make out the felt hat sitting still now behind some brush. A bundle of pelts lay between him and the shadow at the tree line where all was quiet now. Pulling his good leg up next to him, he gave one good shove and slid behind the bundle. "I heerd you, you nigger," he hollered around the pelts. "Ain't no use keeping yourself secret in them trees." He pulled the hammer back until it clicked, to comfort something inside him. "You mightn't come on out now. Got a ball for your paunch if'n you choose not to." The felt hat began to move a little. Scratch took his skinning knife from its place at his belt, having left the Blackfoot rib sticker back on the ground where he began his push to the bundle. "Can't waste no ball on no white nigger," he muttered under his breath, shifting his weight slightly. The felt hat rose, with the face of a young man beneath it, eyes as big as the quilled rosettes on Scratch's leather shirt. The rifle he carried seemed heavy for the young man, and Scratch remembered when he had trouble handling his. A couple of tentative steps brought the young man into full view. Scratch took his chin off the ground, rifle muzzle pointed all the time at the intruder's chest. "Point that squirrel gun somewheres else, and we'll palaver about this." The felt hat's rifle slowly dropped until the butt clunked against the ground. Scratch quickly sized up the rifle felt hat was carrying. "Come on over here. Let me take a looky at you," Scratch commanded, pointing his own rifle away from the stranger. With the squeaks, moans, and groans of stiff leather, the boots came over. It was a sight, the young man standing over Scratch, looking down at the old man, and Scratch propped up on one elbow peering out from between strings of hair, his eyes working up and down the intruder's frame. Store-bought woolen clothes, dirty to be sure, and torn here and there. And oh, that felt hat, sorry-looking it was, all crushed and pushed out of shape. The stranger had started sprouting a good growth of facial hair, and his store-bought leather belt was notched up tight around the skinny waist. "How long's been since you et last?" Scratch asked, looking into the stranger's eyes as the young man sat down on the bundle next to him. "Couple days, maybe?" "Maybe hell, young'un," he snorted and let out with a good laugh. "I've been doing all right," Felt Hat said quietly. "Wah! More'n likely you ain't et in some time." Scratch poked the young man once in the stomach lightly with the muzzle of his rifle. "Probably skeert more game off with them boots and that white man smell 'bout you than you ever seed. Probably smelt you comin' a mile off, they did." The stranger dropped his eyes from the old one's gaze. "I took you for an Injun, sittin' there," said the stranger, making a motion alongside his head and moving his hand up and down several times to show he was referring to the old man's long hair, braided on the right. Scratch snorted again with a quick chuckle. "Why, thankee, stranger. I appreciate being took for an Injun, I do." He sat up and cradled his rifle across his lap once more. "Best fetch your animal afore some red nigger makes off with him." The young man rose and moved off into the trees that dropped away from the clearing, hurriedly heading down into the valley. Scratch put his knife away, got up, and hopped over to pick up the big Blackfoot sticker, placing it in his belt. He set to work retying the bundles Hannah had flung to the ground and was finishing the last when the young man and his horse came crashing through the brush into the clearing. Hannah made known her objections as the horse came close, so the stranger tied his animal away from Scratch's pony and mule. "We've been riding these here mountains together for a time, we have," he said to the stranger while looking at Hannah, who was quieting down some now. "She's like me, she is. Getting olt and set in her ways, that mule is." Scratching his right temple, the old man asked, "Where are you moving to, son?" The young man moved back over to him. "I was told there were good beaver in these parts. Fixin' to bring some in." "You trapped any yet?" Scratch squinted one eye and cocked his head to the side. "Well, no, not as I can rightly say I have," confessed the young stranger. "Just as I figured. You wander into these hills with them squeaky boots, all starvin' and can't bring no beaver to bait," he snorted. "Hungry, young'un?" The stranger looked away from Scratch. "Course you are." He turned away to untie one of the bundles and brought out some jerked meat. "It's tough, but tasty, and likewise it'll fill an empty meat bag that no ways seed a bite of food for over a week, I'd care to set." The stranger bit off a chunk and began chewing the stringy meat into a pulp that could easily be swallowed. "Don't swaller too fast now, boy," Scratch chided. "Give it time to get softened up a bit." Greedily, the young man began swallowing and went to take another bite, choking on the first that wasn't ready to be swallowed. He rose, gasping, choking, banging away on his back as Scratch hobbled up and started banging away on the young man's chest, too. Finally, the big chunk of jerky plopped out onto the ground. Wheezing, the stranger sought to catch his breath. "Told you to take it slow and easy like I did." Scratch poked at his young visitor and chuckled some more to himself. The stranger finished his meal, coming close to destroying what store of jerky Scratch had saved, and sat down against the bundle behind him. Scratch was busy loading his pipe bowl from the small quilled pouch that hung around his neck. He then took some cloth tinder from a possibles sack hanging over his shoulder and got a spark started in it by striking flint with steel over the wad of tinder. Carefully, he moved the tinder up and over the pipe bowl, then inhaled, looking over at the stranger who just barely licked his lips. "You want to smoke?" Scratch queried between puffs to get the pipe going. The stranger answered with his eyes and moved up closer to the old man. "I ain't got much baccy left, but'll shares with you, seein' as how I be headin' toward Rendezvous." "What's that? Rendezvous?" he asked, watching the old man carefully. "Fellers from all over these here mountains come on down to a spot what's already picked out for the gatherin' up," said Scratch, pulling a plug of tobacco from the pouch. "Place where a trapper gives him his beaver away and gets a yar worth of fixin's for what beaver he took in." He tore a small hunk from the twist. As the young man cradled his pipe, eagerly poked the tobacco into the bowl, then took the still glowing tinder from Scratch with his other hand, Scratch concluded, "You drink, find you squaw or two, fight some too. Rendezvous. Purty near what a man works for all yar long." The two sat in silence, the young man drawing the smoke into his lungs deeply for the first puff. He coughed and sputtered as it went down, for the tobacco seemed to grow stronger with age in the mountains. "Been almost a yar since I bought me that baccy," Scratch said quietly, as the visitor finished his coughing spell. Sitting quietly, too, his guest made a real ceremony of drawing the smoke from the pipe stem, then lifting his chin to exhale. Scratch emptied the charred remains onto the ground, breaking it up and tamping it out fully with the bottom of the pipe bowl. "Soon's you finish your smoke, like to have you help me load Hannah," he said, motioning at the baggage with the stem of the pipe. Scratch looked down into his lap and only then released the hammer on the rifle. The young man finished his pipe and tucked it away carefully into the front of his shirt. Scratch rose from the ground, leaning on his rifle, as the young man pulled a bundle onto his shoulder with a struggle. "Yes, sirree, we gonna have to get some meat on you, boy." Scratch led him over to Hannah, stroking the mule's neck as the young man put the bundle on her back, cinching it down with a rope wrapped around her elk antler pack saddle. "If I weren't right here, ol' Hannah wouldn't let you come so close to her. Old gal'd nip and kick at you. Just like a damned demon she can be at times." The young man returned with another pack of furs. "You had a good yar, old man?" he said like a question, but really commenting on the size of the packs of beaver pelts Scratch had taken out of the streams in the high country. Scratch quickly grew irritated and snapped back. "I ain't so old I can't pin your ears back to your ass if'n I takes a likin' to, you little calf." He didn't glare at the intruder, but went back to scratching Hannah's neck. The stranger walked off to fetch the last of the bundles. "Looks like'n you gotta larn some manners, sides larnin' 'bout the mountains." The old man looked into the old mule's eyes. "We gonna get this young willer branch ready to stay alive in these hills. 'Twouldn't be right for us to go off and leave this lad to have his scalp lifted and a-wavin' from some red nigger's lodge pole, now would it, Hannah?" The mule snorted back to him, and the visitor looked over at Scratch, eyes big. "That's right, lad. You're more'n jest lucky to still be wearin' your purty har. Must be you says your prayers each night afore you close your eyes to sleep." Only Scratch laughed at what he thought was funny. The visitor tied off the last knots, then spoke. "You think you're so smart, don't you, old man? Why, I'll bet you can't even write your own name." Calm and deliberate, Scratch chewed on that for a few long moments, feeling the young eyes boring into him, then spoke. "Maybe you can write your name and cipher real good, but so can I with some little work at it. But, you young pilgrim pup, let's see you stay alive up here in these hills for much longer. Why, boy, it's out of the goodness of me heart that you're gonna get to tag alongst with me to rendezvous, just to make sure that purty har of your'n stays right there on your topknot. Wouldn't want to have it bothering me, seeing the like of you lying in your own blood, gut shot with a red nigger's error, him a-standing over you ready to raise your har whilst you're still sucking air." "I'll tag along with you, but don't go thinking you gotta watch out for me, stranger. I'll do all right by myself, anyways," the young man came back testily. "It's a wonder you still got clothes on your back, pilgrim. How long's been since you left the settlements?" "Been some time. Don't really matter much to you." "Not been long, stranger, else'n them clothes don't last long up here. Leastways, get your horse and let's be making tracks. Sun's been up too long, and we got a ways to go afore we lay eyes on Seedskiddy." The young man moved off to his animal, as Scratch struggled briefly to hoist himself up onto his pony's back with the bad foot. He shifted his weight when finally up, adjusting his rear to sit comfortably on the Spanish saddle. It was only a form of a saddle, with large leather horn and broad, flat stirrups comfortable to moccasined feet, with a small buffalo robe thrown over it. Scratch rode over to Hannah, took up her freed picket rope, adjusted the flintlock across his thighs, and headed down toward the valley along the edge of trees, singing a song of his own making, as he'd often sung to the animals, this one about the Indian women, the watered-down whiskey, and the free-for-all life he was heading for at rendezvous. "Shinin' times, I'm sure they'll be for old Scratch. Is a friendly coon, that's me. Whiskey, women's, a hug or two, goin' where the sky's always blue, no red niggers to devil you thar, only other trappers, ready for bar. I'll spin 'em yarns they loves to heard 'em least once or twice every hour. Shinin' times I'm sure there'll be, for old Scratch is snortin' for rendezvous, yes sirree." 2. Hannah snorted, in her own way happy to be moving out once more. Scratch twisted himself around in the saddle to look back at her when she broke into his song, cutting it off mid-sentence. Back up there, where he had left him, the young stranger was having a hard time mounting the horse and handling the long rifle at the same time. "Ho, ho, girls," the old trapper called out to the horse and mule, pulling on the horse's reins to give the command meaning, and yelling out to Hannah at the rear. "Our friend is having a little trouble getting started." Scratch sat there a moment, twisted around on his saddle, watching the stranger's horse slowly dance around in a small circle, with the man at the middle of that circle, left foot in a stirrup, bouncing up and down off the right foot, trying to push himself up onto the animal's back. "You comin', lad?" The young man's head popped once more over the back of the horse as he responded, What? Then the head bounced back out of sight, and all that could be seen was the right hand that held that long rifle. I asked you if you was comin' today, son," as he chuckled more to himself. Course, if'n you want me to wait whilst you works out your problem. Nah, I'm comin', he blurted, squirting over onto the back of the horse behind the saddle. He then pulled himself with his left hand on the horn up into position, kicking his legs at the same time to push himself off the animal's large flanks. Said I'm comin'. Damned animal gets scary every now and then. The dapple carried him down toward the old man some 40 feet away. Yeah, I can see that both of you don't know the same steps. His visitor looked sheepish once more as he rode up alongside, not really looking at Scratch, but moving his eyes around here and there to avoid the old man's piercing gaze. Harg, all this her child's got to do is get you better truck, is all. We gonna talk some coon out of a better smoke pull for you, or I ain't the tradin' nigger I thinks I am. The sun was high and hot by the time they stopped for a noon rest beside a little, nameless creek. Scratch was feeling good, warmed by the sun that flowed over him like thick, sweet molasses. He leaned back against a tree, facing the sun, and began to feel the looseness slowly coming over him again, that casual, bright happiness at being free and headed to rendezvous. He squinted and turned in the high light to look at the young man. He was sitting by the creek, watching the water with his back to Scratch, preferring to stay near the animals that were lazily chewing their lunch of new grasses along the bank. Where do you say you come from? Your home, that is? Scratch slid down noiselessly beside the stranger. Didn't say. To the answer, the old man just nodded his head and pursed his lips a bit. The two sat silent for some time, the old man watching the young one gaze at the stream, trying to figure him out, measure him, this spunky little loner beside him. Scratch rose slowly and hobbled over to Hannah, nuzzling her muzzle, then let his fingers wander up to scratch between her ears. The mule's eyes closed halfway, enjoying the vigorous rubbing. You're a mite touchy about company. I just wanted to know something about the man I'm riding with. I got my reasons. Laddie, up here in the high lonesome, a man as says he's wantin' to be your friend, you should take it for just that, said Scratch, turning to face the young man. A man as is openin' his hand and willin' to teach you what he knows. Didn't ask you to teach me nothin'. Didn't say nothin' about that, the stranger interrupted. Especially a man as can probably get as lonely as you are, Scratch continued as he came back over to sit on the creek bank beside the stranger. Son, this coon ain't seed a white man in goin' on nigh 7, 8 moons now, most likely. Hannah thar, she's a good listener, but I gets tired every now and then of hearing the sound of me own voice. Not meanin' to push you, nothin' like that. He squirmed to lean back on his elbows, stretching out both legs and wiggling the toes on the bruised foot that was beginning to feel much better already. Name's Scratch. He lifted his eyes slowly up from the other side of the stream to float over the hillside opposite them. Been up here more'n 7 seasons. Yepper, 7 seasons now. Come out of Ohio by way of Missouri. Scratch was talking more to himself and the hills than to the man beside him, the way he had done all during those long years of lonely. Run ways from home, I did, from a pappy as wanted this child to be a farmer just like him. He balled up a cheek and spat toward the creek, his tongue licking the juice at the corner of his mouth, then nestling the quid of tobacco back neatly between his gum and cheek. Them was times, they was. I spent some yars on that river, larnin' to be a businessman proper like. Got the hang of it quick, too, but it weren't for me. Nah, I wandered on down to the Big Muddy and headed north looking for something as I didn't know what. Spent 'bout a yar with a settler and his family, hired hand like. 'Twarn't so bad workin' like that, knowin' you could pick up and move if'n you wanted, not like what had been back home with my pap callin' the tune. Out of the corner of his eye, Scratch saw the younger man picking through the grass for small stones he began to toss aimlessly toward the other side of the creek. Left me a gal back there, settler's daughter she were, and purty as a speckled pup. Dizzied my eyes right off. Had long, brown gold har she'd tie back into 2 braids. Made her face jump right out at you that way. Ah, she was some now. Good to me, too, the way the good Lord knows a woman ought to be to a man. Scratch craned his neck around to look fully at the young man. You leave a woman behind too, son? Why you gotta be flapping your jaw so much, old man? He sniffed back at Scratch, eyes suddenly alight with fire, then got up to move off toward the horses. We can't be sitting here all day yapping about your past. He jumped up on his dapple, more easily this time, cradled the long rifle across his lap, and looked down at the old man. Scratch slowly rose and made it over to his horse, pushing off the ground to plop into the saddle. Suppose you're right, son. Lots of pilgrims has come to theser mountains, wantin' to run ways from something, 'spectin' the mountains to take care of 'em. Wolves has et many a time on greenhorns as thort they knew theser hills. Them's the kind as have they's bones scattered all over by such scavengers as wait for others to do they killin' for 'em. This child ain't one to be lollygaggin' when thar's trail to put behind us. He turned the horse and led Hannah off the creek bank into the fast water, the horse lifting each leg, then putting it back down on the rocky bottom very precisely, Scratch feeling the shifting of her muscles between his legs with each practiced step. With a quick push, he kicked her up and onto the opposite bank, continuing to follow the sun in its westward journey. The pair traveled in silence for most of the afternoon. No words were spoken, the only noises coming from an occasional limb broken underfoot and the constant creaking of saddle leather under numbing buttocks. Then, Scratch stopped dead in his tracks. He threw up his left arm to tell the other man to stop too. He cocked his head from side to side slowly, straining to hear. Easily turning himself sideways in the saddle to look at the man behind him, he put one finger against his lips and motioned the young man to come alongside him. Thar's game about. If'n you want supper, we best be afoot to make meat for our kettle, he whispered, then slid off the pony quietly to pad silently about on the ground, tying both the horse and Hannah up to a bush. He pulled the soft quilled cover from his rifle, holding the stock with one hand while the other yanked the cover free with a quick jerk on the muzzle fringe. The other man walked over to tie his animal up, then moved off behind the old man. It was while following Scratch up the low rise that he could closely observe the trapper's queer walk, which looked more pronounced to the greenhorn than it really was. The old man walked with a back as straight as a whipping stick, not crouched over as if stalking prey, but moving about atop bent knees with a somewhat bow-legged gait, accented all the more as he winced from the weight put on the swollen foot. Silently, the young one moved along behind Scratch, hypnotized by the way the older man moved, each step set down as if ready to spring, then moving on to the other foot. It reminded the young man of the squat prairie hen, skittering here and there, waddling from place to place. He let out a little snort of laughter. Scratch stopped in his tracks, wrenching around violently. "What's so damned funny, boy?" he whispered hoarsely. The young man stifled his laugh, and Scratch was off again without another word, only his dark eyes telling the man behind him to keep his mouth shut. They moved up through a part in the aspens that were coming to full-leafed glory following a long mountain winter, over a little rise, until Scratch motioned the man behind him to follow him into the edge of a stand of trees. As the young one came up beside him, he pointed across and down the edge of trees lining the little bowl that was sheltered from the winds. Patches of snow remained in the shadows where they stood, here and there dotted with the huge cloven prints of a large animal. Scratch motioned the other man's attention to the prints in the melting patches of southern snow, then stretched his arm for the other man's attentive gaze to follow, pointing out a few dark forms along the edge of the shadowed aspens. He alone moved off cautiously through the trees, staying up in the shadows, now and then sticking his nose up higher in the wind, measuring each swirl the breezes took in the bowl. A few hundred yards off from the animals, the younger man was watching the first of those dark forms venture slightly out from the cover of the trees, putting its nose into the air too. It took a few steps more into the clearing until the young man saw the rack above its head, a rack so immense that even at the distance across the bowl, it seemed as if the animal had a tree strapped to the top of its head. "Elk!" he cried out in a hoarse whisper. He quickly stifled it in his joy as Scratch turned on him from a few yards away and growled, "Shush, goddammit!" The old man moved quickly now, hopping over downed timber, dodging in and out between the shadows, moving around in a skipping hobble to the right side of the bowl, staying hidden as he finally skittered to a stop across from the bull elk. Here he set himself behind a tree, easing his rifle up to his shoulder. Carefully, Scratch drew back the hammer with a gnarled thumb until he felt the lock click, then let his breath out slowly in bits and pieces. Followed by 3 cows and a young spike bull, the majestic male animal moved on out of the trees into the grassy bowl, with his nose still up in the wind. Halfway across the green floor, he stopped suddenly, turned his head from side to side slowly. The old man's heart jumped in his chest. "Snake shit," he thought. "Critter moves off now, ain't got a horse chance to lay a ball in him." He held his breath and nestled the side of his face down firmer onto the cheekpiece. Nervously, Scratch waited long, quiet seconds for the bull to bolt off, sure the elk would hear his heart pounding up against his ribs. His ears roared with every pulse. Then, as suddenly as he had stopped, the bull lowered his head to gather some grass, moving his snout from side to side, grazing as if without a care in the world. The wait seemed endless to the old man, trying to measure what the elk would do next. Finally, the bull lifted his head, sniffed at the wind again, and headed toward the hidden man once more. Plodding along some 10 yards behind him followed the cows and the lone spike bull, all heading toward the shadows of the trees lining the bowl, where Scratch stood waiting. He sucked in his breath, telling himself, "Holt it, you old coon, holt it," as the bull kept coming in almost a straight line for him. Then, without the slightest warning, the elk moved off to the hunter's right. Scratch had to step around the tree some to keep a bead on the animal, waited for a moment, letting the air ease out of his lungs, then pulled back on the trigger slowly. Flint struck fire, and the powder in the pan shot through the touch hole with a sudden fit. Then the explosion from the muzzle. Scratch could see nothing ahead for a moment, while the gray film of smoke hung close in the trees where he had hidden. Not waiting, though, he pulled the horn around to the front of his body, cradled the rifle against him, and measured some powder out into his right palm until it reached just the right crease on the leathery skin. He placed the side of his hand over the muzzle and began pouring powder down the barrel while he looked up from his work into the bowl. Scratch smiled as he saw the large bull had gone down in his tracks, the cows and spike bull having stopped where they were when the shot rang out, confused that the leader had chosen this spot for a nap. He chuckled to himself that he might be able to drop another. From his possibles sack, he picked out Patch and Ball, set them on the muzzle, and began to drive them home when another shot cracked the still air. He stepped back behind the tree, drove the ball home, and pulled the stick clear of the thimbles beneath the barrel. Quickly priming the pan, he peered cautiously around the tree. Back up in the stand he had come from, another gray film of smoke hung in close to the trees. "Must be the boy," he assured himself, then turned to look back at the small herd. The spike bull was down on his stomach, snorting blood, frothing at the mouth, and struggling to find strength in his legs to rise. The cows now turned to sniff at him, then bolted across the bowl to the north, noisily crashing through the trees until they could neither be heard nor seen by him. "Damn! Why, of all the stupid—" Scratch muttered under his breath. The young man was already jogging down from the line of trees into the bowl when Scratch stepped out to await him. Cutting through the high meadow grass, the older man cut across the younger's path and stood gesturing violently with his right arm. When the young man was finally within a few yards of him, Scratch sputtered, You stupid pilgrim! Poor bull and no cow! Winterin' in the mountains, have you? Ain't you larned nothin'?" He was sputtering and spitting to get the angry flow of words past his taut lips and tangled tongue. "What? God damn it, why didn't you pick you one of them cows to drop?" "Why the hell you gone so crazy?" the young man shot back, somewhat dumbfounded at this greeting from the older man. "You shot you a bull yourself." "Been planning on it for some time, too. Ain't for meat, pilgrim." Scratch abruptly turned on his heel to move off toward the downed animals. "Why you all over me for dropping the other one?" the young man asked as he followed on Scratch's heels. "Poor bull, fat cow." He stopped and spat the words out, then turned once more to drop beside the larger of the bulls. The animal was dead, sure enough. "Ain't for the meat," he snarled once more without turning his head. "Need me the robe," he added, as his fingers plunged down into the animal's fur. "You shoulda took a cow for meat. That be knowin' your poor bull from fat cow." Scratch rose from the animal and walked over to where the young Spike lay. He had rolled over on his side, his one wide eye staring wildly up at the two hunters, his chest still heaving and laboring to pull in air. "Damn it," was all the young hunter said, mostly under his breath, as he pulled a fancy pistol from his belt and knelt beside the young bull. As he put the muzzle beside the animal's ear, Scratch reached down to put his hand over the hammer. "No, son. What's done is... Up here you don't throw away a good Gleena pill on a job as a knife can do as good when a critter's snortin' with funk." He pulled the Blackfoot knife from his belt and knelt at the head of the animal, cradling the lower jaw in his left hand to pull the bull's neck up taut and slit the flesh long and deep with one swift motion. There was a gush of blood and frothy fluid as he dropped the head back to the ground, then rose to move over to stand beside the young man. With the muzzle of his rifle, Scratch pointed out the hole in the flesh down low on the chest, a small hole just faintly ringed with a small ooze of blood, a hole that bubbled and spit out the pinkish fluid. "And sides you pickin' poor meat, you didn't hit the vitals, just went through his windbags. He'd been long time dyin', he would. Elk's a big critter, gotta put your ball up higher, behind his shoulder, 'bout here," moving the muzzle of the rifle up across the fur, "or way up here on his neck," pointing out where to place a neck shot. The air was still, except for some birds calling out back up in the trees on the side of the bowl. Scratch shook his head once when he looked down at the rifle the young man was holding. Long, small-caliber Pennsylvanian it was. Shaking his head once more, "You did make you a fine shot, leastways, laddie, with that squirrel gun," he mused, turning his head to measure the distance covered by the young hunter's shot from the trees. "'Tweren't bad tall. 'Tweren't bad shot." He made a small clucking sound. "Now you go fetch them ponies and get 'em here straightways, else'n some wanderin' thievin' red nigger'll have me skins and Hannah too, whilst I get on the skinnin' and dressin' first whack." The young man turned without a word and started off. "Say, son, you got a ball a-huggin' that breech, don't you?" The stranger stopped, then turned to look back at Scratch. "Best you always load up soon's after shootin' your rifle as you can. Never know what surprise be waitin' for you up and over that rise." He spit once, grounded into the grass with his toe, then kneeling down beside the elk, began a long slice through the flesh from neck to tail. With a small roasting fire going against the ledge on the north end of the bowl, Scratch showed the young man about graining a hide, then set him to work fleshing the skins. While the young hunter was humped over his work, Scratch set out cutting chunks of meat as big as his fist to hang over the coals on sharpened sticks driven into the ground around the embers. Silently, the young man went about his business until the roasting meat sent slivers of delicious smells carried on the evening breeze to his nostrils. He raised his head to look over at the fire hungrily as Scratch pulled the last of the packs to the ground from the hobbled animals. "Grease-hungry, ain't you, son?" He turned back to his work on the skins, pulling the sharpened stone toward him stroke after stroke, peeling fat and excess flesh from the hide. "Tell you the truth, I'm sufferin' from an empty paunch myself. Ain't had a good elk steak for some time it's been." He kicked a stone over to the edge of the coals and turned to the packs on the ground. From one he pulled a battered kettle and lid, from another a waxy pouch, then set them by the fire. Scratch retrieved the bloody knife from the fire where he had stuck it beneath some coals, carefully wiping it quickly back and forth over his leg until it shone once more, cleansed of blood and hair by the glowing embers. Returning from a little stream gurgling with mountain runoff, he placed the water-filled kettle on the stone over the fire. Into the water he threw coarse grounds of coffee from the pouch, stirring the water with his fingers until most of the grounds were sodden. After wiping his hand off on his shirt, Scratch moved around the fire to turn the pieces of meat roasting on the stick. "Appaloos, these here sticks are. Leastways, that's what the greasers call 'em. Good idea, too, for roasting hump ribs and all." He went on chattering about this and that, fussing with the fire or the meat, cussing at the water, which was taking a long time to boil, until it finally began to bubble and spit into brewing action. When the young man had finished fleshing the skins, Scratch moved over to fold them up after salting. All 4 sides were folded in, with the 2 longest sides touching. Then he rolled them up into a tight bundle. From a pack he pulled a coil of stout cord, which he used to bind the skins, flesh side in, hair side out, pushing down with his foot while he pulled up on the cord to make the bundle as compact as he could. After tossing the 2 hides over with the rest of the packs, Scratch knelt by one of the hunks of meat, drawing his knife across it to produce a thin slice of meat. Eyes wide with anticipation, the young hunter watched him put the meat into his mouth, a strip of flesh well done on the outside and pink in the middle. He licked his lips unconsciously as the old man ran a long tongue across his mustache and over his chin to catch every savory drop of grease. From where he sat, Scratch stirred the coffee brewing in the small kettle with a green limb. All was quiet in the lengthening shadows of early evening. Sitting on his haunches, the young one watched Scratch from behind, for the first time now really seeing the older man. He could see the long, dark mustache standing out boldly against the premature gray of the thick, uncombed beard wrapping Scratch's face. And for the first time, he looked at the old man's hair carefully. It too was flecked and streaked with gray, one single thick braid on the right side of his head, encircled with a piece of red cloth. The hair that hung down from the back of the head, however, was not like the hair on the sides. Instead of the streaks of gray, it was coal black and hung straight down past his shoulders, unlike the long gray hair that was curly and wavy, except for the one tight red-wrapped braid. It struck him as funny that the old trapper should have such different, peculiar hair pouring out from beneath the blue bandana tied down on his head. A loud, growling rumble in his stomach, however, returned his thoughts to supper. "Get your knife busy, boy, and fill that paunch. It's talking louder'n your mouth ever could." He motioned for the young man to begin eating, while he rose to fetch 2 pint-sized cups from a parfleche. By the time he had poured them both a cup of hot, thick coffee, the younger was busy ripping strips of flesh from one of the small roasts, holding a piece in his mouth outstretched with one hand, while the knife in the other hand neatly whacked off chunk after mouth-filling chunk. He handled the knife well, index finger along the top of the blade, expertly using the knife against his lips, as if it were but an extension of the finger, sharpened to do a job. "You handle that sticker right slick, son. Should have let you do the skinning on them critters," he said, as he pulled a chunk of meat off for himself. They sat in silence once more, each filling a gnawing hunger with the rich meat and washing it down with the heady coffee Scratch had brewed. Supper over, the young man leaned back against his saddle and bedroll, feet close to the coals, and sighed contentedly. Scratch messed around, poking the embers some, then said, "You been needing that for some time, ain't you?" There was no answer. Scratch turned his head to look at the deepening purple of the evening drift into the bowl as the sun dropped quickly behind the ridge to the west. The silence was heavy on him once more, weighing as it had few times before. He looked now and then over at the youngster, then looked back on his early days with a secret craving to recapture them once more, to move through the newness of the mountains again, to share the newfound joys of being free and alive in these hills for just one more time, all through this young man. "Name's Bass. Titus Bass." He paused for a moment. "But most call me now by a name I got hung with some yars back. Ol' Scratch it is." He chewed on his thoughts a while, then continued. "Give me that name when I was comin' to my first rendezvous. 26 it were. That was a time. Had met me 3 fellers out of the Bayer Salade, down toward Watooyar in them southern Rockies, and they had felt sorry for this coon." He had been cocky in those days, cocky and starving. Now, in looking back, Bass could see he was lucky then to be still wearing his hair. That was when the 3 trappers happened on the scene. "These er fellers wake me up one mornin', tappin' on the bottom of my hoof. They'd been Injuns, I'd been wolf bait for sure that day. Lordy, how they laughed at this here child, whoopin' and hollerin' like they was Injuns." And you could have fooled Titus Bass then. They looked the Injun, they did. Decked out in skins, they's har long and flappin', yahooin' and cloppin' they's mouths like'n it were a scalp dance. They made fun of this here nigger, sure enough. He could see the trio had been somewhat justified in giving him the fright they had, seeing as how he had not been very careful up to that time. Yes, sirree. Bud, Billy, and Silas felt sorry for me and teached me what I would need to keep my har. My clothes were store-boughten, linsey-woolsey they was, and in a bad fiddle by the time I met up with them crazy niggers, holes and all wored in 'em, you see. Sides, the seams was full of lil' graybacks by then. He looked over at the young man, squinting. "You're not carrying graybacks, is you? Them lil' critters'll devil you for all time if'n they ever get a foot in your door." Titus smiled slightly and sighed. "Don't figure why the good Lord ever put them lil' grayback nits in the mountains for. Guessing the same reason he give us Blackfoot, too," he clucked. "Otherwise," he thought, "we'd get messy and wouldn't pay any heed if we didn't have them Bugs boys around. Well, I'm getting away from my story." He pulled tobacco from his pouch, stuffed it into the bowl of his pipe. Looking again at the young man, he tossed the rest of the plug across the fire to the stranger. Lifting a coal from the embers between 2 green twigs, puffing rapidly on the pipe stem until he finally drew in a long breath, the older man continued. "Leastways, I was carrying a whole passel of them lil' critters along in my clothes and har." To recall it now, the vivid memory drawn up painted a picture of the young trapper tagging along after the trio of experienced mountain men heading for rendezvous, young bass scratching and scratching. Had the graybacks bad, I did. Well, those boys come to calling me Scratch, on account of all that itching I was doing all the time. The name had been given him, and there it would stay. Finally got me decked out in a set of Utah skins. Good Injun woman as you'd ever want to meet made them skins for me that winter we holt up with them Utahs, up in Park Kayak as I recollect. Didn't scratch no more after that, but that damned name was stuck to me so hard that I couldn't shake it. Scratch it was, and scratch it be today. That winter finally passed, his first spent in an Indian village, and then the spring trapping season. By the time I left them 3 coons, they was calling me Ol' Scratch, on account of me getting the green ward off so's to be a regular mountain man. You see, son, when a man's friends think a lot of him, they call him Ol' this or Ol' that. It's a badge of honor, it is, and I felt myself right pert to have them 3 call me Ol' Scratch. The momentary glow from the warm memory was washed away, as a colder reverie replaced it. Last time I seed them boys was up near the 3 Forks, fixin' they was to head down for tradin' plews for whiskey and women's to the first post they come to on the river. Give 'em my plews too, I did, and asked 'em to have a swaller or 2 for me afore headin' back. Scratch now grew pensive for a few moments, knocking the burnt tobacco out of the pipe bowl, then relighting it. Never seed 'em since. Others would tell me as them 3 made off to St. Louis with my catch and quit the mountains. Nah, I tells him. He shook his head. Billy and old Silas wouldn't do anything of the sort to Old Scratch. Now that Bud, he was a wild one, he were, but I can't bring myself to calculate of them coons making off with this or child's skins. They must have lost har down the Missouri or something such. He sucked in a long breath and glanced over at the motionless youngster before continuing his story. Bass had been alone for the most part ever since, except for one squat, white-headed ex-preacher who had thrown in his lot with him some years before. In most ways, Scratch was quite accustomed to being alone, for he had rarely found a man with whom he would want to set down traps. His brow wrinkled up sternly as he thought of the big trapping brigades plying the mountain streams. Fellers this far north and up is hooked and tied to some stuffied shirt board of D erectors back to the Missouri, catchin' skins and givin' up they's har for thems as sits back in some parlor back east, sippin' fine whiskey, beddin' down 'tween soft sheets each night with some white-skinned gal. He shook his head. Such is not for thisser child. Not for me, it ain't. Titus Bass has a stick as floats different'n most. He turned his head and gazed down the valley. Fellers south of here work out of Taos winterin' ground, keepin' mostly to the mountains south of here and some west, too. Titus Bass likes to stomp round from time to time on the Seed Skiddy, maybe the Snake, workin' up to Yallerstone country once 'while. Them's good streams, they is, with as big a beavers as you'd care to bring up to bait, he mused, nodding to himself. Scratch looked up between the trees at the gathering darkness, picking at the side of his beard. Leastways, it was good country. He spit into the fire that was slowly dying. Till them coons as come up the Missouri 'gan to trap all that country clean. That kind's trappin' up everything out of the streams that has a flat tail on it. Streams ain't what they used to be. They ain't. So he kept mostly to himself, keeping out of the way of the large fur-trapping brigades, which he always described as a whole shittery of fellers what traps all a beaver up and them flat-tails they don't trap they scare away. The only time he could cotton to being around so many people was rendezvous time. That was the fat season for Old Scratch to be shining. Rendezvous, he mused. I can set my truck down 'longside other skin trappers. I can sell my plews to one of them big companies. Now that's where Titus Bass gets scalped proper every yar. Then get me some gee-gaws for a squaw or 2, but mostly sittin' around with them fellers to yarn and tip a cup or 2 of Billy Sublet's liquor through the day. Then's when I can stomach so much company round me without it turnin' my milk sour. What that clerk don't steal from me on my plews, I'll have to give him back on foofara and whiskey, so's I guesses I'm fotched jest 'bout as good as them skin trappers, anyways you lays your sights. Leastways, Ol' Scratch can move off come end of rendezvous where he pleases. Ain't no bushway to tell this or coon where he's gonna set traps down." "What's a bushway?" the young man asked, finally turning his head to make eye contact with Bass across the fire. "Him's the one what leads them big fur brigades. It's bushway, you know." He stretched his legs toward the fire. "And I can winter out a robe season where I wants to. Mostly take me cold bones up to the Absorkies. Real partial to them Crow, I am. Thieves that they be, they's still the warmest lodges I've laid my robes down in. And woo-wee," he let out a low whistling sound. "They likes the white man, that they do. White man has horse flesh, you see, and them Crow is squamptious over horse flesh. Jehoshaphat, that's winter doin's, that is, with them Crows. They park big medicine for this old coot. Many's a man has got a squar stuck way up thar in Crow country. If'n you can find where them red critters be come full winter, split up in small bands as they do. Arapuesh, that's my wintrin' band." He finally looked over once more at the young man, nodding in agreement with himself as he turned his head. Scratch emptied his pipe bowl into the glowing coals, then stood up, stretching the muscles tired from a day on horseback, kinky from the butchering, and tight from being still at last by the fire. He kicked out his robes so that his feet would be by the fire, then wrestled down into the hides, finally letting out a contented, satisfied sigh. "Best you get some sleep now, friend. Be movin' afore first light we will," he murmured, rolling over on his side, away from the young man. The younger one sat mutely by the fire for some time, staring into the embers that every now and then sent up a small flame to dance briefly here and there. Later, he moved his saddle up a way and stretched out beneath his blankets. Lying on his back, the young man's eyes were fixed on the darkening canopy overhead, studded with the dim yellow-gold stars of early nighttime darkness. He lay there a long time, watching the sky through the tops of the trees, watching the stars as numerous as the miles he felt he had come to get away, miles he had put between himself and what had been left behind. From north to south, a shooting star blazed overhead for an instant, then died from view. "Most of 'em come out here to get something. I've come out to get away. Ain't nothing left behind now, faded like that star, all burnt up." He rolled onto his side, facing the old man, noticing once more the braided strip of hair out from the one side of the man's head and the straight black hair spreading out over his shoulders, the blue bandana snugged down over his ears. He studied Scratch some more, buried within his buffalo robe, until he heard the old man breathing more slowly, more deeply. "Scratch?" the young man said softly, almost whispering. "Scratch? The name's Josiah. Josiah Paddock." Then he let the air rush out of his lungs, as if a weight too long carried had suddenly been taken from his shoulders. "Josiah Paddock, Scratch." Long, still moments passed. Then the young man pulled the blanket up close to his face. He closed his eyes, feeling his body ease off from its long tenseness. "Thank you, Josiah. Thank you." 3. Stepping out into the edge of the muddy street, Paddock took in a long, pleasant breath of air filled with the fresh perfume that followed the rain. He turned and waved a good evening farewell to his employer standing at the window of Smith's store. It had been a good day, a busy day in the store where Josiah clerked, waiting on the variety of people who came to Smith's to be outfitted or to buy a rich velvet for a ball gown. Here, a customer could pore over crockery, hardware, and dry goods brought in from faraway Philadelphia and Baltimore, or purchase the simple woolen garments made of linsey woolsey. He enjoyed his work there, the day-long bustling, but mostly his getting to talk with those who came in from the distant reaches to the west. His ear was becoming tuned to the musical speech of the buck-skinned men from upriver who would stride right up to the counter, not content to waste their time shopping, and ask the young man for beaver traps. $20 a half-dozen they were at Smith's. Josiah would stir one of those rare characters into conversation from time to time, but mostly they brought what was needed, then went on their way, with better things to do, with better places to be than in St. Louis, spending their few fleeting moments jawing with some young store clerk. As he stopped, waiting for a carriage to churn past through the puddles dotting the thoroughfare, he looked around him at the streets of the Mound City, his place of birth. Setting out up 3rd Street, the La Rue de Grange of bygone St. Louis days, Josiah's mind slipped back once more to catch the wonders seen by a child's eyes in the growing city. For the young boy, St. Louis was a view of wagon wheels twirling past him at eye level, the tired, plodding feet of the oxen pulling the carts and wagons of the new settlers, moving off to one side defensively as a French lady swooshed by in her gay-laced gown that pushed against the young child holding his mother's hand. For the boy, always standing obediently beside his American mother as she shopped, it was not a world of faces, but one of feet and legs, watching intently with the wide eyes of awed innocence the moving sea of beaded moccasins and leather work boots, sturdy buttoned high-top shoes, or silken slippers mostly hidden beneath a swirl of ruffled cloth. What sounds delighted his young ears, not only a daily diet of English, but conversation around him spiced with French and Spanish tongues, not to mention the rhythm of trapper talk, the sing-song of the river's voyagers, and the strange and varied languages of the western natives who wrapped themselves in blankets to wander in and out of the city's shops when they came to St. Louis. It was a child's adventureland, and he was this evening once again filled with awe of this place, once again filled with the joy of constant discovery. The sky held long its light gray of early evening, the moment suspended after the gentle spring shower. Crossing Elm Street, Josiah jumped a large puddle to hurry out of the way of an oncoming carriage, then stopped to watch the Frenchwoman ride by. Her driver stoically looked neither left nor right as the young man tipped his hat to the lady before moving down Elm toward 1st Street. At the corner of 1st, he held the door open for an old man leaving the Robidoux bakery and entered. Josiah was bombarded with smells and fragrances that he had come to love over the years, the heavy yeast perfume wafting gently among the delicate aromas of breads just pulled from the huge stone ovens. Pausing by the door, as he had done every evening for several years, he slowly closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath, savoring the atmosphere of the bakery. "Ah, Monsieur Paddock, the same for you this evening?" asked old Joseph behind the counter. "Nothing else but." Josiah walked over to the aging man who wore a flour-dusted apron tucked around his waist. "Oui." He pulled out 2 still warm, sugar-crusted pastries from beneath a protective oilcloth towel. "No, Joseph, just one." "This one is on me," replied Joseph, dusting them with a final coating of spun sugar before wrapping the pastries up lightly in newsprint and handing them to Josiah. "Here, then, let me pay for one of them, Joseph." Josiah reached across the counter to present the old man with 2 coins. No," Robidoux put his hand up to Josiah as he stepped back, then wound his hands in his dusty apron. Monsieur Paddock has been a good customer, no? Oui. And I have come to look forward very much to seeing you each evening when you come in. No, I will not think of you paying for the breads tonight. Now go. Take them and go. He waved his arm to motion Josiah out, with the comical, stern look he tried to use when often he would good-naturedly throw the young man out of his shop. Take one to Angelique when you see her tonight. Go now, and have you a good evening. I have work to attend to. Josiah backed from the counter, his smiling eyes winking at the old man as he tucked the package under his arm. Back on the street, he stopped once more to feel the cool breeze caress his face. It was damp, the air heavy with moisture after the rain. He turned up his collar against the breeze, heading back down Elm toward the building that housed the offices and print shop of the St. Louis Beacon, over which he had held a small room for the past several years following his mother's death in 1827. Stuffing the package inside his worn coat, he buttoned it while crossing 2nd Street. Josiah could sense the old city growing younger and younger all the time. In recent years, he felt the pulse of the town, sitting, as it did, at the crossroads of a country straining for room, beginning to stretch north and south along the mated Missouri and Mississippi rivers. Here was the lifeblood of a continent, running thick and strong, flowing with the heartbeat of the individual, that man who moved toward the setting sun so that he might stretch wide his arms without striking a neighbor. The wide verandas of the French traders entertained the silver buckle and brocade slipper at numerous parties and balls, while the backyards of the struggling American settlers stretched into a wilderness many spoke of, but few had seen. Along these muddy streets moved every sort of man and woman in America, each a part of the soul of a growing country that was St. Louis. In her taverns and grog shops, one man's money was as good as his neighbor's. Here, lilac-perfumed, lace-ruffled Frenchmen brushed against upriver men who wore only animal skins and smelled as bad. One could look about these rooms and see vermilion-daubed Osage chiefs drinking alongside the best of St. Louis society, and bending elbows with lice-infested interpreter traders from posts of the North. Here, too, was a social structure in which the beauty of French maidenhood had to compete with the charms of black-eyed, copper-skinned squaws immersed in the constant struggle for a man's attention in a world where passion and a lack of inhibition were those qualities much sought after. At the corner, Josiah paused briefly to melt into the small crowd gathered around a man preaching an impromptu sermon, waving a worn Bible at the end of his outstretched arm, warning all listeners of the evils awaiting them within the streets of St. Louis on this Saturday night. Josiah smiled faintly to himself, then pushed on down the street, skirting occasional puddles along the way. Everybody's got something to sell, he mused silently as he left the preacher. Indeed, in this town, a palmful of bright beads bought a beaver pelt, and a small cup of raw, diluted alcohol acquired by barter a buffalo robe from the Indian trader. It was a city changing, growing as much by the people coming through as by the business they brought. 3 newspapers and a bookstore St. Louis had in this year of 1831, along with more than 4 plays each month, in addition to enough social parties and balls to keep several professional hairdressers occupied full-time. In the billiard halls, men moved at their leisure, while women swept through their parlors entertaining French gentry and the noble classes. Past Josiah went the men pulling behind them the threads of a growing American fabric, men who had that day been settlers registering claims at the land office, or dreamers who had just purchased an outfit for each man they would lead beyond the river to the mountains lying against the horizons of the mind. He headed over to Main Street, La Rue Royale of years now faded and gone, deciding not to go directly back to his room, but to wander along the levee as the light began to fade. A score of steamboats lay tied up at the wharf, their daylight hours filled with bustling activity, being loaded and unloaded with the commerce brought from the east, bar-lead and bolts of fancy cloth, then to be jammed with the commerce of the west, a wealth of furs piled high upon their quarter-decks. Along the street, Josiah stopped to look sadly at the dead body of a dog, lying partly in a muddy puddle. He started to go, but stopped again to ask of some children floating toy boats in nearby puddles, "Do you know whose dog this is?" "Ours, sir. A good dog he was, too. Kilt this afternoon by a Frenchman in his fancy carriage." They went back to playing with their boats, pulling up at the side of the puddle to load and unload tiny blocks of simulated cargo. Josiah pursed his lips and went on his way. He passed the Chateau Berthold store, being locked up for the night by clerks working late in a 2-story building at 11 North Main. This was the street that for years was St. Louis, occupying the first terrace up from the river. Americans would refer to this part of town as under the hill, looking up from the bank as the terrain climbed sharply away in places, ending abruptly at the limestone bluffs, above which St. Louis was extending her arms. He crossed Walnut, looking to his left up the narrow street snaking its way upward toward the hill where the old fort and tower of Spanish days had stood. That intersection of Walnut and 4th Street was now crowded with small shops and homes. Above this levee, surrounded by thick stands of oak and maple, stood the homes of wealthy French fur merchants, overlooking the river that was their gateway to fortunes awaiting. Turning up Washington, he climbed the hill past old brick and wood homes until he stopped in front of number 37. Through the window, he could barely make out the dark wood and browned metal of the sturdy, short rifles on the walls of the Hawken shop. Here he paused to squint up close to the window pane in the dim light, feasting his eyes on the produce of the Hawken brothers' craft. Long had he wanted to own one of those rifles. Many a day he had come down on his brief lunchtime to fondle and hold this weapon or that. Each time he would sigh, as he did now, knowing full well he had not enough money to buy such a rifle, what with his weekly rent, food, and the presents he frequently bought to surprise Angelique. Besides, he consoled himself as he walked on, there was a fine, full-stocked Pennsylvanian back in a corner of his room. Around here, he had no need of anything better. Pushed up along the river, the city's population had fluctuated between 6,000 and 9,000 in the past few years. St. Louis, evolving from its Spanish and French heritage, was now welcoming a new Protestant population, as well as American business and architecture. Brick warehouses stood quiet now, their wooden doors shut until Monday to allow a day of rest for those who worked filling the pockets of men grown wealthy in the fur trade or new industry. "Josiah, where you been?" A dark form called out to him as it rose from the wooden steps leading up to his room. "Been waiting for you some time." As the form moved toward him, Josiah could see the beaming face of his good friend Mordecai Thayer. Slapping Josiah on the shoulder, he whispered hoarsely in his way, "Got paid today, and I feel like a spree. Can I buy you supper and drinks at the Green Tree?" "I suppose. Going to see Angelique tonight, but that's not till later. Yes, I'll take you up on your offer. Just let me change my shirt so's I can be off straightways from the tavern to her house later on." He led Mordecai up the wooden planks to unlock the outside door to his room. Putting on a freshly laundered shirt, Josiah tucked in the tail, cinched up the wide leather belt, then dropped the pastries inside the front of his shirt. He pulled on the coat again, locked the door at the landing, and they were off to dinner. Turning up Church Street, the pair passed businesses and homes that still displayed addresses bearing the street's old name, La Rue de l'Église, so named for the Roman Catholic cathedral and its church buildings lining the avenue. In this era of transition for St. Louis, one was often asked where this narrow city lane was, one visitor using the French name, the next asking for Church Street, yet another asking directions to 2nd Street. Each man would end up along this winding, busy thoroughfare. Past the cathedral, the men turned into a small yard, walking past a large sign swinging in the evening breeze, painted to show a large green oak tree shading the weary traveler. Ex-trapper Thomas Eddy had purchased the tavern in November 1827, a man more than capable of handling the thirsty, noisy army of sorts that gathered there any time, day or night. Here Eddy wandered from table to table, talking with the trappers and traders who conducted much of their business over the mugs of alcohol. Here, too, flocked the U.S. Army officers and farmers, store clerks and blacksmiths, along with an occasional party of Frenchmen. From group to group, Eddy flitted about this place, nervously awaiting the customary brawl that would break out sooner or later every night. Wanderers pushing through St. Louis often took a small room above the tavern from Eddy at the rate of $3.50 a week, which included board and meals served hot and hearty by some buxom, fair-skinned lass with an ample smile for every man. Mordecai and Josiah wove through the maze of tables, sitting down at the end of one long table by the large stone fireplace. A happy lass came over to take their order, and Josiah was not able to take his eyes off the soft charms that strained against the white chemise above her tightly laced bodice. When she returned with 2 mugs, she smiled down at him with her eyes, not just with her fresh, unpainted lips. The 2 men sat quietly for a while, watching and listening to the mountaineers down the table from them. This was his favorite tavern, for he loved to come to the Green Tree for its own very personal atmosphere. The brawls and fights here were not as serious as in many of the city's grog shops, for most were good-natured bouts between friends who merely wished to settle an argument about a river or a tribe or a squaw with some fun that would liven the whole place up. For the most part, the thieves, thugs, and gamesters stayed away from the taverns where mountain men congregated. What foolish few showed up, in hopes of some easy money, more often than not were thrown out the rear door into the wagon yard after having their heads pounded on by a mountaineer, full of the cheap but potent alcohol and ready for a St. Louis spree. More often, they would be gamesters, trying to ease away a few coins from the trapper's purse with a game of chance. The thieves that hung around the levee taverns did not come to the Green Tree, not willing to risk the certain drubbing they would suffer if they tried to take the whole purse from the buckskinners back from the mountains. These were the men the 2 friends listened to that evening, men recently from the icy streams of the high country, having made it to St. Louis with a few seasons' catch that put coins into their purses, anxious for women and whiskey, a spree, and a song or 2. Most meant no man harm, but if trouble ever came their way at the Green Tree, they were not ones to back off. 3 foo-for-ah Frenchies just rode up, one of the trappers told his comrades at the table as he put refilled mugs down before them. Mordecai looked over at the door, seeing the Frenchmen tying their horses up outside, illuminated in the pale glow of the tarred torches hung from brackets out front. He watched them over Josiah's shoulder as they entered the milling tavern, then stood looking over the room. Now and then a customer would look up from his drink or card game to give the recent arrivals a once-over, then return to his dinner, drink, or yarning. Mordecai could see through the room's smoky atmosphere that these were well-bred Frenchmen, dressed as they were. He knew instinctively that these men had not come to the tavern to drink. He knew they had come on business. They did not go to the counter to order, but continued to stand by the door, looking over the crowded room, looking at all in the place without moving. One of them tapped another on the shoulder, pointing Josiah out, and the three moved through the tables toward the two men seated near the fireplace. Mordecai watched the trio approach, feeling a strange lump growing steadily in the pit of his stomach. They stopped at the end of the long table where Josiah sat looking into the fire, one man in front, his two companions flanking behind, all disdaining to be too close to the men in greasy buckskins around them, each of the trio bold and haughty as he looked down at Josiah. "Monsieur Paddock," one finally addressed Josiah, who looked up at the men around him only then. "I am Henri Leclerc. We were told we might find you here," he said, lifting his head to scan the room with a thin look of contempt. Josiah eased back on his stool, relaxed as he stared briefly at each of the two behind Leclerc, then took another drink from his mug. Setting it down, he looked back at the Frenchman. "What can I do for you?" Leclerc pulled some fine, soft riding gloves from his hands. "Is not what you can do for me, is what I can do for you, Monsieur Paddock. We are both acquainted with Mademoiselle Angélique Saucier." He paused to roll the gloves up in his left hand. "Is about her I wish to speak with you." Josiah took in a short breath of air, pushed himself back a little further from the table so that he could sit flat-footed, not locked under the edge of the table. "What about Angélique? You related to her some way?" Josiah cradled the large pewter mug between his two hands as it sat on the table. "No, not as yet, monsieur. Mais, but I will be within the space of a few weeks. We are to be married in La Cathedral next month." Paddock felt his heart suddenly starting to pound more loudly now. He readjusted himself on the short stool. The room seemed to be closing in around him. He was beginning to feel too warm, too close to the huge fireplace. "I spoke with Angélique myself about marrying. She never told me yes, but she never said no. There must be some mistake, monsieur," he spoke, knowing his reply was far from the truth. "Think you must have the wrong girl." "No, there is no mistake. Only a simpleton could have believed the girl." He seemed to muse for a fleeting moment. "Ah, she plays with hearts, my young friend, and she has toyed with yours. Angélique was the one who told I might find you here." He paused. "Among the rats of the river swamp." "Now wait just a minute, you fancy ruffled," Mordecai retorted, rising to answer Leclerc's condemnation, but Josiah firmly pushed his friend down onto the stool again. "Hold it! Mordecai, hold it!" Josiah sat back down himself, looking across the table at his friend. "The man came here to talk with me." Then, looking back at Leclerc, said, "Angélique sent you to talk with me, right? To tell me this?" "Oui, and to say that you are not to see her again." He droned on, but most of it Josiah did not hear. The pounding was loud at his temples now. He began to shake his head slowly from side to side in gnawing disbelief. As Leclerc was continuing his speech, listing ultimatums, Paddock suddenly pushed up from the stool, knocking it back across the hearth toward the fire, throwing the contents of his mug into the Frenchman's face. Around them, the room got quiet, as if someone had stopped the world and all were straining to hear what was taking place between the two men. The moment that Henri raised his hand to wipe his face, Mordecai stood up to try to catch Josiah, who lunged at the startled Frenchman. Leclerc's two friends roughly pushed Paddock away, as some buck-skinned mountaineers who had been within earshot of it all pulled Josiah back. "Easy, easy, friend. The Frenchies got you outnumbered this go-round." Paddock regained his balance, standing between two trappers who slowly released his arms. He glared at Henri, so overwhelmed with hate that he was imprisoned on the spot, unable to move. Leclerc removed from his sleeve a handkerchief, with which he mopped his face and the front of his short-waisted riding coat. Very calmly, deliberately, he began to speak, still looking at his dripping coat. "You are an animal, monsieur. I will not be dirtied by fighting you with my hands." Josiah shook with tremors of rage that rumbled low in his bowels. "But I will meet you tomorrow as the sun rises on the island in the river. There will we fight like gentlemen, with the pistols, if the American is one who is ready to die like a man." He turned to leave, followed by the two companions who occasionally looked about them at the men in the room. Josiah froze, almost motionless, fingering the handle on the small knife stuck in his belt, watching the doorway even after the three men had ridden away. "Pay 'em no mind, son. Them Frenchies still thinkin' they own the river, St. Louis, and all the women and whiskeys ter boot. Give 'em no heed. French has made this'r town, but Americans has made her what she be today," advised one of the mountaineers at his side. "Pay ye Phineas no mind, boy," injected the other man in buckskin. "Been me, I'd raised har, I would, right hyar and now. Would 'a used my knife to peel them buttons off'n that fancy ruffled shirt that Frenchie was sportin'. Get yourself over to that island early, boy, afore sunup, and give the bastard what'n he deserves," he counseled, as he lifted his cup to his lips, took a drink, then swiped at his dripping mustache with the back of a greasy sleeve. "Sides, that way ye got him out'n your har, and ye got the French gal for your own ter boot." "Come on now, let me buy you a swaller of Eddie's liquor," Phineas said quietly as he wrapped an arm around Josiah's shoulders. But the young man shook his head from side to side slowly. No, thank you. Got something to see to." "Course, son." The mountain man patted Josiah's shoulders a few times firmly, almost fatherly, then removed his hand to pull his drinking companion back to the fireplace. Paddock's eyes would squint a little, then release and squint again, staring into the fire, yet not really seeing it. Josiah started slowly to walk away, then stopped to turn around, looking back at Mordecai. "Got something to see to, something I gotta be doing now." He then made his way through the milling tavern customers. The room was noisy once more, with a group of men playing Old Sledge, laughing and cursing loudly as they slammed their cards to the table, often upsetting their never-empty mugs. At the door, Josiah didn't stop as he brushed by two men coming in, knocking one of them aside as he pushed himself into the cool, damp, spring night air. He climbed up the long slope, following the lane that reached out into the countryside on the outskirts of St. Louis, tracing the bluffs overlooking the river. On past several old French homes surrounded by thick gardens with their wide verandas encircling the entire house, their old, upright timbered walls dark in the mist-shrouded, moonless night. Josiah entered through a heavy iron gate, crossing the dew-wet lawn to the porch of a limestone house. Furiously, he banged on the door with both his fist and the iron knocker. A young maid answered the door. "Monsieur Paddock?" "I want to see Angelique," he interrupted, looking over her shoulder down the hall. Eyes wide and startled, she let him in, and directed him to one of the parlors off the hall. He waited several long minutes in the high-ceilinged room with rich mahogany furniture, a black walnut floor, couches of velvet, tables with coverlets of lace, and a delicate crystal chandelier overhead. She came in without a word, standing at the door she closed behind her. From the middle of the room he turned at the sound of its closing, seeing her in the faint light dressed in a white gown. This was the woman he loved deeply, her raven hair curled atop her head, hanging ringlets framing the pale skin that blushed over the cheeks. Her lips were dark red, like blood, he had often thought to himself. She did not move as he came over to her. Angelique? You must go. She stepped away from him, moving gracefully behind one of the couches by the double door leading to the wide veranda. I won't go without you. He moved closer to her, tentatively. We'll go downriver. New Orleans, you'd like. He tried to hold her shoulders in his hands, but she pulled away. Her mood suddenly changed. She laughed, throwing her head back, and turned to look into his face. For what? To run off with a poor man? A man who will always live like some wild animal? She laughed again, circling the couch, putting it between the two of them. He will find you in New Orleans. He will find you wherever you will run. It was coming all too fast at him. He was trying to make sense out of what this beautiful coquette was telling him. What will you do? Be a pirate on the river? Or take to the seas to kill and steal? Angelique folded her hands in front of her, arms hanging at her sides. No, Monsieur Paddock, I cannot go with you. No, I will not go with you. You have nothing to offer me now, while Henri offers his family, his tradition, his money. Life with you would be the peasant for me. I do not want to become one of your American women, following her husband to the wilderness, dirty and dressed in her homespun. Is that what you want for me, Monsieur Paddock? Angelique worked herself into a fit of hysterical laughter, mocking laughter. He came around the end of the couch, fires boiling deep within. To think I ever felt something for you. Josiah grabbed her shoulders, trying to shake some sense into her, to shake the laughter out of her, or both. Frantically, he clawed to hold the tops of her arms, to shut her up, to end that crazy, mocking laughter from her suddenly ugly, contorted lips. She reached out to slap him, but he caught her wrist, squeezed it hard, then let go. Josiah wheeled around as the door opened. Monsieur Saucier, framed in a shaft of bright light, shot into the room from the hall. Get out! Get out of my house! He bellowed at the young man. Josiah fingered the handle of his knife tentatively, then decided against anything so direct. Through the French doors, he was gone into the night. Outside the gate, he stopped to hear again her hideous laughter, which only slowly began to fade from his ears when someone called out. Josiah, it's me. Mordecai emerged from the darkness of the trees bordering the wall. You feel like finishing our spree now? Josiah did not answer for a while, looking back at the house, deep in his own thoughts. Come on, I'll buy you a few cups. He put his hand alongside Josiah's neck to pull him off the spot where it seemed his friend had taken root. It was dark along the narrow streets of the city when they dropped into town. Josiah was lost in his own world on the way back, but Mordecai was on the lookout for the thugs and riffraff that plagued the dark byways after sundown. There was still no regular police force in the city. The streets were up for grabs, contested only by the strong of will against the roving bands of brigands. Those who spoke of the St. Louis Knights laughed over their mugs, saying that God would never cross the river. Back at the Green Tree Inn, Phineas and his younger companion had left. The place was still noisy. They sat again by the fireplace, served by the girl with the smiling eyes. After a few silent moments of drawing on their mugs, Josiah raised his into the air, signaling the girl for another round. She refilled his mug, smiling more warmly this time, with those fresh, smoky green eyes. Josiah sat and drank, speechless, draining the mug quickly. Mordecai could see his friend was intent upon a stupor. After you left, I heard that a Captain Gant is heading toward the mountains in 2 days, on the 24th. They's sayin' he's got close to 70 men, gonna head cross the wide open to reach the Rockies. Mordecai drew long on his mug, then continued. That's what we oughter do, Josiah. Let's put this town behind us, leave it far behind, and head to them Rockies. Josiah didn't speak, staring into his mug. "You been telling me often how you liked it so up to Fort Atkinson with Mr. Doherty. Now we could go and see them things ye heerd tell of for ourselves. What you say, Josiah? You for it?" Paddock lifted his mug once more into the air. As the young woman was refilling it, she slipped her fingers around Josiah's to hold the mug. He looked again into her eyes, seeing something warm there now, something private. When she had left to serve other tables, Josiah looked back to Mordecai. "I'll have to sleep on it. Besides, I've something to take care of tomorrow at daylight." You don't have to go out there. Can't think of a man as would blame you for not going. You knows your rifle and knife well enough, but them pistols is another thing again. You ever shot one of them fancy pistols, Josiah?" "No, sir, not as I can say." "They's something different with 'em, and thar's not a man as would blame you for not going out in the morning. Anyways, we could be gone with Gant and his men in 2 days. Monday we will, leaving all this behind. Come on, man. Say you'll go and we'll make it to the Rockies afore fall." "Mordecai," he spoke firmly, "you knowin' me as your best friend and all should know I ain't gonna back out of this'n. That son of a whore picked a fight with a Paddock, and this man ain't gonna back away, tail tucked 'tween his legs." Josiah emptied his cup, and the girl was back again to refill it without his having to raise it. He watched her walk away, back to the counter to pick up some plates heaped with food ordered by another table. Mordecai kept after him. "You can't be doing it for Angelique, then." "Nah, ain't doing it on her count. That bitch has strung me along good, then throws me out. Mademoiselle Saucier, it was all the time, highfalutin French she is. That whore played me such a fool for so long these months, me panting after her like some bitch in heat. Blind I was, not to see after all that time, every time I saw her, sucking up to me the way she did, making a big show of her American collar round town and all. I just played the fool for her, I did, being blind to what she really had in mind. Ain't gonna be blind again." He raised his mug into the air. "Nah, Mordecai ain't gonna do it on her count. Tomorrow morning is for Josiah." The buxom maid came up to the end of the table beside Josiah, filling his mug from her pitcher. "That's not all I want, pretty lady." She looked up at him as she finished pouring. "But right now I want something from the kitchen." He winked at her. "Bring me what's best of whatever's left in the pots. I got a hunger to fill." As she turned to go, Josiah remembered the pastries tucked in his shirt. Unbuttoning it most of the way down, he pulled the package out to lay it on the table before him. When the young woman returned with a plate heaped with steaming beans and meat, a large chunk of bread stuffed on the side of the tin platter, Josiah handed her the package. "These are for us, but for later. Save 'em for when you get off work tonight. I'll wait for you out back in the wagon yard." The smile in her eyes and at the corners of her mouth grew gentle now, not hard or plastered on as it seemed to be for other customers. She can talk with them eyes, she can, he thought to himself as she went back to waiting on the thinning crowd. Josiah dove into the hot food, filling his happy grin with each dripping spoonful, his eyes chuckling along with Mordecai. 4. She led him up the narrow wooden steps to the second-story balcony and entered a door that led down a short hall, only then turning to him, placing one finger lightly against his lips, asking him to be quiet. Closing the door behind him, Josiah suddenly felt himself getting warmer in the stuffy hallway that led past a few doors until she stopped to unlock hers. He felt light, as if, were he thrown from the roof, he would float softly to the ground. Until now, the alcohol had yet to go to his head. Mordecai had marveled that Josiah was not a raving lunatic by the time they parted at the tavern as many times as Josiah had his mug refilled during the late evening. Before he went his way, Mordecai had instructed him where they should meet on the levee in the morning, where his employer had a skiff they would use tied up along the river. Josiah felt the first licks of hazy numbness creeping across his forehead, the first sign of drunkenness he always got after a bout with the cups. Beads of sweat began to break out over his brows. Standing in the hall beside the woman, the only thing he wanted right then was to get the door open, just lie down on her bed for a few moments to settle the dust in his mind. The food helped absorb some of the alcohol. He was thankful for that as he leaned back against the wall next to her door, easing his head back and slowly dropping his eyelids. She called to him in a whisper that seemed to float up to Josiah from out there somewhere. Then she touched his arm lightly. He opened his eyes, saw the door was open, and slipped past her into the room. It was small, much like his own. He looked around, letting his eyes grow accustomed to the darkness. On the opposite side of the room, away from the bed, the one lonely window stood partly open, the light cotton curtains lifting gently with each new breeze. Josiah felt cooler, better here in the darkness as he went over to the window to look out on the levee and the river. Up to his nose came the musky fragrance of the waters flowing by to the sea. Its damp coolness drifted past him to fill the whole room as he turned around to move back toward the bed. He sat on it first, feeling its welcome softness swallowing him up as he lay back. Some of the light, fuzzy cobwebs seemed to disappear from his forehead as he loosed some more muscles. She pulled off his boots, then slid up beside him, sitting on the edge of the bed, unbuttoning his shirt. Her fingers wandered across his chest like little padding feet moving through the thick, curly hair. She pulled the shirt all the way off. He opened his eyes as she bent over him to brush her lips against his only briefly. Josiah began to reach for her as she pulled away from the bed, crossing the room to a small wooden chest. He closed his eyes once more. The girl lighted a large candle atop the chest, its glow warm and feathery, like a veil touching only the corner of the room where he lay. Eyes closed, he did not notice, his mind gradually emptying of everything past, present, and future, feeling only the softness beneath him, the musky breeze brushing against his cheek and bare chest. Just at the edge of his mind he could hear her padding across the room like a cat. He was beginning to deepen into sleep as he heard her come to the other side of the bed. She slowly pulled the blankets and quilt back to the foot of the bed, where she stuffed them under his legs. Then he felt her weight as she crawled onto the bed, sliding over to lie against him. On one side of his chest, he began to feel the heaviness of one of her breasts. He lay there, coming back to full consciousness with his eyes still closed, absorbing the coolness of the small room about him. Josiah concentrated, for a moment letting his mind and body focus on his skin where her breast lay. He moved his left arm to cradle her head. She snuggled closer to him. With his left hand, he began softly to run his fingers over the smooth skin on her back. She took in a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Her fingers sought out the muscles across his chest and shoulders, kneading them with slow, tiny movements, as if feeling the texture of a piece of cloth, then smoothing the area she had rubbed with fingers flat and outstretched. He lay for a long time, enjoying the feathery massage as her fingers wandered ever so gently lower and lower until she was playing across the tight muscles of his upper abdomen. Each time she brought her touch across the skin, he could feel it quiver and jump. Josiah knew she could feel it too. She traced nonsense patterns around his navel, twisting the little hairs between her fingers, then returned to running the tips of fingers across his belly. The stirring submerged in his loins began. It started off softly, slowly rumbling. Josiah lay there unmoving as she pushed against him even more tightly, his eyes still closed. Part of his body was all so alive, feeling her move over the skin stretched and taut across his flat belly, while the other half of his body and mind now studied each little movement his penis made as it began to throb and harden between his legs. For long, delicious moments, he savored the approach of oncoming pleasure, enjoying each second privately with himself as his penis grew. Then he rolled away from her to rise off the bed, looking down at her in the thin veil of yellow candlelight. He kept his eyes on her, scanning the woman's body as he unbuckled his belt, released the buttons on his fly, and slid the trousers over his feet. Undoing 2 buttons on his underwear, Josiah slipped out of the last of his clothes, leaving them in a heap on the floor by the bed as he lay back beside her. He rolled onto his left side, gathering her head and shoulders into his left arm, pulling her close to him once more. She answered him, rolling on her side to face him, her left hand wandering down his chest, across his stomach that jumped eagerly with her touch. Then her fingers encircled his penis delicately. He sucked in a quick breath with a sudden tingling rush of sensation, feeling that his body was growing warmer with every pounding of his heart. He could look down in the dim light to see one of her breasts fully. Josiah cupped his hand around it and kneaded the flesh gently, working up to the nipple. The breast, large but not flabby, excited him as he put his hand in the crevice between the 2 soft mounds. She was big-boned and carried the breasts well now, but he mused how they might look in 10 years. He recalled an Osage woman in her middle years with pendulous breasts, his mind picturing also how older St. Louis women bound themselves with tight girdles laced just below their breasts to push them up and out after they had lost their youthful tone. But now he was feeling hers, breasts firm in their softness, nipples erect beneath his touch. Josiah moved his hand down the shoulder and top of the arm that held him lightly between his thighs. Across her small, round buttocks he rubbed and kneaded, gently at first, then with more urgency as she began to stroke slowly and evenly on his member. He brought his hand suddenly around her hip and into the hair at the top of her mound. From her mouth crept a low cry, as if it were caught deep within her throat, straining to break free. He parted the skin that lay over her treasure, moving a finger gently up and down within the parted folds. "Please," she raised her head a little so that she could look into his face. "Please now," as her head dropped back onto his shoulder. Her whispered purring came more evenly but deeper now as he began to rub more quickly. She squirmed over him as his lips sought hers. He found them soft, thick, and moist. When she turned her face away to run her lips across his shoulder, he could smell the damp muskiness of her hair. She had released the one braid she wore, her long hair spreading over the side of his face. He could see across her forehead and around the sides of her face the hair stuck wet and damp. She bit lightly where his shoulder and neck met. "I don't even know your name," he thought he said, rolling her over onto her back, looking down into her face for a moment before mounting. Her thighs opened a little more as she pushed her hips up to meet him. She was sleeping now. He lay there on his back, the woman cradled up against him like a young child, trying to figure out what time it must be. Josiah rolled his head slightly to the right, looking at the window, through the dancing curtains out into a starless, overcast night. His breathing was slow and deep as he stared at the window overlooking the river. The candle was burning low, casting only a dancing circle of light against the wall at the middle of the room. He watched the flame flicker, its glow fluttering in the soft breeze, until it died slowly, and the room was filled with a heavy gray once more. She turned away from him in her sleep, rolling onto her side. He waited while her breathing became more relaxed again, gently removing his arm from beneath her neck. Josiah rose slowly from the edge of the bed and dressed, finally buttoning the shirt she had draped over the back of the room's only chair. He returned to the side of the bed to pull the blankets up over her folded arms, looking down one last time at the flesh that sloped smoothly from her shoulders to the tops of her breasts peeking out from beneath the arm she had curled against her. He moved across the room quietly to the door, stopping suddenly as he caught his smoky reflection in the faded mirror over the wooden chest. Josiah stood looking at himself in the dim light, measuring the image reflected there as one would size up an opponent. He looked away, his eyes moving down to the top of the chest. Raising his hand, he reached out to touch the newsprint-wrapped bundle lying there, opening it and spreading the paper out to look at the 2 small pastry loaves. Josiah looked up again at the mirror, then turned to glance back at the young woman, her hair spread across the pillow where he had been. By the opened package, she had put the long red ribbon she braided in her hair. He picked it up, weaving it briefly between his fingers before putting it inside his shirt, and opened the door. Stepping out into the night air, he moved down the steps, stopping at the street to turn his collar against the damp chill. He started to his left, walking down the narrow street toward the oldest part of the city. From a few blocks away came the twanging notes of someone attempting to play a banjo. He continued closer to the sound as he heard someone bellowing out an Indian chant that started low, then grew high-pitched. Ho-yee, ho-yee. Josiah turned the corner as a harmonica joined in with the banjo and singer. At the door of the Rocky Mountain house, he stopped outside a moment, listening to the mountain man roar his Indian song with the fullness of his lungs, while the banjo picker and harmonica man attempted to follow along. Josiah opened the door and went to the bar. This tavern was another favorite of the mountaineers, he thought to himself, after ordering a mug. Leaning back against the counter, he watched 2 buck-skinned trappers dancing amid tables pushed against the walls. While they were attempting to simulate the pattern of some Indian dance in their stupor, one of the men would grab the other to spin around and around as his partner. It was quite a scene, the banjo picker stomping his foot on the wooden floor in time with his own rhythm, the harmonica player dancing here and there around the fringes of the men watching the 2 dancers, everyone clapping and adding their own bloodlust Indian war whoops from time to time. Josiah finished his mug and set it back on the bar. The tavern keeper tapped the side of his arm. "Want another?" "Nah." Then he thought a moment. "But get me a bottle of that stuff, will you?" He paid for it, pausing at the door to watch the dancers for a moment, then plunged into the narrow back streets of the city. He stuffed the bottle into the waistband of his pants and pulled his coat tighter around him, heading down to the levee. Josiah wandered along the street that ran parallel to the levee, stopping short by the body of the dead dog. It still lay where he had last seen it. He had not been sure in the dark just what it was, but knelt down to touch the body, feeling the rigor in the dead animal's muscles. Josiah scratched between its ears a couple of times, then rose to his feet. Pulling the bottle from inside his coat, he yanked the cork from its neck, holding the bottle out at arm's length. "Here's to you, friend. You deserve better'n this. Hope they do better for me when I'm gone, old boy. Ain't no way to treat a friend. Ain't. Well, here's hoping they don't treat me like they done you, leaving you out for the rats to gnaw on. Take my best with you wherever's you gone." He brought the bottle to his lips and poured the diluted alcohol down his throat. He felt it warm his stomach, taking another slug from the bottle as he walked a few steps away to sit and hang his legs over the levee, the river running persistently beneath his boots on its trip south. He twisted around, holding the bottle aloft as if to present another toast to the dog, then turned back to watch the river flow by. Josiah stuffed one hand into his coat after readjusting the collar up around his ears, the hand with the bottle pulled tight against his belly. The waves lapped and rolled against the levee where he sat. It made him dizzy to watch each muddy crest that went by below his boots. He took another drink, then looked out over the expanse of the river. In the early summer warmth of June 1809, Josiah's father, Ezra Paddock, pulled away from St. Louis, headed upriver with Manuel Lisa's 350 men, half of whom were Americans, the rest a mixture of French-Canadians and Creoles. Paddock signed on in the hope of making a good killing quickly on the upper river, then to return home to his young wife, Sarah, who waved goodbye to her husband from the levee and who was beginning to show signs of new life in her womb. During the ordeal of pulling the barges upriver, Ezra kept reminding himself that he was doing this for Sarah and the child. By day, wading through the thick brush along the banks of the river, soft mud sucking at his boots with every step as he hunched forward, pulling on the rope strung out behind the men, each one struggling to haul the barges north against the river's current. At night, he lay restless, unable to sleep many times, thinking of the child that would be born before his return to St. Louis. But he would return rich, he kept telling himself, not to be a farmer scratching at the soil any longer. Perhaps he could buy into a small shop, he dreamed. Then he could do all he wanted to do for Sarah and their child. The Americans pulling the barges north for Lisa were to be on their own hook once they arrived at the trapping grounds near the mountains. It was the promise of hope Ezra had been waiting for, the company agreeing to subsist him and the other trappers-to-be on the trip upriver. In turn, the men would work cordelling the boats against the Missouri's muddy current. With each step closer to the mountains, his face swollen with the bites of mosquitoes and flies, his arms and shoulders sunburned through the rips in the worn fabric of his shirt, Ezra Paddock kept telling himself what one season in the mountains could mean to his family. At the headwaters, Lisa would furnish them each with a rifle, lead, powder, and 6 good beaver traps, along with the service of 4 of the hired French hands for every American, to be under that one man's command for a period of 3 years. What would his child look like when he finally made it home, he mused that day, forming pictures in his mind to numb the taut, tortured muscles. Sarah wanted a girl, but he wanted their first to be a boy. Ezra pushed himself through each day of agony, every step bringing him closer to the mountains, closer to his fortune, closer, once again, to his little family. By the time the men had reached the Mandan villages, most of the Americans had turned around, hoping to make it back to St. Louis on foot. They had for many weeks been living on boiled corn, Lisa not allowing the Americans to eat even the boiled pork kept in small wooden kegs. Pulling the barges 12 to 14 hours a day, on a diet of nothing more than the corn and what little game the inexperienced hunters would bring in now and then, didn't put meat and muscle on a man's bones. Each morning's roll call would find more men gone, deserting in the night. Ezra would bow his head, telling himself to go on, to keep going as the ranks thinned. He had come this far, and he would go all the way. He was working on a dream, he told himself, a dream he was making come true. Things would be better when they started trapping, he told the others each night around a small fire on the sandy beach. Things would be a lot better when they started pulling beaver out of the streams. Paddock rallied many a man's hopes during the trip west from the Mandans. His optimism was contagious, and he had a way of smiling when his name was called out each morning in the roll call before the sun rose, the Spanish trader, Lisa, giving each man his assigned position for the day on the cordel. On he would push day after day that summer and into the fall, the briny sweat from his brow dripping into his eyes with a stinging blaze that made it hard to see. He could not take his hands from the rope to wipe his forehead and eyes, but it did not matter. Ezra's feet were his eyes, with each step feeling their way along through the mud, sometimes stumbling over a hidden snag moored up against the brush along the bank. But he would rise again and again, cooled by the water that gave him temporary relief from the insects, to smile at the men behind him as the mud ran off his head and shoulders, and to join his muscles with theirs in their grueling task. On to Manuel's fort at the mouth of the Bighorn, built in November 1807, they pulled. One of Lisa's men, Andrew Henry, would lead the detachment of Americans farther into the mountains, west to the Three Forks of the Missouri in the spring. But now, by the fall of November snows, the men lay snugly back in Lisa's fort, thinking of the one they were to build in the months to come, a fort near the spot where the three rivers join, tumbling together to begin the Missouri's race to the sea. Ezra counted the days and weeks and months in his head each night, listening to the wind howl and pound outside the walls. It will be soon, he thought, his mind's eye once again beholding his wife standing on the levee. Sarah had a long and difficult labor that November of 1809. Her older sister Ruth helped with the delivery after 28 hours of ordeal, able to do nothing more during it all than keep cool cloths on Sarah's forehead, soothing her with soft words, letting her sister grip her hand white-knuckle tight with each painful contraction. Ruth had taken in the young mother-to-be when Ezra headed upriver, and now she delivered the child grown from his seed, brought forth from Sarah's womb. In a delirium, following the long ordeal, Sarah asked her sister weakly, Is it a girl?" when she heard the child cry. "It's a boy, Sarah, a boy." "Thank you, Lord," she said, repeating it several times, softer and softer each time, until she fell into a deep sleep for many hours. The baby slept by his mother for a long time, too. By the end of March, Henry's men were heading closer to the mountains, and by early April, they had built their tiny fort between the Madison and Jefferson rivers. On April 12, 1810, Sarah Paddock marked her son's 5-month birthday with her sister's family. Far away from the young mother and child, up near the Three Forks of the Missouri on a nameless little stream, a group of 5 Americans began to stretch out along the banks to set their traps. Sarah had named the child Josiah, a name she had long favored out of the Bible verses read to her as a child. The Americans never saw them coming, never heard a sound until the Blackfoot war party was on top of them. Everyone agreed that the boy favored his mother more than Ezra. Sarah thought about what her husband would say when he saw his son for the first time. 5 bodies lay in the early morning sun, their white, bare flesh turning red throughout the day as the sun beat down on them. Ants collected quickly to crawl over and into the bloody, gaping wounds on the back of each man's head, where flesh had been torn from skull. After the little party with Ruth and her children, Sarah put the baby to bed for his afternoon nap in her room, then lay down on the bed to rest through the quiet of the middle of the day. A hawk descended to roost briefly in a tree overlooking the scene of the skirmish, then fluttered away in search of a meal, and all was quiet once more along the stream. The next day, Sarah felt like helping her sister with the planting of the family garden, both women struggling with hoes and rakes at the rich, dark soil, turning it over and over, before dropping the seeds beneath the folds of earth. That day, too, sod was turned by the men who had found the stripped and mutilated bodies of their companions, hastily burying the stinking remains as best they could, each knowing the wolves would have the bodies back up within the week. It brought tears to Sarah's eyes when she watched her son crawl through the garden along after her as she tilled the soil. John Doherty pushed stinging tears back as quickly as they came, watching a friend wrapped in a heavy blanket lowered into a shallow grave. That night, Sarah read to herself and the sleeping baby, alone in their room in the cabin, able to find some comfort from her loneliness in the words of the New Testament. Near the Three Forks, men had decided to head downriver, abandoning their new fort. By August 1810, Doherty had arrived back in St. Louis, his first task being to visit Sarah Paddock. All the way from the upper Missouri, the man had gone over and over what he would say to her, forming the sentences carefully, rehearsing the lines every day until he felt he had it right. Day and night blended together in a hot, sticky blur. Each day he would repeat his lines to himself as he would to Sarah. Each night he tried to picture how she and the child would look from Ezra's constant chatter about his growing family. He knocked on the door of the settler's cabin, hoping this would be the end of the search begun in St. Louis. It opened, framing a full-bodied woman he guessed to be in her early 30s. "Sarah? Sarah Paddock?" He pulled his hat from his head. "No," the full-faced woman said to him, then turned to call into the room. "Sarah, a man's at the door to see you." She left Doherty standing outside as another woman approached out of the dim light of the cabin. He felt the worms squirming around inside his guts once more, the worms he had felt first when they had begun hurriedly to throw clods of dirt into Ezra's shallow earthen tomb. The woman squinted up at Doherty in the bright light of early afternoon. He felt hot, suddenly, without his hat to cover the back of his neck. The worms twisted around some more. "Yes?" "Are you Sarah Paddock, ma'am?" he started, as he had rehearsed so many times before. He watched her young, bright eyes fall and rise over him one time before she answered. "Yes, I am that." Her eyes met his only for an instant, then looked down at the hat he held in front of him with both hands, running his fingers back and forth over the edge of the brim. "Why is it that you have sought me out?" she asked in a tongue thick with some heritage he tried to put his finger on as she spoke her few words. He had to begin. "Ma'am, my name's Doherty. John Doherty, ma'am." As he dropped his eyes from the questions in hers, he saw the child. The baby had crawled after his mother, now coming around the edge of Sarah's dress as it dragged the floor. The little boy stopped at the edge of the door, looking up at the tall stranger, then put a tiny hand out to slap playfully at the toe of Doherty's dusty boot. The worms tumbled and gnawed in a fitful rage now. He forgot what he had practiced to say for so long, his mind burning hot in the sun. "Josiah, you little piglet, now you know better'n that." She picked the little boy up, placing him at her side in her arms, his little legs straddling her hip. "Yes, Mr. Doherty?" "Ma'am?" The worms bit and chewed around inside him. Could I get a drink of water from you, right off?" He mopped his brow with the back of his hand. "Why, yes, sir. Just a minute." Sarah took the child with her as she dropped back into the darkness of the cabin interior. He stood outside the door, staring after her, thinking how unlike what he had pictured her she really was. He tried to pull forward the words he had rehearsed, but they would not come. She was not as pretty as he had thought her to be all those past months, as pretty as Ezra had led him and the others to believe. Why couldn't he remember his speech, he asked himself. She wasn't homely, just plain, looking drawn and tired in the shadow of the cabin door, strands of brown hair plastered wetly to her forehead and the sides of her cheeks. Where were the words? Sarah returned to the door with a large tin cup, alone, without the child. He drank the cool water slowly, buying the seconds while he could. Finished, he handed the cup back to her and tried once more. Mrs. Paddock, I knew your husband on the upper river. We was good friends all the way up. Her eyes stayed on his, little wrinkles appearing between her brows. He cleared his throat, looking down at the toes of his boots, then back up into her eyes to continue. Ezra was as good a man as I ever knowed, Mrs. Paddock. It was coming hard, so hard, but he pushed forward, as he had learned to keep pushing forward behind Ezra Paddock on the trip north. He was the kind of man that, well, he kept a lot of us going when things seemed the worst, you know? Ezra could pound his way through that river brush all day long, that big rope cutting into the top of his shoulder and all, and he could pull up at night to make camp wearing the biggest smile you ever saw. Ezra was some man, he was. He stopped, his mouth frozen, for the last had rolled out too quickly. Her eyes darted back and forth at his, not steady as they had been before, but searching out more of what lay behind his. Mrs. Paddock, your husband was kilt by Injuns, Blackfeets, last April up the river. He got out, then watched her face. The expression was unchanged except that below her eyes the skin sagged almost imperceptibly. We buried him and t'others up thar where they was kilt. A man as even knowed a little verse from the Bible said it over the graves. Doherty looked down to see her hands gently wringing one of the folds of her dress near her waist, twisting it into a roll, then releasing it over and over. Didn't bring none of his things back with us. The Injuns, they took everything off the bodies. He fought the feeling high in his throat, the gagging lump that told him he would cry, and struggled to swallow it back down for a while. So sorry, Mrs. Paddock. John dropped his head finally to stare at his boots again for a moment. Then, if'n thar's ever a thing, he looked back up at her face, anything at all, I want to help, ma'am. Ezra Paddock was one of the best men I will ever know in this life and the next. I just wanted you to know how I felt. Thank you, Mr. Doherty, ma'am. John Doherty. Thank you, Mr. Doherty. You have been very kind to come out of your way to seek me out, to tell me this. Thank you. He started to go, but turned around to face her again. Please, ma'am, just want you to remember if and thar's anything John Doherty can do for Ezra Paddock's family, you holler, hear? She nodded her head up and down silently. He turned from her then and got aboard his horse. John twisted to the side in the saddle as he started down the road, looking back to see her still standing in the doorway, leaning against the doorframe now, looking off into the miles of forested wilderness that yawned away from the cabin. He had long been gone down the road that wound its way south through the trees toward St. Louis when she finally moved from where he last saw her. Sarah had been unable to move, her body seeming to be some heavy machine that simply refused to heed her commands. She stood by the door, watching the afternoon sun play its changing intensity of light on the trees surrounding the cabin, undisturbed and alone as the time crawled by, for the family was in the garden out back, unaware that the woman still stood in the doorway, eyes fixed on some distant spirit that lay hidden beyond the shimmering horizon. Finally, the young woman turned around in the open doorway. Slowly, she took small, inching steps, as if struggling with a heavy anchor that held her bound to the spot, an anchor tied to every muscle on her thin frame. Sarah reached behind her to close the door once inside the cabin, to shut out the softening glow of late afternoon sunlight, to close out that world beyond the door that was unforgiving of a dreamer's innocence. Leaning back against the heavy wooden planks, she welcomed the cool and dark, thinking how like herself Lazarus would have felt in his own cool and dark, until commanded to rise and walk again. Her legs sagged, fatigued to the breaking point by the weight of the anchor she had pulled this far. As her knees began to buckle, Sarah felt as if she were becoming smaller, hopelessly smaller. She fought against the persistent weight of the cool and dark that pushed her down, the back of one shoulder against the door as she crumpled to the floor. Tiny, tiny, she felt, drawing her legs close up to her body, measuring the great burden that surrounded her in the cool and dark. She drew her legs up tighter to her chest as the dry, parched agony began to crack and fester within her core, spreading slowly its destruction through her body until she could fight the clawing fingers of despair no longer. Ruth found her sister some time later, Sarah's body racked with volcanic sobbing long after there were no tears left. Her body still shook with tremors of cold deep within as Ruth carried the young woman to bed. She lay on her side, legs drawn up feedily as Ruth pulled the quilts over her shoulders, still quaking with the shock waves from her battle with that last, bright, small light within her soul that refused to go out, like a tiny candle that kept lighted the way back, should she choose to follow. John Doherty could not deny the spirit. He led a fur brigade north from St. Louis for Lisa the next spring, not returning until August 1812. From time to time that winter, the man battled the icy tongues of wind-driven sleet to visit Sarah and the young boy. Back again and again he would plunge into the mountains each trading season, always returning to make good his pilgrimage to the little family during the next few years. By 1818, Sarah had moved into the growing city, seeking not only a job for herself, but schooling for her son. She found employment as a clerk in a small shop, the owner a widower who let Sarah and the child use a small room above the store as their own. The boy grew quickly, and as the months flew by, his face resembled more and more his mother's, soft and plain. Ezra's face had been handsome in a rugged way, its lines sharp and chiseled as if out of stone. But the boy's was not a handsome face, plain, yet softened to accent the fires smoldering behind the eyes. He played with others close to the levee, learning rapidly that his companions respected his friendship. Often were the times when another group of older, bigger boys would bully Josiah's small circle of friends. Into the melee Sarah's son would descend, having learned that the power in his legs which gave thunder to his kicks was becoming a strength with which foes would have to reckon. His young playmates invented games for the boy to play, sport that Josiah would practice, as the others held pieces of lumber over their heads for him to reach with the leaping explosion of his legs. In 1819, Doherty became deputy Indian agent and the primary interpreter under Benjamin O'Fallon, and was based at Fort Atkinson, which sat atop Council Bluffs, overlooking the river north of St. Louis. The following spring he returned to the city, responding to a letter sent to him by Sarah. The shop owner had proposed marriage. Josiah chose to keep Paddock as his name rather than assume his stepfather's. John Doherty took the boy north with him on his return to Council Bluffs so that Sarah and her new husband could enjoy a summer of honeymoon alone in her new home among the rooms at the rear of the store. During the next 5 years, Josiah would accompany Doherty north to the fort in the spring, returning to St. Louis in the early fall as the man brought in the summer's trade in furs, always anxious with the impatience of youth as the winter crept by so that he might once again renew the cycle. Those summers were bright, fleeting moments for the boy, mornings filled with hunting alongside Doherty, and learning to handle well the long rifle, afternoons of practice in knife throwing taught by the colorful voyagers and hired men who lounged about the post, evenings spent in rapt attention to the bloody yarns spun by those in from the streams to the west. 3 days after his arrival at the fort in the spring of 1824, Josiah witnessed a loud, profane argument between the U.S. Army commander at the post and a scarred, grizzly, bearded older man who appeared at the gates. Josiah joined in the knot of spectators surrounding the two men that evening, asking Doherty who the old trapper was.
"Graybeard. Old Graybeard, they calls him on the upriver," he replied, only half intent on the dispatch he was writing for O'Fallon. "That's a man as was hugged and fotched horrible by a she-bear grizzly with cubs up to the Grand River last yar. He was dying, but not dead yet, while his friends left him for the buzzards. Glass." John looked up from his papers to stare past Josiah to the door. "Glass. That's a man as lived on hate for long months, he did, crawling down to Fort Kiowa, feeding mostly on the thought of drawing blood from them that left him for dead. He swore he'd wear the scalps of the bastards that pulled out on him." He now looked over at the young man. "One of 'em's here at this fort, Josiah. Joined to the army, he did."
"Were it the colonel? The one the old man were arguing with?"
No. The colonel was just the one as had to tell the man as Graybeard wanted was now on the army payroll, and if the old man kilt a army employee, he'd be hung within a day. No, the one as the old man wants is Fitzgerald, that quiet one as keeps to himself mostly. Made the old man mad, sure enough, didn't it?"
"For a while, thought he was about to take the whole post on one by one just so's he could end up with who he wanted."
Josiah turned to leave.
"Boy, get you that old man to tell his story. A big yarn it be. Bigger sure than them's ye heerd afore, but his'n is a tale as ye could lay your pack and plunder to, for true it be."
Josiah found that the old man had pulled out before sunrise the next morning, leaving nothing behind but the questions in a young man's heart, questions that hung on him like some strange itch needing to be scratched. The following summer, Josiah finished his formal schooling at the age of 15. He took employment with the St. Louis Inquirer, running errands and doing odd jobs for the paper's owner-editor, Charles Keemel, who had recently bought out Thomas Hart Benton. Keemel admired the youth's fire and ambition, hoping to see to it that Josiah was nurtured and brought along to become a newspaperman. The winter of 1826-27 roared in cold and damp. Sarah was taken that year with pneumonia, Josiah having helplessly to watch as his mother's thin frame wasted away through the weeks. He wrote to Doherty, telling in simple words of Sarah's passing from this life, of her clutching the frazzled, worn Bible to her breast through the last few days. John made the trip south to the city, through the icy blasts that drove up and down, in and around, tearing at the clothing Doherty fought to wrap warmly about him. Josiah's stepfather had the woman buried in the finest funeral he and Doherty could provide. The young man grew restless in his stepfather's home, uneasy and filled with a sense of incompleteness. They argued often and loudly through the next long months, until Josiah finally moved out. He took a room at Charles Keemel's new St. Louis Beacon at the editor's suggestion, as the young man had become more and more despondent as the weeks went by. Benjamin O'Fallon had felt the icy hand of pneumonia that cold, damp winter too, yet he survived, eventually having to admit that his health would not permit his continuing as agent. With O'Fallon's retirement, Doherty was selected to continue the work at Council Bluffs, moving on to Fort Leavenworth when the Army abandoned the cantonment at Fort Atkinson. In November 1823, John had married Mary Herzog, who steadfastly refused to join her husband in the North until Doherty moved to Leavenworth to become Upper Missouri agent. The gray, creeping illness tapped many shoulders around Josiah through the years, Charles Keemel himself becoming bedridden with the disease in the late fall of 1829 following the approach of another brutally icy, wet winter. In his absence, a managing editor assumed leadership of the daily business of running the newspaper. He and Josiah clashed almost from the start, for it seemed to young Paddock that the man had long harbored ill feelings and distrust for him, and now he was free to wash Josiah out in Keemel's absence. It tried every fiber in his patience to wait out Keemel's illness under the man he came to hate, until Josiah finally could take it no longer and resigned. The paper's editor was saddened, disappointed that Josiah had left the staff, yet he convinced the young man to maintain his room above the offices, in a glimmer of hope that one day he would talk Josiah into returning to the Beacon. Keemel even helped to locate another position for the young man with a friend, the owner of a general goods store, arranging the job secretly so that Josiah would not seek out a position with one of the other newspapers. In this way, Keemel hoped that the young man would be available to return to the world of newsprint and sticky ink once his own health improved, and he was no longer bedridden, away from the reins of the Beacon. Young Paddock was touchy when he first came to work at the store, still rankled about the man who cost him the job at the newspaper. Josiah had become ultra-sensitive about those who thought less of him for his youth, or those whose years of experience placed them before him for one reason or another. He was out to prove he was as good a man as any other, while perhaps not as wealthy or as handsome. He softened as the weeks rolled by at the store. One bright afternoon, a beautiful young woman came into the store while Paddock was on a short ladder stocking shelves. Mr. Smith waited on the woman while she shopped, every now and then the young clerk stealing a look at the beauty. Later, he asked his employer who the woman was. "Mademoiselle Saucier. Her father's made his purse in the fur trade. Why, son?" Don't matter, I suppose. Never see her again anyways." "I don't figure it that way at all, Josiah. You see, she asked who you were." "Mornin', Josiah." He looked over and saw that it was Mordecai. He had come up quietly and sat down beside Paddock on the levee, remaining beside his friend a long time before saying a word, and looking out across the awakening horizon on the river's eastern shore. "Didn't want to disturb you at first. Looked like you was thinking hard on something." Mordecai got up as Josiah rose shakily to his feet, rubbing his cramped thighs. "Been figuring on forgetting this fight, have you?" "Nah. Looking forward, I am, to getting this thing settled, one way or t'other." "You're sure about that, Josiah? I mean, we still got time." "I says I'm ready." He moved off down the levee, followed closely by Mordecai, who caught up with him. "One of us, that son of a whore or me, is going to come back here later on, able to put this whole shebang behind him." Mordecai stopped him at the skiff. "Besides, I'm figuring it'll be me as comes rowing back from the island." They pushed off into the muddy waters, both men taking an oar to slice away at the river, cutting at the rolling waters as they sat in silence for a while. Now and then, one of the two men would look over his shoulder to chart their course across the acres of brown soup, just beginning to catch the first faint outline of the island as the fog was gradually lifting off the pen and ink colors of its shore in the thin, gray hints of impending dawn. "Looking like you didn't get much sleep last night, Mord?" he asked like a question, then turned his head forward again, snuggling back down into the upturned collar of his coat. "Didn't. Fitful, too. Figuring way to talk you out of this." At that, Josiah laughed heartily. The sound carried away over the water, then softened against the thick, absorbent layer of the cotton-like fog bank. "Don't see much for you to be laughing at, Josiah." "Mordecai, you are some now.
Here you was all night figuring way to talk me out of this little scuffle, and I'm figuring this here's about the best way to give them folks about to be married a wedding present them French won't forget. That's some now, ain't it? And all you got for your trouble was some lost sleep. Ain't that reason enough for a man to be laughing?" Mordecai sat silently, without response, suddenly sullen as he pulled at the oar. "Looky, if'n you can't laugh at that, Mordecai, have you ever heard of anything as funny as a man rowing out to his own funeral? Now that's some funny, ain't it?" Mordecai grunted grudgingly in agreement and chuckled along with Josiah, poking fun at himself, shaking his head up and down in acknowledgement. "'Sides, Mord, I'm still figuring that Leclerc bastard's the one as is rowing out to his." The men sat in silence, straining at the current, continuing to look back once in a while over their shoulders as the island started looming ahead out of the thick, wet mist that drenched and chilled their clothing from the outside, perspiration soaking their shirts on the inside. "If'n you do kill Leclerc?" He looked over at Josiah for a moment. "What then? I mean, them French is close. Dog you they will till they get you. Can't go back to St. Louis. Won't be healthy for you." "Josiah?" He looked back over at the man rowing beside him. "What you gonna do then?" "Ain't thought that far ahead yet, Mordecai. Just one thing a time, I say." "Thought 'bout heading west, Josiah? The captain's group is heading out tomorrow morning. You could go with 'em, if'n you get out of this blamed fool stunt of yours." "Ain't thought much 'bout it." "You damned well start thinking 'bout it, you stupid son of a bitch." There was an edge to his voice, a sharpness that caught Josiah by surprise. He twisted his head around to look into Mordecai's eyes. "Yeah, now's the time to start thinking, Josiah." The two men pulled the skiff in among the debris left by the river current along the island shore, Josiah wading through the mud as he struggled with the bobbing craft, tugging at the bow to get it beached. They headed inland, up from the beach, into a thinly wooded area, the trees still topped with low-hanging fog. "Josiah?" Mordecai stopped, reaching out to pull on Josiah's arm to stop him, too. "I'm thinking you could head north up to St. Charlie." Josiah yanked away and walked off. Mordecai stopped him again. "You could lay low up there's, and Monday head out of town, along the trail north. You'll find us." Josiah began walking slowly this time, Mordecai at his side. "I'll see that we get signed up, down to the hawking shop with Gant's men. You'll find us on the road. Just lay along the trail. What you say?" "Josiah?" "One thing a time, Mord. One thing a time." They broke out of the edge of the wooded area, looking across a small open spot that lay near the center of the island. Bloody Island. Josiah rolled the words over in his mind, picturing the duels that had brought infamous notoriety to this spot, words that began to clear the stringy webs from his head. Here, the genteel society of St. Louis redressed its differences. The gallant duels had been courtly affairs of honor, with one of the antagonists issuing a challenge. To this island in the Mississippi would row the two principals and their seconds. Here, to this last vestige of a field of honor, the concept of honorable combat between honorable men remained one of the final threads still clinging to the decaying fabric that once was a noble French colonial society. Antagonists would pace off to their positions, turn, then coolly fire at their adversary. One to live, one to die. They waited in the cool damp, Josiah shivering slightly, more from the first flush of adrenaline than from the mist that hung heavy overhead. Turning at the sound of muffled footsteps, the Americans watched the Frenchmen approach, the wet grasses allowing only a whisper of sound among the trees. Henri Leclerc was followed by his two companions of the previous night. As the men walked toward Josiah, Mordecai looked down at the small wooden chest held under one man's arm. "Monsieur Paddock, I had not really expected you to appear aujourd'hui. He clicked his heels together and bowed his head forward smartly. Je le regrette. I am sorry that I misjudged you, monsieur. Looking back up at Josiah, he spread an arm out toward the opening within the ring of trees. Shall we begin without delay? Yes. Leclerc started off, with Josiah at his side, their companions following across the grasses that here and there sent thick tufts of scrawny weeds up through the flat carpet of new, green growth. Henri stopped, turning to look at the American as he untied the cloak from his neck. Josiah unbuttoned his coat, as Leclerc gave the cloak to the companion behind him who did not hold the chest. He watched the Frenchman, feeling the blood thickening with adrenaline and venom pounding hotly around inside his head, straining at the temples with each pulsation of his heart. He handed the coat back to Mordecai, who stepped up alongside him. The Frenchman who carried the chest now stepped forward between the combatants, the small case cradled upon his left forearm as he opened the lid, to exhibit the two matched pistols laid deep within soft velvet. Flintlocks, inlaid with crusted gold that flashed even now in the gray light. They have been in my family for many, many years, monsieur, Leclerc explained, as Josiah stared down at the weapons. You have your choice of them. He trailed the sentence off expectantly, waiting for Josiah to decide. They were beautiful pieces, the American poring over them as they lay in their box. Silent and beautiful, nestled within their velvet blanket, yet untouched by hands that would pull them once again from their rich womb to explode one against the other. Monsieur, which do you choose? Spurred into action, Josiah chose the pistol closest to him, his fingertips pulling the weapon gently out of the chest, to hold it cradled in his hands, admiring it more and more as the French second presented the case to Leclerc so that he might take his weapon from it. Paddock felt the heat that had once been only in his brain now reach to his hands as he held the pistol in front of him. Leclerc's companion now presented the American with a small metal pouch, inlaid also with the same rich, crusted gold. Josiah poured a charge of tiny black granules across the pan after pulling the hammer back, then handed the pouch over to Henri. Merci, Leclerc responded with another slight tip of his head. Josiah used a fingertip to push the powder close to the touch hole. These things ready to go? Oui, monsieur, they are. Leclerc handed the pouch back to his second, who placed it in the chest, then closed the lid. We are ready too. The two Frenchmen backed off from Henri as Mordecai slapped Josiah once on the back, before stepping a few yards away from the two men. We shall stand back to back here, then Maurice shall count off our 10 paces. When we have reached our 10th pace, we will turn, take our aim, and then fire at your will. Is that satisfactory with you, monsieur? Suppose that's the way it's done with you folks, Josiah said thinly as he stepped up to Henri, both men turning to place their backs one against the other. Monsieur Paddock, if it is of any consolation, Henri Duchesne Dubois Leclerc admires your courage, for as I have said, I had not thought you would appear. Let's just get on with it, Josiah snapped, the tidal wave of feelings inside of him beginning to crest. Oui. Leclerc motioned to one of his companions with a nod of his head, and the count began. Un, deux, trois. The two men paced off slowly, following the cadence of the count as they walked off, each man alone, across the field. Cinq. Josiah felt the pounding in his chest, the hot surge with each beat of his heart, forcing his breathing into shallow, quick, gulping gasps. Neuf. Mordecai turned his head back and forth between the two men as they paced away from each other. Josiah burned deep within his own private eternity. He stared at the edge of the trees before him, yet saw them not, as a vision of Angelique appeared before him, laughing and mocking him once more, her face contorted by that hideous, sneering laughter. The vision loomed closer and closer, threatening to smother him. 10. The count was finished. Paddock stopped and turned slowly around. Leclerc was turned and waiting for him, waiting for the American to raise his pistol before he would raise his. Josiah brought the weapon up from his side slowly, his arm at full length. Across the field, Leclerc raised his pistol. Angelique's face was gone now, but her crazy laughter remained behind to haunt his ears as he looked across the wide open and down the muzzle of the Frenchman's pistol. On and on the laughter rang in his ears, echoing inside his tortured head. It ended only when Leclerc's pistol spat fire at him. The round ball struck Josiah along the left side of his head, knocking him off his feet. He lay on his back in the wet grass, feeling its welcome coolness against his burning body. Things seemed black to him. Then shafts of light pierced sharply across his vision. He wondered if he was blind, wondered if his eyes were closed. The laughter was still there, coming back to him as the echo of Henri's shot began to fade. He could hear someone running over to him. Mordecai, he thought. Then he raised a hand up gradually to run fingertips along the deep furrow that had been cut through his scalp just above the left ear, taking flesh and hair along with the bullet, leaving a warm, sticky wound behind. He held the fingers out in front of his face as his eyes strained to focus. Sweet Jesus! It was Mordecai's voice above him. Josiah held the fingers in front of his face. Sweet, sweet Jesus, he's done it to you. Josiah blinked his eyes, straining to see, and squinting them as the mist clouding them began to clear. He looked up from the bloody fingers to see Mordecai standing above him, peering down into his face. He smiled at his friend's ashen face. Sweet Jesus, Josiah. There was a new pounding in his head as he sat up. He tried to shake it off, but it clung there with claws that tore around his head, refusing to let go. He turned slowly over onto his hands and knees, the pistol still clutched tightly in his right hand. There on the ground, he knelt, looking down at the pistol. He eased the hammer forward until it sat silently against the frizzen. Josiah brought his legs up under him, attempting to stand. Mordecai reached out to put a hand under his arm to help him up, but Josiah pushed the arm away. No, he said quietly. Paddock rose slowly, turning around to look across the field to see Leclerc standing alone, the two others a few paces away. The Frenchman stood, motionless, as white as Mordecai, looking back at Josiah in disbelief. Paddock touched the side of his head once more and brought the bloody fingertips around in front of his face. Fuzzy-headed, he looked again at Leclerc, who brought his arms up from his sides and dropped the pistol. Henri stood frozen, anchored to the spot. Monsieur Paddock, I am at your disposal, he said in a quiet way, with a thin brush-stroke of courage around the edges. Josiah looked at him across the grass for long moments before stuffing the pistol in his belt. He will find you. He will find you wherever you run, came the words of Angelique again. Josiah started across the field toward the Frenchman, tightening the pistol down inside the waist of his pants, as Leclerc and his companions got a strange, pinched look on their faces. No, monsieur, from where you are, Leclerc yelled at him, the words forced, their pitch strained and cracking. From where you stand! Josiah kept coming, closing the gap between himself and the Frenchman. Closer, he could make out the sharp terror that tugged at Leclerc's face. Then He was directly in front of the man who had shot him, insulted him, and taken Angelique from him. He enjoyed seeing the terror of Henri's ashen face. Josiah smiled. Monsieur Leclerc? With a powerful thrust, Josiah's leg crashed into Leclerc's groin, doubling the man over in pain as the air rushed from his body. The Frenchman collapsed to the ground, hands covering himself as he groaned in agony. Paddock's summers with the Voyagers learning foot fighting, coupled with his native strength, now served him well, savagely. Paddock stood over the man lying at his feet, looking down at the ruffled cuffs tucked between Leclerc's legs. Monsieur and Madame Leclerc. He drove home the last syllable with the toe of his boot, crashing into the Frenchman's chin, lifting it from where it lay against Henri's chest with a dull, sickening thud. Blood first spurted explosively, then began to trickle from the corner of Leclerc's mouth on the thick-laced collar as he lay crumpled like a rag doll on the ground, senseless. Monsieur and Madame Leclerc! As he started to kick the man again, the two Frenchmen came at him. Josiah grabbed the first by his coat along one arm and shoulder, pulling the man forward across his leg and sending him sprawling into the grass. He then leaped into the air, curled his right leg up, and popped it into the second man's broad chest, knocking him backward over Leclerc's body. Mordecai jumped onto the first attacker, spreading Josiah's coat over the man's head, beating the Frenchman's covered face wildly with his huge, gnarled knuckles. "Take him, Josiah! I got this'n!" Paddock kicked Leclerc's head furiously, again and again, driving the toe of his boot into the man's face, crushing it into a bloody mass. Then, the man he had kicked in the chest rose to leap onto Josiah's back. They struggled to the ground, the large Frenchman on top, strong in his hold around Paddock's arms, pinning him face down in the wet, musky grass. The weight seemed to push the breath right out of his body as he struggled to free an arm. Reaching around behind him and finding an ear, Josiah dug his fingers savagely into it. The man on top brought his knee up into Josiah's groin over and over between legs Paddock fought to close. Josiah strained to move his arm. He pulled his hand around to the man's face, clawing up the cheek. He heard Mordecai yelling somewhere in the background. Josiah felt where the top of the cheekbone ended in the orbit and plunged his clawing fingertips into his opponent's eye. The Frenchman gave a grunt of pain as the fingers tore brutally at his flesh. The knee kicking at Josiah's groin stopped, and he rolled the huge man off his back. Josiah quickly rolled the man over, then knocked him unconscious with a club-like fist. Paddock looked up to see Mordecai standing over the still form locked under the coat. "This'n's out. How about yours?" "Yep," Josiah replied weakly, his body still shaking with the last flushes of combat. Mordecai walked over to Leclerc's body, looked down at it, then knelt beside the Frenchman. He put an ear over the man's face, then on Henri's chest. Slowly, Mordecai brought his head back up to look at Josiah. "Sweet Jesus, Paddock. He's dead. He's dead!" "That's what we come for, man, didn't we?" Josiah rose to his feet, touching the bitter sting at the side of his head, a dull ache welling up from his groin. "Well, didn't we?" Sweet, you killed him with your feet," Mordecai mumbled, following Josiah as he took off across the grass. They ran quickly toward the trees until Paddock abruptly stopped. Mordecai slid to a stop across the wet grass a few yards past his friend. Josiah turned slowly, deliberately now. He looked back at Mordecai as if to answer some unspoken question that masked that man's face, then nodded once, his own face expressionless. Only then did he begin to walk quickly, finally trotting back across the grass to the spot where lay the rich-grained wood chest that had held the two pistols. He stopped, Staring down a long moment, Paddock finally knelt as he glanced back over his shoulder at his friend still standing at the edge of the trees. Once again turning to look at the case, Josiah slowly reached down and opened the lid. Nestled within the deep folds of velvet were the keys he would need to unlock the majestic power of the French flintlock in the days, weeks, years to come. A chill trickle at the back of his neck suddenly brought the world back around him like a cold grip. Josiah slammed the chest shut and swept it up into his arms with one motion, his legs answering quickly as he raced back toward the trees that rimmed the meadow. With a swift flick of his right arm, he motioned to Mordecai to precede him, then dropped the arm back down to help the left clutch the wooden chest against his body. The two men ran quickly through the stands of trees back to the beach, where the two boats lay tied close to each other. Only then did Josiah stop and turn to face Mordecai. "You take your'n, and I'll take the Frenchies. Get back to St. Louis and get us our fixin's we'll be needin'. I'll get a horse somewhere along the way. If'n what you say is true about that cap'n headin' for the mountains, I'll be lookin' for him tomorrow up out of St. Charlie's a ways. I'll see you then." He untied the Frenchman's boat. "Now be off with you, Mordecai. You got work to do before I see you next." He pushed off into the current and leaped into the boat. He allowed the slowly churning waters of burnt umber to carry him south a short way before putting his back into the struggle with the oars. Off to his side, he watched Mordecai's skiff disappear into a thick mist still hanging close over the water. Once the other boat was only a misty shadow, Josiah drew the oars out of the water to lie along the gunwales. From its place near his wet boots, he retrieved the wooden chest and sat it upon his thighs. Bringing up the lid with both thumbs, Paddock hunched over the velvet interior. While his left hand opened the folds of his shirt, the right selected the worm, ball screw, and mold from the case and dropped them inside his shirt. The next move was to the two small powder flasks, which he tucked within his wide belt on either side of the large buckle. Closing the chest for the last time, he held it within his hands a long moment before flinging it overboard, where it was quickly lost to the churning, muddy current and flotsam. Josiah leaned forward and took up the oars once more, pulling with his whole body now. The splash of Mordecai's oars had faded completely, leaving Josiah alone with his own sounds and his own thoughts. He whispered to himself, "One thing a time, Mordecai. One thing a time." 5. He banged on the door with the side of his fist, then looked up and down the street, banging away again. Josiah heard a voice yelling at him from inside, telling him to stop, that someone was coming. He brought his hand away from the door, standing nervously still in the cold early morning drizzle, his hair stringy and dripping down his face, his clothing soaked and clinging to his skin. The door cracked open. Behind it, a black face, squinting from interrupted sleep, peered out at him. "I need to see Mr. Kiemel, now." "He's not wake yet. Don't want to wake him. Needs his rest, sir. Mister was up most night coughin', sick he was." "Boy, you just tell him it's Josiah Paddock who's wantin' to see him. You just go do that." The black face disappeared as the door opened for Josiah. He stepped inside, and the servant closed the door behind him. The black man looked him over and then spoke. "You wait right hyar, sir. Check with the mister first." He moved off up the stairs. Josiah stood waiting in the entry, shivering now as he had not done before, feeling the warmth returning slowly to his damp, chilled body. He had not been here for some time, and looked around from the entry to see if things had changed. The black man came to the head of the stairs, motioning him to come up without saying a word. He led Josiah to Kiemel's room and opened the door for the young man. "That'll be all, Lucius. Thank you," the man in bed told his servant, who closed the door and disappeared down the hall. Josiah felt bold, yet sheepish at the same time. He stood by the door, looking across the room at the man who sat propped up against the headboard, a heavy brown shawl pulled around his shoulders, clutched about him with both hands. In the dim light, Kimmel looked to be much older than his 31 years, his skin a flat gray. He looked very tired, face drawn and sallow, with dark canyons under the eyes that still shone brightly at his young visitor. His dark hair flowing to the collar of his nightshirt was mussed, and he had grown his sideburns long, down to the end of his jaw, since Josiah had seen him last. The man needed a shave, Josiah thought, looking from Kimmel's chin up to the thin, aquiline nose.
"It's a goddamn bloody hour for you to be getting this body up from its sleep, young man."
Kimmel chuckled lightly to help loosen the uneasiness he felt coming across the room from Josiah.
"What brings you here at such a witching hour?"
"I need to ask you for some money, Mr. Kimmel. I'm going west. Today." He took a couple of steps forward, then stopped again.
"What do you plan to do west, Josiah?" Kimmel adjusted himself once more on the pillows against the headboard.
"Don't know as yet. Find something to do. They can always use another man out there, I suppose," he replied, looking at the small rug beneath his feet.
"Josiah, pull you up that chair next to me over here, and sit yourself down."
Josiah pushed the chair to the side of the bed and sat down to face Kimmel.
"I want to tell you about this man as is laid up now with the pleurisy. Just a little story about that man before you met him."
He leaned over on an elbow to bring himself close to the young man. "I gotta be off soon."
"You'll be gone soon enough, so sit still and get your ear up close. I wasn't always a newspaper man, you know. Started off in that business early in my life, but it took a toll on me soon, by the time I was 20. How old are you, Josiah?"
22, sir.
"Well, by the time I was 20, I had my fill for a while and headed north. That fall of 1820, I was sent as a clerk for the Missouri Fur Company up to their post on the Kansas. It were different. And the next spring, Pilcher sent this Charles Kimmel on north to the mountains with Jones and Immel, where we put up a post on the south bank of the Yallerstone River. Yes, friend, I knew 'em all. Pilcher, Drips, Vanderburg, and Fontenelle. Man gets him an education fast, clerking on the upriver. Would you pour me a glass of water from that pitcher, Josiah?"
Paddock poured the water, handed the glass to Kimmel, and took his seat once more, not quite as edgy now.
"Never knew you was in the West, the mountains." "Lots of things you don't know about me, son. Anyways, we did real good long till spring of 23, round about the end of May, as I recall. Up near the gateways to them mountains, strung out long a narrow buffalo trail, the party was riding single file, you know, next to the river. And then there was all this yelling and screaming, made my blood cold then, and looking back on it now, it do make it cold again. Hundreds of 'em. Blackfoot they were, hundreds of 'em. Rode down on us, killing our leader right off, who carried out a white flag, too. When it seemed to the rest of us to be the time to be getting across the river, we left 5 behind and 4 others as was wounded. Most of us crossed that river and made it to a Crow camp where we holed up a while. Billy Gordon made it in the latter part of the day, coming roundabout way on foot, his horse shot from under him. That man covered territory that day." He finally took a drink of the water he had been holding. "We talked about the mess we was in and decided to head downriver. So's we made some skin boats and raised our cache of goods and pelts, beating it back to the Mandans. When the news of what happened to us reached Pilcher, he decided to get downriver some more. Leaving the Mandans, we headed south and got into the fracas with the Reese. You see, them Reese had torn a good hole in General Ashley's men and plans, and now Leavenworth was heading north to even the score. Well, Pilcher was itching to do some wound to some Injun or other, hurtin' he was from losing men and plunder to them Blackfoot the way we did, so we tagged along with the campaign back upriver. That were a goddamn mess, too, as Leavenworth didn't even want to hep the traitors even up the score very bad. Pilcher was boilin' mad by that time. He were red with anger, but not much could be done as them Reese slipped way at night, headin' north leavin' their villages. He took another drink, then wiped his lower lip where a drop clung with a nightshirt sleeve. Pilcher wanted them Ree towns burned, so we burned 'em. But we was still downriver with no way to get back up to the mountains, till Pilcher heard Ashley was sending a man named Smith overland on horseback. That was all Pilcher needed to know. He sent me and Billy Gordon to lead the men overland, follerin' this Smith and Ashley's men. It were a chase that yar, but we finally caught up to 'em, Smith and all, at a Cheyenne village west of the Black Hills. We talked with this Smith, then traveled with his group till we reached the Bighorn, where we wintered with the Crow. And after a spring hunt, our group headed back east, deviled by a Crow war party that took a real likin' to our horses, trailin' us for quite some ways. Well, Charles Kemmel ended back in St. Louis in the middle summer of 24 and come to buy the Enquirer from Benton the next yar. He drained the glass, handed it to Josiah, who rose to fill it again. The rest you know already, about me selling the paper out from under you in 26 and buying it back again in 27 to change it to the Beacon, as you was there then. He sat up straighter now, slowly moving as the pain in his chest made him wince. Thought a time or two of marryin'. Needs someone round sides Lucius from time to time. He pursed his thin lips, licking them with the tip of his tongue. Suppose I'd really like to go back again, up there. But that were another life. Seems so far away from this room now, talking about it. I've got to go, Mr. Kemmel. He rose a little out of the chair, facing the man in bed more squarely. I've got to— What you done to yourself, Josiah? Kemmel was looking at the left side of Paddock's scalp, hair matted with blood, the edges of the wound dark, almost black with the coagulation. Can't tell it now, but no matter what they say about me, want you to know none of it's true, Mr. Kemmel, Josiah said, touching the side of his head once again with his fingertips. Son, you run like this. Never come back here. Don't think I really want to, anyways, but I'll get the money back to you somehow. He pushed the chair back away from him. I know you will, Josiah, I know you will. I ain't worried about that. Kemmel leaned over, opened the door of a small chest that stood beside the bed, from which he drew a cloth purse. Digging in it, he began to pull out coins, placing them one at a time in Josiah's palm, as if counting them in his head. Go now, over to Tharp's livery. That man should be round by now. Get yourself a fine horse and all the rest you'll need. Tell that Tharp that Charles Kemmel sent you. He should outfit you right. If he don't give you what you think is the best, tell him I said I'd see him skinned and hung out to dry. Kemmel chuckled lightly as he closed the purse, returning it to the wooden chest. Josiah turned to leave. You got a coat for your trip, Josiah? Did have, till this morning. Get in that wardrobe, friend, and get you that red and black one. Yep, that's the one. A heavy blanket coat as will ward off the chill in them hills. Josiah had turned to look back at Kemmel holding the shoulders of the coat. You've already done enough for me. Shut your mouth and take the coat with you. Josiah pulled it on over his shirt, Kemmel seeing for the first time the outline of the big pistol butt stuck inside his belt, the shirt tail draped over it. Now, before you go, come over here so's I can say my fare thee well to a friend as I'm gonna miss. Josiah moved back over to the side of the bed, Kemmel taking Paddock's right hand between his two, gripping it firmly. Johnny Doherty and I both remember a young Paddock. That was yars back, Josiah. We've both talked about the man we wanted you to be, but guess you're gonna have to find your own way now, son. You growed some in the last year since I seen you. And if you're heading for where the sun sleeps each night, you got some more growing in store. Just like Charles.
Kemel coughed, a heavy, wet cough, and gripped Josiah's hand tighter.
Josiah, if you make it through to 34 or 35, come back, or send word then, he answered Paddock's negative gesture, and we'll consider this debt paid in full. If you don't, then I'll know I've lost more than just the money and the coat. I've lost a good friend.
He fatherly patted the back of Josiah's hand.
Keep your eye along the skyline, but don't you ever look behind you. What you're running from might be gaining on you. Them ghosts'll haunt you only if you let 'em.
He took his left hand away, leaned forward and patted the side of Josiah's shoulder, then let go to sink back down into the pillows.
Now, friend, be off with you, to wherever's you goin', and pay heed to them as will teach you what you'll need to know.
Josiah turned from the bed, then stopped, facing the door, afraid to turn around to show Kemel the moisture in his eyes.
Damn you, a man ain't supposed to cry. What you crying for, he thought.
The tears stung bitterly as he fought to push them back.
Thank you, Charles. Friend.
But don't you worry about Josiah Paddock. Never seen a ghost, but common sense tells me... He swallowed hard, fighting the lump in his throat that cracked as he spoke. Common sense tells me a man as believes in ghosts deserves to be deviled by 'em. He opened the door without turning around and left the house quickly. At the livery over on Barn Street, Josiah found Tharp opening for the day. He told the blacksmith what he had come for and was shown a few horses that did not impress him. "Charles Kemel sent me," he said, looking at Tharp as the older man squinted one eye at him. "He said you would do right by me, Mr. Tharp."
He did he? That?
Said he'd hang your hide out to dry if you...
That man's bound never to change, is he, son? Well, if Kemel sent you to get the best that Amos Tharp has to offer, then the best I'll sell you.
The blacksmith brought out a large horse, then stood waiting while the younger man walked slowly around the animal, inspecting, touching, appraising. "How much this'n be?"
"Sell this'n to you for Kemel's price of $40. Be $50 for anyone else."
"Ain't got near that much." He watched the other man's head drop before he continued. "Got you anything else I can take a look at?"
"Needin' you something strong, are you?"
He spat into the dry dirt mixed with scattered grass and hay.
"Going out there?"
He nodded his head toward the west. "He'll need be lastin' me some, yep." He did not get to finish this thought as Tharp took the first horse back to a stall and closed the stall door before heading farther back into the stable where the shafts of gray light were only beginning to penetrate. Within a moment he appeared with a large, dappled mare that appeared to need some fattening up.
"Ain't full blood, this'n ain't, like the other,"
Tharp began as Josiah walked around the animal slowly.
"Just horse, this'n be. But all the horse you'll be needin' while you're goin'."
Tharp now peered knowingly at Paddock, so that the younger man had to drop his eyes once more to look over the animal.
"Good bottom, this'n'll have. Some 16 hands as I see it."
He slapped the animal on the rump.
"With a little fattening, this'n'll take you where you're headin' for."
"Kemel give me only $26. Thought it would be enough for your best."
"Ain't enough for my best."
"Saddle, fixin's too."
"Price ain't never no object with that man, 'cause he never pays my price."
Amos snorted derisively. "It be a deal?" Tharp drew up his lips, spit to the side, then remarked,
"S'pose I've been taken again by that son of a bitch. Pick yourself out some horse trappings, over there."
Tharp gestured with his arm. When Paddock had selected the saddle and tack, then readied his new animal, he walked over to where the old blacksmith stood by the door.
26 you got of Kemel's money? 26 it be. You got some fine flesh and fixins there for 26, boy. Go on, and I'll take this up with that scurvy coon myself.
Paddock led the horse out of the darkness of the stables into the muddy street where the clouds seemed to be breaking up, the drizzle having ceased while he was bartering with the livery owner. He mounted and started north from town as the sun began to break through the thinning curtain overhead, splashing the road here and there with bright bursts of warmth and color. As he was leaving the old city, Josiah thought of stopping to turn around, to look one last time at St. Louis before he left, but something nagged him to keep going without delaying even a moment. He felt sad as he rode the trail towards St. Charles, feeling like something big in his life had just been torn away, had just ended. He choked again on the lump in his throat, wondering if it were the tears threatening to return or only fear. He decided that it was the fear, that new fear of the unknown mingled with the fear of knowing he could never return to the familiar people and places of his past. He justified the knots wadding up in the pit of his stomach as being not his sadness at leaving it all behind, but his excitement in what lay before him. Josiah tried to remember the trail north from St. Louis, attempting to reach back into his memory to recall those travels of the past with John Doherty, but things looked much different to him now. The countryside he passed through on this early Sunday morning was dotted with small settlers' homes, in addition to several handsome French houses owned by the more wealthy, each supporting its own large garden and an ample orchard. The trail he rode had by now become part of the famous Boone's Lick Trail, every year crowded by more and more of those seeking out more and more room for their families. The Florissant Valley was the sweet honey drawing them to this land, a valley of rich and fertile blacklands. "Yes, sir. Can see why the man as would be a settler might become attached to this place," he said aloud. The land about him was heavily covered with hazel bushes, prairie plum, and those crabapple trees. He remembered a young boy roaming the woodlands around a settler's cabin, climbing the trees, eating his fill of apples until his belly ached, then returning home to a disapproving mother and aunt. Josiah kicked the dappled mare into a gallop, pushing things behind him with the speed of the horse, the wind pooling tears at the corners of his eyes. He finally reined in the animal, bringing her to a walk once more. Paddock liked the way she had responded under the touch of his heels, bolting off without hesitation, carrying him smoothly along the road to ease him away from the ragged edges of his emotions. "Yep, girl, we'll be getting on just fine, I bet you." He leaned forward a little to pat the side of her neck, then stroked her mane. "Friends like you and me gonna do all right together, ain't we, girl?" He passed the church and convent and little communities comprising a few homes clustered around a common grove, following the trail that ran parallel to the endless stream of limestone bluffs that charted the course of the river. The sun was finally burning off the thin curtain of cloud cover, brightening the fields and those newly whitewashed homes in a palette of color. The houses became more and more frequent, telling him they were coming closer to St. Charles. "Hey, girl, looking like it's about to fare off today," he observed as he rode into the town nearly as old as St. Louis itself, sitting near the confluence of the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. Across the river from the town sat the squat Fort Bellefontaine to the north. As he rode along the east-west main street, Josiah was enveloped in a growing community that was filling with residents who shoved up against one another along either side of this main thoroughfare that lay wedged between the Missouri and the river bluffs, or Mamelle. Around him, the little town was coming to life, beginning to bustle once more with activity that belied the fact that it was Sunday morning. As he looked down at the people he passed, Josiah recalled Kemal once remarking that St. Charlie was the dumping ground for the refuse of Kentucky. Then he heard the church bells pealing out their invocation. His ears echoed. He remembered the little boy, tiny hand clutched tightly in his mother's, being led through the woods to church in St. Charles each Sunday morning, come rain, snow, or shine. He remembered the Bible his mother always carried to those church meetings, held under one arm against her breast, his little legs scurrying to keep up with her pace as they hurried to town, walking closer and closer to the sound of the church bells. He remembered, this Sunday morning, as he rode farther away from those church bells, leaving St. Charles behind. Pushing the memories away, Josiah suddenly thought he should have purchased something to eat back there, but no, he really didn't feel hungry. That could wait until later, maybe till tomorrow if he had to wait that long. A few miles west of town and into a more sparsely populated area, Paddock reined his horse off the trail and led her into the thick woodlands toward the river. They took it slowly, weaving through the stands of trees, Josiah having to duck low from time to time beneath their heavy branches. He twisted around in the saddle and could not see the trail, figuring he had come over a half-mile since leaving it. Ahead was a small glade, shaded by a few oak, where he thought he might find a comfortable dry patch of grass nestled against the trees. Josiah slid from the horse, tied her near the spot he had chosen, then pulled the saddle from her back. She rippled the muscles down along her spine from shoulders to rump, feeling it free without burden. "Feels good, don't it, girl? Not having someone back there riding you, heavy on your back, telling you what to do, which way to go. Right, girl?" He stroked her muzzle a few times, then patted it. "Right." Removing his coat, he folded it over one arm, then dropped to his hands and knees, crawling around under the oak near its trunk, looking for grass that might be less damp from the rains than the grass without the cover of the tree's branches. He found a spot and spread the heavy blanket coat out, rolling the collar up a little to serve as a pillow. Josiah had just sat down when the urge overcame him. He stood up and started to unbutton his fly, then stopped, looking around him in a circle. Josiah caught himself and laughed. "Hell, ain't no one round here gonna see me taking a pee." He unbuttoned the fly all the way and relieved himself, splashing a nearby bush. Sitting back down on the coat, he looked at the dapple and felt happy that he had ended up with this strong animal. Josiah smiled, then lay back on the coat, curling his arms under him, and let out a long, slow sigh. He slept for a long time before waking. The sun was going down. Already it had lengthened shadows to the east, giving the sky a deepening orange to purple glow. He felt a chill and wiped his eyes. Yawning, he looked around at what he could use for firewood, then rose. Gathering twigs and branches he would need, Josiah brought them back to his tree when it struck him. "Damn," he said aloud. He didn't have a striker or flint. No way to start a fire. He kicked the pile of wood several times, scattering it across the glade in his anger with himself. Plopping back down, Paddock drew the coat around him without putting his arms in the sleeves, thinking on what to do. His forearms crossed over the fancy pistol in his belt, not realizing he had ready flint and steel in the weapon's lock to make a warm camp. Rising, he put the saddle back on the horse, mounted, and directed her toward the river. Josiah rode up and down the bluffs overlooking the river for hours in the moonlight, something to do, something to occupy his mind. When he finally returned to the glade, he was surprised that he had been able to locate it. He knotted the reins to a thick bush, pulled the saddle from the horse, and dragged it over where he could use it for a backrest. Josiah threw down the saddle blanket over his patch of grass, adjusted the saddle so that it stood upright, then leaned back into it. Digging through his coat pockets, he found a small hunk of tobacco leaves pressed together as the tail end of a twist would be. He wished he had his pipe with him, hoping Mordecai would remember to pick it up with the rest of his things in the room. A lot can be left behind, he thought, but a pipe could not. Paddock toyed with the tobacco hunk between his fingers for a few moments, then placed it between his teeth. It was dry, absorbing all the moisture there was in his mouth as he slowly bit down on it. He chewed, gagging a little, more from the dryness than from the taste, although he had never chewed tobacco before. Finally, the hunk loosened up, then became moist and syrupy, a little of the thick juice being swallowed as he gulped without thinking. It made his empty stomach jump. He gagged a little. Gotta remember to spit, Paddock, he thought, telling himself this was not the time to be getting a bellyache. His head swam a little, and he tried to spit. It wasn't working. Josiah spit the hunk out and grabbed a handful of grass to chew on. It was laden with dew and helped kill some of the scratchy fire at the back of his throat. Josiah sighed and leaned back again into the saddle, stuffing his hands deeply into the coat pockets, and looked at the stars coming out in the deepening black. He freed the bottom button on the coat, slipping his hand inside around the pistol butt. Josiah felt comforted, not quite so alone. He started to withdraw his hand from within the coat when his fingers brushed by the fabric strip protruding from the front of his shirt. He rubbed it thoughtfully for a moment between thumb and forefinger, suddenly numb with not knowing what it was that had worked its way out of the front of his shirt. Then, with the peace that comes from finally knowing, Josiah smiled to himself. The strip of cloth, now completely free of his coat, he looked at it briefly, then wrapped it around his hand, remembering the woman, remembering the night before. The smile now moved from his lips to catch and hold on to a place inside him. Yes, the woman. She had comforted when it was the deep, searing pain of loss he had felt. She had given to him when it was he who was driven to do the taking. She had opened up to him when he felt anger and bitterness closing him off. And she had kept him open through their moments together. Those moments were with him now. And now he was not alone. Sleep. Just go to sleep, Paddock, he told himself aloud, then snuggled deep into the collar. The ribbon lay curled in his hand. Birds were singing above him in the branches as he blinked his eyes open. The sun was coming up. He bolted upright into a sitting position, hoping he wasn't too late. A cramp in his neck roared out at him where he had slept on it wrong through the night. The aching cramp inched him alive until he became fully aware of the dull pounding in his head. Suddenly, he was awake, and the searing tenderness of the furrowed wound along the side of his head screamed at him for attention. He touched it with hesitant fingertips. Splinters of light crossed in front of his eyes. He would not touch it again. The mare snorted as he rose to his feet and went over to her. He nuzzled the animal, then unbuttoned his fly to relieve himself. Hands free of his penis as he urinated, he flung his arms wide, stretching both back and chest muscles out of their stiffness after a night on the cold ground. Josiah gathered up the blanket, threw it on the horse's back, then cinched the saddle down along her belly. He shook each of his legs for a moment, then climbed into the saddle. "Let's go, girl. I ain't gonna be late for this meetin'," he barked, kicking her sides. She, too, seemed expectant this morning. They wove away from the river until coming to a little rise that sloped down toward the trail. From here, he could look south along the road through the trees for some way down its dusty ribbon. He dropped to the ground and sat, holding the reins lightly in one hand as the horse began to eat her breakfast. The sun became warm, making him uncomfortable in the coat. Josiah took it off and tied it behind the saddle after rolling it up. Then he briefly touched the ribbon within his shirt, and the comfort it gave him was slowly becoming more familiar now. He walked around to the dappled mare's head, scratching her under the chin. "What we gonna name you, girl?" Josiah patted her between the eyes. "Got any ideas?" She deserved a good name, a title, he thought, as good a title as any of them French ladies. "That's it. We'll name you Lady. Lady Missouri. How's that sound, girl? Lady Missouri." He stepped around the dappled mare and was patting her rump when he heard something down on the road. Josiah ran down the slope a few yards, looking through the trees back south as far as he could see. Around a bend in the road, through the border of the overhanging oaks, he saw them coming. A large group of mounted men leading a greater number of horses laden with packs. "Whoo-wee! That's them, Lady Missouri, that's them! Here they come!" he hollered at her, running back up the hill. Paddock jumped into the saddle and kicked her down the slope onto the flat alongside the road. He brought her into an easy trot as he bore down on the head of the column. "Need to see the cap'n," he called out, reining the horse up by the side of the road as he met them.
"That's me, mister. What can I do for you?"
"Name's Paddock, sir, Josiah Paddock." He turned the horse to ride beside the man who led the column. "Mordecai Thayer signed both us up with you, didn't he?"
Paddock. Yep. Remember that name from roll call this morning, son? You wasn't there.
Told Mordecai I'd meet up with you along the road out of St. Charlie."
"All right then, boy. Get yourself in line and we'll get you squared away when we camp for the night."
He motioned Josiah back along the string of men and animals with a nod of his head. Josiah turned the horse around and urged her into a trot as he raced along the line of men, each looking him over as he passed by. "Mordecai? Josiah Paddock?" His head jerked up when Josiah had called out his name. "You made it, didn't you?" He tossed the long Pennsylvanian rifle over to his friend. He pulled his horse around so that he rode alongside Mordecai. "You got to my room. Good." He stroked the wood of the rifle, feeling it suddenly strange and new again for him. "What else'n you pull from my trunk?" Mordecai began to empty pockets until Josiah had no place else to put things. Hole it, you can give me the rest tonight. And did you get that old pipe?" "Yep. Back on your pack animal, Josiah." He motioned with a thumb at the two animals he had strung out behind his horse. "We on our way, Mordecai. We really on our way." "Bet you're happy, huh, Josiah? Are you happy now? Happy leaving it behind you, Josiah?" "Believe I'm gonna be, Mordecai. Believe I'm gonna be." 6. From St. Charles, the party moved west across country, following the Missouri along its banks, the river's course leading the men west and some north until they reached Fort Osage, sitting on the south bank of the Missouri. Here, the Gant and Blackwell men stayed over for 2 days, picking up food supplies and resting the animals after the first long leg of the journey west. Each of the men was glad for a chance to rest, to acquaint his feet with the ground once more, to shake the numbness out of buttocks new to riding constantly through the daylight hours with only a short stop for a noon break. The men traded with the Kansas Indians through 2 days, trading beads and shiny pretties for the meager corn the tribe raised and stored in their small dirt huts. Josiah alone was anxious and nervous, wanting to push west to the mountains and trapping, tiring at the slow pace of the caravan of men coaxing the plodding animals along. He was fidgety through those 2 days, and nothing Mordecai could say would alleviate Josiah's short temper at the long hours of waiting. When the party finally pulled out of Fort Osage, it took them a little more than a day to make it to the mouth of the Kansas River. They spent the night camped where the water from the Kansas
flowing from the west, dumped into the Missouri River as it came from the north to begin its eastward journey. Josiah seemed happier that night, not quite so anxious, and more relaxed. "Now we're getting somewhere, Mordecai," Josiah said, slapping his friend on the back when they dismounted to make camp for the night. "You're putting it behind you, ain't you?" They had come some 25 miles after leaving Fort Osage, and Gant gathered the men for some instruction that evening following supper. He was going to run the brigade with military firmness and resolve, he told them. Discipline would be swift and sure for those who broke the rules. From here on out, he would be doubling the horse guard at each night's camp, every man having to take a turn at watch every night. And there would be no room for dissension, he told them. Each man was to keep his complaints to himself for the good of the rest. Josiah listened, burning inside as the orders were handed down by the man. He chafed under such a leader who demanded unswerving loyalty without question. Most of his happiness at reaching the Kansas disappeared. Josiah slept restlessly that night. Within 2 weeks, the party had reached the Republican River, camping where it joined the Kansas, and crossing the river at first light the next morning to begin their march northwest. The shimmering bleakness of the flat landscape was matched only by the hardship of staying in the saddle through the endless hours under the relentless sun. Food became scarce. Game was scattered far from their path of travel. For days now they had repeatedly come upon signs of a brigade that had gone this way better than 2 weeks before. Hunters began to return each night with little or nothing. They had killed the last of the beef Gant had brought along, and most of what they now had to live on were some wild turnips and sweet corn, traded from a band of Otos they had met. There was quiet, hushed talk of turning around. The heat poured down over every man, hot and sticky, and always the empty bellies groaned. Josiah's neck grew red and raw under the wool shirt where it chafed and scratched his hot flesh. He began to have doubts, not of himself, but of the leadership of the group. Each night around small campfires, he heard others grumbling and complaining out of earshot of the commander. But Gant felt the hunger along with his men, and finally ordered that 2 pack animals be sacrificed. One was Mordecai's. He had to load his gear onto Josiah's pack horse. The meat was tough, stringy, without taste. Gant had chosen the 2 weakest animals to be slaughtered. At least it was food, something to fill an empty belly. It relieved the problem of hunger for a few days, but over 70 men quickly went through the 2 scrawny horses. Josiah chewed on his thoughts through the next few days, wondering each night if there would be a tomorrow as he lay down in his bedroll to sleep, each morning awaking to find no cheer in the rising sun, only more doubts that this might be the last day. No game found for many days by the hunters began taking its toll in squabbles and short tempers among the men each day. And still they continued along the Republican until Gant finally decided to strike north, away from the river, and head overland to find the Platte. On their way, all that the hunters could drag in for the supper kettles were a few wolves from time to time. And then the wood supply began to run out. Each night it was a struggle to find enough firewood to burn for the many smoky little fires the men huddled around. The grumbling increased. Many were beginning to talk of turning back, abandoning the trip as hopeless dream turned nightmare. The men fed on their growing anxiety, their growing anger. There was no firewood. There was nothing to cook over a fire, even if there was wood to burn. One evening, the men began to unload the animals, the same ritual they had practiced many a night before, when a hunter came riding toward camp, shouting.
Many of the men grabbed their rifles as the man rode down on them, thinking it might mean he was being chased by a wandering war party. The hunter reined up in a cloud of dust to announce that he had killed 2 elk up ahead a few miles, that he needed help in loading the meat aboard more horses. Men volunteered eagerly, and that night the air was a little happier around the small fires others had started, using the dry midsummer grasses for fuel. They had reached the Platte, Gant told them that evening, the river lying just beyond the next rise, having been located by another hunter. Gant said things had taken a turn for the better. But to Josiah it seemed ordained that things would get bad again. And they did. Game scattered wide from the path of the marching column, and bellies pinched again with hunger. Firewood was always a scarce luxury, and what substitutes they tried only smoldered brief moments before going out. Again, the talk of abandoning the journey and heading back east to the settlements was on each man's lips. Josiah had tired of the slow pace, tired of the lack of game and wood, and was sick to death of the blunders of the group's leader. Josiah and Mordecai were chosen for the first watch, their assignment to protect the herd of animals hobbled some 30 yards away from where the rest of the men had begun to bed down for the night. They were to awaken the next watch in 2 hours before turning in for the night. Paddock picked up his rifle by the barrel and walked over to the horses. As Josiah was rebuttoning his fly after urinating, Mordecai walked up, his rifle slung carelessly over his shoulder. "You're awful quiet tonight, Josiah." "Ain't got much to be chattering about, what with an empty belly and itchy feet, Mord." He moved over to sit down at the edge of the herd at the bottom of a little rise. "Getting to me it is, too." The 2 men sat quietly, each in his own thoughts for some time, watching the horses eating what little edible grasses there were. "You still wantin' to get into them mountains?" Josiah asked, turning his head to look over at his friend. "S'pose. Why?" "You see, I've been figuring on what it'd take for us to just take off, leave this slow group behind." "You mean desert? Just desert?" "Yep. Figuring you and me could make much better time by ourselves, taking just that one pack horse of ourn and slipping away tonight." "Oh, shit. They'd find us for sure. Send some men out to catch us, Josiah." "Been figuring on that, too. See, what with all them others talking about heading back east, why, if they send some jackasses after us, they send 'em east looking for us. And we'll be heading west from here, won't we, Mordecai?" "Hadn't thought about it like that." "Well, you with me then?" Josiah scooted over closer to squat in front of his friend. "Dunno, Josiah. Sounding pretty risky, deserting on the group like that. And we wouldn't be able to eat any better by ourselves than we eatin' now, right?" Josiah shook his head. "Nah, don't figure it that way. Mordecai, the game's being scared off by this whole big passel of greenhorns and horses, while you and me move 'bout quieter by ourselves, see? We'll do jest fine on that count." He looked over his shoulder to check on the possibility of their being heard, but all was very quiet back in camp, as the forms of the sleeping men lay as motionless as logs. Mordecai sat without saying a word. "Will you trust in me, Mord? I come 'long with you this far. Will you go 'long with me from here on?" "You're making it sound mighty temptin'." "Hell yes! We'll do lot better without these fellers, just you and me, and we can figure them traps out by ourselves. Sides, Mordecai, this way we won't have to give our catch back to the cap'n. What beaver as we take will belong to only us, now won't they?" "That's right. You and me working only for ourselves." "Now you got it. We've had our fill of the cap'n and empty bellies long enough. You coming with me or not? Will I be counting you in or out, Mordecai?" Mordecai looked over at the sleeping forms, then back to Josiah, and back to the forms once more.
Guessing you talked me into this'n, Josiah. I'm with you.
Now we'll be waiting for a good while. Let them others get good and asleep. Then you slip back into camp and get our truck and such. Bring it round to the other side of the animals. That way, them fellers over on the other side of camp as is watching for Injuns won't hear us leaving. He put his hand on Mordecai's shoulder and gripped it hard for a moment. You're not going to freeze on this, are you?
Nah, I'm with you, Josiah.
Good.
Now, we'll just sit here quiet as church mice while they get into some good, deep sleep, he whispered, leaning back on his elbows, his rifle laid between his legs.
Mordecai squirmed a little inside, but shook it off as if it were only the chill in the night air. Josiah got a head on his shoulders, he thought, and he's figuring what's best for the both of us. Rarely did they move in the next 2 hours, restlessly watching the horses, coming to their feet whenever an animal would snort and blow, then sitting back down. They saw the next watch change on the other side of camp, and sat some more as the night overhead became black with few stars dusting the heavens.
Now, go get our truck and bring it round the rise, he said hoarsely to Mordecai.
The man moved away, handing his rifle to Josiah, waddling back to camp in a crouch. Josiah watched him move slowly, carefully through the sleeping men, until he could no longer discern Mordecai's form, it blending with the night. He counted the long minutes since his friend had left, then gathered the rifles up and crawled off around the herd. Josiah found their horses and stood among them until Mordecai came up, struggling with the packs. Swiftly they loaded the one pack animal, cinched the saddles down on their horses. Then Mordecai stuck his left foot in a stirrup.
No, don't. We're gonna walk 'em out.
He motioned with his head as he took the mare's reins in hand and started west toward the river. Mordecai took up the rope halter on the pack animal and the reins of his horse in one hand and followed Josiah. They crept along as quietly as they could, moving through the herd. Both turned to look back from time to time, checking to see if they had been seen or not. By the time they had walked over a mile, the men struck the Platte. Here they went into the saddle and prodded the animals through the water to the other bank, crossing the river quietly in the still night. On the north side of the river, Josiah turned and stopped, waiting for Mordecai to come up with the pack animal.
We gonna do it, Josiah?
He whispered deeply as he came up beside the other man. You damned bet we are, Josiah exclaimed, slapping Mordecai on the back. He then turned the dapple and headed west, following the north bank in the silver moonlight. The Platte led them west. Josiah found the river strange compared to the Missouri and Mississippi, the rivers of his youth flowing deep and strong. The Platte's something else again, he thought. It did not flow with the lusty force he had expected of western rivers. Instead, the Platte was wide and slow, and it surprised him that it was less than 2 feet deep in most places. The tales he had heard of the mighty western rivers did not match what he saw of the Platte in the next few weeks. Paddock tried to square it in his mind through each day, but came back again and again to the same nagging doubt, that maybe things in the West were not exactly as they had been described by those men dressed in animal skins who had filled the Green Tree Inn and the Rocky Mountain House. Maybe the West was not at all as he had expected to find it. But he would just wait and see, he told himself. His life had always been a struggle with complications, face-to-face wrestling with twists of fate. Deep inside, unknown to any man, Josiah Paddock fought with the self-doubts, the edginess that always persisted in telling him that one day things were going to drop from his grasp, fly from his control. They had been able to find a little game, enough to sustain them as they roamed westward through the rolling hills of the wandering river.
Just like you said, Josiah,
You said we'd be eatin' better by ourselves, Mordecai chattered one night over their little fire. His friend just nodded, taking small comfort in the fact that they had been able to find subsistence in their journey thus far following the desertion. He took little comfort and waited, continuing the struggle waged within him. Then, one afternoon, the doubts began to take root. "Hole it!" Josiah shouted back to Mordecai, pulling up on the mare's reins. "Do you see what I see, Josiah?" They sat on the north bank of the river, looking across the wide junction where the Platte became two rivers, one north and one south. "Sweet Jesus, where are we going now?" Mordecai looked over at his friend. "Didn't know nothing 'bout this. You hear tell of two rivers, Mord?" "Nah, not as I can say." The uneasiness grew within him. Josiah attempted to spit, but really didn't have anything in his mouth to blow away. "Tell you, we ain't headin' south if'n that's where that river goes. We ain't headin' south. We gotta be gettin' north, so I'm layin' my money on stayin' with this here bank." He tried again to spit, but his mouth was full of dry cobwebs. Sliding from the saddle, he handed the reins to Mordecai and stepped over to the edge of the river. He knelt and quenched his thirst. Josiah rose and stared out over the junction before returning to take the reins from his friend. He stood between their horses, then looked up from under the brim of his hat into Mordecai's face. "Maybe it's only another big sandbar, like them as we seen this far along the Platte. Maybe the river's just flowin' round it, and up ahead this here river pulls itself back together. Anyways 'bout it, it's the north bank we gotta be followin', Mordecai," he said, pointing with an outstretched arm the way across the horizon. "Them might only be clouds layin' out there, and then they might be the mountains we lookin' for." He circled the horse and leaped into the saddle. He put his hand on Mordecai's shoulder and looked into his face once more. "What you say? You with me still?" "Guessin' your figurin' is about as good as any man's. Yep, I'll lay my wager with your'n on this'n, Josiah." "All right, then. Let's go find out if them are clouds or mountains." He nudged his horse away with taps from the heels of his leather boots. The late summer heat daily parched man and animal alike, requiring frequent stops to water their bellies and hides. Often they would dip their felt hats into the river to fill the crowns, pouring the cooling water over their heads and necks, soaking the shoulders of their shirts. Past the landmarks on the Platte River Road of the fur traders, the men led their trio of plodding animals, past Courthouse Rock and on to Chimney Rock, which would one day become the guiding trail markers for a country stretching its arms west into the wide open. Through stretches of dusty, treeless land they pushed, clinging desperately to the river. At times, only the Platte fed them. For days at a time, no meat was brought in, and they were forced to fish with improvised hooks tied to the ends of short stretches of twine. It filled the stomach, while both men ate on their doubts between the few meals. Up through the late summer horizon, the mountains finally forced their peaks. "Them are the mountains," Mordecai thought out loud. Josiah did not answer, trying to plot just where those mountains stood in relation to the direction the sun took each night as it went to its sleep beyond the horizon. He figured they were going in the right direction, staying with the river as it was heading on a northwesterly path, but each day Paddock kept looking to his left at the peaks rising to the south. They camped for the night at the mouth of the river flowing into the Platte, laying their bedrolls at the river's edge in a grove of cottonwoods. The men had finished supper and were sucking on pipe bowls of tobacco, the still summer night air filled only with the crack and pop of the burning embers in concert with the merging waters. Unknown to either of them, Mordecai and Josiah had reached the Laramie, where the captain's men would camp in a little more than a week before breaking up into smaller trapping parties to plunge into the mountains. What month you figure it to be? Mordecai asked, breaking the quiet spell Josiah had been in all evening. He didn't answer right away, pulling on the smoke through his pipe stem. Maybe first week in August? Maybe second week? He drew again on the pipe, then turned his head to the side to look over at Mordecai swatting at an insect that kept buzzing around his face. Warm this time of yar, ain't it? Mordecai did not answer this time, trying to catch the pesky insect. Not as warm as she'd be back to St. Louis, that sticky heat back there. Got him! Mordecai leaned over to Josiah, then slowly opened his palm so both of them could examine his catch. Gradually, he released one finger at a time to lay the palm open. Damn! The palm was empty, and he looked around to see if the pestering insect was still about. Mordecai, what say you and me try them hills sittin' off thar? Josiah pointed his pipe stem almost due west, other'n tryin' them as we been seein' off to our right. You seein' it that we do all right by them to the west, huh? Trappin's trappin', and them beaver'll be up there waitin' for us now, they are. He took the pistol from the belt of his pants and laid it beside him on the bedroll as he leaned back to cradle his head on a curled arm. Think we just 'bout there, my friend. Won't take us no time 'tall, and then you'll be out of this heat and up in the cool. You'll feel much better when we get up there where it's cooler, Mordecai. We just 'bout there now. He closed his eyes and thought of sleep. At the foot of the mountain range, they had made camp in the middle of the afternoon, Mordecai bringing in a small buck for the kettle. They sat close to the fire, pulling meat off the bone without conversation in a red glow at the end of the day.
Hello!
A voice called out to them, a voice without a body attached. Both men jerked up, grabbing their rifles and scrambling behind cover. Josiah skidded behind the packs and Mordecai took to the bushes. They looked at each other, then all around, trying to see where the voice had come from, but there was nobody to be seen. That venison them coons is cooking, Micah? Another voice cracked the air. Josiah and Mordecai strained their eyes to see where the second voice was.
Sure look like it, Elisha. Don't it, ter you?
The first voice asked. Mordecai lay in the bushes, trying to finish the bite he had taken when the first voice had hollered out at them. S'pose them niggers 'd share thar vittles within the likes o' us? Mordecai gulped the piece of half-chewed meat down at once.
Them look like good boys, they does. Ter me, leastways, Elisha. S'pose we ask 'em real polite-like and see.
You fellers ain't fixin' to try and rob us, are you now? Mordecai called out, turning his head as he spoke to direct the question around him to wherever the surprise visitors might be hiding. Nah, nothing like that, son. We can see you fit and ready for bar, pilgrims. We wantin' no truck with you. Just show us poor wayfarin' souls a little kindness, and we behave ourselves, we really do. Show yourselves, then, Josiah hollered out in the direction he figured the voice had come from. Come on out and show your faces. From above Mordecai on a little knoll, pebbles came clattering down the side of the hill on him. He turned around to see a man standing atop the knoll, a man dressed in buckskins who scrambled down the side toward him. The stranger pulled the stunned Mordecai to his feet. Your backsides had made a fine target if'n I'd been fixin' to raise har, son. He then walked on over to the fire. Come on in, Micah. Don't be cussed now, he called out to the second man who had not yet appeared. Then, turning to Josiah, who still squatted behind the packs, he said, He's some shy at times, that is. He then turned to yell at the trees once more. Get your goddamn ass in hyar afore I get ter measurin' your topknot, nigger. The bushes rattled as the second stranger emerged from his protective cover. He was big, as big a man as Josiah had ever seen, bigger than some of the Cajuns who worked the steamers back on the St. Louis levee.
"Kick my arse, you say, Elisha?" He laughed as he approached the three men. "Ye ain't growed enough ter pick a hug with me grandmammy."
When the two strangers stood side by side, Micah loomed large over Elisha, who was short but of a stout frame, rippling with muscle. "Gonna kick his ass one these days, I am. Ornery jackass he is," Elisha said to Josiah and Mordecai. "But he got this'r child out of more'n one scrape or two a times. Smells like he sleep with a buffalo cow, don't he?" He slapped the large man in the stomach with the muzzle of his rifle. "But you boys just stay upwind o' him, you see, and he won't be no bother to you."
"You gonna get our horses, ain't you, Elisha?"
"Figuring ye'd be the one ter do that," said Elisha, sitting down by the fire.
"Sold your hide ter Hudson Bay long ago, if'n it were worth a thing,"
laughed Micah, then turned to move back into the trees after their horses. "You pilgrims fixin' ter trap, it's looking like?" Elisha asked. Josiah sat down beside him. "Looks that way." "Wharabouts you headin' for your beaver? What's your price?" "We figurin' to climb into these here hills tomorrow, see what we can pull out." "Price too low, son. Beaver ain't got good hide yet, what is one worth the skinnin', leastways. Weather gotta get colder yet, afore them critters get back a pelt as'll be for the tradin'." Josiah handed the visitor a piece of the venison stuck on the end of his knife. "Well, where you fellas headin', if not trappin' beaver?" Josiah asked, as Elisha pulled the hunk of meat from the knife with his hands. "Micah and me, we been o'er to Rendezvous ter the Cache Valley. Left them doin's early. Good spree, too, it was, as we were figurin' on takin' roundabout way through them mountains south of hyar. Never seen 'em, we haven't." He took a bite and chewed on it, then spoke once more around the lump of meat in his mouth. "Takin' our time gettin' back ter the green, whar we fixin' ter winter up after a fall hunt." He chewed some more and swallowed the bite. "Jest never seen that country on south, and allays wanted to, what with all them coons workin' out of Taos sayin' what a big belt she be down thar." He pulled more of the flesh into his mouth. "Your venison ain't bad, son. Not bad 'tall." "What you know about this belt?" Mordecai asked. "Ever been in these hills?" He made a jabbing motion with his head to indicate the mountains he and Josiah were planning to enter. Elisha swallowed and looked up at his hosts. "You got any coffee with you?" "No. Run out of it back along the Platte a ways." He offered the visitor a cup of water from the small kettle they had filled with creek water. The visitor wiped his right hand free of grease on his blackened buckskins, then took the cup from Mordecai. "Thanky, son." He emptied it and handed it back, then wiped his mustache and beard. "Most steers way from this place, trappers and Injuns alike. You won't have no Injun trouble up thar, or no white man company either." Mordecai scooted up closer to the man. "You meanin' thar ain't no good beaver?" "Didn't say that now. Beaver's gotta be good up thar as damned cold as she gets." He finished another mouthful. "Jest that gets so damned cold up thar in winter, it do. Better places for this'r child to be come first snow of winterin' up thar. Wouldn't calc'late as fellers like you two would find them hills very homey." "What makes 'em any different than others?" Josiah asked, doubtful that he was hearing anything close to the truth from the visitor. Elisha picked up on the doubting tone in Josiah's voice, turning to him and looking at Paddock real hard before answering. "Son, you ain't got much west of hyar 'ceptin' some flatlands. Winter winds bein' what they is, they roar inter them hills with no slowin' down. Makes for a rougher winter knockin' most other places." He took another bite and looked away from Josiah. "Givin' her to you straight, boys. That's rough doin's up thar, but if'n you pilgrims is fixin' on gettin' your pizzer froze off, nothin' I can say as will change your minds." Micah came back through the trees and tied their 5 animals,
3 of which were carrying light loads only of possibles, the 2 strangers having sold their beaver at rendezvous. Micah approached the fire and tested the still warm kettle water with his fingers before reaching in to pull a large piece of meat from the pot. "Game's good up thar, boys. Leastways, I can't figure on the 2 of you starving. What meat you bring in won't spoil up thar, that's for sure. Damned cold she be up in that country." Elisha shuddered a little as he thought of it. The 4 men talked into the night, Elisha and Micah anxious to drop their yarns on new ears. Mordecai was the one who listened eagerly, Josiah being very doubtful of that man Elisha. The visitors spoke of their plans to move around the base of the mountains before taking off west to head for the Green before winter. Mordecai asked if he and Josiah could tag along with the 2 of them until they struck away from the mountains. "Don't make me no mind, boys," Elisha answered. "If'n ye can stand the smellin' of this mangy dog." He pointed a thumb at Micah. The group wound their way slowly around the foothills for the next few days, each night sharing what the kettle had to offer and swapping stories between the old trappers and Mordecai. Josiah kept to himself, and quiet for the most part, touchy that the 2 men he was trailing would come to know too much about him. But he listened intently around each night's fire as they spoke of places he longed to see, of things he longed to do, absorbing as much as he could in the short time they would be together. Mordecai chattered, and Josiah listened, both of them learning from these old men of the hills. "Hyar tell Bridger's men'll be up north thar, not too far apiece, up ter the Powder this fall," Elisha said, stuffing tobacco in his pipe bowl, then handing some to Mordecai.
"No tellin' really whar they coon'll be. He can tell one thing and do 'nother, jest ter keep you off'n his backsides," Micah answered. "Crow'll be lookin' to ease some horse flesh way from him, they will, up ter the Powder if'n Bridger really goin' thar."
"Like me them snakes, I do," Elisha remarked, then lit his pipe. "They likes the horses, too, for sure, but them snakes leastways knows not to devil a trapper for his'n."
"Most time, anyways," Micah interjected.
"Right," Elisha agreed, smoke pouring from his mouth. "Most time." Before the 2 trappers pulled out the next morning, Micah gave Mordecai a small leather pouch of coffee.
"Wantin' you boys ter have this. Ain't much, but seein' as how you don't have no coffee, and how good company you been for Elisha and me, I wanted you ter take this with my best to you. Wishin' the best o' luck wherever's you settin' your tracks."
He jumped into the saddle, his long legs bent up at the knees in stirrups that were too short for his great height. He answered Mordecai's grin.
"Them greasers allus make thar saddles ter fit a man as is small like they is. You pilgrims take your keer now, and sniff the wind ever now and then."
"Yepper," Elisha interrupted. "Bad smell in the air means one of 3 things. Meat's a-rotten, a redskin's close bouts, or this'r coon I call my compañero." He laughed with a wide grin, showing a missing tooth.
"Get your arse in front of me then, you scurvy nigger jackass son of a whore, and we'll be a-making beaver for the Green. Mebbe see you fellers come rendezvous next," Micah said, throwing up an arm to wave a fare-thee-well as they rode off. Josiah and Mordecai watched the men disappear to the west, heading for the Sweetwater, before loading up the 1 pack animal and taking to the saddle themselves. They climbed gradually into the mountains, following the run of the little creek that seemed to offer them a path to guide their melting into the high country. Game was plentiful, and the water seemed as heady as wine when it poured down their throats. They stopped boiling their meat and began to broil it over the fire. But each day as they climbed higher, the signs of game were fewer. In the middle of the afternoon on the 5th day up from the flatlands, it began to snow. The drops were big and wet, clinging to their clothing, soaking their coats and the tops of their exposed pant legs.
It snowed most of the next 3 days. Josiah finally admitted that they would be wise to hole up and wait out the storm, rather than beat the animals to complete exhaustion by forcing them through the drifts of blinding white. Finding a tall, old pine with its long branches indicating a dry refuge out of the weather, the two men slid from the saddles and pulled their gear onto the bare ground under the tree, secure from the falling snow. They set their rifles against the trunk and turned to find a place for the animals. Taking up the reins on the dapple and the pack horse, Josiah told Mordecai, "You get us a fire started and I'll see to the animals." "Nah, I'll give you a hand. Won't take but a minute," he replied, taking the reins of his own horse and walking behind Josiah. They found a closely grouped stand of trees a few yards from their own shelter and tied the animals to the low-hanging branches. They started back through the snow when Josiah wanted to turn back and brush the dapple a little, wiping her down with the saddle blanket. Mordecai stood alongside while he worked and said, "I feel like I could do with a cup of hot coffee. We'll break it out for the first time. How about you?" Josiah did not have time to answer the question as the grizzly rushed them. The horses had sounded no alarm, only now snorting and pawing at the ground as the bear lumbered down on the men, roaring with blood-chilling displeasure at Josiah and Mordecai for separating her from her cubs. At the first sound from her lungs, Mordecai had been the only one to turn around. His eyes doubled in size instantly. His mouth flew open to utter the alarm to Josiah, but no sound passed his lips. His throat was frozen in fear, seized with a lump as big as his heart, choking any sound before it could free itself past his tongue. All he could do was flap his arm uselessly behind him, trying to get his friend to turn around in those long, snail-like seconds, until Josiah heard the second explosion of sound from the grizzly's throat. Both men shot away from where they stood, running through the snow, both of them falling a few times as their legs attempted to carry them through the snowdrifts. They floundered, fell, and rose again each time, trying to make it back to the rifles before the bear made it to them. Mordecai dove under the sheltering branches of the tree first, grabbing a rifle and cocking it while he turned back on the grizzly. Josiah was right behind him as he brought the other rifle up and cocked it. The grizzly stopped in her tracks and stood, pawing the air and growling at the men for a moment, then dropped to all fours once more and lumbered at them. Both men stepped out from under the branches of the tree for a clear, unobstructed shot, both secure that there was no danger with 2 rifle balls between them. Josiah pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Frantically, he pulled and pulled on the trigger, but the hammer would not release. "Shoot it, Mordecai! Shoot! Shoot!" Mordecai went to set the trigger on his rifle, but the set trigger wasn't there. He held the rifle up to look at it, pulling on the only trigger there was, the ball exploding into the trees overhead. Josiah pulled back on the hammer, thinking he had not brought it back into a full cock position, then struggled with the trigger once more while he sought to hold a bead on the grizzly. "That's mine! That's mine!" Mordecai was yelling at him, but Josiah couldn't figure out what it meant. He fought the impulse to run, pulling back on the trigger with all his might. "That's my rifle, goddammit! Use the other trigger! You're pulling on the set trigger!" Paddock didn't take time to calculate what was happening, that they had picked up each other's rifles. Mordecai's had the set trigger, which allowed the front trigger to go off with a light touch. It was with this trigger that Josiah was struggling. He finally gripped the barrel stock in both hands and ran toward the grizzly, swinging the rifle over his head. She stopped, then stood to look at the advancing madman, pawing the air as he came at her, seeking to rip him apart. Mordecai wasn't frozen to the spot for long, leaping into the fracas and yelling, "Your pistol, Josiah, the pistol!" as he ran toward the wrestling match. Paddock swung again and again, clubbing the bear's body high and low, a deep growl coming from the grizzly each time he struck her with all his might.
Your pistol, damn it! Josiah clubbed her several times over the head, as if he meant to pound her into the ground before backing away. He threw the rifle toward Mordecai behind him as he reached for the pistol in his belt, but the rifle fell short, going off as it struck the ground. The animal was stunned from the beating, dropping to her front legs, then shakily rising again. Much of the bellow was gone from her roar as Josiah pulled the trigger and fired at one of her eyes from less than 2 arm lengths away. The striking power of the .54 caliber ball drove her head back as she fell into the snow. Paddock stepped back as Mordecai came up to pick up the useless rifle, running his hand along the wood behind the lock, feeling the crack that ran all the way from the wrist below the tang to the butt plate. Rolling from side to side in the powdery snow, the grizzly pawed the air with all 4 legs for a minute, then let out one final snorting roar before she died. The men stood motionless in the slowly falling snow, the scene about them deathly quiet now. Both shook, their blood gorged with adrenaline, staring at the dead animal while their clothing became wet with the fat snowflakes and the sweat dripping down their backs. "Let me have your knife, Josiah." "I'll do it." He pushed Mordecai's outstretched hand away. "This one's my bar." He walked up to the side of the huge blonde creature and stood over her for a few moments before starting his first cut to pull the hide off. "You just get that coffee of yourn ready, and we gonna have grizzly steaks tonight." Mordecai didn't take to the bear meat, but it soon became all they had to eat. Game had become hard to find by the time they finally ventured out after 9 days of continuous snowfall. It was heavy on the branches overhead and had collapsed into their pine tree shelter a few times each day, soaking the men or putting out the fire they sought to keep burning day and night. "Winter comes early this high," Josiah muttered one evening from between the folds in a blanket he had pulled about him. "Too much, too fast," Mordecai replied. "You remember what that old trapper told us, Josiah, about this being no place to set for the winter? Well, the winter's here, and we settin'. That old jackass only wanted to scare us a little bit, damn it. That's all. Just a mite peculiar. We set it out and it'll blow over, then we get to trappin'. Beaver livin' up here gotta stay warm too, and that means good skins for us." The wind drifted the snow all around the tree, but they had beaten a path through the drifts out to the stand of pines where the horses had been tied through the days and nights of snow. Mordecai saw the pack horse first, lying on its side by a snowbank that had blown against the body over the long period of the blinding storm. As they approached, the dapple snorted at the men, as if to tell them what she thought of having been abandoned for so long, of having to remain tied next to the body of the dead animal. Mordecai knelt down and stroked its ear, stiffly frozen into rigor beneath his touch, one eye open wide and blank in its stare up at him. "She didn't have no chance, Josiah. Wored out. We wore her out fightin' to get this high. Didn't have enough left in her. Didn't have no chance 'tall. Come on, we'll move our horses and then try some huntin'. Come on, Mordecai," he said, lifting his friend to his feet by an arm. "Can't do nothin' about it now, can we?" No, guess not." They moved the 2 remaining horses to another sheltered stand of trees, beating their way through the snow for the animals to follow, then pushed through the drifts to stumble back to their own tree. By the time they reached their pine shelter, both were too exhausted to think about venturing out to hunt, with only enough strength left in reserve to break up some few remaining pieces of firewood to add to the dying coals. They huddled there through each day in their own misery, while their horses pawed at the frozen, wind-swept forage beneath the pine's canopies. The wind finally died on the 11th day, and they decided to break their way out, to follow the stream down through the mountains away and try some trapping.
Fingers numbed from the bitter cold in the early morning air, they began to rearrange the packs so that the remaining 2 horses could carry the supplies and the men. Woolen gloves had not lasted long, tearing and fraying as they had struggled with wood for the fire during their snowbound days. Now there were holes in every finger, and the cold tore through to turn the hands to ice. They sat to rest after loading the animals and before they set out. Belly deep in snow, the horses balked and fought them at first, until the men dismounted to walk in front of the animals, breaking through the snow for them. Each man took a turn at being in the lead, followed then by his horse, then the other man and his horse, as each could only take the lead for just so long. Back and forth they traded, resting every few hundred yards when they switched positions. Like this, they fought through the next 4 days, the going slow and painful for man and animal. They came upon the east side of a ridge that dropped them into a little valley, the snow not having drifted much at all, and what snow there was had been blown over by the icy wind until it had become hard-packed. "We'll set up here," Josiah announced, "and try trapping them ponds over there along that stream." He pointed out a series of dams and lodges the industrious beaver in the valley had constructed. Near the ridge, there was not much snow at all. The wind had blown the flakes of white against the rocks, then swooped them back onto the valley floor. They believed they had found a good place to winter, protected from the deep snow this time, and with a valley brimming with beaver only steps away. Early the next morning, the men set out on foot to the ponds, the air brutally cold and quiet, the moon still overhead and refusing to disappear. Josiah chipped away some ice at the edge of the bank, breaking it with a small axe so that he could drop the trap into the water. He reached around behind him and selected one of the float sticks he had cut the night before, learning from Elisha at least that you couldn't set a beaver trap without a float stick. He did not know what to do with it, only knowing to put the stick through the ring at the end of the chain attached to the trap spring. Now he opened the canvas sack that held their dozen traps, pulled one from it, and threw it to Mordecai. "Get your arse to work, Pilgrim, lessen you want that old trapper to devil you." He grinned at Mordecai from where he knelt on the frozen bank. "You mean you're making me work for my skins, too?" he asked, then laughed, along with Josiah. As he began to set the trap down and started to chip some ice off the pond, Josiah looked up and interrupted his work. "God damn it, Mordecai, go on down a ways. You're too close for us both to catch beaver. Go on down and find your own set. Ain't no beaver gonna come to bait if we got this whole pond rounded with traps." He picked up his axe, float stick, and trap, then cradled the rifle in his arm, trying to handle the cracked stock carefully. Shuffling through the willows, weaving back and forth along the bank, Mordecai disappeared from view by the time Josiah looked up from his work once more. "That's one," he said to himself softly, then rose to scan the bank for another trap set. Paddock bent over to pick up the sack when he heard Mordecai yell. He froze, with his hand on the canvas trap sack, instantly trying to calculate what kind of sound it was. Did it mean Mordecai was in trouble? Was he hurt? Or had he just fallen into the pond and cried out as he broke through the thin ice, the startling cold forcing the sound from his lungs? Josiah straightened up and listened, then bent back down, picked up the heavy sack, and moved off slowly, looking for his next trap set. He had taken only a few steps when he heard Mordecai yell again. "Paddock! Paddock! Paddock!" He knew. There was nothing really concrete in his mind, but Josiah knew nevertheless. He dropped the sack and turned, bolting off through the willows, pushing the branches out of his way with flaying arms as he dodged around the growth along the bank. His lungs burned with the cold, high mountain air in his sprint toward the sound, branches whipping at his clothing and tearing at his face. "Paddock! Paddock!"
Josiah skidded to a stop in the snow, sliding down on his knees a few feet away from Mordecai, and stopped. "Sweet Jesus, Josiah!" All Paddock could do was stare for a moment, unmoving as he looked first to his friend's face, contorted in pain, then let his eyes drop from Mordecai's slowly down to the end of his arm. He had caught his hand between the large steel jaws of the trap. "Sweet Jesus, Mordecai!" "I done something wrong, Josiah. Don't know, but I done something wrong." He winced again with the pain as he held the wrist of the injured hand with his left gripped deathly tight around it. "It's my shooting hand, man. It's my shooting hand." Josiah, finally shaken free, went into action and moved over to kneel in front of Mordecai. "Just take her easy. Take her easy now. We'll get you out of here real quick." He placed the sole of each boot on each of the two springs to free the jaws enough so that his friend could pull the hand out. It was crushed all the way across, bleeding only a little, but swelling around the deep, crushed fissure across the back of his right hand. Mordecai cradled it in his lap, moving slowly with the pain, the hand hanging limp and useless. What little blood was flowing from the wound was freezing quickly. "Sweet, sweet Jesus, I didn't mean to do this to us." "Come on, let's go get you back to camp now." Josiah helped Mordecai hold the arm across his chest as they plowed their way through the snow back toward the ridge. "Damn, that hurts, Josiah." I know it do. Come on now, just take her easy and we'll fix her right up," Josiah said, trying to find something to say that would comfort the man, but no words were to be found. Paddock chattered away at Mordecai all the way back, fighting his fear and apprehension, for he really didn't know what to do about the hand, what to do about Mordecai's pain, what to do about the trust that filled Mordecai's tearing eyes as he sat the man down by the fire. "I'm going to boil some water. You just sit tight." He gathered some limbs for the fire and placed the kettle full of cold water over the flames. Josiah then turned to the packs and found an old shirt before returning to Mordecai's side by the fire. He began to tear the shirt into strips. "Never much liked this thing anyways," he muttered on at his friend. I'm sorry I done this to you." "Come on now, don't go talking like that." "Feel like I'm gonna get sick, Josiah. My stomach wants to move." He heaved a little on the snow. "You go right ahead." He pulled a saddle over for Mordecai to lean back against, then grabbed a blanket to throw around him. When the water finally began to warm, he noticed Mordecai had passed out. Josiah leaned over him and slapped his friend across the cheeks a few times. "Come on, Mordecai. Come on, wake up. Wake up." He came to gradually and groaned in pain. "Come on now. We gonna soak your hand." He picked up the kettle by its handle and set it down beside the other man. "Put it in there." Mordecai lifted the crushed hand with his left from under the blanket. "Easy now. Easy will do it fine," said Josiah. "God damn, that hurts!" He pulled his hand back out of the water. "Just easy like, Mordecai. Come on now. You can do it." Josiah pushed the hand back into the water until Mordecai held it there without Josiah forcing him to. He let the hand soak for quite a while as he finished tearing the shirt into long strips. Paddock looked up finally and saw that Mordecai had passed out again. He bathed the hand in the kettle as best he could, washing the wound with a piece of the shirt, feeling the crushed and splintered bones yield under his touch, crackling and grating with the slightest movement. It was worse than either of them had thought at first. Mordecai slept through the rest of the day and into the night, waking once every few hours weekly to ask Josiah for some water. By the next day, the wound was horribly swollen, and Mordecai had begun to sweat, even in the frigid temperatures. Josiah kept the hand wrapped with the strips of cloth, soaked in hot water, alternating this treatment with applications of snow directly on the blackening, wounded hand. Mordecai was restless, but at least he was sleeping through most of it. Paddock had to get away for a while. He had to escape from staying by his friend's side, constantly watching Mordecai breathing shallow and raspy. He rose quietly in the late afternoon and walked back to the ponds, thinking of retrieving the traps left the day before. Josiah went first to the trap that had crushed Mordecai's hand. He stood by the pond, fingering the cold, frosted steel. Then he walked back to where he had dropped the trap sack and put the one in with the rest. Paddock started to turn back to camp when he remembered the one trap he had set and put the sack down. At the bank, he knelt by the hole that was refreezing with a thin crust over the area he had broken. The stick on the end of the chain was wedged against the edge of the thickening ice. He broke it loose and pulled the trap up from the water, a large beaver caught in the jaws by one paw. Unmoving, he stood on the bank looking down at the beaver dangling lifeless by its paw in the trap, the water on its pelt slowly freezing into ice, exposed to the cold air. Josiah stared at it, looking at the paw, then at the creature's eyes, and back to the paw. He set it down on the ground and opened the jaws, picking the beaver up by the wounded back leg. Josiah looked at it once more, then threw the body across the pond with tremendous force, the beaver landing on the other side among the willows. He dropped the trap in his sack and walked back to camp, fighting his angry tears as the snow began to fall again. By that evening, the wind was howling, swirling the flakes into a blur beyond their fire. Josiah pulled the bear hide from the packs and threw it down on the ground, close to the warmth of the burning logs, then gently lifted the unconscious Mordecai onto the hide. Over his friend he placed several blankets, keeping 2 for himself as he sat huddled near the embers. His stomach growled hungrily, and he remembered he had not eaten in 2 days. But though his stomach complained, Paddock had no appetite, so he let the pangs pass without feeding. He listened for a long time to the howling wind, accompanied by Mordecai's labored breathing, before falling asleep himself. Josiah awoke early the next morning and attempted to wake Mordecai, but it was useless. He was now beginning to sweat more, and Paddock began to bathe his face with snow as he kept the hand buried in a small pile of white ice hour after hour. His friend no longer awoke throughout the days and nights asking for water, but began to answer the howling, ice-driving wind with an eerie, delirious, rambling mumble talk that made no sense to Josiah at all. From time to time, Josiah would kneel by Mordecai while he was talking in his delirium, eyes wide open, staring right through Paddock into the swirling snow about them. "Mordecai, it's me. It's Josiah. Mordecai? Mordecai?" But there was no answer from his eyes, no answer from his lips. Paddock kept up the ritual night after day, in and out of the cycle of bathing his friend's wounded hand and burning face. By the 5th day after the accident, the snow had not let up, not dropping in its intensity or viciousness. He didn't care. He wasn't going anywhere. Forcing himself to eat to keep up his strength, Josiah chewed on small bits of half-cooked bear, choking it down after grinding it between his teeth only a few times. By the 7th day, Mordecai was becoming ghostly. When Josiah pulled the blanket back to lift the hand out for the ritual snowpacking, he could see Mordecai's hand and lower arm had turned gray, the skin bloated and swollen. He stared at it for only a moment before he felt his stomach lurch. He turned his head just in time to vomit what little remained in it. He gagged again and again with the dry heaves. His throat and mouth burned with stomach acid, all that was left to come up with the muscular action of each violent contraction. Finally,
All that remained were the tremors that shook through his whole body. Josiah scraped a hand across the snow and clumsily brought some of it to his mouth, most of the flakes smearing across his beard and chin. Over and over he ate snow to drown the taste of the stomach acid etching his throat. The snow coated the inside of his cheeks until they were numbed with cold, melting wetness. He covered Mordecai's hand with the blanket without looking at it and returned to his own blankets. The blowing snow lasted through the hours of the next 3 days and into the fourth. Somewhere in his mind, he tried to recall the past 11 days, trying to remember how he had passed them. He couldn't. He only knew it had been a long time, crouched within his blankets through most of it, enclosed within this white cage of swirling, icy snow that bit at his skin like razors. Each day's biggest project was forcing himself to break away from the camp and cross the few yards to where the horses stood, each day scraping the snow clear from more and more ground in hopes the animals could paw up enough to stay alive eating what little undergrowth there was. They too were growing weak and gaunt with the hunger and the cold. Then Josiah noticed they had been chewing on the willow sticks he and Mordecai had cut for their trap sets. They had even been nibbling on each other's tails and manes. It was then that his brain finally demanded that he feed his stomach, to give something back to his body for all he was demanding of it. Paddock clawed through the snow in search of more wood for the fire before he struggled back to camp. Josiah searched through all the packs, but the meat had been eaten except for a small roast the size of his outstretched hand. Over the fire, he roasted it only enough to sizzle the outside flesh before ripping strips of meat off between his teeth, chewing the raw flesh between teeth set in aching gums while forcing it down. Then there was no more. Mordecai rambled on without ceasing, mumbling incoherently about things Josiah had given up trying to understand. He was delirious, suffering under a fever, his mind and body in a state of severe, traumatic shock. New metabolic processes were taking over now, and Josiah had simply given up. More days passed as Mordecai talked less and less in his fiery delirium. He grew hotter and hotter, sweating more each day, often kicking the blankets off in his sleep as he twisted and thrashed about. The white cage twisted and turned about the two men while Josiah's stomach groaned for food, his brain demanding that he feed it once more. "But I ain't got nothing to feed you," he told his stomach out loud, his eyes drooping as he had become worn and frail through the long ordeal. "Thar's flesh about, boy." Josiah lifted his head at the sound of the voice, opening his eyes fully in wonder at where the voice had come to him from. "Under them blankets, Paddock." He looked at Mordecai a few feet away, sweating and as pale as the snow surrounding the heavy blankets. Josiah shook his head violently a couple of times, as if to clear his ears. "Come on, son. No use in you going under too. That's meat that'll keep you alive." The voice rang in his ears. He couldn't stop it. Josiah decided to answer. You mean eat on Mordecai?" "That's the trick, boy." "No, I couldn't, he hollered back at the wind. "Ain't no way I bring myself to feed on Mordecai." "No one'll ever know. No one knows the two of you up here now, do they? No one'll ever know, now will they?" Josiah rose to his knees, looking around him into the blinding white air. "But I'll know," he cried out. "Son, he's holding you back. You're waiting for him to die. Man's gonna die anyway." "Mord's my friend." "I know that as well as you do, son. But he'll be gone soon enough as 'tis, and when he's gone, that'll hep his friend." How you figuring he's gonna help me then? I mean, I don't understand.
Stupid jackass, he'll help you keep going, living on his flesh.
Josiah felt his mind slipping. He fought to rise to his feet, but the legs were shaky and he fell back to the ground. You meanin' really chew on a man's meat?
That's flesh, boy. Whether it be coon or elk or man, flesh is flesh. And Yoren needs his flesh right now. The voice pressed stronger, louder in his ears. Flesh is flesh. Josiah turned his head to look at Mordecai's body quiet beneath the blankets, his shallow breaths widely spaced, each one sending a slight tremor through his body. He watched his friend breathe in and out slowly for a long time, not really thinking about the man he watched as a person, as a man. Slowly, Josiah drew the pistol from his belt and cocked the hammer back, looking around for the voice once more to give him strength, but all was quiet now through the valley. Josiah rose to his knees and crawled over to Mordecai through the snow. The pistol shook with the trembling of both hands as he pressed the muzzle against Mordecai's temple. Across the valley, the silence lay heavy as a cow elk stumbled along, lost in the snowstorm. All was so quiet that the only sounds one could hear were the thick, wet flakes falling on the white-draped pines. And it was so cold that every sound seemed to splinter in the still, dry air, breaking into a million tiny fragments. The cow bolted off blindly, crashing through the willows at the blast of the pistol somewhere through the white curtain. The blast was followed instantly by the cry of a man's voice, which loudly pierced the mountain air as it echoed from the ridge. Josiah lay crumpled beside Mordecai after he had fired the shot into the trees in anger and frustration, and then cried out to the peaks above him. As he had put the muzzle to Mordecai's temple, Josiah noticed that his friend had stopped breathing. He was dead. To feel pain no more, to feel bone-numbing cold no more, to ramble on in his delirium no more. Mordecai was dead. He lay beside the body in a heap across the snow, sobbing to sleep, his shoulders quaking violently at the emptiness that overwhelmed him, overpowering him physically as nothing else ever had. The months had passed quickly, looking back on them as he did now. He tried to calculate what month it might be, for the winds no longer blew violently, the snows were not so deep, and the sun hung longer in the sky. Following his friend's death, Josiah had neglected the animals for some time, but finally remembered that he must attend to them. He remembered now, for some reason, how fitting it was that he had found Mordecai's horse dead in the snow. It had been the flesh he fed on through the rest of that winter, refusing as he did to leave the valley just yet. But now the sun came out almost every day, dressing the brilliant white carpet across the valley in a burst of blinding light. Paddock decided it was time at last to be moving out, to force his way down out of these mountains and wander in search of other valleys. He brought the Dapple over to camp and tied the saddle aboard her, placing one bulky pack of supplies and his gear behind it across her rump. Josiah picked up Mordecai's rifle and held it a moment, fingering the cracked wrist along the stock and remembering the struggle with the grizzly. He then stood it back against the tree. Climbing into the saddle, he looked one last time at the cairn he had built for Mordecai's body after wrapping it in the bearskin. Over his friend, Paddock had placed a pile of neatly stacked timber, wedged together tightly so that no predator would disturb the remains. He had worked for weeks to cut and carve the lumber
so that each piece fit around the body exactly. As a final touch, he had put thick pine boughs to drape over the wood cairn to give Mordecai as decent a burial as he could in this high country. Beside this mountain tomb, Paddock had slept each night and eaten each day, refusing to leave until now. Pulling the reins to the left, Josiah kicked the dapple into movement across the flat white of the valley floor. As he began to climb the other side of the valley, he pulled the horse up and stopped, turning to look back in the direction he had come from, back toward the cairn. "Don't you ever look behind you. What you're running from might be gaining on you. Them ghosts'll haunt you only if you let 'em." He kicked the mare into motion and climbed out of the valley. Getting out of the mountains, his dapple had floundered often. She was not strong as she had once been. The winter had taken its toll on her, too. The man and animal crawled at a snail's pace through the days of fighting deep snow with a high, bright sun overhead. The warming weather made the going rougher as it softened the icy snow and allowed both of them to break through the crust on the top of the snow, always stumbling along as they pushed on slowly down through the mountains. The streams were beginning to break up, running faster and faster as they became swollen with the spring runoff. Now and then he would camp near some beaver ponds on his way out of those hills, but he never trapped. Game was scarce at times, but he managed to kill a buck or doe when food was really needed, enough to feed himself. Through every muscle of his body he could feel his strength slowly returning. Lady Missouri grew sleeker as she fed on the new grasses breaking through the cold earth. They were making it from one meal to the next, from one day to the next. And that was all Josiah expected, satisfied again to take one day as it came to him. He finally reached the foothills on a bright day around the middle of the morning. Dismounting to let the mare feed for a few moments before continuing the journey, Josiah turned back, his mind once again picturing a high mountain valley filled with the echoing, rambling chatter of a man in a delirium, a man dying. He listened a while, then shook the sounds out of his head, telling himself there were no such things as ghosts. He leaped into the saddle and raced the dapple down out of the foothills onto the flatlands. Something inside Josiah Paddock had died up there. Each night found Josiah further west. He crossed some rugged, brutally carved land looking for the sweet water the two trappers had spoken of, a river they told him would carry him west to the divide. That was his passion for the next long weeks, to put the wall of a continent between him and what lay behind. He felt that the spine of ragged, shining mountains would protect him from all that had been, showing him all that was to be on the other side of those peaks. He struck the Sweetwater and began to follow its course to the west, its waters flowing past him on their journey to the Gulf of Mexico. Along the river, he passed the huge, lonely, turtle-shaped rock in the middle of the plains, a rock on which many had already carved their names and bits of news from the settlements in the east. He then had to detour around a steep canyon through which the river plunged. He met the river once more on the other side of the narrow gate to pass by a landmark standing among the hills, a rock formation that seemed to be cut in two. Josiah smiled as he remembered the cleavage of the tavern maid's breasts and didn't feel so alone. He pulled up on the dapple's reins slowly, bringing the animal to a halt. Reaching inside his filthy, worn shirt, Paddock located the ribbon that connected him with St. Louis, the ribbon that remained to tie him to the woman who comforted him back there. Throughout the whole winter he had gone without the warmth of remembering while he stayed beside the remains of his friend. Now he could allow himself the freedom of letting the memory wash over him in a flood. The sense of loss that struggled to overwhelm him in St. Louis was strangely akin to the loss that had overcome him when Mordecai's suffering finally ended. He tried to remember the smell of the damp hair he had brushed away from her neck, and sniffed the air. It was too dry here. He could not remember the warm, dusky smell of her, but he thought he remembered her touch. And he didn't feel so alone. The flatland continued, rising gradually across the many miles of table that stretched toward the horizon. Off to his right, mountains rose through the low spring rain clouds, their heads pointing toward the blue heavens, beckoning to him. Paddock stayed on the Sweetwater only shortly as it curved to the north. He then struck out to the west to skirt the southern end of the mountains in search of food. He was tiring of what little antelope he had scared up and sought some venison for a change of diet. On the western slope of the range, he found deer hard to find. Josiah had to climb higher and higher through the foothills in search of game. In the early morning, he decided he would leave Lady Missouri in a stand of trees where she could eat, while he went out to hunt on foot. He had been unsuccessful for many days hunting from horseback. Josiah slipped from the saddle and tied the horse off, then pulled his drooping felt hat down tighter on his head. Leaning the rifle against a tree, he unbuttoned the fly of his pants and urinated. The dappled mare pawed the ground as she picked through the grasses. He rebuttoned his pants, then threw back his shoulders to readjust the shirt that draped loosely now over his frame before cinching the belt up. There was a lot of leather left when he had it tight around his waist. Paddock scratched at the growing bank of whiskers down the side of his face and under the chin, then picked up the rifle and started up the side of the hill. It looked as if there was a small open spot up a way, and there, he thought, he might stand a chance of lying back in the trees and waiting for a nice fat buck. Creeping carefully through the aspens and into the pines, he came to the edge of the clearing and halted suddenly, then ducked back behind a tree. Poking his head around the edge of the pine, he looked again. Yep, 2 animals. Looked like horses, and down below them a short distance sat the figure of a man. Josiah squinted, trying to make the man out. His back was turned to Paddock. He had long, straight black hair with what looked to be a piece of bright blue cloth tied about his head. Josiah knelt down beside the tree to get a better look at the man. He figured him to be an Indian from the way he was dressed and from his hair. His palms began to sweat, and his throat went dry. To come all this way, in all this time, and now run into a goddamn Injun here, he thought. He wiped the palms of his hands one at a time across his thighs. The Indian's clothing was buckskin, fringed and quilled, and he had a knife stuck in a belt at his back. That straight black hair was greased and shining in the early morning sun. A warrior. The thought made his stomach roll. On the ground around the sitting figure lay scattered packs and bundles. Must have killed some trapper just lately, he thought, and squinted again to see if he could pick out the body of a dead man on the ground, but could not see what he thought he must. Then Josiah discerned the shape of a rifle butt sticking out from under the Indian's right arm, lying cradled across the redskin's lap. He was calculating what his chances would be of shooting the man here and now in the back, weighing that against quietly slipping away before being discovered. Paddock looked about him nervously, expecting that the warrior might not be alone, only left to guard the plunder until the others in the war party returned. Probably chasing that poor devil's partner right now, he thought, his mind picturing the story as he felt it must have happened. Then his leg cramped in agony as he knelt by the tree, looking at the back of the Indian's left shoulder, measuring the odds. He had to move that leg to release the cramp, and as he did, the heel of his boot snapped a twig. Its crack sounded like thunder to him. His heart began to race as he looked down and swore at the offending leg, then looked back up to see if he had been heard by the Indian. A magpie took to flight over him, crying out loudly as its wings clawed for altitude. The bird disappeared down the slope toward Lady Missouri, who let out a gentle snort when it dove past her. He figured that was it. He figured this was the time to be going, and began to move, cracking another dry limb underfoot. Josiah froze behind the limbs of a tree, watching the man suddenly push himself behind one of the bundles. "I heerd you, you nigger," the man yelled at him from around the pack. "Ain't no use keepin' yourself secret in them trees." That's a white man, his mind told him, but it just did not fit. "You mightn't come on out now. Got a ball for your paunch if'n you choose not to." Josiah squirmed a little beside the tree. The cramp was no longer in his leg, but in his stomach. It pinched him not only in hunger, but in surprise and fear that the figure was a white man. He looked back down the hill nervously, but dismissed the thought of making a run for it. The man would be able to get a shot off before he could make it to the dapple. His rifle suddenly weighed heavy in his hand, and Josiah suddenly felt very small. If this was it, so be it. He took a couple of anxious steps forward around the pine branches so that he came into full view. The man raised his chin off the ground, but kept the rifle pointed at Josiah all the time. "Point that squirrel gun somewheres else and we'll palaver about this," the man called out to him. Paddock looked down at the rifle hanging at the end of his right arm, the rifle that weighed 100 pounds to him now, then looked back at the man as he brought the muzzle up and the butt clunked to the ground. "Come on over here. Let me take a looky at you," he told Josiah, then pointed his muzzle away from the stranger. 7. His mind slowly cleared of the haze of sleep, but he did not open his eyes. Lying there quietly for a moment, savoring the warmth of the blankets where he kept his chin nuzzled against his chest, head buried deep beneath the blankets, he was unwilling to move just yet. Finally, rolling over onto his other side, he snuggled down within his bedroll, then curled his legs up, thinking only of this rich luxury called sleep. How warm and safe he felt here. The air split with a scream near his ear, piercing through the blankets he had pulled over his head in the night. His body arched instinctively as he struggled with one hand to pull the pistol from his belt, while the other pulled the knife from the top of his boot. Both feet were furiously kicking at the blankets wrapped over his body, binding him. "Easy, Josiah, easy," Scratch hollered as he stepped away from the man he had just awakened with a guttural war whoop. Josiah blinked, rubbed his eyes with the hand that had been trying to pull the pistol from his belt, then looked up at the older man. Paddock sat among the heaps of his bedroll where the blankets had landed, as he had kicked at them, following the scream in his ear. His heart was still hung high in his throat as he sought to speak. "Don't you ever do that again, you old buzzard!" he choked on the words. "Didn't know you'd take such a mind to it, Josiah. Best you be sleeping now with one ear open all time, for the sake of both us." He gestured toward the animals. "Come on now. We moving out soon's you wrap them blankets up." Josiah looked over at the animals as Scratch spoke, seeing that they were loaded and waiting, merely shadowy forms in the pre-dawn darkness. Paddock blinked, looking around at their camp, and found everything as if they had never been there. Rising slowly, he pulled the blankets together, spread them carelessly on the ground, and rolled them up. Josiah walked over to his horse and slung the roll over the animal's back behind the saddle, cinching the roll down with the long leather wangs that would keep it in place. "Good name it is, friend," Scratch remarked as he crawled onto the piece of buffalo robe over his saddle. "What's that?" "Josiah. Good name, Josiah." "Oh,
Guessing I like it." He put his foot in the stirrup and climbed onto the dapple's back. "Guessing I gotta like it, seeing as how it's the one's been given me." He pulled the rifle across the tops of his thighs, nestling it down against him comfortably. "You'll earn yourself one of your own up here, Josiah. Get yourself a name as will be your own and no other coons," Scratch said, wrapping the rope that strung back to Hannah around his left hand, then dropping it over the pommel in a knotted loop. "It'll be your'n for better or worse, pendin' on the man you make of yourself. Kinda like getting hitched up to a white squar. For better or worse it'll be." He nudged his pony forward out of the trees down into the bowl. "Want to be out of these foothills afore sunup, down into that greasewood afore any pesky varmints are up and abouts." As they dropped out of the bowl north by northwest, the young man contented himself with the sights around him. Through the dark shadows of the early morning, they rode without a word. Now and then, Josiah turned to look back over his right shoulder at the broad, flat plateau they were leaving behind, that tableland at the south end of the mountains that rose through the gray shrouds of mist. Their blue peaks were now barely lighted against the awakening eastern sky on the other side of the divide, and the clouds hung like heavy shawls draped carelessly around the peaks' shoulders. The clouds blotted out almost everything of the mountains except those peaks. The men and animals moved slowly away from the foothills. Paddock shivered in the early chill and pulled the heavy blanket coat collar around his neck. The sky to the east turned gray, then purple, and finally a bright pink over the first few hours of travel. Josiah preferred busying himself with the changing sky behind him to staring at Hannah's swaying rump before him. Gradually, every sharp, hoary peak stood out boldly against the sky above the thinning mist. As he rolled from side to side in the saddle, it seemed to Josiah that the mountains moved along with him, like granite giants awaking from their slumber, stirring from their soft, cottony beds. "They seem alive, don't they?" he said to himself, looking over his shoulder at the growing definition of their outline. "What's that, son?" Scratch had turned around when he heard Paddock speak. "Said them mountains seem alive, don't they?" "More alive 'n most think, Josiah." He pulled on the reins of the pony to slow her while Paddock came up to ride beside him. "'Sides Injuns and critters as like man meat, there's hoodoos and spirits up there." "Hoodoos?" "Them's the spirit medicine in the high country. And that's no bald-face neither. Up north toward Hudson's Bay country, the Frenchies got their own names for the hoodoos, half man, half wolf they be." "You mean ghosts?" "Not rightly, no, not ghosts. Back up there," he said quietly, cocking his head back toward the mountains they were leaving behind. "In the mountains is lots of strange you can't rightly figure out. Ever now and then some sound come to my ol' ears, and Scratch can't figure out just what it might be. Injuns say they is spirits making them noises." Josiah laughed. "And you're no better'n them Injuns neither." But he saw that the old man was not laughing with him. "Aw, come on, Scratch. You don't really believe any of that about them ghosts and spirits up there, now do you?" He didn't answer for a few moments, then looked back over his shoulder at the mountains, before finally turning to face Josiah. "Don't know as I do. Don't know as I don't believe it all. Only thing this here coon knows is there's lots of yars atop my saddle, and there's been times as old Scratch's been a mite skeery. Can't rightly tell it in a way as you'd understand, but I get a feelin' every now and then that something's over my shoulder, watching me. Or I hear something that just don't fit right with what I ought to be hearing up there. You know? You got any idea what I'm talking about?" he asked, squinting his eyes into slits with an odd, pinched look on his face as he turned once more to look back at the peaks. Behind them the sky was brightening. Soon this western slope would be painted with the splash of morning light. "I'm thinking you've been up here too long already, Scratch.
You gotten as crazy as them Injuns talking about their spirits and ghosts and hobgoblins."
"Nah, may sound loony to you now, Josiah.
"Can't rightly tell you about it, but mark these tracks I make with me tongue as they're as clear as any sign you'll ever read. Ol' Scratch knows what he feels, and what Ol' Scratch feels keeps his har." He raised his left arm as if by instinct and pulled the blue bandana down more tightly on his head. Scratch remembered the nights alone in the mountains, those nights of dark and fear when he could not sleep, waiting out the long hours of blackness many times without a fire, listening to the sounds drift up to his ears from the shadows around him. Memories of those nights spent in gnawing mystery chewed at his stomach now, but he told himself not to let his imagination run away from him. There were nights when a sudden rain had dropped on him, lasted only brief minutes, then was gone just as suddenly as it had come, leaving him wet and chilled, leaving him spooked and sleepless. There were nights camped by frozen streams when he heard sounds of someone or something as if walking on the ice with crackling, careful footsteps. There were nights of sitting huddled within his robes, staring into the ink-black shadows close about him, straining to figure out what had caused those rocks to slip loose and tumble down some canyon not far away, their dying echo drifting to his ears through the moonless dark with a sound that seemed to bounce around his mind from peak to peak before it was finally stilled. There were the great sandstone monuments left standing alone in valley floors and deep within canyon depths, solitary sentinels that stood like giants, waiting for night and new life, waiting for the unwary and the disrespectful to tread upon their domain. He had seen them from time to time during his daylight travels, and he had always hurried to be gone before the sun fled the sky at the end of the day. He had passed by them in silent, wide-eyed awe, looking up at the huge monoliths, studying them, wondering if the legends about these petrified giants were true, deciding each time not to take the chance, deciding to take an old medicine man's admonition never to sleep in such a place as he would never wake, struggling through an eternity of hell and torture. He had once tried to shake it from his mind as superstitious fear by a superstitious people, but his guts had told him differently. So he hurried the animals away from such places. At night he would listen carefully, hearing the sounds of rocks crashing, magnified over and over as their deathly cries echoed about him, remembering all the while those legends of the giants warring in those valleys and canyons. The sighs of the wind through the tree branches and the quivering of moonless shadows only made more real the fears hidden deep within his bowels. At first light, following those sleepless nights, Scratch watched the mists about him swirl uneasily in the early dawn breezes, watched them closely as they seemed to take ghostly form, then dissipate, that sequence continuing until the mists were finally burned off by the rising sun. The rifle he always pulled more closely to him across his arms never eased the queer feeling he carried inside while he remembered the stories and legends told by the old Crow men around winter lodge fires, stories told by faces deeply carved with the lines of age and experience, legends told by eyes widened with fear and awe at their mystery. 2, maybe 3 days get us to Seedskitty, Josiah. Seedskitty?
Prairihan, in Crow. River as we'll follow north a ways till she turns east, and we make Beaver west from there.
The sun was climbing to the middle of the sky when Scratch pulled on the pony's reins. Josiah stopped too and looked over at the old man.
Sandy, friend, we making good time.
He pushed his heels into the pony's flanks and moved the animals down the bank toward the stream without saying another word, then climbed the other side and continued northwest, keeping the belt of blue, windy mountains off to his right as they plodded through the sage and greasewood, accompanied only by the sun and wind. The animal's hoofs kicked up small clouds of alkali dust that bit and stung a man's lips and nostrils. The land looked to Josiah as if it had been cut up with a knife, carved out of the rolling hills with some mad scheme in mind. Here and there were small bunches of wildflowers struggling in the sun-baked alkaline soil to break the monotony of the stunted bushes, whipped by the winds. Here and there they would cross some nameless little stream, its banks crowded with small stands of cottonwood that stood out starkly against the bleak surrounding countryside. "Bad water," Scratch would mutter between cracking lips when Josiah asked to stop for a drink. "That's bad water." "Aw, how can water be bad?" he snapped, as he slipped from the saddle and walked into the stream, dipping cupped hands into the water and pouring it over his head. Scratch did not move, but sat quietly on his pony watching Paddock dip handful after handful from the stream and bring it to his mouth. "Tastes bad, but it's wet. Don't you want any of this?" "Nope." "Your tongue a mite touchy about the taste, old man?" he jibed, throwing some of the cool water at the man on horseback. "Nope. Larnt a long time ago that it don't pay to drink what water as my animals won't touch." Josiah stopped his play suddenly as the words hit him. It did seem strange that the animals stood in the creek of cool flowing water, but were not drinking. "Why they ain't drinking?" Josiah prodded. "Bad water," he said cryptically as he dug his heels into the pony's sides and pulled Hannah across the stream after him. Josiah stood dumbfounded in the water, looking from the dappled mare that had refused to take a drink, then to stare at the old man's back as he rode away. "Scratch! Hey, Scratch, why they ain't drinking?" The older man did not turn around to answer the question, just yelling back loudly, "Tole you, bad water." Josiah splashed through the stream running toward the dapple, falling once, then jumped aboard. "Hey, you old bastard, wait up! Wait up, will you?" he hollered, kicking his horse into movement. "Why they ain't drinking none of this water? Scratch, goddammit!" He brought the horse to a gallop to catch up with the older man, reining up finally in a small whirlwind of alkali dust. "God damn it! Now, Scratch, tell me." "Just larnt a long time ago not to drink no water as my animals won't drink. Make you sick, it will." "Shit! You're crazy! Water can't make you sick." He had not really been worried until now. "You just wait, Josiah. You just wait and larn yourself a lesson. You'll find out not to drink such water. Sometimes things ain't what they 'pear to be." He chuckled quietly for a few moments before adding, "That water'll make it so's you can shit through the eye of a needle without hitting either side of that eye." He chuckled softly, then grew silent. Josiah stared off into the shimmering distance that lay before them, chewing on his thoughts for a moment. "Still figuring you got a lot to teach me, Scratch?" The old man didn't look over at him when he spoke. "Looking much that way, young'un." "Maybe so. Then maybe not. We'll get along just fine if you don't try to jam nothing down on me. I knows more'n you're giving me charge for." Bass turned to look at the young man on the dapple for the first time since they had left the creek. "Maybe so. And then, maybe no. Pups is always ready to say they's outgrowed the litter afore they's really ready to go fotchin' on their own. Pups is always ready for a scrape or two till they smartens up and finds it sometimes wiser to pick their scrapes, 'stead of roaring in with the har along their backbone standing up, snorting in a funk all the time." The inside of Paddock's mouth was growing caked with a thin, alkaline film. He ran his tongue around the inner cheeks and gums to relieve the crusty dryness. "You're thinking you're figuring me all out, ain't you, old man?" Scratch finally turned away and looked across the milky horizon. "You're the child as is forgettin' that Titus Bass is a man as once a time had that wild feather ticklin' his ass, A pup as come to the mountains brave as a buffler in spring with his nose high in the air. Just don't black your face to me, Josiah, and we gonna be two as'll shine in any crowd. You could 'a' done worse than happening onto me by a long chalk. There's niggers as would 'a' ripped your plunder and nary felt squamshus about it. Niggers and devils come in any color, and a man being white up here don't claim no special count for him. I've been down that trail, I have, and I knows the sign, hard rock or no. Son, I knows the sign, and I'm fixin' to get through them water scrapes till we get the green ward off'n you. He looked back over at Josiah momentarily out of the corner of his eye, then turned to face him once more. Scratch is one as figures there's some fine man cached up under all that foo-for-ah you're holt up behind. But if'n that man Paddock don't want to freeze into the grainin' as is got to be done to flesh the green off, then we can part when we drop rain to rendezvous. Can't say as I want no truck with you, but I don't want no part of a pup as'll be getting Scratch's har parted by some red nigger long with his own. If'n you don't care a cuss, then you take your stick somewhars else come rendezvous. Ain't got no itch to go under jest yet count of some pup as is a mite heavy and horn first time out on the ruttin' ground. You got the makin's of a reg'lar hivernant, you do, Josiah. Just measure your powder first, then Paddock and Bass'll shine. He was silent some moments, then tugged on the mule's rope gently a couple of times. Come on up here, Hannah, come on. He then went back to scanning the country about them from side to side. Paddock knelt on the bank of the Green River, working at slicing some meat from the quarters of the elk they had brought along with them for the journey. The flesh had dried more than half an inch deep during their march across the arid land, proving its own protection for the soft and tender meat that lay beneath the crust. The animals were restless this evening, swishing their tails and moving around as much as they could in the stand of willows where they were hobbled and tied. From time to time, Josiah looked at them, wondering what was making them so skittish this evening. Then he knew. Paddock slapped at the side of his face, stinging his cheek in an attempt to kill the mosquito. Now they had found a juicy target and began coming in numbers. He fought them as he kept cutting the meat, then decided he would just have to ignore them if supper was going to be put before the fire. Josiah rolled down the sleeves of his shirt and tried to pull each one down over his hands after he had turned the collar up around his ears and cheeks. But they liked his forehead, buzzing around his eyes as he blinked to keep them from landing. He fought them for several minutes, then threw down the knife in disgust and frustration and sat down folding his arms over his knees to hide his face within them. "Skeeter's bad this here time of yar round the Seedskadee," said Scratch, pulling dried buffalo chips from a huge trap sack which for many years had been given over to carrying such firewood. It had become his insurance policy to carry a supply of such animal dung to guard against not having a fire in those times when greasewood and sage, willow, or cottonwood was not available down here on the flats. Josiah looked up momentarily to see him pulling the round, flat chips from the sack. They looked much like the pastries he once bought each evening from old Joseph Robidoux. Then he grunted once before returning his face to the protective womb formed by his arms. "Drag out such as this here buffler wood and them skeeters be gone soon. Stuff makes some smoke, it does, and them skeeters can't stand that kind of smoke. Here, Josiah." The old man pulled the greasy leather pouch he had slung over his shoulder around to his front and began to dig through it until he pulled out a little vial made of elk antler. "This here'll keep them skeeters off'n you till we gets us a cookin' fire goin' with the buffler wood." He tossed the vial over to Paddock. The younger man opened it, pulling the antler stopper out, and the nauseating odor of the castoreum hit him square in the face. He wrinkled up mouth, nose, and the corners of his eyes as he turned his head to escape the smell. "Smells just about as bad to skeeters, too," said Scratch. "Put that on your face, rub it in good, you hear? Any place them skeeter critters is devilin' you,
They'll be gone straightway. Josiah held the vial at arm's length, but still could not escape the rancid, musky odor of the milky castoreum he poured into his left palm. Go ahead, boy, Scratch prodded. Sooner's the better for you. Such repellent came from two glands that lay just beneath the skin near the hindquarters of the beaver, and was often valued by the trappers as highly as the beaver pelt itself. It was this castoreum that served as the smelly bait that brought a curious, jealous, or territorial guarding beaver to the trap. Besides, the mountain trappers had learned that such milk, goober, some trappers called it, could be used for many other things in his wilderness life. Smear it round on you good now. Keeps you from getting et up. If I don't choke to death from the smellin' of it first. He began finally to smear it on the back of his neck, already swollen with little red bumps the mosquitoes had left behind. Just gotta larn to live with yourself all over, Josiah, said Scratch, striking fire steel against a piece of flint about the size of his open palm and sending sparks down onto some charred cloth tinder. When it had caught, he brought the tinder to his lips and blew gently on it until a small glow emerged within it. Scratch set the burning cloth down within a pile of small pieces he had torn from the animal fodder, and soon had a growing, smoky fire going. Larn lots about yourself out here, my friend. Many come the times as you'll do things you wouldn't catch yourself doing back toward the settlements. We'll put that man out of you up here, Josiah. Pull out a man as'll surprise you, most likely. Paddock finished smearing the repellent over his face and neck, then wiped it across the backs of his hands and around the wrists where they were exposed. Hannah snorted in anger because her tail wasn't keeping the pesky insects away from her eyes. She tried vainly to keep her ears twitching as the mosquitoes attempted to land on her head. From the green, they moved on a course north by northwest, heading for the range of mountains through which they would push on to the rendezvous in Pierre's Hole. Scratch set the trail they followed, which lay between ranges of mountains that rose abruptly to their left and right. He pulled Hannah along behind him as he hurried to get through the tablelands and foothills, hurried to get up higher into the forests. Most of the day he had nervously watched the dark bank of clouds rolling east as they pushed west, anxious over what those clouds might hold for early summer travelers here beyond the divide. The dark sky boiled and foamed until he could make out the thick curtain of rain that was falling heavily from those low-hanging clouds. Scratch marveled at the speed with which the storm raced toward them. He pushed the little party quickly, hoping they could be within cover by the time it moved over them, cussing at himself out loud from time to time for not having made the right decisions, not having judged that such early summer storms move more quickly than others, swearing at himself with growing passion for not having calculated that such storms are highly unpredictable as to what they might drop on the unwary. The high clouds that raced along before the storm turned gray, then began to drop a gentle rain on the men and animals struggling for higher ground. Higher and higher across the tableland they rode as the storm thrust itself at them, darkening the sky and loosing on them heavy drops that snapped and popped against their clothing. The dry earth beneath the animals' feet soaked up the moisture at first, then could hold no more after several hours of the race. The soil turned to gumbo, a thick, sticky mud more like moist clay. Scratch struggled with Hannah, cussing at her, pulling continually at her lead rope to keep her moving through the mud, kicking all the while at his small Indian pony's flanks to urge her on through the sticky footing. The men rode in the rain for hours through the afternoon, pleading with the animals to move faster, but the farther west they traveled, the rougher the footing became. The horses and mule began to bog down in the paste-like gumbo, each foot being brought out of the sticky mire slowly, one at a time.
Their pace had slowed to a crawl, an agonizing ordeal of driving rain accompanied by the sounds of Scratch's incessant swearing in tune with each hoof pulled from the mire with a loud, sucking sound. The old man struggled with the animals until finally deciding to stop and wait the weather out. There were no trees where he reined up. Scratch dropped wearily to the ground. His moccasins sank quickly up to his ankles. They were short of a stand of cottonwoods he had been heading toward for the past hour. "We'll just have to settle in here, Josiah. Wait it out, short of our mark." Scratch pulled the horse and mule over to a small ledge where he tied them. He then tore his buffalo robes loose from Hannah's back and spread one over the bales of beaver fur, putting the tanned robe flesh side up to turn the rain. Scratch looked around them as he finished, trying to judge just how long the storm might last. As Josiah dropped from the fatigued Dapple and started to untie his supply of pouches, the older man said, "Just get your blankets out, son. Leave the rest right there." Scratch then walked over toward the Dapple carrying a second heavy buffalo robe. "We'll just put this here over your pony's back to keep things dry. Set your truck down in this mud, and it'll get ruined for sure then." He threw the robe over the Dapple's back and straightened it out with Josiah's help, then went around the animal to stand before the young man. "You got a spare blanket there, son? One as you can lend a friend?" "Here." Josiah pulled a blanket loose from the bedroll and handed it over to Scratch, keeping two for himself as he followed the old man to the foot of the small ledge. "Set yourself down, Josiah. Fold the blanket up under your ass, like this." He demonstrated to Paddock, then pulled the edges up over his shoulders and then his head. The men sat huddled side by side for a while within blankets pulled closely about them until Josiah spoke. "Can't we get a fire going?" Scratch snorted, the sound muffled from within the folds of the blanket about his face. "Ain't no use in this downpour, friend. With no cover, she's like a bull pissing on a flat rock. No way a man could get a fire started, no way he could keep it going." He looked out at the greasewood and stunted willow where the horses were tied. "Rain like this here, man's just gotta wait out," he said, answering Josiah's sigh. The dry blankets turned the water for a while, then slowly began to collect rain in pockets formed by the folds of cloth. Soon, they were no longer much protection, and Paddock squirmed nervously, trying to find a dry place for his numbing buttocks. "Sit still, boy." "I'm getting wet." "Sure you're getting wet. Leastways, keep what water you're sitting in warm. You keep moving round like that, the water and mud you're sitting in will never get warm. Sit still. You'll be wet, but you can stay warmer that way." Josiah moved again, shifting his position. The cold water that had pooled around his buttocks now flowed into the depression in the mud where he sat, sending chills throughout his body once more. He finally decided to make the best of it and to remain cramped and wet in an attempt to stay warm. Huddled, Scratch was silent a long time. Occasionally he stuck his face out from beneath the folds of the blanket to fight the rain back from his eyes by blinking, looking to the west through the dark sky to measure how long this storm might last. It soon grew increasingly dark about them as the rain continued, and he could calculate the storm's course no more. "You sleep, son?" "Shit, you think I can sleep like this? My legs and ass went sleep long ago, but not me. Hell no, I ain't sleeping." The older man chewed on his tongue, then asked, "What was your track making it to where you picked me up, Josiah?" He thought if he could get Paddock's mind off the wet, off the cramping muscles, things might seem brighter. "Come along the Platte? Why you all fired hot to know so much about me?" "Just thought a little talking might make the time pass quick-like. That's all, friend." He stuck his head out once more and looked over at the young man huddled beside him, Josiah's face hidden beneath the folds of his blankets.
Headed up North Platte then, huh?
S'pose. Didn't know the river split up like it did. At the time, thought I'd come to another river. Didn't know which one to take rightly. Just knew that I had to keep heading north. And the one I took headed that way.
Come out with any other pilgrims, son? The old man put his head back within the protection of the bedroll blanket.
Why? Josiah snapped back. You thinking I couldn't make it on my own, old man?
Didn't mean nothing of the kind, Josiah. Just that I come out alone long the same way. He sighed. Looking back on it, too, this here child's some lucky to get to the mountains without some red nigger lifting har off'n him. That way's crawling with Injuns most of the time. Sioux, Pawnee, too. They give no truck to a lonely white man traveling through that land. Man as travels lone out there just gets hisself used for target practice. Maybe get hisself broiled over a hot fire like a stuck pig by them niggers. I was one as didn't know no better. Do now, howsomever. Lucky I was, getting west of the forks of that river. Where you strike out west, then, after you left the Platte?
Come on another river running into the Platte. Headed into the mountains from there.
Josiah let the last few words trail off slowly. That'd be the Laramie, Josiah. Spring fill up, she flows strong and deep. Strong enough she's touchy to ford. He looked out to the horizon. That spot, where the Platte and Laramie join up, be the crossroads east of the mountains. See you any Injuns?
Nope, didn't know one.
You was lucky, as tribes round that country follerin' buffler. Rapaho, Crow, sometimes Snake, Cheyenne, too. That north-south trail east of them mountains runs south to the country of the Rapaho and Wolf's band of Cheyenne, almost all way down toward Taos and Santa Fe. Up north, trail take a man almost to Crow and Blackfoot land. No country to be come summer, crawlin' ever ridge and draw. Pick me my time of yar to be in that country.
They sat without talking, listening to the howls of two coyotes calling out to one another to the east.
Ain't no good when them critters is out and howlin' in the rain, Scratch said, breaking the spell.
More hoodoos?
Might say. Heerd tell a coyote what comes out to howl in the rain is really a Injun as was taken whilst his medicine was still strong. Taken by the gods and changed into the critter to revenge some wrong done to them gods.
Shit, old man. Ain't no way I'm gonna believe in your witchy stuff.
Scratch poked his head outside the blanket. Know a man as you need to talk to. Name's McCafferty. Asa McCafferty. Scotsman by birth. Short little bundle of fire, too.
He put his face back in the blanket and began to tell the story of how this McCafferty's hair turned completely white.
As a sign the Lord was pissed at him for killing a medicine man back to 26. Asa got his truck together and left that country straightways, being told by the Lord where to go and what to do when he got there.
McCafferty had been a preacher back in the settlements, had heard the calling of the Lord back there, and had heard it once more when his hair turned white, calling him into the high and lonesome places.
I trapped me a season, two, afore he just picked up one day and fixed to take off, sayin' Lord wanted him somewhars else. Last seed him 2 yars back. Been out to the Big Salt in the west, they say. Now that be a man you should talk with 'bout your superstitions.
What a preacher doing out here? Josiah laughed with some disdain.
Not rightly a preacher, just a man of the Lord. All kinds out here, each of us touched in some way or other, I suppose, but all comes to be changed by the mountains. But these here mountains don't give nothin'. They just 'spect you to larn by 'em. Man like old McCafferty has come through lot of larnin'.
His body shook slightly with the damp chill of his soaked clothing.
Ain't really larnin' at all, s'pose. You jest feel it in your body, up and down. Know what I mean?
I 'spect you'll tell me anyways, the younger man grumbled.
Man as 'spects to keep his har or fill his belly, he's got to calc'late things all the time.
This here child didn't figure too good this day. Got us caught in the wet weather, you see? Gotta keep your eye on the country round you, the way he's gonna make cross it, and always keep eye on the sky. Put all what you know together and you'll fill your belly, some for your critters, too. Man's gotta take as good care of his animals as he does of hisself. Being afoot can spell the end for most men out here, but a man can travel anywhere, even in bad country, if he's learnt his lessons well enough. Bass went on to tell Josiah how to move into and out of new country by using the ridges, using the topography for safety, and urged him to learn all the canyons, passes, creeks, river, and peaks, committing them to memory through the slow travel. Man's gotta larn a lot soon to keep him his har. Lot of figuring on Injuns, huh? Huh? Scratch said, stuffing a wad of tobacco into his mouth from the pouch he hung about his neck. Oh, yup, that you do. You see a willer branch floating down the stream. Now, I says to myself, is that willer branch there natural? Can it be the work of some critters upstream? And is them critters 4-legged or 2-legged? Gotta calculate it fast, then figure on what to do. Travel through country where a rock be out of place, maybe a branch is broke and just hanging there. Gotta figure it all out. He stuck his head out of the blanket to spit. Where we'll be come morning, fair off, up there where them ridges meet the sky, keep your eyes moving. Maybe just a snap of a minute to catch something moving up there. Be it a critter or a man. If it be a critter, why's he heading that way, or why's he standing so strange-like? Such a thing like why them buffler moving downwind. Some herd of elk down in the valley standing still in a strange spot for 'em to be grazing, and them magpies is making strange, funny noises. Gotta figure on what all it means. He let the tobacco leaf sit against his cheek. You want to chew? Nah, not right now. Gotta figure you on the Injuns in the country where you be trapping. Have they had 'em a set to with some white men lately and squamshus for blood? Or are they peaceful critters, only hoping to steal you blind? You can read sign from the trail on the red niggers, like what tribe they be, how many's been long the trail, what they was moving for, all such. How many horses they travelin' with, and was them ponies loaded or no? Lot of light tracks, they been raidin' for ponies, you see. Sign tells you if and there be women and pups long, movin' camp they mightn't be doin'. He spit again, propelling the brown syrup out through the folds in the blanket wrapped around his face. Can't figure if you like livin' with Injuns or killin' 'em. Just like livin', son. And to do that, you gotta larn from the Injuns. That be where you start. Injun lived up here afore any man give any mind to crossin' the Missouri. He licked at a drop of juice on his lower lip before continuing. But a mountain man gotta go on past what the Injun teaches him. Try something new. Be ready to gamble. Injun ain't ready to gamble, so we got some edge on him there. So what you larnt back cross the Big Muddy ain't gonna hold you in good stead here, Josiah. Ain't gonna do you a goddamn now. He let the sentence trail off and paid attention to the quiet. It was finally quiet. No longer did the rain beat against the wet blankets or splash noisily into the puddles around them. Scratch pulled the blanket off his head carefully, holding on to the blue bandana. Looking like the sky's passed over. Pull them robes off the critters and we'll be making for sleep. As Josiah pulled the hides from the backs of the dapple and mule, Scratch shook the blankets, splattering water as he snapped the soaked cloth. Lay 'em up here, on the high ground. He pointed to the spot where they had sat out the storm. They laid down the robes, warmed with the animals' heat, then rolled the edges up over their bodies. Scratch let out a contented sigh. It had been a long, hard day, and he was tired from just carrying on the way he had in the past few hours, keeping Josiah's mind off the rain and cold. Scratch? Yup. What's Crow word for me? Ain't no word for Josiah, son. Nah, I mean, what's the word for man in Crow?
The old man thought a moment. It's a batza. Etsy batsy? No, try it again. It's a batza. It's a batza, he drawled. It's a batza. It's a batza, Josiah repeated to the man beside him in the mud. That means man in Crow, huh? Means good and brave man in Crow. A brave man, Josiah. And that's what I want to be, Titus. Josiah's gonna be Itse Batsa. After 2 more days of travel, Scratch led them down into a wide, twisting canyon, urging his pony on through the forested ridges within the canyon's recesses. Here there was better vegetation for the animals, so they decided to stop a while at midday. Bass dropped to the ground and tied the pony and mule off, then went sniffing around in the nearby bushes. He soon returned with his hands full of rich, red strawberries, plump and still wet from the last night's dew. Well, I'll be damned! Josiah's eyes popped at the sight of the delicious fruit. You will be too if you don't go get your own, Scratch laughed heartily. Take the kittle and go yonder to fetch us some more of these here berries. Josiah headed into the brush, then soon returned with the kettle brimful. They sat on the ground with the midday treat between them, eating the strawberries slowly, savoring the enjoyment of the unexpected taste in their mouths. In feeding on the new grasses, Paddock's mare moved too close to Hannah. The mule snorted at the horse, then half-heartedly kicked at the other animal. The dapple backed away and went on eating elsewhere. Why you carrying that no-count cussed mule along with you, Scratch? She's the one lamed your foot up for days, ain't she? She's ornery with everybody and everything. Why you keep her around? Hannah and me, we're the pair, we are. That critter's saved me life a time or two. He finished chewing on a mouthful of the berries, then wiped his lips and the whiskers over his chin with the back of his sleeve. Horse critters that get to know the smell of white man don't like the smell of Injuns. Them red niggers smell different than we, you see. Don't ask me why, they jest do. Maybe it's the grease they use all the time, slicking they har back and such. Don't know rightly, but them horse critters smell a Injun, and they go to snortin' and gettin' squamptious. Good idea to have a good horse like that in all kinds of Injun country, he said, plopping some more of the fruit between his lips. That's horses. I asked you why you drag that mule along. Sides what I owes that critter for the last good yars, being company and friend to this here lonesome coon. Hannah's better'n horse for smellin' something that ain't right. Mule's better'n horse for smellin' that count. They hates the smell of Injuns more'n any horse I knows of. He snatched up the last of the berries and pushed the kettle over to Josiah. Fetch us some more. Making a good nooner treat, they are. Paddock lifted the kettle by its handle and headed back into the bushes, while the older man lay back and closed his eyes. It was some time before he heard the other man's footsteps coming toward him. Scratch? Yep, he replied, not opening his eyes. He knew Josiah was now standing over him. Few days back, you said I'd learn why the animals wouldn't drink that water? Yup. A smile came slowly over the old man's gray-bearded face. Said I'd find out why, didn't you? Yup. He finally opened one eye to squint up at Josiah as the younger man stood over him. You find out why, son? Think I have. He sat down heavily where he had stood, looking pale and ashen. Your bowels giving you hell, are they? Scratch sat up on one elbow beside Josiah. Feel like I'm empty of everything inside me. Never shat so much in all my days as what I did while ago. Tried to tell you in a nice way, Bass cooed. Animals tried to tell you too. Gotta larn this way to trust what they say to you, just like what we was talking about with smellin' Injuns. Josiah hung his head between his knees for a moment, then spoke without raising his face. Anything you can do for it?" "Ain't much, son. Just gotta ride the shit out." Then he laughed as he thought of the joke he had told quite by accident. "Yup, just gotta ride the shit out. You ain't much help to a man's dying, are you?" "Sorry, felt the way you do a time or two, I have. Critters eat or drink something don't agree with 'em, they stuff down lot of green grass. Watch a critter when he's ailin'. They eat the fresh green stuff. Makes 'em feel a little more pert, it seems. Try it and see, boy. Works for me. Works for other mountain critters, too. Try it." Paddock crawled a few feet away and began tearing up handfuls of grass. He stuffed the grass into his mouth, chewed, then swallowed it with a gulp. "That's it, son. Eat as much as you can for now, then we be moving on." Josiah just looked at him with sagging eyes, then nodded his head up and down without saying a word. "Reminds me of a man as took the easy way out when I was a boy, Josiah. Our little settlement needin' a teacher got a man come in to hire for the job. Them days, 'bout all they teached was a little of the alphabet and some cipherin'. Didn't get paid much, so a teacher had to do hiring out for odd jobs and chores on the men's farms. Besides, such a teacher got paid only a little for each head he tried to cram with a little smarts. Well, this here young'un come out to hire for the teachin' job, 'bout your age he'd been at the time, so the menfolk of the settlement got together to ask him some questions, seein' if he was the man for the job, if'n he be the man they wanted to teach they young'uns." He looked away now from Josiah and the sight of the younger man chewing slowly on the grass. "One man asked him if he would be teachin' if the world was flat or round, you see, feelin' the young teacher out, kinda like. Well, he thought for a little bit, then he says that he could teach it either way the fathers wanted him to teach it. Now that caught them farmers off a whack, so they went into 'nother room to palaver about his answer. When they come back, one of 'em told the teacher he had the new teacher's job, but they just as soon he'd teach the world was flat, being that the other was such a new idea and all." Scratch looked back at Josiah, laughing at his own story. "You see, he took a easy way round a little problem. Don't think he larnt a thing from it neither. Man didn't have no backbone, no faith in hisself, no faith in his own mind. And you, Josiah, you're jest the other way. Gotta loosen up and listen up every now and then." He rose to his feet and helped Josiah up, standing for a moment beside him. "You feelin' like riding? We best be on our way, son." "Yep," he answered slowly with a hollow sound. In a minute." He then raced for the bushes once more, pulling at his belt and tearing at the buttons on his long handles. He squatted once more and let it flow through him, like a giant flushing of everything within him. A slight faintness overtook him, and he reached out to grasp a thick branch in the willows about him. Within seconds he was brought back to painful reality. The beaver castoreum had been smeared on all previously exposed skin, but now a new, juicy, and tender target invited the hungry mosquitoes. It was an awkwardly funny scene he created for himself. Squatting on the balls of his feet, his bowels a gusher, he swatted and waved and slapped at his buttocks to ward off, if not kill, the invading insects that dove at and bit his tender flesh. Finally, the rumble within subsided. When he emerged at last from the brush, Josiah had a somewhat better color to his face. "You look a little lighter, friend." Scratch moved toward the animals. "Yep, feel lighter too," he said, putting one foot into a stirrup. "What with that crap and the juices all them skeeters sucked out of me." "Found 'em something new to chew on, did they?" He chuckled heartily. "Wouldn't have been so goddamn funny your ass they was eating on while you be taking a crap." "Let's go, young'un." Josiah swung up into the saddle. "I sure feel lighter, and sorer," he winced, as he adjusted himself finally on the hard leather. The rest of the day and into the next, they rode through the winding canyon until they came out onto a ridge overlooking a river.
That's the snake, Josiah. Ain't far whar we goin' now.
Paddock slid from his saddle slowly and walked off toward the bushes.
I'll give my best to the snake, old man.
Bass led them down the ridge into the canyon formed by the river, then began to follow the river's course northward. It twisted and turned until they came around a knoll to look out upon the expanse of a huge mountain valley.
There it be, Davy Jackson's Hole. We be on the south end of it.
He turned to look at Josiah, who sat slumped and saggy-eyed in the saddle.
Look at it, boy,
he spoke loudly. Paddock then looked up across the valley.
That's God's country ever there was one, Josiah. That'd be the place God lay claim to if and he had to settle down. Ain't nowhars else like it in the whole world. Pilot knobs, what them parlez-vous Frenchies call the three breasts up there to your left, them's the Tetons. Damn, what a sight for old Scratch's eyes this is. You lookin', son?
The younger man slid down from the saddle and made his way stumbling into the cover of some brush.
You'll be rid of it soon, Scratch yelled after him. Damn, but this is some country for a mountain man.
He turned to look back up the valley. When Paddock came from the brush, Scratch began talking once more.
That's God's country, only most think God stays on t'other side of the Missouri. Some say he's got no place out here. Titus Bass don't feel that way. No, sir. God made this here country for hisself and the like of us, he did. Sure, there ain't no churches pushing steeples and bell towers toward the sky down that valley or any other out here. Damn, look at them mountains. Them are the house of God he made with his own hand for the like of us. Whoo-wee! If this ain't the place and time to be livin', Josiah. If I ain't 'bout the happiest man you ever knowed at bein' alive and bein' here right now, then I'll be et for a tater by a toothless nigger. Come on now, we'll get your ass movin' and your mind off it.
They followed the bank of the Snake as it grew wider through the southernmost end of the valley, then began to narrow. It was here that Scratch chose to cross the river to the west. On the other side, he began again to speak to Josiah, to speak of many things on his mind and in his heart. Ain't no white-skinned, prissy, gussied-up gals out here neither. Kind of woman as'll look mean and hard at you when you're only doin' what you feel like doin'. Same with law and constables. Ain't none of that foo-for-all out here. Only one law for us, taking care of yourself and your compañeros. You do that, and ain't nothin' else needed. Man can 'spect to be treated square by most, and he can treat most coons the same way back. It's them few low, snaky bastards who make things bad for the rest of us. I'm good-hearted by nature, Josiah, but don't take to a man as squeezes his presents out between his fingers. Same kind is allays ready with a open hand when the handin' out is good. Them's the niggers as I stay away from if I can. Don't want nothin' to do with 'em. They's a lot like laws and lawyers, pushin' you round. And if they can't push you round, they fancy you, fool you with all the foo-for-all palaver. Them gov'ment coons take what ain't theirs to begin with and live off'n a honest man's earnin's. Rattles my ass, it does, to see a man as can't pay his goddamn taxes get slapped in the calaboose. Goddamn shame by a long chalk. A goddamn shame to treat a man that-a-way. Consarn it! I quit them settlements and want no more talk of 'em. Here's whar we be and here's whar we stayin', till the Lord's ready to call the name of Titus Bass up yonder into the big belt. God's purtiest sculpturin's to lay sign in, to live out your days, and them nights full of blazin' sky. Damn! We is mountain men, and we should be more'n proud that we live in this here time, we do. What about the Injuns, making the livin' jest a mite dangerous, like you say? Jehoshaphat, what if the good Lord put the red niggers here too? What of it? Only adds a little fun, only adds to a man's fun, don't it? You're a rich man, ain't you, Scratch? I mean, I see you got all kinds of money for all your yars up here, Josiah grumbled. He felt drained, tired, and sore from the ordeal of the past 2 days. His cynicism now boiled over, and he snapped back at Scratch, angered at the old man's bright joy. "You can't line your grave with beaver, boy. Ain't no count anyways. So what if the truck Billy Sublet brings out here, jammed full of gewgaws and pretty foo-for-ah, cost 4, maybe 5 times what it do back in St. Louis? What do it count? Tell me, Josiah, what do it count anyways?"
"Dunno."
"Damn, I know, Josiah Paddock, I know. It don't count a shit. None of it. None of it don't count a shit if'n you're always worrying 'bout where you're gonna spend your money. Only money we got, boy, is riding on Hannah's back. Don't you forget it, neither. Them beaver dollars buys us good times and 'nother yar till rendezvous. Then we gonna bust our asses earning that other rendezvous, bust our asses trying to save our har. If a man come away from rendezvous, heading out for season, leaving with a headache from the cups and the clap to boot, if'n a man come away from rendezvous broke, what's it all count, son?"
Scratch paused and softened his voice now, having realized he was arguing with his own past, with his own youthful dreams more than he was arguing with Josiah. "If'n you spend a few seasons up here and go back to the settlements broke, what difference it make to you? I'm carin' to bet that you never make it back to them settlements anyways. If'n you don't make a mountain man, I'll see you buried up here. And if you do make the mountain man, get to be the reg'lar hivernant, feller what spent him a winter in theser mountains, what I'm figurin' you to be, Josiah Paddock, ain't gonna be one to want to go back then anyways. Your money's something for those settlement fellers. Ain't no good out here. We carryin' the money of the mountains back there on that cussed mule, son. That'll buy whiskey and women's. It's gonna get you a set of skins and a mountain rifle, too, with some cups thrown in for old Scratch. You'll pay me back come next rendezvous, and work the devil out of you for the debt, I will. You'll larn real quick why you come to the Stony Mountains, Josiah. 'Tweren't for money. 'Tweren't for beaver, neither." Up from the valley floor, the men and animals began the twisting climb toward the pass by which Scratch chose to lead them over the mountains. Off to their right, the Teton Range rose as the pilot knobs themselves disappeared. Above them, the snow came into view as the air began to chill. It now relieved Josiah's fever, and soon he had put the heavy blanket coat on once more, buttoning the long handles up his chest. Into the thick timber they rode, the going slowed by the slippery snow, dropped here by the storm that had dumped the rain on them below. Scratch picked his way as best he could, following the shoulders of the snow-draped slopes. The footing grew precarious for the animals as they minced their way across the wet and melting ice. The climb into thinner air, coupled with the rougher footing, tired the horses and Hannah all too quickly. The old man finally admitted that here, too, they would have to stop for the night. "Sun's west of the pass. We can lay over here tonight. Go on into rendezvous tomorrow." He led them up a slight slope, away from the pass, and into a thick stand of pine where the snow had not penetrated. Josiah was worn, hanging onto the pommel of his saddle as if in fear of falling. Scratch slid to his feet and helped Paddock down. He walked him over into the trees and steadied the young man as he sat on the ground. Josiah hung his head, chin against the neck, and then Scratch saw it. He pulled Josiah's collar down and peered closely. "God damn! You got the ticks!" Paddock raised his head slowly. "That's what's been itching at me." Scratch pushed his head back down. The older man plopped to the ground and began looking through Josiah's growing hair. "We're gonna have some work to do on you, son. Besides them graybacks, you got a load of ticks to boot." He rose and quickly built a small fire near them, then brought Josiah a large handful of wet snow to eat. The combination of alkaline water drying the body's tissues and the diarrhea robbing the body of needed moisture had sapped the younger man of much of his youthful strength. When there were some small licks of flame flying freely out of the fire, Scratch put the tip of his knife blade down among the embers, then set about pulling gear from the animals. He soon had them a cozy camp put together and meat roasting over the glowing coals as the sun began to fade in the west. "Gonna help you get over to your bedroll, son, but you're gonna have to help me get your clothes off. That way we check you over real good. Tomorrow we'll check you over again down below just to be sure we got 'em all when I stop to take a bath." "A bath? You're kiddin', ain't you, Scratch?" The word had brought some life back into Josiah as he stumbled over to the bedroll. "Damn it, boy, man's gotta smell decent to go courtin' squars, don't he?" "If you say so, old man, if you say so." Between the two of them, they struggled to pull Josiah's clothes off down to the birthday suit. As the sun went down, so did the temperature. The young man scooted closer to the warmth of the fire, sitting naked on his blankets, his ribs poking at the skin on his chest. Scratch pulled the knife from the fire, the tip of its blade heated for the job at hand, then knelt beside Josiah to begin burning the ticks off the young pilgrim. "Yow! God damn it!" Paddock pulled away as the blade tip burned skin. "Settle in, boy. We got a job to do." He put the tip back to work. "Quit your moving! Quit it!" He worked more carefully this time, paying more attention so as not to touch the skin with the knife. "Just gotta touch them little devils on the ass with something hot. They back right on out on you. Then I can pick 'em off and throw 'em in the fire. Like that," he explained as he tossed one into the nearby flames. "Why can't you just pick 'em off and be done with it?" "Ticks don't work that way. Man I knew once died of fever from 'em. He pulled the ticks off for sure, but the critters' heads stayed in the skin. That's the baddest part of the little devils, Josiah. Heads got all the poison. There's another. Gotta get the critter to back off by hisself or the head stays in to make you sick. God damn, have you got a crop of 'em. Get yourself busy too, son. Looky over your clothes, turning 'em insides and out. Looky down long each seam real close. Them's are critters as like the tight places. And 'nother to the fire. Ain't got yourself 'nother change of long handles, do you?" "Nope." "Didn't think so. Just keep working and we'll make your clothes fit to wear again, leastways till we get some skins. Crow skins be the best for you, but them niggers won't be comin' to rendezvous. Snake skins'll do for now. We'll get you fixed for crow skins come robe season when we winter up with Arapuesh and his folks. Snakes'll be the rendezvous. They wouldn't miss the whiskey and foo-for-off for nothin' this side of spring buffler huntin'. If'n they had 'em a good hunt this yar, they'll be comin' with the hawk bells roarin'." As he chattered on, Scratch kept pulling ticks from Josiah's body, throwing them into the fire. "They don't call themselves snakes. That's just the word as was give 'em. Come from the way they move their hand when they use the sign for the tribe name, like this," he demonstrated, waving his hand through the air, fingers outstretched and together in a serpentine movement, wiggling in front of Josiah's face. "They's Shoshones proper, and a kind and thankful group they is. Welcome a white man most time, they do. Them niggers can get mad when you do 'em wrong, howsomever, but they don't steal the way them Crow love to. They believes in a big God, too. Lives in the sun, he does, but with other lil gods livin' in the moon and stars, some on earth down here, but they all answer to the big un in the sun. Snakes tell that spirits of their dead warriors keep a close eye on what the livin' do in everything. Tell that each livin' brave has some angel watchin' over him, guardin' him from death and pain, but only so long as that nigger obeys the wishes of the gods. Them warriors got 'em lots of wives, too, but they ain't as hot to screw 'nother man's woman as the Crow be. Them Crow can be downright nasty when it comes to the women's, they can. Not the snakes. Man'll just sell you his daughter or his wife for a few hours to rendezvous, should you tickle his eye with something fancy and pretty." He sat back, turned aside, and spat juice at the fire. "Roll over, boy, and spread your legs. Go on, I don't like it any better'n you do, but them ticks like to hug upon the hars of your ass best of all. That's it. We'll get you cleaned up, and then you're gonna get some lay-down sleep. Tomorrow's to rendezvous, and shinin' times for you. Back off of there, you damned varmint." They loaded the animals quickly the next morning before the sun had broken over the divide to the east, mounted up, and continued the hard climb to the pass. Once there, Scratch picked his way along carefully as they began their descent down the western slope. By mid-morning, they could see the valley floor below them. For Josiah, the itching was gone. The cramps and diarrhea seemed to have eased off. The only thing bothering him was the closeness of the rendezvous, with the excitement of the newness they had anticipated these past weeks. Suddenly, the air carried to them a roar that made Paddock's blood chill. The lump in his gut climbed up into his throat, forcing him to remember old fears. More throaty growls answered the first as Scratch stopped the animals in their tracks. He listened for a moment at the air-splitting roars, then jumped quickly to the ground. He checked the priming on his rifle as he pulled the flintlock from its leather scabbard. "Bring your pistol, son. Scratch is curious what's shaking out there in that forest." He started off into the trees, followed closely by the younger man. After darting quietly through the pines for about 100 yards, Scratch stopped them as they rounded a large boulder about the size of a settler's cabin. There, before them, was a sight few had seen in the mountains. The old man put his finger to his lips, then led Josiah around the boulder and found them a way to the top so that they finally had a grandstand seat for the action below. In a small clearing at the foot of the boulder lay a wounded elk cow. Scratch figured that some hunter by here recently must have put a bad shot into her, and she had then taken off into the forest to die, losing blood all the way. But that wasn't all they had perched on the boulder to witness. Around the elk, but ignoring the weakened, prostrated animal, were 3 of the monsters of the forests. A trio of big, blond animals, grizzly bears full of spit and fire, fought one another for the prize. They had each smelled the blood and tracked the elk, only to find 2 others after the same meal. Their fierce pride would not let them share the feast. They would fight it out, free for all, and the one left standing when it was done, the one not wounded or run off, would have for himself a feast fit for a king of the mountain forests. The ground shook as one would bat another against a tree with a savage swipe of a paw, exposing long claws. It was the rut all over again for these bachelors, but this time they would not win some brief companionship from a female, only a full belly. The tide of battle changed again and again, with the odd male jumping on the back of one of the others engaged in a boxing and hugging match, tearing flesh loose with his teeth and talons. Josiah and Scratch lay atop their boulder watching the battle for close to an hour until one of the males finally killed another and ran the third away. The monstrous victor rose to his feet, turned around and around, snorting and roaring all the time to tell the whole forest who was the rightful ruler here, then dropped to all fours to ramble slowly over to his hard-won prize. Grasping the cow's neck between his dripping jaws, he clamped shut and shook his head from side to side violently, lifting the heavy elk carcass off the ground several times, shaking the remaining life from the dying animal. Scratch tapped Josiah on the shoulder and silently motioned with his hand that they should be going. Both men slipped from the boulder and made their way quietly back to the horses and mule. "Wounded Grizz is bad Grizz," Scratch said, pushing into the saddle and cradling his rifle across his thighs. "Don't want to be round here much longer when that other feller fixes to come back there later on after licking his wounds to see if there's anything left for him to eat." He pulled his pony's neck to the side and started away. "Come on, Josiah. We got rendezvous for us. Damn that bushway. Whiskey's watered down with the green, traps of English steel for $30, but none better'n that Manchester. And you be careful of that DuPont powder. She's not worth the spit in a dry man's mouth. Many are the ones as'll spout off 'bout they's DuPont, but it's only English or French for this here child, Liquor and lovin' for a man as comes to rendezvous, Josiah Paddock. Liquor and lovin' for these here two coons as come a long way to shine in any man's crowd. Wah! Say it again. Wah! By damned, I are one of the baddest mother's sons as ever'll be come rendezvous, and there's some bad mother's sons down there already, I'm carin' to set, young'un. They's waitin' for the liquor and lovin'. Come on, young'un. We'll take a horn for the whole shittery and have nother for the yar to come. Looky out, Billy Sublet. Titus Bass has a dry on you'll not soon forget. 8. I'm thinking this be the Pierre, Scratch said, stopping at the bank of a stream and looking down the direction it was flowing. Drains this side of the pass. Lots of little piddle-ass cricks has come into her up here. Pierre's a fine one, she is. Take a drink there, son. Some sweet water it be. He turned to look over at Josiah, who wrinkled up his nose a little and did not move from his horse as the old man slid from his saddle. Don't trust my word on it, eh? Scratch knelt and dipped cupped hands into the cold, rushing water, being fed by the snows they had crossed in coming over the pass. Should have trusted my word back to the Alkali Crick. He drank for a moment, then wiped his hands across the front of the greasy buckskin of his shirt. Scratch let go a deep sigh and sat on his haunches for a few minutes, looking downstream. When he spoke again, it was without moving his head to look at Josiah. S'pose you larnin' to trust your own feelin's, eh? That's good. Don't just take 'nother man's word on nothin', Josiah. Find out for yourself. Sometimes your body tells you better'n your head ever does. You gotta listen to what your body's got to say. Yours telling you to be shy right now of water. But you come through something as many a man what's come through. Ain't nothing more'n too many green apples back home would give you, son. He was pensive a moment, unmoving until he heard Paddock slide from the saddle and touch the earth. Scratch turned to the young man as Josiah came to kneel alongside the stream. I want to trust you, old man. He looked briefly into Scratch's eyes, then looked down into the water. Oh, shit. I'm just being a pup about this, ain't I? Old man like Titus Bass can't be coddling a kid, now can he? He dipped one hand into the cold water to catch some of the liquid ice, then brought it slowly up to his lips and sipped it. Taste all right, don't it? Yep, it do. Josiah now put both hands into the water and brought drink after drink to his dry mouth and throat. I want you to trust me too, friend. Trust don't come easy, though. I'm willing to wait you out on that count. There's times, howsomever, Josiah, when all a man's got to lay a bet with is another man, a friend as come through water scrapes and cold camps with him. Few things you can put your beaver down on out here, except another man what is trampin' the same trail as yourself. What I done for you in the past, sons, along with what I'm a-gonna do down there to rendezvous, that's all a small beaver to pay for your trust and respect. Ain't askin' no more'n that from you, if'n you'll be ridin' way from rendezvous with Scratch. Then, if'n you ain't with me for the fall huntin', want you to know I don't blame you none, if'n that's what you really want. Whatever got the notion in your head that I was goin' anywheres else but with you, Scratch? Josiah lifted his head and turned to look at the older man, water dripping from his lower lip onto the front of his shirt, where the blanket coat was unbuttoned. Moon or two back, this child told you plain that if'n you weren't ready to larn a lick from Scratch, then you'd have to take your hide somewheres else come rendezvous. Didn't want no man as might cause you to lose your har, Josiah interrupted, then snorted a brief chuckle. He rose and took up the reins of the dapple. Just take it simple that I'm with you come break-up of rendezvous, unless you sneak out on me with one of your early mornin' gettin'-ups. Simple. Old man, I'm with you, and I'll run you into the ground someday. He smiled down at Scratch when he had lifted into the saddle. Give you a hard time, ain't I? Bass rose to his feet. Not near as bad a time as I'm going to give you back.
He put heels to the horse and started off through the trees downstream. Scratch leapt onto the pony's back without use of the broad stirrup, leaned forward to grab the reins, then set the animal in motion. "Woo-ee!" he hollered as he jerked lightly on Hannah's rope to bring her along. Adjusting the rifle across his lap, he spoke quietly now, leaning low alongside the pony's ear. "Think I got me a partner." He sat back, straightened his spine like a ramrod, and spoke to himself. "Yes, sirree, old Scratch has got him a partner." Into the valley they fell, the Tetons rising to the east, their peaks towering above mantles of soft clouds, while to their left rose the less lofty Snake River Mountains. Before them yawned the hole along the spine of the west, a valley floor covered with low, scrawny sage. Through the hole ran the streams that rushed down from the Teton Range, streams whose courses could easily be traced by the bordering hemlines of cottonwood and willow. This valley stretched northward from them some 30 miles, and with its bordering frame of mountains varied in width from 5 to 15 miles as it ran from southeast to northwest. Scratch searched along the stream they followed until he spotted a break in the dense underbrush of willow and creeping vines that matted the bank. "Oh!" he shouted ahead to Josiah. "Hey, boy, we're going to take a short one for the old man here." Bass hit the ground and tied the pony and Hannah up to the willows, then turned to the mule where he pulled free a painted rawhide parfleche. Scratch ran the fingertips of his right hand over the leather's grainy surface as Josiah rode up. "What's doing?" he asked, with a touch of impatience in his voice. "Titus Bass gonna scrub a yar off'n his hide," he said, taking his eyes from the parfleche to look up at Josiah. "You're really going to take a bath, ain't you? If that don't beat the stick." Josiah laughed as he dropped to the ground. "Man can live with hissef, but them squars got a touchy nose. Injuns take a bath most every day, if'n they can. Sweat one if there's nothing better. Seen 'em crack the ice on a stream in robe season, winterin' with the crow." He sat the parfleche down near the bank as Josiah followed close behind him. "Them Injuns clean people." He began untying the wangs on the leather case. "Sometimes wonder just who's the savage, young'un, us or them." He spoke as if in afterthought. From the parfleche he drew a bright yellow printed shirt, folded neatly, and held it before him a few moments before setting it on the grass. Then he pulled out a folded pair of pants, laying them beside the shirt. "Thought you was sayin' clothes such as them catch graybacks." Paddock found a soft spot in the grass to his liking, lay down on his side, and propped an arm under his head. "These something special." He pulled a pair of fully quilled moccasins out and set them in a row alongside the shirt and pants. "These here breeches and shirt come out to shine once yar," he said, as he extracted the last treasure of the parfleche, a pair of leather suspenders with the deep glow of a well-oiled harness, and laid them atop the pants. "Rendezvous doin's special time, and these clothes are special for the spree." Scratch stood and pulled his pouch and horn off his shoulder, undid the ties on the belt around his waist to let it drop to the grass, then yanked the leather shirt off and laid it on the ground next to the clothing. Slipping the antler-tine buttons free from their holes at the fly of his leather pants, he pulled them off, one leg at a time, hopping clumsily as he got the pants over each moccasin. Titus Bass stood for a moment by the stream, naked except for those greasy, dirty moccasins and his blue bandana, looking eastward at the sun rising in the sky over the Tetons. He closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth pouring over him, then let out a slow sigh. As he opened his eyes, he heard movement coming behind him, and only caught a fleeting glimpse of the blur moving toward him. It was too late. Josiah ran headlong into him, pushing the older man off his feet and into the water with a loud splash.
followed by an even louder howl as Bass hit the numbing water. He drew up his arms and legs tensely, numbed and shivering, then slowly stood, his hair and beard dripping around a mouth that chattered like the rapid click of a steam locomotive racing over the rails.
God damn you, Josiah.
He eased his way toward the bank, arms clutched around his chest.
You mother son of a she-whore! Your pups'll eat buffler dung with magpie shit on the side.
Josiah was standing as best he could, doubled over in laughter, one arm around a belly that was already aching from the mirth, his other arm pointed at Scratch.
You scurvy bastard. Said you'd pay me back, did you?
Said Scratch, advancing on Paddock as he came out of the stream onto the grassy bank, the blue bandana about his head dripping over the eyebrows.
Stay your ground, old man. Don't want to have to hurt you none. Josiah backed off from the advancing man.
Trying to be the young bull, are you? You little calf.
Josiah started circling around now, dodging back and forth in the small opening among the willows and vines caught in dense undergrowth. He was seeing the old man's body for the first time, and it surprised him that it was not old. Scratch was not heavy-boned and muscular, as Paddock was, but slim. Josiah looked over the man's frame quickly, having first thought his would be an easy task to fend off the angry man. But now he saw the muscle stretched like taut sinew over the older man's lithe body. He moved like a practiced cat, answering each of Josiah's moves with ones just as quick in the game. There was not a superfluous line in Bass's form. Each muscle had been honed to a fine-tuning. Slowly, with feints to draw him off every now and then, Scratch put Josiah's back against a thick wall of willow and made his move. The younger man began to move to the side quickly, but Scratch was all the quicker as Paddock turned. Catching Josiah by the belt with one hand, he drove his other under Paddock's left arm, then grabbed tightly onto the back of the coat collar. Frantically, the young man squirmed to pull away from Bass until his feet were no longer touching the ground.
Got you, you little varmint.
Scratch started back toward the bank.
Put me down, goddammit,
Josiah hollered, then began laughing uncontrollably.
I'll put you down all right, but I'll be putting you down where I want you down.
With a short swing, he sent Paddock sailing into the icy creek.
Right there.
With the momentum of the older man's swing, Josiah had gone in head first with a belly buster, flailing his arms to try to land on his feet. But the only foot that had touched ground before he crashed in the stream had slipped on the mossy rocks, propelling him into the water all the harder. Paddock rose, sputtering, pulling his hat from his head and coughing his throat clear, to see Scratch down on his knees in laughter on the bank. As he started out of the stream, the older man stood up.
You're real goddamn funny, ain't you?
Josiah had a false scowl within his brows, but the lines at the corners of the mouth told that he wanted to laugh.
Larn you, boy. Don't start nothing you ain't ready enough to finish.
He pushed Josiah back into the stream, the young man plopping down on his ass once again in the cold water.
Gotta see it through, Josiah.
Scratch waded into the water to help Paddock up.
Nah, leave me be. You're wanting me to take a bath, so all fired bad, I'm gonna take a bath,
Josiah said, making scrubbing motions under his arms and around his neck.
I could spit on you and get more dirt off than you're doing that-a-way.
Scratch scraped his hand along the sandy bank, gathering a handful of the grit to rub over his own neck and shoulders, then down his arms.
Sand? What you cleaning with sand for?
Josiah stopped his mock bathing.
Only thing there be to cut this grease and scum I'm carrying since last to rendezvous.
Well, I'll be damned if that don't take it.
He rose and started for the bank, twisting the soft felt hat to wring it out as he went.
Man's using sand to clean the dirt off. Josiah plopped down on the bank with a squish and pulled his boots off, then poured water from them onto the bank. Sinking slowly back into the grass, he watched Scratch bathing for a moment more, then closed his eyes and drifted off into slumber. When he awoke, Scratch was out of the water, standing beside him and slipping the print shirt over his shoulders. The older man was white. He was deeply tanned only from his wrists down over his hands and from his forehead down his face and neck. A little V-shaped patch of dark skin on the upper part of his chest showed where the leather shirt was kept open. Bass buttoned the shirt up as Josiah stirred into a sitting position and put his boots on. "How do you come by that scar alongside your head, Josiah?" Scratch asked, tucking the long shirt tails into the loose waist of his pants. "How do you know about that?" "Seen it last night working to pull them tick critters out of your scalp, son." He bent over to pick up the suspenders and began to button them to the back of his breeches. "Couldn't miss that furrow running alongside your brains like that." He buttoned the suspenders to the front. "Took you a good lick there, you did. Healed up nice, but you'll never have a lick of har there now on, you know." Paddock rose and patted the side of his head, smoothing his hair down over the scar self-consciously, pulling the hair over the tops of the ears with his fingertips. Scratch picked up his buckskins, stuffed them in the parfleche, and carried it over to the mule, where he worked to stuff it into a secure pack. "Ain't got no reason to cut har up here no ways, son. You can let it grow down to your ass if you likes. Time was what Ashley didn't want no man with a beard and long har comin' up river. You see, the Injuns don't take real kindly to a man with har on his face, so it wouldn't do to wear no beard with Ashley's bunch. The general just had a thing, too, about not wearing long har, him being city-fied and all." Scratch climbed into the saddle. "You ready to see what rippin' and snortin' they's doin' to rendezvous?" "Yep." Josiah rose onto the dapple's back, and they moved off. "Just let it grow, son. Your har, I mean. All the better up here anyways. Keeps the sun off the back of a man's neck. Keeps his ears warm like some furry-some muffler when them winds get to growlin'. It's a decoration, too. Just like them red nigger bucks decorate they's har for lovin' or for warrin'. Sides, man's got better things to do than be cuttin' har back all the time." He looked over at Paddock for a moment. "So don't you go worryin' about that thing clear alongside your head. It's getting covered up purty nice, it is." "Left me a chunk of my scalp back to St. Louis, along with a lot else," Josiah said softly, just loud enough for Scratch to make out the words as they were riding close beside each other. "This stiff skin alongside my head gonna long time keep me rememberin' why I can't go back there now, no way." He turned to look at the older man leaning over at him, intent on what was being said, with his head cocked to one side. "Wounds back there ain't never gonna heal up like this scar," Josiah said, touching the side of his head as he looked away from Scratch. "You want to talk about it, son? Not pushing you now, just wondering." "Yep. Guessing I do want to tell you about it. Now." Josiah stared into the pure emptiness of the mountain air of the valley, struck by its fresh, laundered look that gave him a very real sense of his own finiteness thrust up against those infinite hills. The air about him caused the light of midday to seem detached from the sun overhead, for it felt as if the light were radiating all about him. With it pouring over him like a thick syrup, Josiah felt at ease now, comfortable to tell Bass about how a man could be wronged by a woman, how a man could be driven to kill a man over that woman, and how he had left St. Louis to put that ghost behind him. Paddock felt that much, just that much, would be enough to tell Titus Bass. "I do want to tell you a little about it." "You left a gal back there after all, you say? Wah! Dad blamed, old Scratch knew it. Just had that look about you, Josiah. Just looked like'n you'd be the man to have your troubles with the women's. And you kilt a man over her, too? I'll say it again. Wah!
My new partner's no stranger to killin', and that's some good out here, 'cause these here mountains full of the livin' and full of the dyin'. Both. Man as has lived full his yars out here ain't really 'fraid of the dyin'. Only seems natural part of things, only seems a fittin' part of the livin'." He grew silent, listening now to more than the sounds of the stream and the padding of the dappled mare's hoofs over the stones. Scratch listened to his bowels, to the uneasiness that had been growing there over the past several months. He tried to think it away, tried to talk it away with the words he gave now to Josiah. But he could not escape the thought, "Titus Bass, you're gettin' olt now. You're gettin' scairt now. Scairt a dyin'." "Them's what we calls the big holes over there." Scratch directed Josiah's eyes to the low range of less than lofty mountains to the west. "They circles on round behind us to the southwest," he said, swinging his arm around in that direction. "Then you can always find this here place again just by keepin' your eye shaved for them 3 breasts up there." He brought their eyes back to the east to look once more at the majesty of those powder-blue peaks. "Most anywhars you be out here in Rendezvous country, you can spot them breasts a ways off. They'll sign you where you're wantin' to go. You can lay your set to that mark, Josiah. Many's a man what's been lost, maybe wanderin', lookin' for a place to feel to home, when the coon comes over a rise, and there set them 3 beautiful breasts to show him home again. Woo-wee! They some, ain't they?" "And what is that up there, old man?" Josiah nodded forward with his head, ahead of them to the north. They had just come around a twist in the stream to see for the first time the first tribal lodges of Indians who had come to rendezvous. Closer still, Scratch could begin to discern the thrown-together lean-tos and temporary shelters of white trappers nestled through the valley along the cottonwood groves bordering the stream that flowed north the length of the hole. "Son, that's what a mountain man lives for. That's what he'll work his ever-livin' ass off for a yar to see. Josiah, we come to rendezvous." He leaned over, standing in the stirrups to slap Paddock a good one on the back. "Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, now we shine." Far up the valley, much farther than Josiah's excited, wide eyes could see, lay the dotting of larger groupings of Indian lodges. Around each camp lay a buffer zone of prairie, empty save for a small ring of a few lodges thrown up and the horses that seemed to blanket the open ground. It was the job of a small number of Indians from each tribe, usually the boys too old to play games any longer but too young to become warriors, to watch over and care for the tribe's herd of horseflesh. Around the herd sat the sentinels alone on horseback or sitting gathered in knots on the ground, guarding their tribal wealth. Here and there an Indian warrior moved about on horseback, moving slowly and proudly as he made his pony cavort smartly, followed by his squaw atop her pony that pulled a travois laden with the personal plunder. "Things be awful quiet," Scratch broke into Josiah's spell. "Too quiet for snortin' times." He kept his eyes busy as they worked their way past a small village of skin lodges. "Bannocks," was all he said. Scratch squinted into the trees from side to side to make out various small camps of free trappers, while up ahead were larger groupings of white man camps. "Ho! Bass, you mangy she-wolf!" a graveled voice called out up ahead to their right along the stream. A tall man dressed in leggings with a long, beaded leather breechclout stepped out from the shadows of the overhanging cottonwoods. He was naked to the waist, wearing only a large trophy of hair hung around his neck. As he pulled a small pipe from his mouth, the tall man lifted his arm over his head as a signal to the new arrivals. "Mad Jack?" Scratch hollered out as he reined his pony in the tall man's direction. "That you, Mad Jack Hatcher? Baddest liar west of the Muddy?" "Ain't none the other," came the answer.
Get your ass and whatever's else out hyar for huggin', you bald-faced, liquor-lovin' coon."
Josiah rode beside Scratch into the knot of improvised lean-tos and bowers. There were several blankets hung low in the tree branches for shade, and beneath them lay or sat other buck-skinned white men. For the most part, their faces were in the shade, but a few stuck their heads out to get a clear look at the two men on horseback. Scratch kicked his left leg to the right over the pommel of the saddle and plopped to the ground on a dead run toward the tall man, who stuffed his pipe in the belt tight about his waist. He stood for a moment more only, then headed straight for the bellowing bass. Josiah feared this was a fight and leaped to the ground, reins held in one hand, the long rifle gripped in the other. He stood watching as the men raced toward each other, then crashed together. But instead of swinging, kicking, and throwing the other to the ground, each man put his arms around the other's chest tightly and began to squeeze, shaking the other and lifting him off the ground frequently. Each was grunting and growling, dancing around and around the other, the tall man towering over Scratch by as much as half a foot. Both men finally dropped to the ground, puffing and panting. The tall man leaned over and swatted Scratch on the shoulder.
"Still got it in ya, old coon."
"Gotta," Scratch wheezed a little in his answer.
"See you once to yar and you grow uglier and bigger ever one."
The tall man swung a fist half-heartedly at Scratch, who ducked out of its way.
"Ornery old shit, ain't you, Bass?"
"Scratch can't teach you a thing about being ornery, Mad Jack." He puffed a moment more. "What's price of beaver?"
"Trader's not in yet, Titus. Rocky Mountain hyar early on with more'n 100 men."
He motioned up the valley toward the larger camps.
"Vanberg's on up a ways from thar with 80-some. American come in a few days back to find Rocky Mountain already hyar. But they's ain't no traders in from the Lewis side yet. Vanberg's waitin' on Provo comin' in with goods, and Bridger and Fitz is worryin' about Sublet makin' her hyar in time to beat Provo's train. Fitz went out some time back to tell Sublet to hurry her up."
"No liquor?" Scratch blew the words out in disappointment.
"Nary a drop yet. Got a thirst on, eh?"
He punched at Scratch's shoulder.
"Might say I do, that."
Bass looked up and noticed Josiah still standing with the animals.
"Ho, Josiah, come on, boy."
He waved his arm widely in the air to signal Paddock over.
"Bring along the animals and plunder."
Then he turned to Hatcher and spoke softly. "Boy's gonna make a fine one, Jack. Picked him up west of the Wind River. Good size he is for the mountains. Give you a good huggin' he would, too. That boy's my pardner for the season. Yes, sir, he'll make a fine one."
"Lessen he catches your bad habits. Ain't likely thar be a more flea-bit, skin-chewin', squar-screwin', liquor-lovin' man hyarbouts."
"Why, thank you, Mad Jack. Didn't know you thought so highly of me. Comin' from you, them kind words is real something special, they is. Here, Josiah, want you meetin' Mad Jack Hatcher, man as you couldn't trust any less as your friend." The tall man got to his feet slowly and stuck out his right hand, squinting one eye as he looked down slightly at the younger man.
"Didn't catch your last name, Josiah," Hatcher said, tightly gripping Josiah's hand.
"Paddock, Mad Jack. Last name's Paddock." He squeezed the tall man's hand back.
"Warn't thar a man with Henry back to '09 name of Paddock?"
He let go of Josiah's hand, turning around to look down at Scratch momentarily. Bass wrinkled his brow without saying a word.
"'Lijah? No."
"Ezra. Kilt upriver just after I was born," Josiah said, staring back into the tall man's green eyes until Hatcher dropped his gaze.
"Wall, now. Your coon's goin' to be beddin' down with us, ain't you? Ain't gonna hear of you doin' nothin' else such."
He put a hand under Scratch's armpit and helped him to his feet.
"Now you pick you a likely spot up hyar in the trees and we'll make you to home," Hatch said, starting back to the lean-tos and canopies. Hey, you niggers. Want you meet friend of mine. You heard me tell of him a time or two round my winter fire, you have. This're old child's Titus Bass, but you best call him Scratch.
Several of the men came forward out into the light from the shadows, standing in a semicircle around the two new arrivals.
And this'er's Mr. Josiah Paddock, recent of the settlements.
One of the smaller men started to step toward Josiah at that time.
You can wait a while, Solomon. Just wait a bit to ask him your questions.
Hatcher turned to the side to speak out of the corner of his mouth to Paddock.
Niggers'll want to know everything as is going on back east, they will.
Then turned back to introduce the gathering trappers.
Solomon Fish, this'n be,
pointing out the man who had wanted to talk with Josiah. Then Hatcher began to sweep to the left with his arm.
Elbridge Gray, Caleb Wood, then Isaac Sims and Rufus Graham. A meaner bunch of dogs no badass black-footed nary wanna see.
Some of the men grunted in greeting as each stepped up to Scratch and Josiah to shake hands and make a close appraisal of the newcomers. "Where'd you be spring fur gettin'?" Bass asked of Hatcher as they led the animals through the shelters to a spot not taken by others.
Down to Brown's Little Hole, up through the bar country. Sipped the wine at the Soddy Springs we did, afore headin' up hyar. Rolled in early, it's lookin', as we been hyar close on to 2 weeks now. Jest Injuns and us, till a few days back when Bridger's boys come roarin' in, then Vanberg, Fontenelle, and that crew. All of 'em pissed as a struck hornet's nest that they's no traders in yet."
He stopped.
"Hyar'd be the spot for you two gents. Got me a chore to bring some firewood to bait now, so I'll be to seein' you later. Hopin' your stay is pleasant in our little settlement."
Hatcher touched Scratch lightly on the shoulder in parting, then turned away. "Break down the plunder, Josiah. We're going to let the animules take a dust roll as they've been wantin' for some time." Bass began to untie the bundles of possibles and plews from Hannah's back as Josiah took the saddle off the dapple and carried it to the base of a tree where they would be bedding down.
"Keep her tied just another minute and I'll get the pins."
He struggled with the packs as Josiah came up to help, and gradually each one was set on the ground near their tree. From one satchel that held a camp kettle, Bass pulled 4 picket pins and a small axe.
"Grab them reins and Hannah's rope, and you foller me,"
Scratch said, taking off out onto the prairie a short distance to where the other free trappers' animals were herded. There he drove the long iron picket pins into the crusty soil, then tied each animal to a pin with a long section of rawhide rope.
"We'll be to hobblin' them come moontime, Josiah."
He finished the last knot and looked up and down the valley.
"Good thing most of these red niggers be too proud to steal a hobbled horse from a trapper. Some as would pay no never mind to steal a drunk trapper's horse, howsomever."
They started back to their cottonwood and willow shelter.
"Just want to be sure and certain that we got something to trade for the new ponies we'll be needin'."
As the men were returning across the open land, the noise of snorting horses and squeaking leather came from the south. Into the cloud of dust kicked up by many hoofs, Scratch stared when he stopped to look over the advancing tangle of men on horseback. The group came slowly toward them until one could make out the weary faces, the haggard look around the corners of each man's eyes, the dour sag around the edges of each one's mouth, and the crust of filmy dust powdered over every man.
"Halloo!" Scratch sang out to the men at the head of the group. "Who be you and where you be comin' from?"
"Sinclair, stranger," shouted back one of the 15 men. "To rendezvous from the Colorado."
He took off his dusty hat to wave at the free trappers coming up behind Scratch.
"Who be you?"
he asked, looking down at Bass as he passed.
"Titus Bass, recent of the Colorado myself."
"Pleased I am to make you acquaintance, Titus Bass."
Sinclair turned back around in the saddle and passed on. The men following him looked anything but enthusiastic about a joyous greeting. No one spoke,
and few even grunted as Scratch stood his ground in their dust, giving each one a "how do." Josiah and Titus had spread their robes and blankets out, stuffed the bundles of pelts back into the willows, and placed a heavy Mackinaw blanket over their heads and anchored it, when from a distance some shooting could be heard. Hatcher came running back, hollering at them. "Nez Percy comin' in, and you should see the show. Come on!" "Boy, you ain't never seed the likes of this now. Come on, and we'll run up to watch them Nez Percy comin' to rendezvous," Scratch said. He led Josiah out, and they started trotting along behind Hatcher and several other free trappers across the open prairie. Soon they reached a spot near the Rocky Mountain Fur Company's camp, where white men were gathering to watch the parade of Nez Perce coming down into the valley. The men stood silent for a long time in the northern part of the hole, watching the spectacle unfolding before their eyes, a spectacle put on for their amusement. "Might say them niggers is doing up the opening to rendezvous right nice, Josiah." Scratch smacked his lips. "Look at them ponies, my!" Down toward the spectators came nearly 250 braves mounted on their finest buffalo runners, ponies selected not only for beauty, but for speed, agility, and endurance. Each animal was decked out in the finest its owner could find in the way of ornamentation. Long trains of eagle plumes streaming down the sides of the pony, hawk bells tinkling incessantly, strips of scarlet and bright blue trade cloth woven into the pony's mane, perhaps some trade mirrors attached along the animal's tail. Atop the ponies, painted with symbols of successful horse raids and their owners' coups, sat the proud braves, most with their long hair stacked above their foreheads in a gaudy pompadour from which hung the symbols of their warrior status. Some were naked except for the breech clout and moccasins, to free them from heavy clothing while they put the ponies through their paces, prancing and dancing from side to side, around and around, up and down along the head of the march. Others sat more stately, they, the older warriors, wrapped in buffalo and elk robes, daubed and smeared with earth paints in a brilliant display of color and personal pride. In the lead rode the older chiefs, men of age and wisdom, who looked neither left nor right as they rode, cradling their trade fusils across folded arms. In their midst rode a white man the trappers strained to see more closely. Behind the chiefs and to their side rode the medicine men. Some were juggling for all to see, others chanting and waving buffalo bladder rattles or beating small drums as they came down the hill. One old man held small cymbals in his mouth, one attached to his upper teeth and one to his lower, with which he kept up a constant jingling as he chanted to the heavens. The throaty chants mingled with high-pitched wails as the procession advanced toward the white men, when suddenly the warriors cried out almost in unison with shrill war whoops and set their ponies to gallop. They darted in and out through the procession wildly, racing about back and forth between it and the assembled trappers, yelling in joy and merriment, sending arrows bouncing and skidding across the valley floor. They would lean off to one side of their ponies as they advanced on the white men, one foot up on the animals' rumps, and one hand in a loop tied to the ponies' manes, shooting arrows at the trappers' feet. One came close to Josiah, and he began to jump aside. "Don't you let them see you moving, boy," Scratch admonished gruffly out the corner of his mouth. "Stand your ground. They's just showing you they can put that error wherever's they wants to." Around and around the trappers the warriors raced, while the white men answered back with chants and war whoops of their own. They became more animated now, jumping up and down, slapping others on the back, crying out to friends, "Did you see that? Did you ever see such a goddamn thing? That do beat the trick," as they marveled at the feats of horsemanship and daring. Suddenly, one of the braves came racing headlong for the trappers, then stopped short, bringing his pony to a halt in a skidding,
head-reared cloud of dust as he leaped to the ground. From there, he ran a few paces and pounced on an imaginary foe, motioning with his knife to show that he cut the enemy's throat, then whizzed the tip of the blade around the top knot, placed a foot on the back of the dead man's neck, and yanked the scalp free. Proudly, the warrior stood there for a few seconds, holding aloft his imaginary scalp, then made for his pony, still pretending to hold the bloody trophy in the air, yelling and chanting his own personal medicine and the Nez Perce scalp song. Without warning, a single shot was fired from the chief's trade fusil, and the young warriors turned their ponies around and raced back to the procession, where they formed orderly columns behind the various clan war chiefs as the whole tribe neared camp. Lances, bows, rifles, and painted rawhide shields were brought smartly to attention as each brave sat rigid in the saddle to pass by the gathering of gaping, admiring trappers, some of whom were applauding and whistling in approval and appreciation for the spectacle they had just been given. "Why, I'll be et for a country tater," Scratch hollered out. He leaned forward to squint his eyes at the grouping of chiefs. "If that ain't Asa McCafferty riding the high and handsome with them old fellers." He waved his arm energetically at the man as the Indians rode by, pointing out the white man with snowy hair and beard to Josiah. Atop the man's head sat a fur hat that glistened in the high sunlight. "That Asa McCafferty do beat all, don't he? Riding in to rendezvous with them big chief coons." Josiah spotted him now, catching glimpses of Asa McCafferty through the throbbing mass of mounted Indians. The old man was dressed in the finest of white buckskins that had not been smoked. From his moccasins trailed ermine skins, and down the seam of his tight leggings ran a broad strip of porcupine quill work to offset a few scalp locks. Over the low pommel of his saddle poured his breechclout, fashioned of the McCafferty family tartan, a long, thick wool covering of red, black, and green. The man's shirt was without beading or quill work, but carried a richly ornamented assortment of brass trade beads and strips of scarlet ribbon. Down from his chin hung the white beard topped by a long, pristine mustache Asa curled at the ends with bear grease to point back toward eyes that sparkled with his own sense of importance. Across the knees of his leggings was carried a large-bore mountain rifle, from the muzzle of which was tied a full scalp that included the tops of the victim's ears. McCafferty's pony was decked out in style, but in no way had he let the pony detract from his personal display. He passed on in the bright parade without acknowledging the presence of the white trappers in the slightest. Both Josiah and Scratch watched as McCafferty and the chiefs rode on to the south. Behind them now advanced the rest of the Nez Perce tribe, strung out down the slopes into the northern part of the valley for better than a mile and a half, winding its serpentine path toward the trappers. Dust rose from the thousands of unshod hoofs as the young boys, given the weighty responsibility of caring for the horse herd, circled back and forth to keep the ponies gathered up. A pair of continuous clouds drifted back from the two travois poles dragging along behind the squaws' ponies, some carrying a family's possessions, others carrying old men and women too feeble to walk or ride horseback. They sat, wrapped in their buffalo robe cocoons, passing by the white men, smiling with eyes now wrinkled with many winters. Young children sat atop the travois-bearing ponies, tied to the saddles and hemmed in by brightly painted or beaded parfleches. Babies with wide brown eyes stared out at the noise and movement from their cradleboard prisons slung from the pommel of a saddle or hung from their mother's back. Those squaws yelled and cussed in their tongue at the children, at the dogs racing in and out between the horses' legs, at the sagging strength of the ponies. Their voices rose shrill and loud now as the music of the warriors began to fade down the valley. Ponies snorted and dogs howled and nipped at one another. The pageant of rendezvous at its finest.
The head chief had selected a spot to the south for the village, and there the orderly columns became knots and tangles of mad activity. Travois of lodge poles were taken from ponies' backs and lashed together before they were raised with the help of a long, sturdy rawhide rope. More and more of the poles were raised here and there across the plain in feverish exercise. A forest was being grown in the whole as the final skinned poles were put in place around the lodge site and the lodge skins were brought out on the ground. Here, the smoked buffalo hides that had been sewn together were tied to the lifting pole, which dropped into place. Women busily pulled the cover around the poles, laced it up, then staked it down before pushing the lodge poles outward to stretch the cover taut. The massive herd of ponies with spotted rumps, the pride of the Nez Perce, was put out to pasture under watchful eyes. They did not really trust the Bannocks. As the lodges were trimmed and filled with family possessions, the women and children boiled across the sagebrush like ants, streaming toward the cottonwood and willow along the banks of the streams to gather firewood and bring in water. Scratch had headed Josiah back to their camp. "Them Napercy be up to visitin' soon. Be ready for some lovin' and gamblin'. Trying to talk you out of your knife or talk you into the bushes." He put his hand on Paddock's neck and squeezed it. "You've come to rendezvous." When the traders would finally arrive with their pack mules of shiny things, the warriors, then children, and finally the squaws would wander from their lodges into the tents of the eastern businessmen. Snake, Flathead, Bannock, and Nez Perce alike would pour over the goods, touching what they were allowed, eyes wide at the gaudy but cheap trinkets. Calculating on what they would buy and what they thought they could steal was a part of the rendezvous game. And there would always be time for a tin or two of alcohol, most of it provided free on the prairie by the businessmen to stimulate trade. Napercy don't like the taste of raw liquor, so Billy Sublet sees that they keeps drinking by putting black lasses in the kegs. Makes it go down easy and faster that way. Used to Hudson Bay's fine rum, them niggers is. In just a few short hours, the valley had doubled in population. Added to the 80 lodges of Flathead, 74 of the Snake tribe, and a much smaller number of those of the Bannocks, were the 120 lodges of Nez Perce reaching for the sky. "That village is some now, Josiah. You can count you 7 or 8 of them Napercy Injuns to a lodge," Scratch commented as they made it back to their grove. "That herd of ponies is some, too." The sun drooped lazily in the western sky as the air turned colder. The summer of 1832 would be remembered for its unusually cool weather west of the Divide. In the space of a few weeks, the air would begin to show the rapid advance of autumn, a melancholy time for the trapper as he began to notice the shorter periods of daylight, the cold bite of the early morning get-up, while hurrying through his labor of the fall hunt. In so many ways, autumn was a sad time for the trapper, pushing himself through each day on the short-lived memories of the summer's rendezvous, readying himself for the long, lonely, and idle winter until spring freed the streams for hard work once more in the high country. "What's the kittle tonight, Mad Jack?" Scratch cried out as he approached a wide, circular fire around which many of the free trappers he had met that afternoon were gathering. "Poor bull! So be it, less and less of that," Hatcher cried back. "But you come and sit yourself anyways." He motioned with an arm to have the 2 men sit next to him on the ground. "Bull were slight and stringy, but it be the best we got to offer at our table." "You boys take a belly for some elk?" Bass asked the others. "You ain't whistling out your ass, is ye?" Rufus Graham asked, looking at Scratch from his seat on a 5-gallon oak keg near the fire where he was wetting a knife across a thick leather strop. "Ain't never lied to you boys afore, have I?" Scratch put up a hand to stroke and comb his beard with his fingers. "Never knowed ya afore this," Solomon came back with the answer Titus had been expecting and wanting. "Then chances are I ain't never lied to you afore," he said, and turned away from the fire, chuckling as the others laughed, followed by Josiah. They hurried back to their bower where they retrieved a hindquarter of the bull elk and returned to the fire. "Here you now. Fine victuals for you fellers of the uplands." He plopped the quarter down on a skin next to Hatcher. "Get you busy, Josiah. We need steaks thick as they is true." Scratch turned to Hatcher. "Got you any of them rabbit droppings you call coffee beans, Mad Jack?" "Caleb's up to the crick now, fetching water for Kittle and coffee." The tall man turned his head around to look into the timber. "Hurry up now, Caleb." The trapper returned carrying 2 heavy iron camp kettles. Paddock bent over the quarter to stare at it a moment, as if in contemplation or confusion, then sunk a knife into the meat and began to make a long slice. "Arr! Stop right thar!" Hatcher put out a hand and gripped tight to Josiah's hand that held the knife. "Stop right thar, boy!" Paddock attempted to pull the hand away, but could not. "Can't have you cutting crossed the grain like that. Yar, let me show you." Mad Jack took the knife as Josiah opened his palm reluctantly. "Ain't you showed young Josiah Paddock to cut your meat, Scratch?" "Been doing all the cooking myself, coon. Childs ain't had the whore's chance to Sunday meetin' to get hisself near a piece of meat 'cept to stuff it in his mouth." Scratch knelt down on the skin near the quarter and chuckled along with Hatcher. "Your schoolin' been missin' a lick then, Josiah." He began to cut into the meat with the tip of the blade, using his right hand to pull strips of meat away from the knife held in his left. "But Mad Jack Hatcher soon to find a cure for that'n." The sun was being lost to the sky, and the shadows had darkened outside the ring of firelight that splashed a dancing glow of yellow light across each man's face. As the steaks browned over the hot coals pulled by Solomon's poker to the edge of the fire away from the flames, the hungry trappers carved off slices of meat done to their liking, then turned the meat over, leaving the flesh beneath red and dripping with a thick juice to broil some more. Pint tin cups were filled with Hatcher's thick coffee, then brought potent and steaming to each man's lips to be blown cool enough to swallow in washing down the elk meat. "Tomorrer, I'll be looking for wild onions again long the bottoms," Elbridge commented as he stuffed his mouth with another string of steak, some juice dripping down his chin. The others around the fire grunted in anticipated appraisal of what Gray could add to the next night's meal. As each man filled, he sat back and pulled from his tobacco pouch a small pipe and what tobacco he had left. He lighted the bowl to glowing, blew a column of smoke to the darkening canopy overhead, and stretched his legs in reclining. "The man I remember you to be," Hatcher began, leaning over toward Bass, "be one as is out for the funnin' most off." "Most time." Bass chewed on the end of his pipe stem. "No argument with that neither, most time." He now looked over at Hatcher. "Just what you speaking of?" "How'd the boy come by having wet clothes when you come in?" "He throwed me in the crick," Josiah butted in. "Now, boy," Scratch got that philosophical tone in his voice, "I don't take me no agreement with that. I did the throwin', sure enough, but it were Josiah Paddock what got his clothes wet." "Wall, old coon," Mad Jack leaned over a little closer toward Scratch, but spoke loud enough for all to hear. "I seed young Paddock in wet clothes when you rode up to mornin', and I heerd tell of greenhorns bein' wet behind the ears, but the boy'd been wet all over." Paddock shook his head and stared into the fire in silence, certain that he must take the good-natured ribbing as harmless. "Whar you be recent of the settlements, Josiah Paddock?" Solomon asked, and made a spot to stay next to Josiah. "St. Lou."
You're gonna have to feed hungry ears, hyar, young'un. Hatcher had pulled the pipe stem from his mouth to speak.
Last green-up? Caleb leaned forward across the low flames at Josiah.
No,
Josiah thought a moment.
'Tweren't spring at all when I come out.
Don't be a miser with your words, Josiah, Scratch said, and knocked burnt tobacco out into his palm and threw it into the embers before leaning back on his elbows. What's the new back thar? That's what these niggers is wantin' to larn.
Mad Jack picked his knife up and plunged it into the ground up to the handle several times, then wiped it off across the top of his leggings.
Just what is it you want to know?
With that, Paddock opened a floodgate. Questions were fired at him much faster than any Indian warrior could string and fire arrows from a bow. There were questions as to knowing families in St. Louis, St. Charles, and the surrounding countryside, questions as to knowing how things had grown and changed in the city, questions about how the country was stretching its arms across the Mississippi, being carried west by settlers, questions about the economy of life back east. On and on through the hours of that night, the men fed timber to the fire to keep it merry and popping, while Josiah fed those men about him as best he could, the information, the news, the taste of what was left behind beyond the river, all to satisfy starving minds and hearts, hungry for any bit of real information to match their fast-fading memories. It was around this kind of man, the free trapper, that Rendezvous would whirl with life. The rival Rocky Mountain and American Fur Companies would count on their own trappers to bring in only enough pelts to remain competitive. It was, therefore, the free trapper who soloed center stage. It was for the free trapper's trade that both firms would compete. It was the free trapper who kept prices down each year, despite the already exorbitant sum asked for trade goods at Rendezvous. It was to be these free trappers throwing their hungry questions at Josiah and the unnumbered others gathering in Pierre's hole who would swing the pendulum of success to one company or the other. Knowing the fact of economic life and survival in the mountains, each firm was racing a supply train to Rendezvous. Conditions dictated suspense as to what train would reach the valley first, and therefore end up with the lion's share of the free trapper's trade.
"Moon's on the full up, boys,"
Scratch finally remarked after hours of uncommon silence, during which he had let the attention center on Paddock.
"Looks like'n we got a cold night for this time of yar, so we best be warm in robes now."
Bass rose and shook both legs, then put open palms over the embers.
"You don't want to wring the boy dry of news just yet, do you now?"
The others rose from the circle about the fire and began to filter off into the shadows beyond the warm, yellow glow thrown against the cottonwood and willow backdrop. Josiah stared into the fire as the men left for bed, until only Hatcher remained. Paddock finally got to his feet and turned into the darkness, waiting a moment for his eyes to become accustomed to the change in light before moving away.
"Thank you, Josiah Paddock."
Hatcher spoke softly without looking away from the glowing coals.
"Huh?"
Josiah looked back.
"Huh?
"Oh, the news. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Mad Jack." Behind Scratch, Paddock crept back into the stand of trees through the gathering of lean-tos where dark forms lay across the ground, hidden from recognition by heavy buffalo robes. Josiah felt the pressure in his groin before he stopped near the canopy. He unbuttoned his fly and found relief in a long splash on the creepers that ran underfoot in a tangled mat. Scratch was already beneath his robe when Josiah came up.
"You done him good, Josiah."
He pulled one boot off and rubbed the stiff foot.
"Didn't feel like I did much good. Didn't know really what they wanted to hear."
He pulled the other boot free.
"Don't you worry you none 'bout that. They ask you what they want to know. Won't ask anything to spoil their dreams of what's left back there. What they ask you, don't hurt 'em none to know."
Josiah slipped between his blankets, then laid his head down to feel the curly fur of the buffalo robe beneath him. "You give me one of your robes to sleep on, Scratch. Thank you."
"In the rain, you give me one of your blankets. Sides, that ain't my robe no more, son. That's your'n now. Man can't freeze his pizzer off on a frosty night like this'n."
Scratch turned over on his side.
"Night, Josiah."
"Night, friend."
Paddock rose earlier than the others, pulled his boots and blanket coat on, then moved quietly south on foot along the edge of the trees. The sun had not yet come up over the Tetons, but the gray in the sky was slowly brightening to a pale blue, the color of cornflowers. He found a private spot with a small downed cottonwood to his liking and undid the belt and fly of his pants. Slipping them down to his knees, he hobbled into position over the log and sat down on it, hanging his buttocks free of obstruction to loosen his bowels. It was a relief for him to feel what he was leaving behind was firmer now, and not the diarrhea of recent days. Josiah sat contented on his log, gazing up now and then to the patchwork of pink clouds gathered about the peaks, until his legs began to numb, and he finally felt empty. He leaned forward and swept up a handful of grass touched with frost on every blade that would not turn to dew until the air had warmed. Briskly, Josiah rubbed the grass over the side of his pants before cleansing himself, then repeated the process. He rose and buttoned the fly to his pants, then turned and headed south through the trees. He approached the Nez Perce village and saw much early morning activity around the encampment. Dogs barked and scurried, yelled at now and then by the women who moved slowly between the skin lodges and the line of trees along the stream, bringing back water and wood. Several children scampered here and there, chasing one another in a zigzagging movement through the maze of lodges. One little boy ran toward Paddock chasing a large, ugly dog with a stick, attempting to swing the stick at the animal and laughing all the time at the merry chase. He galloped by without even looking up at the stranger. Once into the tangle of lodges, Josiah approached a squaw bent over a skin she had just unrolled on the ground. He stood a moment, waiting for her to look up, but she did not lift her eyes from her work. "Mornin'." Now she looked up at the man standing above her and straightened to gaze into his face. "Nuoma Wachi?" she questioned, a slight inflection in her voice. "McCafferty," he said, then decided to ask it with a question. "Asa McCafferty?" "Numcoka Suish?" "Asa McCafferty, white man, you know, white man McCafferty?" He grew exasperated with himself more than the non-understanding squaw, frustrated that he could not communicate with her. He repeated, "McCafferty," and used his hands along the side of his face and under his chin to pantomime a long beard and curled mustache. "Asa McCafferty," he repeated several times, along with the gestures. "Wa yoyote." Her eyes brightened, and she took a grip on Josiah's wrist to pull him along as she moved through the maze of the Nez Perce village. Near the center of the camp, she stopped before a lodge. "Batishma wa yoyote." She pointed at the hole in the lodge cover, a hole black without light. He stood motionless, wondering what to do. She let go of his wrist. "Wa yoyote." There was an edge to her voice. "Batishma! Batishma!" She finally gave Josiah a little shove toward the opening, but he failed to move much from his spot. Now she threw up her hands as if in disgust, then mumbled something as she moved toward the hole herself. Into the doorway she stuck the upper part of her body, but kept her feet outside the lodge and spoke to the tenants inside. He could hear other voices, mostly another woman's sing-song tongue, and then a deep growl before the old squaw who had brought him here backed away and left. Josiah watched her disappear among other lodges.
"What slave of the devil white man's out at this hour wantin' McCafferty?"
Paddock jerked his head around at the sound of the growl to see a white head sticking out of the hole. Mornin', Asa McCafferty," Josiah stammered in search for words. "Name's Paddock, friend of Titus Bass." Josiah now wondered what to say next. Come to meet you. Scratch told me much about you."
"And lies they probably be too, boy," Asa interrupted. "You wait on your spot whilst I get dressed and I'll be out to ye."
The bearded head disappeared back into the darkness of the lodge. In a few minutes, the man crouched out through the opening and stood up to full height. At that, he stood a few inches shorter than Josiah, but was wide across the chest and shoulders. There was not much of a neck to the man, as big and muscular as it was. It looked much as if the white head had been plopped down on the shoulders of his brass-beaded shirt without a neck to support it. In one hand he held his head covering that was a turban wrap of 3 beautifully pale marten pelts, the color a blend of faint grays that looked almost blue in the early light. At the front of the hat were sewn the head, breast, and outspread wings of a large blue jay as ornament. The man's other hand combed the long white hair hanging over the back of the shirt collar, while he eyed Josiah closely.
"Titus Bass,
he finally said, breaking the silence between them.
"So Scratch made it through another year."
With both hands he spread apart the bottom of the marten turban and pulled it down over his head.
"Aye, man's lucky, that one is, with the way he plays the devil."
He was silent for a moment, smoothing his hair out beneath the fur hat, when Josiah saw it. Where once a right hand had emerged from the end of his sleeve was now stuck a crude iron hook he was using as a comb. Josiah could not take his wide eyes off it. He stared, hypnotized by the dark, curved hook that appeared brutally sharp at its end. As if held by a magnet, his eyes never left the hook while McCafferty stroked his tangled hair. All the while, Asa watched Paddock looking at the handless arm.
"Scratch want to see me, he does?"
"Not rightly." Josiah finally looked down into the man's eyes. "I come on my own."
"Oh?"
"When you come in with the Injuns yesterday, Scratch, he pointed you out. Said that was some, you riding in with the chiefs and all."
"Where else ye expect a man that has married into Nez Perce royalty to ride to rendezvous?"
Scratch didn't say nothing about that.
"How could he, boy? Ain't seen his hide in 2-3 winters. My squaw's new, just recent married up, little more'n 2 moons back."
He reached inside and pulled a blanket out that he wrapped about his shoulders as Josiah once again looked closely at the hook.
"Bass up to the day yet?"
"Nope, not when I left there anyways."
"Boy, what about ye taking me to see the coon now?"
Asa moved off with Josiah at his side, trying to restrain himself from looking at the hook, weaving through the village and out onto the plain toward the horse herd. The ponies were fine-looking and spirited in the early morning air as the sun crept clear of the peaks to throw bright light down into the valley.
"Over here. These are mine,"
Asa directed. Josiah followed him toward a group of some 30 head. From his belt, McCafferty drew a rawhide halter and slipped it around the neck of a pony, then pulled a second halter from his belt to throw to Josiah.
"Pick ye one you want to ride, as I see ye come on foot."
Paddock chose a docile pony, attached the halter, and leaped aboard bareback, while McCafferty laid the blanket over his pony's back and climbed aboard. He was still spry for looking to be so old with that white mane and beard. The men rode side by side north through the valley until back at the free trappers' camp, where they dismounted and tied the ponies off to a willow. Asa put the blanket over his shoulders once more, and Paddock led him back through the lean-tos, housing men stirring for the day, back to the blanket canopy over the long lump, sleeping beneath warm robes. McCafferty stood silent for a moment, beside Josiah over the sleeping man, then spoke in a loud bass voice.
"Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone, and a horrible tempest."
Scratch jerked up into a sitting position, blinking his eyes rapidly into wakefulness.
"A bright and good morning to ye, Titus Bass." Asa's voice rang now with cheerfulness.
"A goddamn way to bring a man up," Scratch growled.
"You're the fine one to be speaking of the things God would damn, ye are, Titus Bass."
He sat down in front of Scratch beneath the canopy. Josiah sat to complete the triangle.
"The boy here brought me to ye, Scratch. What be your name again, son?"
"Josiah Paddock."
"Young Josiah sought me and woke me himself, so I thought I would be the one to return the favor to ye, Titus Bass."
Scratch rubbed his eyes with both hands as Asa spoke again.
"Where'd you meet this devil's son, young Josiah?"
Paddock drew his legs up. "Happened on to him while out hunting for meat."
"Lord does work in strange ways sometimes, don't he?"
McCafferty interjected, and the three men fell silent. Asa let the blanket loose from his shoulders. As it fell, he pushed it aside with his right arm. Scratch's head jerked down to stare at the crude fork hook at the end of McCafferty's right arm.
"What the... God damn," Bass began, stammering. "What you... Of all the goddamn things, Asa McCafferty!"
He scratched at the side of his head nervously, staring at the hook.
"Your goddamn hand's gone. What'd you do to your hand?"
Scratch reached out tentatively to touch the hook with one index finger.
"Like that, eh?"
McCafferty smiled, always happy at the shock it gave to others.
"Well now, it's some different, ain't it?"
McCafferty looked down at the hook he laid across his left palm in his lap.
"How'd you come by it, having the hook? How'd you get the hook?" "Put me an old iron fork I used to feed with in the fire and let it set whilst I searched me out a flat rock. Heated that iron devil up hotter'n the gates of hell, then I beat these two hooks round for the hook with me small axe on the rock."
Asa looked back up from his lap, first to Josiah, then slowly moved his eyes to look at Scratch.
"Well?"
Bass prodded once more.
"Aye. Carved me a chunk of wood to be 'bout like the end of me arm, then pounded the fork into it."
He pulled his sleeve up to show a half-round piece of pine the diameter of the lower arm near the wrist, in which the hook was embedded. It was held to the arm with leather straps tacked to it that wrapped and tied tightly around the arm almost to the elbow. He pointed the tacks out with his left index finger.
"Pulled me these tacks from the handle of me knife. Hyar."
Asa brought out a big butcher knife from a sheath at his belt.
"Looky there,"
he said, pointing out the holes in the handle to Josiah.
"Still got me that knife. See, pulled me the tacks out of them holes."
Paddock looked from the knife to the brass tacks that held the leather straps to the carved wood wrist piece. McCafferty's insides glowed each time he showed his new right hand to someone for the first time, glowed with the sense of his own ingenuity, his own resourcefulness. "You're keeping two coons starving for your words, Asa McCafferty." Scratch tried once more to pull the story out of the white-headed man.
"Well, the knave as shot me 'tweren't much a shot. Got me through the wrist. Busted me rifle at that time, too. Put that ball through me wrist and through the rifles, too, right behind the tang after it come through me arm. Well, boys, that right arm, it was of no earthly good, but that rifle still had a ball ready. Picked her up and I shoots her with the left hand. I was with the crow then. Did I tell you that?"
Both Josiah and Scratch shook their heads.
"Didn't tell you that. Well, with the crow in that tribe's country, and in a fix for this boy, I'm to tell ye.
Had to cut off me arm here." He raised the sleeve once more to show them the site of the amputation. "Did that medicine with an old Injun trick. One of them Crow niggers took him a long buckskin wang, ran it over and over the blood at the place where the ball smashed them 2 bones there. Got that wang all bloody, see? Then he went to rubbing it in the sand on the bank of the stream we camped by. I was some out of me mind by that time, hurt the devil it did, and I did me more swearing than as I've done all me young life. But the Lord, he was patient with this sinner. He could see the trouble I was in, and he forgive me. One of them crows set to and finished cutting on me meat with his knife, then set to the bone with that bloody wang. By that time, the blood had dried the sand to the wang, and it made one devil of a saw. He jest cut through them bones like'n ye'd bite into boudins, critters' guts, real slick. One of them crows sewed best he could, as I was in 'nother mind by that time, jest like you'd sew the moccasin as needs some fixin'. Them warriors was needin' to get back to home, and I told 'em to leave me be where I lay. They give me one of them trade fusils and a good bow with some fine cottonwood arrows. Laid me on a robe there, snuggling up under a big tree. Laid there for days. Don't really know if I could tell you how many days it was, mendin' meself, I mean."
"You was alone out there?" Josiah asked, astonishment in his voice.
"Aye, that I was, boy. Laid there for some time, doing my prayin' for help, for the Lord to show me the way once again. All the time figuring on what to do next. All the time I was layin' there, thinkin' of the fix I was in, and askin' for what help the Lord'd give me. Could go to the Crow, I thought, but no, I said to myself, ain't gonna be no special help down there. Could go on down to Taos, then, but no, I says again, that's some travel, too. St. Lou was just as far apiece, and Taos seemed none the closer to me tree then. Got meself to thinkin' then, figurin' on feelin' me what the Lord wanted of me to do. Never been west to them posts as are out by that big salt ocean. So, I laid me beaver for that way, and made me tramp out thar. Pulled it through, with the grace of the Lord, for this sinner. It were him as showed me sign. Worked south of there a ways, then up and over the Snake to the Big Salt, where I made me new outfit at a post."
He finally put the knife away.
"Got me good with that bow, and can use this sticker handsome now with me left hand. Better'n I was one to use it with me right."
"How you now with the rifle?" Scratch questioned.
"Ain't been starvin', have I? Naw, I use this lil flat part on the hook as you'd be using your trigger finger. Works fine. Aye, she does."
Asa looked down at the hook, then straightened out the sleeve over most of it.
"Well, some. Tolt the lad I 'spected you to be to Rendezvous, and it was some to see the way you come into Rendezvous, McCafferty, riding with all them Napercy chiefs like you did."
Bass pulled the buffalo robe around his legs. "It has been some moons, it has, Asa. 3 winters it's been?"
Two of 'em. 30 and 31. Ain't laid eyes on ye since after the fall of 30 when Bridger and Fitzpatrick we was riding with took them Hudson's Bay freemen away from that fella name of Wark. Recall it? Just afore the time as I packed her up and left ye?"
"Yep. Nary a thing you said, 'cept that you was heading north of the Three Forks. Thought to myself as you was riding off, there ain't nothing for a preacher's hide up there. That were Blackfoot land."
"Blackfoot Kingdom ain't no room for a man of the kingdom of God," Asa mused.
Scratch pulled his pipe out and filled Asa's bowl and his own with the last of the tobacco he had to call his own.
"Good to look at your hoary head, it is, once again. How ye do the last fur gettin'? Comin' to Rendezvous a rich man for the tradin', are ye?" Asa queried.
"Rich as I'll ever to be, s'pose. Done fine the past season, and there's a beaver bank to be stolen by the like of Sublet's clerks this yar."
"Aye, this man is some now, young Josiah," Asa clucked. "Does better trappin' alone, but he's always one to tie up with a man."
"For all your Bible-totin', parson-preachin' ways, we made the pair in our day, McCafferty." Scratch created a silent moment before Asa spoke.
Aye, them days of preacher and sinner be gone now, Titus.
You're trapping this season or staying hitched to the Napercy? Scratch lighted his bowl.
Fixin' to do me trappin'. Been almost 2 seasons since I laid trap under water. Nah, ain't gonna stay with the Nez Perce. Just wintered up with the people. They're a fine lot, too, them is. Wintered with them people and found me a lady to me likin'.
You married up then, huh? Scratch asked.
Aye, that I am. A fine lady and a beauty for the boot she be. Princess of them people, as her pappy be one of the war chiefs.
Can't see you being one that's hitched up, Asa.
Lots of things is changed now, Scratch. But there's fire in this boiler yet, me friend, and a man gets lonesome for the sweet music of a woman's voice after long seasons of hearing nothing but other coons round an evening fire.
McCafferty combed at his beard with his fingers once more. Your squaw, she make good skins? Scratch asked, puffing on his pipe.
Does the grizz shit up to the woods? Asa snorted. Good that woman be with the awl and sinew.
He spread his arms wide to expose more of the shirt he wore. Scratch nodded approvingly and turned to Josiah. We might be working on McCafferty to see what he wants as to have his squaw sew you up some skins, young'un.
The boy be needin' some mountain clothes, does he? What you wantin' in the way of skins?
Asa asked of Paddock, who looked over at Scratch with a questioning look on his face without speaking.
Bass stroked his nose lightly for a minute, thinking. Needin' 1 warm shirt he is, but with none the frills on it. Maybe 2, no, 3 set of leggins, then least 6 pair moccasins, none the frills or fancy on 'em neither, just good workin' clothes. You was sayin' you had ye a good yar, eh? Asa cocked his head a little to the side. That I did, Scratch replied, but you're not for the takin' on this old coon, McCafferty. You do that screwin' on this child, well, there's others as'll do the work for Josiah should your price be a skinnin'. All right, Lord Jesus, the man's in a fume. I'll see that young Josiah gets what he needs in mountain clothes as a shot for the old days that were, and asks of ye only what ye be feelin' your own conscience says is fair to pay.
He looked from Bass to Paddock, then back to Scratch. They nodded their heads in agreement to the contract terms.
You come round by the noon hour, Asa said, pulling the blanket up about his shoulders, and the wife will size the lad up.
McCafferty rose and straightened the marten hat down on his head. That sets with me, Asa. We'll be there. The white head left through the cottonwoods, and Scratch threw the robe back off his legs to stand.
That hooks some, ain't it?
Didn't say who shot him, did he? Josiah got to his feet.
Well now, I'm thinking he didn't, did he?
Coon didn't say who it were who caused him to lose the hand.
Why the hell didn't you ask him? Josiah returned, thinking it a reasonable question to ask.
He let a loud sigh escape from his lips as he looked through the trees in the direction McCafferty had taken. Son, you'll larn soon enough, but you don't go pryin' into a man. No, sir. You don't go pryin' into what a man won't tell you on his own.
Don't pry without no need.
His voice trailed off slowly. Then he finally turned to look once more at Paddock.
Well, we got you skins, son. Skins as'll do the whack till we winter up to the Absorkies.
Bass had been showing the younger man the grading of plues for over 2 hours, separating, as a few of the other free trappers were also, the various grades of their beaver pelts. The bundles were broken open, and skins were strewn on the ground all about the canopy in the mid-morning light, when loud voices were heard coming from near the other trappers' lean-tos. Hatcher came running back with the news.
Train's in. Traders come, Scratch,
he repeated several times as he came jogging up to the pair.
Clouds from the prairie to the south tell it. Traders come to rendezvous.
He turned to scamper away. Scratch hurriedly pushed the stacks of pelts together.
Come on, son. You'll not want to miss this'n.
Come on now, and don't you be dallying. He smacked his lips. I can taste the liquor now. He picked up his rifle and started off, then stopped to turn around. Damn it, Josiah, be quick about it. Paddock stood for only a moment more, trying to sense what was expected of him, then picked his long rifle up and started to run off with Bass. As they broke out of the edge of the cottonwoods to stand with the knot of trappers, Scratch could see to the south a cloud of dust billowing up from the valley floor as an unmistakable sign that it was true. Gotta be them, son. Nothing that size moving in here from the south except a train. He lifted his face to the sky. Oh, dear Lordy! Make it Billy Sublet and his liquor. Do you hear now? Bless your name and them kegs as Billy's bringing to rendezvous. Josiah had not long kept his eyes on the cloud of dust to the south, for noise and motion were coming from the north, beyond where the men stood. Riders came roaring from their right, headed south down the hole. They blew past in small groups and individually, men standing in their stirrups, one hand on the reins and the other holding aloft their rifles, singing out at the top of their lungs as they flew by at full gallop. Ponies' nostrils flared and snorted, their tails held straight back in the run, as if sensing the importance of the moment as they carried their dust-laden passengers across the sage. Still more men came boiling across the prairie from the north, kicking wildly at their ponies' flanks, spurring them into frantic speed. Wide-eyed, Josiah watched the trappers burn past, back and forth. Up and down the valley he looked, seeing the racing parade disappearing. He then moved his attention once more up the hole to where more and more riders came pouring in haste, noise, and excitement. Scratch and several others stood their ground, drunk already in anticipation, a few of the men dancing around in a wild jig with abandon. As if possessed, Isaac Sims moved round and round, chanting his high-pitched scalp song while beating on his stomach as if it were a drum. Josiah could not help but sense the electricity in the air as goosebumps ran down his arms and a series of cold waves shot up his spine. Suddenly, a roar of rifle blasts was heard to the south, answered by more and more weapons firing. Wild shouting and cursing were heard over the sound of 1,000 hoofs. The merry jingling of harness made ready for a grand entrance to rendezvous, mules brayed in protest of the rifle fire, and horses whinnied and snorted in protest of it all. More rifles cracked the air, then others answered in kind. The pack train became clear beneath the umbrella of dust stirred up as it began to crawl past. Old friends greeted one another and cussed together once more. Tired, saddle-weary greenhorns, suddenly refreshed, joined in the excitement and yelled with the best. Others were engaged with reloading their rifles to fire another martial salute. "Scratch!" Hatcher ran over to grab the side of Bass's shoulder. "Thar's Bridger! It's Bridger!" Josiah looked where Mad Jack was pointing to see the man approaching slowly with two others from the north, headed to meet the train. A man in the lead of the pack train pulled to the side near the free trappers and stopped his horse, motioning the mule herders with a wave of his arm to keep going on past him. There he sat to await the approach of the 3 horsemen from the north. "Billy Sublet! By damned, I'm getting dry now," Scratch hollered as he grabbed Paddock by the shoulders to dance around and around the younger man. The 3 riders pulled up and came to a stop with Sublet, each exchanging a greeting, a handshake, and hearty slaps on the back. "Gabe, you son of a bitch," Sublet called out. "Mary Joe, how you going, Meek? You should have been lizard bait long time afore this. Larn a new tongue yet, Frap? Good to look at your furry mugs." The train continued on past, with others crying out a greeting to Meek, Bridger, and Frap. Then Sublet looked around to the north and spoke once more.
Where's Broken Hand?"
The smiles faded from the others' faces, and Meek hung his head from Sublet's questioning eyes. The trader asked of the men again,
"Where's Fitz?"
Bridger finally spoke up. "Sent him out after you. Tell you to hurry the train."
"Yep, he found me, give me the word, then turned a tail to make it back," Sublet replied, a mystified tone in his voice.
"Ain't showed yet, Billy." There was an ominous note in Bridger's words. "Gone under, I reckon."
"What in the devil happened?" Sublet demanded of anyone who could answer his question. "He left us back there to the Sweetwater to get back here with the news we was coming in. Left with 2 fine animals for the race. Nah, Fitzpatrick ain't one to go under yet. He ain't."
"Tom is one what can take care of hisself, he can," Bridger broke in. "Less'n something strange happened. I'm thinking, here with Joe and Frapp, that Vanberg's men most likely set some red niggers to Fitz."
"We don't know that yet, Gabe." Sublet's voice rang out in protest. "Can't be sure of it. But if it were to happen that way, American fur seen their day in the mountains. Gabe, send some scouts out to look. I just won't feel right till I know what come of him."
There was a bittersweet tone in his voice now, full of hate for the competition, yet dressed over with the love of another man of the mountains.
"Fitz wintered up with the Nez Percy afore spring trappin'. Come on, let's get us to rendezvous."
Sublet broke away, followed closely by the others as they galloped past the plodding pack mules. Before his eyes, Josiah watched some 86 men move by. William Sublet's forces, Yankee Nathaniel Wyeth's 23 green recruits, and some remnants of the Gant Blackwell venture under a man named Stevens, all pushing along nearly 300 head of mules laden with plunder for the trade in pelts. Some of the free trappers were throwing blankets on their ponies' backs and pulling away to follow the caravan north. Hatcher yelled over to Solomon Fish,
"Pay me now or pay me later, but make it soon, Solomon. You lost our bet on what train to be first in to rendezvous. It don't make me no mind, Solomon. Your money'll go just as fast as mine."
Hatcher rode away up the valley. "Be a while afore they get the liquor out. I'm thinking this be the time to get up to McCafferty's diggins to set that squaw of his'n to makin' skins for you," Scratch said, motioning Josiah to follow him to the animals they had picketed. "Liquor be ready by time we wrapped up down there. Them kegs come off the mules, men be thicker'n wolves round a downed buffler calf." Inside Asa's lodge, Josiah's eyes slowly grew accustomed to the dim light until he could see clearly once more. The white-headed man showed the visitors where to sit, then lighted a pipe and passed it to Scratch. As Josiah inhaled with his turn at the stem, a woman crouched through the hole in the lodge cover and stood for a moment framed by the light from outside. He could not see her features clearly from across the lodge, only that she must be young by her shape. Man can't tell about a woman's body in them dresses, he thought, as he pulled on the smoke and handed the pipe back to Scratch. The woman went to the other side of the lodge away from the men after Asa spoke to her, where she bent over something on the floor and gathered some articles in her arms before rising to approach Paddock. Scratch looked over to Josiah to see the younger man staring transfixed at the pretty squaw. He clucked and turned toward Asa to comment for both himself and Paddock. "Your taste in the women's got better, McCafferty. She's some pumpkins, old man." While she pulled Josiah's boot off, the woman never let her eyes rise to meet Paddock's. His eyes never left the squaw, poring over her as she knelt in front of him on the floor. She spoke to Asa in a clipped tongue. "Wants ye to stand up, young Josiah," McCafferty explained. "Put your foot on that piece of rawhide there." Paddock stood and placed his left foot down on the piece of stiff rawhide that the woman slid beneath him. She turned and drew a burnt stick from the fire at the center of the lodge, and used it to trace carefully around Paddock's foot on the rawhide. Her thin fingers then ran over and around his foot as Josiah stared down at her. The woman had learned from Asa that white men had bigger insteps than her own people, the shorter Indian instep coming from a life spent barefoot in moccasins. From her exploring fingers, the squaw came to know just how to cut the soft leather for the uppers on the new footwear in brief seconds of feeling the foot, as the young man stood on the thick leather. She tried to push his foot back off the rawhide. The woman pushed a second time, then spoke to Asa without raising her head.
"Says she wants ye to move your foot now," McCafferty interpreted. "You get off the rawhide."
Embarrassed, Paddock slid his foot back as the woman freed the leather. His face burned as he turned away to look out the door until he felt that heat of the self-conscious blush drain away from him. The three men watched the Nez Perce squaw retrace the charcoal line with a small, sharp knife as she cut out the first rawhide sole. Turning it over, the woman laid it down on the rawhide and traced 2 more soles. She and Asa shared a few chopped words in her people's tongue before she rose again to find a parfleche that contained her sewing kit, then produced a roll of soft-tanned white skins.
"Wants to know if that's what he wants for the tops," McCafferty remarked as the woman held one of the soft skins up to Josiah.
He took the skin from her and touched its chamois-like softness before putting it to his face to feel its sensual caress.
"Yep, that'll do fine."
He gave the skin back to the squaw.
"Sorry, boy, but you don't want them skins,"
Scratch said. He then turned to McCafferty.
"Ask your squaw if'n she's got lodge skin. We be wantin' mocks from the top, the smoked skin. Ask her to make the mocks from last yar's lodge skin."
Asa and the squaw talked briefly before she rose and went to the other side of the lodge to rummage through more of her plunder. She produced a large roll of browned leather lodge skin and gave it to Bass this time to inspect. He pulled the hide apart and stuck his face to it, pulling in a deep breath, then another.
"Yup, them will do the whack, Asa."
Scratch gave the skin back to the woman and nodded up and down for her information.
"Such lodge skin, smoked as it be, won't shrink up on your feet, Josiah, won't pinch or draw up when you soak 'em in a stream."
Scratch reclined back on a robe. With her knowledge of Josiah's foot, the squaw put the knife to work once more, and soon had a pair of uppers for the rawhide soles. Then she cut a thong from the lodge skin that would be long enough to serve to tie the moccasin around the foot, and a short tongue to shield the ankle. From her sewing parfleche was brought out a bundle of tough sinew from which she pulled thin fibers for thread and set to work attaching the thick soles to the soft-tanned, smoked uppers. With an awl, she punched small holes around the sole and uppers and began to sew the footwear together. His eyes never left the squaw, trying to catch a glimpse of her eyes and face. In less than half an hour, Josiah held his first pair of moccasins in hand. But the woman was not done with him. She now used a long piece of light blue trade ribbon to measure the outside seam of his pants, then encircled her fingers around his thighs to measure their circumference. Finally, she inspected his chest and shoulders with her wandering fingertips, had him put one of his arms out to his side, level with the shoulder, to measure its length, and she was done. The woman had never looked into his face through the whole fitting. Only now did she look up for an instant at Josiah. But there was no smile, just a meeting of their eyes before she went over to Asa, spoke for a moment to him, then retreated to another part of the lodge.
"She says 3, maybe 4 days she'll have 'em ready for ye."
McCafferty rose to his feet. Scratch stood up and smoothed his pants with the palms of his hands.
"We be back for 'em come that time. Be seeing you then, less'n we see you cozy in the trader's tent, snuggling up to a cup, McCafferty," Scratch said, and headed for the door. Ain't much chance of me being in the trader's tent, least not Rocky Mountain Fur Company's tent.
Asa looked over at Josiah near the door. Thank you, McCafferty. And thank your wife for me, too. Josiah stammered for a minute, then made his way to the door.
Young Josiah?
What?
You're welcome. But Scratch'll be paying for them skins, so he's the one as you should be thanking.
Yep, suppose you're right, Paddock said, then ducked and stepped from the lodge. They rode back to their camp in silence. Scratch finally spoke as they tied the horses up near their canopy.
McCafferty's got a handsome squaw there.
She's nice-looking woman, Josiah said, feeling the heat from embarrassment returning once more. He turned quickly to face Bass. What you 'spect of me, old man? Just stand there and let that purty young thing run her hands all over my body and legs without it bothering me one nit? Is that what you wanted? The edge to his voice was razor-sharp.
Not faulting you a bit, son.
Just sounds like you're trying to make fun of me.
Wanted to make some fun of you, I would have done her back there. We'd all had us a good laugh. Nah, boy, that ain't my stick with you. I ain't gonna poke you out in front of others.
Scratch moved under the canopy and sat down.
She was a looker. Not a man as could be denying that. She had her some fine breasts held under that dress.
Ain't a gonna touch her, Josiah exploded as he approached the canopy.
Didn't have no idea you was, friend.
Much as I might like to think 'bout it, ain't gonna have nothing to do with that squaw, he said, and he sat down beside Bass.
Smart there you are. Messing with another man's squaw's nothing but a lot of trouble. There be some of them red niggers as'll want you bedding down with they squaws, for the right price, something that makes the screwin' seem all right. But white man feel some squamptious 'bout them women's doin's. White man out here ain't ready to let you do that.
Why you keep talking 'bout it?
He started to rise, but Scratch caught Josiah and held him down. Simmer yourself down some, friend. We gonna forget it now, all right? We just gonna forget it. You're both my friends, you and McCafferty are, and old Scratch wants no truck 'tween you two. He finally let go of Paddock's arm and said, Pull your boots off and try them moccarsins on now, son.
Josiah pulled the leather boots off, and Scratch helped him put the new footwear on.
Be sure that you pull the toe of the things up to your toes afore you pull the rest of the moccasin up over your heel. Like this. Stuff your toes in all the way to the front. That's good. Now you can pull it over your heel. See? That'll keep them things from stretching out from all the yanking you'd do the otherwise getting 'em on. Keeps 'em having a good tight fit to your hoofs.
Scratch picked up the other moccasin and inspected it.
Put that leather wang round the hoof, wrapping both ends criss and cross, back and forth. That's right. Now put this'n on just like that. He handed him the second moccasin.
Josiah had them both wrapped on and stood up, looking down with a proud feeling at his feet. Look good, don't they?
That they do, Josiah. Now let's show you how to walk in them things, as they ain't got a heel to 'em like them boots of your'n. Here, watch me.
He took a few steps away from Paddock with his prairie hen walk exaggerated for the lesson.
You can't come straight from your heel to the toes, as you does with boots on. See? You gotta come from the heel by rollin' on the outside of your hoof up to the toes, then come off them toes for your next step. Try it. Yup, just a little more on the outside of your hoof. That's good, that's good. Yep. Think you'll do fine. That's the way an Injun walks in moccasins.
The younger man came back to the canopy slowly, getting accustomed to the new sensation of having the earth beneath his feet, almost as if barefoot. Without the leather boots, Josiah felt as if he were caressing the earth as he walked, rather than stomping across it. They felt good. Josiah was pleased and picked up the boots.
What you doing with them? Bass asked.
Fixin' to throw 'em away to the crick?
No such a thing. You keep 'em few days anyway. Some Injun might just think them are just the thing he wants in trade.
Come in handy, they will, for us. He bent over and went back to sorting pelts quickly. When he and Josiah had finished rebundling the plues, Scratch stretched his tired back. You go fetch Hannah now and bring that Anna mule here. We take these plues to Sublet's tent and do us some trading for possibles now, so Scratch can get rid of hisself a dry soon as he can. Up the valley, William Sublet had set up his tent and several canopies for shade in the heart of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company's camp, the firm he had contracted to supply. As Bass and Paddock approached, the scene was one of subdued celebration, as the atmosphere was much restrained and hushed, rather than frantic and loud. Sublet sat at the edge of one of the canopies along with Jim Bridger and Henry Frabe, heads bent forward in quiet conversation. Each crude counter that had been thrown up was surrounded by trappers selling their furs to company clerks, dickering with those clerks over the grade and price of each pelt. Yet the beaver was going over to Sublet's side of the counter much faster than it had been pulled from the bone-aching cold of icy mountain streams. He had won the race, and the prize was the free trapper's trade. Hour after hour, day after day, the bartering would continue until Sublet would have over 168 heavy bales of beaver fur to load up for the return trip overland to St. Louis. The trading was slow this first day, as many a man gave a measure of respect to the memory of the missing Fitzpatrick, believed to have been killed. Few were they who had the years and experience of Broken Hand, and fewer still were they who had this deepest level of respect shown them by fellow mountain men. Fitzpatrick's fate hung like a gray cloud over the traders' canopies as Scratch led Hannah to a willow thicket and tied her off beside other mules and ponies. Get them packs down, Josiah, and we'll be getting over to the tent. He pointed to Paddock where he wanted the bundles to be carried. Each man slung a pack onto a shoulder and approached one of the canopies crowded with trappers and Indians. They set their loads down. You wait here, young'un. I'll be getting the lastin'. In front of one of the tents Sublet's clerks had thrown up was the largest knot of activity. Josiah watched 4 clerks handling the trade for alcohol poured from the curved tin kegs, designed and hammered out especially for the mountain trade to be carried the long miles of the journey west, strapped to troublesome mules. They were constructed of a curved design to fit easily onto the animals' backs, and hammered of tin for as little weight as possible. From them, the clerks poured pint-sized drinks, along with camp kettle portions of the alcohol. Sublet would do his briskest trade with his trader's whiskey. With the markup nearly 2,000% over St. Louis price on raw grain alcohol, it was still what the trappers desired most of all at rendezvous. As the men of the high mountains became drunker, they would trade more quickly to quench a growing thirst. While the hours wore on, the alcohol would be watered down all the more to stretch its supply. It was commonly known that the trader diluted his supply constantly, but this never seemed to affect the whiskey trade. As a trapper's senses dulled from indulgence, he would soon be unable to tell just what strength of alcohol he was being sold. That same morning, far to the south in the hole, Sublet had stopped the pack train to dilute the alcohol with water from the Pierre. It was then that the extra tin kegs that had been carried west empty were put into service. The grain alcohol was watered down to suit the trader. Then a twist or two of tobacco had been thrown into each keg to give the drink a light brown whiskey color. To smooth the ragged edges of the raw grain, some black molasses had been added. The final touch was then dropped into the containers, a few handfuls of red peppers to put some mouth-stinging bite back into the diluted drink. The trader then gave the order to resume the march into rendezvous, confident that the rocking motion of the mules bearing the tin kegs would mix the concoction to satisfaction before reaching the trading site. The mountain trader had his whiskey ready. The trappers were waiting with their year-long thirsts. There was noise coming from the south, shouting and some bustling activity headed toward the canopies. Sublet, Bridger, and Frabe rose and stepped into the light to see what was causing the commotion. In a matter of seconds, every man's attention was on 3 men riding up on 2 horses. The 2 men in the saddles were Iroquois hunters, attached to Bridger's brigade. Behind one of the dark-skinned men clung a white man, holding on for his life as best he could to the cantle of Antoine Gaudin's saddle. The riders approached slowly, and Bridger stepped forward a few feet. "I'll be goddamned and sent to hell right hyar, if that do look like Fitzpatrick," Bridger announced to Sublet. Behind Gaudin rode a man almost unrecognizable. He sat hunched over against the Iroquois in fatigue and starvation, thin as an eastern fence rail, his eyes sunken, red and dull, mere sockets in their skull. The frail body was a mass of cuts and bruises that were easily seen through the remains of the man's tattered clothing. Here and there, through the gaping rips and tears of his garments, were patches of glowing red that told of a horrible sunburn. He seemed almost out of his mind, bouncing along behind the Indian, staring wildly out at the silent men who parted as Gaudin moved his pony slowly through the crowd. Empty-handed, weaponless, the scarecrow clutched tightly to the Iroquois saddle. "That can't be Broken Hand. Nah, he's got white har, that man does." Sublet stepped forward with Frabe to stand beside Bridger as Gaudin brought his pony up to the trio and stopped. "Looks like got to give him a good scare, Sublet," the German-born Frabe commented about the new arrival. "It is Fitz. My God, man's had the shit skeert out of him." Bridger went forward to help Gaudin ease Fitzpatrick to the ground. "Been through something as turnt his har white, he has." "Gaudin say he find Fitz. Gaudin find Fitz for Bridger," the Iroquois said as he looked down on the man he had just brought in. As the haggard, gaunt scarecrow was taken to the shade of Sublet's tent, the trappers began to trickle slowly back to the traders' canopies, where they resumed their hearty dickering with the traders' clerks. "What's doin'?" Scratch came up behind Josiah, putting a hand on the young man's arm. Josiah twitched at the sudden surprise of the touch and jerked around to look into Scratch's face. "That Fitzpatrick feller just been brought in, looking like he'd been meat for the buzzards in 'nother day." Scratch craned his neck to look over the crowd of men about him, standing on his toes in straining to catch a glimpse of the man brought in to rendezvous. "It were Broken Hand, huh? That might just be a tall one, son. Fitz don't have white har." "One of them fellers with Sublet said God must have give him a good scare to turn his har white." He paused. "You can't trust my word on this'n, eh, old man? I took for the true what you said 'bout how McCafferty got his white har, didn't I? Didn't give you no trouble on that, did I?" Scratch turned back around to face him as Josiah continued. "The man just come in got the same scare as old McCafferty, that's all. Maybe both of 'em seen your ghosts and hoodoos out there." "Now you're laughing at me, Gan, young'un, thinking you knows the ways of them mountains already. Man as comes in with white har comes in from out there." He motioned to the mountains with a nod of his head. "Others don't laugh at that man, they don't. He's been through medicine, Josiah, and a smart man'll keep his laughin' to hisself 'bout ghosts and hoodoos, 'specially the Great Spirit. You don't want to let anyone hear you laughin' 'bout them doin's, 'specially the Great Spirit." Scratch pulled 2 bundles along on the ground toward one of the counters that had the shortest line of waiting trappers. Josiah brought up the 3rd bundle and stood beside Bass as they waited on 2 other trappers busy with the clerk beneath the canopy. Within a short time, there was only 1 trapper ahead of them, a trapper who had brought only a few pelts to exchange for a kettle of the trader's whiskey. The older man leaned around to Josiah and spoke out of the corner of his mouth. "I'd like to be one as could do such a thing, but Lord-ee, The liquor gets in my blood and there ain't no stoppin' till the beaver runs out. We best get our credit done up now with this clerk feller so's we can get you possibles afore this child starts to drinkin'." The trapper in front of them moved away, heading for the canopy next door where the trader's whiskey was being poured freely for those with credit. Scratch pulled the bundles up to the wooden plank counter, lifted each one up, and set it down heavily beside the clerk's ledger book. As the bookkeeper cut open the bundles, Scratch eyed him over carefully, measuring the man he would be arguing with over the grade and price his plues would bring. This one would have to be new to the mountains, still clean-shaven, with only a hint of a new tan on his face. He wore the linsey-woolsey of a store clerk back east, but did not wear a hat beneath the shade of the canopy. He asked for a name. "Titus Bass it be, son." In a cramped hand, the clerk scrawled the name on one of the blank ledger sheets near the top of the page, where he also wrote the date of this first transaction. "Skin trapper, Bass?" "Yup, that's right." Scratch kept his eyes on the man, while the bookkeeper began to pull plues off one at a time, running his fingers through the pelt after he had unfolded it to full size, turning each one over to inspect it closely. Bass figured the man to be nothing more than a greenhorn on his first journey west, hired by Sublet for the round trip. But he also knew that Sublet would be one to tutor his clerks all the way out, teaching them the grades of beaver pelts, teaching them how to wring every last cent out of each transaction with the thirsty trappers. Scratch had a feeling this one just might be testy, as so many clerks before him had been. "You pulled these pelts out better'n most I've seen today, mister," the clerk said without looking up at Bass. "If you're meanin' the way I stretches them plues, you're probably right, son." Scratch had been ready to be testy right back, but the compliment threw him off a bit. Then he thought to himself that this tactic just might be another of Sublet's tricks he taught his clerks, to draw the trapper off his guard, to win him over right from the start with a glowing compliment. Bass kept his eyes on the top of the bookkeeper's head as it bent over the piles of beaver he was separating. "Already I done that, son. Already I graded 'em myself." "Does look like you have, mister." He finally looked up at Scratch, then over briefly to Josiah, before looking back down to continue his work. "Just want to see for myself, that's all. You wouldn't want me not doing my job, would you, mister? After all, I work for Mr. The clerk bent over a piece of paper again, scratching at it furiously with a quill he dipped repeatedly into a small inkwell. "Your coffee comes to $40, pepper is $12, beads be $20, and the fire steels is $2. Them awls will be $2 too, and the axe is $2.50. He went back to figuring some more, adding up and down the column of numbers several times. When he finally lifted his head to look the older man in the face, the clerk pushed the square spectacles further up on his nose. "Come to $744.50. "Oh!" slapping a hand to his stomach. "Took me a ball in the meat bag there," Scratch replied, then handed the clerk his slip of paper, giving him $840 credit from Sublet for the beaver traded. "Give me another paper as says what I got left in credit from you." "That I'll do," he said, as he scribbled down another amount on a sheet of paper, then gave it to Scratch. The clerk went to pulling together the goods Bass had just purchased. When his back was turned, Scratch handed the paper over to Josiah. "How much I got left after that screwin'?" he whispered. Paddock looked down at the paper. $95.50, he read in a low whisper. Bass took the paper back and stuffed it in the front of his calico shirt. "Ain't much for a child as has got the dry on I got, but will have to do. They got me by my shortest hars." He turned. "I'll have you get the ponies and old Hannah. Bring 'em here, and we'll load up for back to camp." Josiah took off and returned in a few minutes with the animals. They wrapped the loose trade goods in a blanket, bundled the heavy lead, powder, and edibles aboard Hannah, cinched the load down, and began to plod back to their campsite. "Scratch took a skinnin', he did. Slick as shootin'." We didn't have to buy that rifle, Josiah protested. Boy, that rifle was a mountain gun. Plain as she might be, she'll be center shooting for you. I looked to buy me a rifle like that back to St. Lou, and $40 it were. Paddock kept the dappled mare close to Scratch's pony. That were back to St. Louis. They make you pay 'em for mules bringing the rifle out to you. I could have done with my own. Shit! Boy, you ain't even been deviled by Injuns yet. That rifle you got back to camp ain't one as neither of us can care to set with. This'n? He leaned over and tapped the new Henry. This'n be something we'll lay both our sights to. That squirrel gun you have just won't wash when the bet's down. I'm happy with that Henry gun, and you damned well better be happy with it, too. You done me nice, Scratch. I ain't given the notion that I don't 'preciate it neither. Just that it's a lot of your money, and you don't have much to be spending now on my skins, with much left over for your liquor. Shit, boy, Scratch howled. I can get rid of my dry with this ticket. He patted the front of his shirt. And sides, there's other coons as'll be happy to buy old Bass a drink of the trader's John Barleycorn, willin' to get a drunk on with me. We done fine, son. Yep, we done fine back there. They happy to get my plews. I'm happy to have me 'nother yard to live in the up country. It comes out even in the end. Way I look at it, always does. 9. We'll be to tryin' your eye here, Josiah. Scratch reined the pony to a stop along the creek bank. He dropped to the ground and pulled the brightly quilled cover from his rifle. It was hung with long fringes from end to end, those at the muzzle longer than the fringe near the opening just past the lock of the rifle. It was a soft, smoked skin made of cheverel, the fine, delicate leather made of the skin taken from an unborn antelope calf. Josiah hitched the dapple to a willow and untied a small possibles pouch from the rear of his saddle. In it were the balls made when they had arrived back at their camp. In a small pot set over the bright coals of the camp's fire, Scratch had placed 2 small pigs of lead, soft enough so that one could scratch the surface of the bars with a fingernail. As these melted down under Josiah's watchful eyes, Bass had gone to find a man among the free trappers still in camp who would have another bullet mold to fit the new .50 caliber rifle. Rufus had one he had continued to pack along, although his rifle had grown from a .50 to its present .52 caliber under the skillful hands of a St. Louis riflesmith. Scratch traded a pig of lead for the mold Graham no longer needed and returned to the fire, feeling better that Paddock now had 2 molds for his new rifle. Each would be carried in a separate pouch, so that the chances of being without a mold for the rifle would be cut down to acceptable odds. As the lead was melting, the old man cut small pieces of thick buffalo hide to wrap around the metal handles of the mold, so one's hands would not be burned in the bullet-forming process. With the consistency of the lead to his satisfaction, Scratch put Josiah to work with a small iron dipper he used to ladle from the pot the molten lead, which was then poured into the single-cavity mold. Each ball took only a short time to set up within the cavity, but Josiah found it hot, boring work over the fire and pot. All the while, Bass added small pieces of lead to the molten mass until he felt Paddock had enough balls to serve him for the near future. Now Titus laid the skin cover out on the ground, set his own rifle down on it, then turned to Josiah. "Let me see your rifle, boy. I'll be first as to shoot her, see just what she does." He took the rifle handed to him. "A ball, boy?" Josiah dug into the pouch and pulled out one of the lead bullets, which Scratch popped between his jaws. Into his mouth then went the cap of the powder horn from which he poured the black granules up to just the right line across his palm and dropped the charge down the muzzle. From his own pouch, Bass pulled a square linen patch, which he placed over the muzzle, then popped the ball back into his right hand to put it in the center of the patch.
Pulling the ramrod free of the thimbles beneath the barrel, he slowly started the ball on its way down. When all the patching had disappeared within the muzzle, Titus rammed the ball home to the powder against the breech. "Some are the times as you might be using a leather patch, son. It'll work," he said, pulling the hickory wiping stick from the barrel. "In a pinch, if'n you ain't got nothing else but." From the small antler horn slung from his pouch strap, he poured a small charge of powder into the pan. "Looky here. See 'bout how much I'm a-puttin' in there, so mind you how I done it." He then brought the hammer back full cock and returned the frizzen to its place over the powder in the pan. "She's got a half-cock settin' on this here hammer, Josiah, so when you go to settin' it, make sure you pull the hammer all way back, else'n you ain't gonna have the fire you need going into the pan. 'Stead, you'll have yourself going off half-cocked." Titus looked out over the stream some 40 yards across until he spotted a likely target against the opposite bank that rose sharply upward about 12 feet. Protruding from the face of the bank was a light-colored rock that appeared, from where they stood across the stream, to be some 2 feet in diameter. "Looky there at that white rock, Josiah. Keep your eyes on it now." He brought the rifle to his shoulder. He had a peculiar manner in aiming a rifle, as he found it difficult to hold the heavy barrel steady on a target. It had not taken him long to develop a method of permitting the rifle muzzle to wobble from side to side over his target. As it would weave back and forth, Scratch had learned to squeeze slowly, taking as much of the wobble out of the movement as possible. Then he would pull the trigger as the dancing muzzle crossed his mark. The hammer flew forward, and the burning powder raced through the touch hole with a spitting sound, followed quickly by the muzzle blast. In an instant, a cloud of white dust spewed free from the bank to the right of the rock. "Damn it! She don't shoot the way me own does." He handed the rifle to Josiah. "You try her, boy. She's your'n." As Paddock took the rifle from him, a man appeared atop the bank just above the target rock. He jumped up and down, from side to side, in an angry dance, yelling and cussing at them to stop the shooting. All he wore was a bright red woolen shirt that ended at his navel and a pair of moccasins tied around the ankles. Naked from the waist down, the fuming trapper's penis bounced and jumped against his belly as it stood erect. Bass looked over at Paddock, then back to the trapper, cussing them out for interrupting him. The half-naked man then yelled into the trees to his right, where a naked squaw emerged and slid down the bank to run into the shallow stream. Her young breasts danced as she fought her way across the rocky bottom, holding her dress clutched tightly beneath one arm. Both men watched her approach them as the angry, bottomless trapper ran back and forth across the opposite bank, yelling in his most profane tongue for her to return to him, then for Bass and Paddock to catch her and turn the squaw around. The woman leaped out of the water to Josiah's left and stood on the shore to step into her dress while the man across the stream implored her to return. As she pulled the dress on, the squaw faced the man, pulled the bottom of the dress back up to expose herself, and ran a finger within the hair between her legs. Then she turned and ran past the two men, laughing. "Seems we broke into the man's fun, didn't we, Scratch?" "That it do, son." He looked away from the squaw, retreating into the trees back toward the rendezvous site, to see the lonely trapper turn sullenly away into the brush above their target. "Hope he can do something with that frozen cock of his," Josiah snorted as he leaned forward with folded arms on the muzzle of his rifle. "Kinda feel myself sorry for the old boy, I do." Scratch mused a moment as he looked across the stream. "Squaw got what gewgaw she wanted from him afore he got the forkin' he wanted. Real shame, 'tis. Two coons like us breaking into a man's fun." He turned to Paddock. "You gonna stand there getting your own cock harder in that Henry barrel thinking about it, or you gonna load that rifle and practice till you're shooting center?" While Scratch sat on the grass and took his own rifle in his arms,
Josiah loaded the new Henry. Bass let drop the pouch and horn off his shoulder. Along the wide strap he had sewn a small pouch to carry an awl with an elkhorn handle that was kept in a carved cherrywood sheath. Titus drew this out and began to pick under his fingernails, scraping dirt onto the awl point, then flicking it off with another fingertip. "You'll have to name your own rifle too, son, if'n you wanna." He put a hand down temporarily on his, cradled across his lap. "This tool'll be called Old Make-'em-Come, on account of that's what she does best, makes 'em come, be they red nigger or fat cow. Ain't a critter as stands no chance in front of this here tool, they don't. Mind you, them brass nails we traded the clerk free of?" He looked up at Josiah. "Well, we be addin' them to your rifle when you start making coup. These here?" His fingertips ran over the rounded brass tacks stuck along the forearm and butt of his rifle. "Each lil nail count for a coup old Scratch struck on a troublesome brown skin. Keeps me count that way. You ready?" Josiah was plunging the wiping stick back through the thimbles. "Shoot her center, son." He missed the first several times in trying to hit the rock, and grew more and more frustrated as the small puffs of dust rose from the left and right of the white stone. "Shit! I can't shoot this goddamn thing!" He slammed the butt down against the earth. "Consarn it! That old boy we skeert off whilst ago ain't gonna give up, is he? Ain't he gonna go get him 'nother squar? That's the puddin'. He ain't gonna give up till he gets some squar stuck center, ain't he, Josiah? Now shut your mouth and keep tryin'. Larnin' a rifle like that take you some time, so you simmer yourself down and don't make it any rougher on yourself." "She's wobbling on me," Josiah squeaked. "Make 'em come do the same to me, but you just let her wobble to and fro whilst squeezing on that trigger." Josiah poured charge after charge down the barrel until he was hitting the rock with some regularity, dancing a little jig from his offhand stance each time the sandy rock spit out a small cloud of dust to announce he was on target. "Now let's try you one more." Scratch looked back over at the opposite bank until he spotted what he wanted. Off to their right stood a cottonwood atop the sharp bank. Facing the men was a small white patch that stood out boldly against the dark cottonwood bark. "See you that cottonwood? One what has had a limb broke off over there?" Bass pointed as Josiah tried to follow the directions. "Want you to hit it once and we'll take her in for the day." It looked as if Josiah missed offhand. He set about reloading. "How far you figure that patch to be from here?" he asked of Bass. "Not more'n, looks to me like it can't be more'n twice the distance from here to that rock you been hittin'. But I'm figurin' that spot be only 'bout this big." He circled the index fingers and thumbs of both hands to estimate for Paddock that the white patch was only 6 inches in diameter. "We'll try you on a rest. Lay down on your belly and get cozy. Let me have your hickory." Scratch took the wiping stick. "Put this here in the ground under the muzzle a ways for a rest, then get yourself set so you can holt that front blade on the spot." Josiah drove the end of the ramrod into the soft earth and lifted the muzzle onto it. He squirmed from time to time, inching across the ground until he could lie comfortably with the rifle against his shoulder, his cheek along the stock, and the rifle held steady on the target. Paddock eased the hammer back, let out a full breath, and held only an instant before he squeezed the trigger. Even before the muzzle blast was gone from his ears, Scratch was down the slope into the stream. "Come on, Josiah, we'll be seeing how you did." He turned to scamper across the rocky creek. Paddock followed closely on his heels as both men splashed wildly across the cold, rushing water, soaking moccasins and their pants below the knees. They climbed the bank and approached the tree. "Damn!" Scratch squinted up at the white patch. "You shoot her center, almost plumb center there, boy. 2 holes." He pointed to the black marks in the white bark with an arm outstretched above his head. Josiah smiled as he looked up at the tree target, rubbing his hand softly over the wood rifle stock. He sat down and laid the rifle across the tops of his thighs, then started to untie the leather wangs wrapping the moccasins around his ankles. "What you doing?" Scratch's voice made him stop. Josiah looked up at Bass. "Want to get these off before they pinch my feet, that's what I'm doing." He went back to work on the wangs. "You'll be sorry, son. I'll be sorry seeing you ruin good moccasins like that." He sat down beside Josiah on the bank. "They fits good now, don't they?" "Yep." "And you ought to be wanting to keep 'em that way. Take 'em off to dry, and them moccasins most likely'll never be fitting you again, Josiah. Take 'em off wet, and them things'll shrink up bad enough you'll never get 'em on another time." "Old man, they gonna dry and pinch my feet." "So if they do. So if they do, you just go soaks 'em again and again. Come a time when they won't be pinching anymores, not no matter how bad you get 'em wet." Josiah looked disgusted. "Telling me I might be having to sleep with cold and wet feet?" "Yup. For a while it do. You'll get used to it." He slapped Paddock lightly on the thigh. "Tie her up and we be getting back for a pony ride." Josiah reluctantly began to wrap the moccasins back around his ankles. Scratch continued. "Get up to the Absorkees, we'll be getting you a couple sets of some cold doin's moccasins. Them as you got there'll fit you good in weather like this," motioning to the pair Josiah was retying. "But we get some crow like I gots. Really 3 pair of moccasins. You got the inside pair that fit you snug. We now have to get you another pair few that'll go over them moccasins, ones as'll turn out the cold and wet. Then we lay us down a fat cow what has got her a winter robe for the outside set, moccasins as'll be done up of tough, strong buffler hide. That's what you're needin' for winter doin's." He rose to his feet. "Man out here travels on his feet as well as his ass. Gotta take care of both. You've already larnt what not to do 'bout your ass, ain't you? Just trying to tell you what not to do 'bout your hoofs." It was late afternoon, with the sun threatening to disappear behind the ridges to the west, when they mounted up to ride north. The 2 men moved past the circles of fire being fed by trappers preparing evening meals until they arrived at the outskirts of the Snake Village. Both men dismounted and led the horses into camp. "Hat gun." Bass halted near an old squaw skinning out a puppy in front of her lodge. She looked up at the 2 visitors. "Me, Kakuni Hanche how ye, Hugapah?" He asked her for the lodge of a friend of his. The woman gave them directions, and the 2 men led their animals slowly through the lodges. Bass drew to a stop in front of the one to which he had been directed. "Yup, be the one. That's his medicine." Scratch pointed out for Josiah the tripod of carved and painted pine in front of the lodge entrance. Suspended from the tripod hung a small buffalo hide shield with crudely painted figures dancing across its surface. Draped above it was the whole hide of a large badger, from head to tail. It had been sewn up after skinning, then beaded around the 4 legs with large glass beads traded from white men. "Hugapah, Maboni, Kakuni Hanche how ye." Bass spoke the words clearly with his slight drawl as he addressed the open door of the lodge. "Huh?" Paddock asked the older man. "What you sayin'?" "Tellin' him a old friend is greetin' his lodge, son." A man stuck his head out of the doorway, silhouetted from the rear by the fire burning at the center of the lodge. He came out to stand before Scratch, slapped his chest over the heart with a clenched fist, then opened the hand to present it to Bass. They shook hands as Josiah looked the warrior over. From his neck hung the supreme token of bravery and courage, a ring of bear claws with interspersing hunks of the animal's hair, taken in ritual combat with only a knife for a weapon. The warrior's hair was braided in a long queue down his back, a braid that almost touched the belt about his waist that held leggings and breechclout in place.
Intertwined within the queue were numerous brass rings that fell the full length of the braid. Down his forehead, the brave's hair was combed straight and had been cut off square across the eyebrows.
"Pamiya,"
the warrior said, gripping Scratch's hand. He patted the trapper on the shoulder, then motioned Scratch and Josiah to enter the lodge.
"Come on, Josiah," Scratch said. "He be asking us to come in."
Inside, the Indian brought out a pipe and filled the bowl with his own curious mixture of tobacco, willow, and herbs. With the pipe lighted, he blew smoke to the sky, then the earth, followed by smoke blown to the four winds. The silent brave handed the pipe to Scratch, who sat at his right hand on the robes laid out for the guests. Each of the white men took his turn at the pipe before it was returned to the snake warrior to be held across his arms.
"Tachant," he smiled over at Bass.
"Tachant bia dumaya," Scratch answered, then looked past the Indian to remark to Paddock,
"It always be good to see old friends again."
"Taekwon?" the snake asked with his dark, smiling eyes.
"Maboni, Pope na Ryant Narrow now talks?" Scratch asked, then leaned over to Josiah to whisper, "Asking for his squaw's trail food. Whew, my snake's needin' practice bad, 'cause my snake's bad."
The warrior spoke over his shoulder to a squaw sitting on robes out of the light thrown off by the small fire. She put aside the work she was involved with and picked up a large parfleche in the shape of a box, which she set beside the brave before returning to her domestic chores. Slowly, the brave opened the ancient parfleche and drew out two small pieces of something dark. Taking them in each hand, he leaned forward to give one to each of his visitors. Josiah stared at his, while Scratch took a bite and chewed with a faint crunching sound. He looked over at Josiah while chewing.
"Eat, boy. Be sociable. Won't hurt you. It be what we come here for to buy,"
pushing all the words around a full mouth.
"He, te kubi?"
the warrior asked as Scratch finished his portion.
"Wills."
Bass stuck an open palm into the air to show 3 fingers.
"Now we're gonna start trading talk with the nigger."
"Tiet skoa, ra antoshomi, naro namp piayati." From a pouch at his side, the old man pulled out various articles that he placed neatly in front of the Indian. A small pile of brass tacks, a handful of beads in mixed colors, 4 small mirrors, and 2 awls. The Indian looked down at the goods before him for a few minutes in silence, then patted the top of the parfleche by his side.
"Payup Sharet?"
he asked.
"Namp Payup Sharet," Bass replied. "Ain't enough plunder for him, Josiah."
He clucked his tongue inside his mouth. The Indian shook his head slowly from side to side, smiling at Scratch. The white man put his hand inside his pouch once more, then leaned aside to Josiah and whispered,
"He be stingy with his trail food, this'n."
Bass pulled 2 of the butcher knives he had purchased that day out of the pouch and set them before the Indian, then stared into the bronze face. Again, the warrior shook his head slowly from side to side. Bass sighed and pulled out a small bunched roll of bright gold trade ribbon. He put it on the robe alongside the other plunder. The snake remained quiet for a moment, then began to finger the articles set before him.
"I wheat mishwheat, bishe tai kup bauna sie tonie."
"Kani watan, show ship," Bass replied to the brave.
"Thinking me we got him now, boy."
"Shinbun hana, maboni," he said, nodding his head in the affirmative this time and slapping his thighs with both hands for emphasis. "Shinbun hana," Scratch took the parfleche handed to him by the warrior and said, "We got us our deal," as he rose to his feet. "Kaki wa hints wipe mish." He motioned to Josiah to stand with him. The 3 men left the lodge and stood outside in the evening air,
before Bass spoke once more to the snake. Bauna yoye makish sela, mono ale so watsume. Bass then bowed to the warrior, saying it been good trading with him, saying he allays gets the better of me. They likes to hear that, son. He stuck out his hand to the snake, and both held each other for a long moment, until Titus turned and climbed aboard his pony, adjusting the parfleche in front of him atop the pommel. Tx toa mi minielo, sea wachi go gumlasu. Sea wachi go gumlasu, the warrior answered in return, and raised his hand as the two white men moved away. Josiah was silent as they moved away from the village. Turning around, he saw that they had finally come far enough away from the lodges. To the side, he spit out a mouthful of the food he had refused to swallow. Scratch looked over at the noisy blowing and snorting Paddock made, spitting food to the ground as they rode. "What in the goddamn hell was that?" he sputtered as he finished emptying his mouth, picking free some stubborn bits caught between his teeth. "Pemmican, boy. Trail food. Didn't take to it, eh?" he snorted, giggling a bit as he watched Josiah ridding the last of it in his mouth with a finger. "Never eat it again, less I have to. Trail food's for the starvin' times as will come on now and then. We made us a good bargain in that trade, Josiah. Got us whole parfleche of pemmican for a few little gewgaws. 'Twere them butchers as caught the boy's eyes. He's a good 'un, that snake be. Name of Slays in the Night. Hunted me many a time with that nigger. Was the time this coon even thort me 'bout taking the squar he has for his own now. Thort 'bout it till she made it plain she had her eyes set on Slays in the Night." "What was the damn stuff made of?" Paddock interrupted, painfully. "Tastes like the squar put some chopped meat bits in it. That be why this here child goes to them to get his trail food each yar. Along with that, she puts some pounded roots and cherries she let dry afore she pounds 'em up fine, just like flour. Then that gal will stir it all up and pour in the fat offen some fleecy buffler cow. That lard holts it all together. She done that up last fall just afore the first heavy snow, then put it up in small skin pouches, letting it age and ripen through the winter. Slays in the Night knows this child comes round once yar for his squar's pemmican, so he had her make some up special for me. It were ripe, ol' man. All the better, too. Keep you from being a starvin' pilgrim come the lean times when this nose of mine can't find us no more game. Just keep that under your hat and mind you of it when our belly gets to pinchin', hollerin' for something to eat. Time is, you'll be ready to dinner on this nigger's trail food." Bass was the last to finish supper, kneeling in close to the remains of the roasting elk, while the other men leaned back away from the fire one by one as bellies were satisfied. "When you finish up stuffing your meat bag, I got a surprise for you, Bass." Hatcher drew on a bowl of fresh tobacco. "Got a surprise for me?" Scratch sat back and stabbed the earth several times with his butcher knife, driving it deep into the ground to clean grease and fat off the blade. As he turned to watch Mad Jack rise slowly with a wobble and stumble off to his lean-to, Titus rubbed greasy fingers on the ends of his gray-flecked hair to wipe them free of tallow. Caleb sat with an all-knowing smile on his face, rubbing the blade of his knife over a flat piece of obsidian he carried as a whetstone. Hatcher approached the fire carrying a large iron kettle that sloshed from side to side as he wobbled back to the circle of light thrown out by the fire. "Mad Jack, do be careful with that now," Isaac chided the trapper. "Don't spill none of that beautiful mountain nectar," Solomon chimed in. "Scratch ain't even had the chance to see what his surprise be yet." The tall man set the kettle down in front of Bass. The old trapper looked at it, then put a finger into the liquid and brought it to his lips. My. Titus smacked his lips with a popping sound and plunged a finger back into the kettle.
Egod, coon, there's better ways as to be drinking that stuff, Hatcher protested.
Scratch looked up at Mad Jack, then over to Josiah. Niggers hereabouts don't take to a man as is trying to be genteel whilst drinking his liquor. He put his 2 hands around the sides of the kettle. So, when a man's in the company of niggers such as these mangy varmints, you drink as they does. With that, he brought the kettle to his lips and started gulping as much as he could while sloshing it down the front of his calico shirt before he finally pulled the trader's whiskey away from his mouth, gasping and sputtering.
Man ain't got no manners at all in our dining parlor.
Hatcher knelt down between Bass and Paddock, then dipped his pint tin cup into the kettle.
Tonight, we palaver for young Josiah Paddock.
He raised his cup high in the air.
And palavering's dry work for this brigade of motherless childs, so let's liquor.
At that, there was a rush on the kettle by all, each man dipping his cup in and pulling it out to spill some of the whiskey on the other reaching arms. Josiah was kept away from the kettle in the rush.
Best you get started, boy. Scratch prodded him with an elbow, then took a dip with his own cup into the whiskey. These here old coons ain't 'bout to serve you tonight.
Hey, old man,
Hatcher asked, pushing forward for another cup.
You still got your wood holler mouth bow?
Yep, that I do. Still packing her along with me, Bass answered.
Why don't we get on the hoedown trail? You fetch your mouth bow.
Mad Jack rose and steadied himself.
I'll be to getting me fiddle. Hey, Elbridge, fetch your squeeze box. We be doing some music for dancing, singing, and cause to wet the whistle.
Hatcher went back into the dark, followed by Scratch and Elbridge Gray. Josiah sipped at his cup of whiskey, pulling in the first drink slowly. The liquid hit his tongue and the back of his throat as if he had swallowed burning embers. Paddock coughed and spit, sputtering some to clear his throat before he caught his breath.
"Whoo-yee!"
was all he could get out, beating himself on the chest with a clenched fist.
Ain't that some? Rufus asked of him.
That's some burns.
Make you break to a sweat, boy, Bass said, entering the circle. Take her easy like for start. Stuff'll kick you in the balls, less'n you take care right off.
Hatcher and Gray came back into the light. From a beaded rawhide pouch, Elbridge pulled a small mariner's accordion that looked like a small octagonal box until he popped loose the leather strap holding the end pieces against each other. He pumped it a few times tentatively, then watched as Mad Jack opened a worn, battered, light brown violin case.
Get your tune, man.
The tall man looked around the group of trappers.
What you boys want to hear tonight? Something as Gray and me can play for you.
Cumberland Gap, Isaac Sims responded. That ditty do remind me to home.
Cumberland Gap takes me back ways.
Hatcher pushed the bow across the fiddle's strings slowly a few times, then moved it gradually into a snappy beat, followed by the other trappers clapping their hands or slapping their thighs along with the lusty tempo. The fiddle player held his instrument low under his right breast as he caressed the strings with the bow of his left hand. He moved the song into a snappy instrumental introduction while tapping his left foot, weaving around in place from side to side from the waist. Gray caught the tune on the accordion, picking up the harmony to play a background for the crying fiddle. Scratch stuck the mouth bow between his lips, braced it, and started plucking a 3-note range of rhythm. When all were involved in adding their own music to the song, Hatcher led into the words.
Me and my wife and my old grandpap going to raise hell in Cumberland Gap. Cumberland Gap is a famous place, with no clean water to wash you face. Come on, boys, and take a nap. It's 17 miles to Cumberland Gap. No place like it on the map. We'll all raise hell in Cumberland Gap.
The small band sang it over several times until Josiah finally caught most of the words and could mumble along with the rest of the trappers. At the finish, Hatcher knelt down by the kettle in front of Bass and dipped his cup into the whiskey. He nearly lost his balance upon rising, stumbling into the edge of the fire and splashing those close around him with alcohol.
"Ooh-wee, Lord ready to send me to fire and burn me already," he exclaimed, kicking a small cloud of ashes from his moccasins.
"Lord ain't gonna take you, Mad Jack," Bass commented. "And you know damned well, devil ain't gonna want the competition none when you goes under. Ain't gonna be no place for a nigger as yourself to go when you dies. We'll jest have to skin you out and leave your meat and marrow for the buzzards." He lifted his cup as if in toast to Hatcher, then swilled the liquid down.
"How about old Buckeye Jim?"
Mad Jack set his cup down after taking a long drink.
"You knows that'n, don't you, Gray?"
Elbridge dove into the tune, this time taking the instrumental lead with the wailing strains of his small squeeze box.
"Way up yonder, above the sky, a bluebird lived in a jaybird's eye. Buckeye Jim, you can't go. Go weave and spin. You can't go, Buckeye Jim. Way up yonder, above the moon, a bluebird nest in a silver spoon. Way down yonder in a wooden trough, an old woman died of the whooping cough. Way down yonder on a hollow log, a red bird danced with a green bullfrog. Buckeye Jim, you can't go. Go weave and spin. You can't go, Buckeye Jim."
The Appalachian lullaby had a haunting melody, made even more so by the scattered wail of the accordion and the high-pitched, scratchy notes of Hatcher's fiddle playing. Rufus Graham wanted it sung again when they had finished. "Minds me of the time when I was a pup, and my mam singed to simmer me down each night. Them long, hot nights back to the Virginny hills, hearin' her purty notes."
"Can't believe you was ever a pup," Hatcher replied. "Can't ever believe you had a mam as would own up to having a pup such as you'd been."
He put his bow back to work across the fiddle strings to play Buckeye Jim a second time. "There's a olt one, boys," Scratch began after the lullaby was finished. "Name of Springfield Mountain, it be. Know it, Hatcher?"
"Can't say as I do,"
Hatcher said, finishing another draw from his cup.
"But if'n Gray hyar can lead off, I'll be to catchin' up with the tune. Got that tune in your head, Elbridge?"
Gray put a few notes together, then began with more certainty to play the Eastern Mountain melody that dated back to 1761. The tune carried visions of smoky hills and wooded hollows, of a lover's lament, and a wise man's warning to starstruck young men. "On Springfield Mountain there did dwell, with a ring-ting-a-tim, ring-a-tid-a-nod-a-nay. On Springfield Mountain there did dwell, tomorrow. On Springfield Mountain there did dwell, a lovely youth I knew well, with a ring-ting-a-tim, ring-a-tid-a-nod-a-nay. This lovely youth one day did go down to the meadow for to mow. He mowed a while and then did feel a pizenous sarpent bite his heel. He turned around and with a blow he laid that pesky sarpent low. They carried him to his Sally dear, which made her feel so very queer. 'Oh, Johnny dear, why did you go down in your father's field to mow?' 'Why, Sally dear, I supposed you knowed, when the grass gets ripe it must be mowed.' Now Sally had 2 ruby lips, with which the pizen she did sip. Dear Sally had a hollow tooth, and the pizen killed them both. So Johnny died, gave up the ghost, and off to heaven he did post. Come all young girls and shed one tear for this young man that died right here. Come all young men and warning take, and don't get bit by a rattlesnake." Scratch dipped his cup into the kettle once more and held it aloft. "I do 'preciate that, boys. Ain't never heerd it played what it don't grab at my heart. Thank you. Thank you both."
"How about playin' one for old Scratch?" Tune as was writ for the likes of such a liquor-loving mountain man," Mad Jack chirped to bring the others out of their reverie. "Gray and me do a good thing with blessing on brandy and beer." The fiddle and squeeze box jumped in together with the merry and rollicking strains of the old drinking song. "When one's drunk, not a gal looks but pretty. The country's as gay as the city, and all that one says is so witty, a blessing on brandy and beer. Bring the cup, fill it up, take a sup, and let not the flincher come near. Oh, give me but plenty of the liquor, I'd laugh at the squire and the vicar, and if I'd a wife, why I'd kick her, if e'er she pretended to sneer. Though I know it's a heavy disaster, yet I mind not the rage of my master. He bullies, and I drink the faster, a blessing on brandy and beer. With a cherry-cheeked maid I've an eye on, I'd do many things they'd cry fie on. Egod, I'm as bold as a lion, a blessing on brandy and beer. A blessing, a blessing, a blessing on brandy and beer." On into the night Hatcher kept his fiddle strings warm with activity as Gray pushed air through the small accordion. Between songs, Bass gulped at his tin cup, then picked his mouth bow up once more to join in the musical accompaniment. Paddock was enjoying his first Rocky Mountain Rendezvous concert, lying on his right side, then on his left, to watch first one musician, then another. "There's one as would be for young Josiah Paddock, recent of the settlements, I'm thinking."
Hatcher looked down at the young man after hours of music.
"Elbridge, let's play that tune, Wayfaring Stranger, for the lad."
Gray's accordion caught hold of the light, delicate notes pulled together to create a bittersweet song of the melancholy man on the move, backed up by the gentle sliding of Hatcher's bow across the fiddle strings.
"I'm just a poor wayfaring stranger, traveling through this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, toil, no danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my father. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I know dark clouds will gather round me. I know my way is rough and steep. Yet beautiful fields lie just before me, where God's redeemed their vigils keep. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd meet me when I come. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home. I'll soon be free of every trial. My body will sleep in the churchyard. I'll drop the cross of self-denial and enter on my great reward. I'm going there to see my brothers, who've gone before me one by one. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm only going over home."
On the second time through the song, Hatcher seemed to let Gray sing alone for a moment, then came in to repeat each line right behind Elbridge to create the feeling of a mournful echo over the song. When they finished, the group fell silent, each man in his own thoughts, until Mad Jack sat down and placed the fiddle and bow across his lap.
"That's the evening music for you niggers now. Let's be telling young Josiah about what we seen and done to the Stony Mountains," Hatcher said, as his cup was taken and filled by Bass. "You all got's a story to tell. Be good time to let the young'un in on the magic in theser mountains. Solomon," he turned his head toward Fish, "you got you a tale about sneaking a peek to a Blackfoot camp."
"I heerd that'n afore, and could count the hars atop me pizzer for the times he's tolt us that'n," Caleb growled.
"Shut your mouth, nigger," Mad Jack pounced back. "Let the man tell the young'un about his story. Go ahead, Fish, tell it again. Tale do get better each time with the tellin'."
The trapper began his yarn, embellishing it more this time than he had done before, changing a thought here or there to reweave a tale of his own bravery
into a new fabric still mostly of truth, but not without a thread of falsehood here and there. They were stories of a man's exaggerated sense of his own courage, stories told and retold over winter night fires as exercise for the mountain trapper who felt dwarfed by the towering peaks and the great expanse of country through which only a handful of white men had traveled before. The tales were begun with a germ of truth, nurtured by fertile imaginations, and watered with loving care from the whiskey kettle, each retelling. Fish told of a spring hunt 3 years before when one evening the small band of trappers he was traveling with discovered a sizable raiding party of Blackfoot warriors. The white men backed off silently, undiscovered from the Indian camp, to argue as to what was to be done. Bragging led to daring, and soon Solomon had to put up or shut up. His story was one of smearing his face with vermilion, pulling a buffalo robe over his shoulders, and walking into the small Indian encampment. All the braves were gathered about the fire, engrossed in their own tales of coups counted and ponies stolen, as Fish approached them, knowing his fellow trappers were behind him on the ridge, watching for his success or failure. Out of the inky darkness, the disguised trapper stepped slowly up to the fire to stand behind the warriors as the Indians sat huddled around the glowing embers. Fish stood quietly, listening to the pounding of his own heart and the strange Indian tongue, all the time waiting to be discovered. But the Blackfoot warriors paid no heed to the disguised white visitor, more absorbed in their own stories than in the dark form standing among them. Solomon told of kneeling within the group and stealthily sliding one of the warriors' knives under his robe. He rose quietly and slipped back into the darkness of the surrounding trees to make good his escape up the ridge. The trapper returned to his friends in their hiding place to collect their wagers and exhibit his prize, a Blackfoot dagger manufactured in England and bearing the Hudson's Bay seal on the blade. He passed it around each rendezvous fire for inspection. "Solomon's up to the bung with shit," Caleb protested at the end of the story. "Tell your own, Wood. You got a story to top it?" Elbridge injected. "Aye, that I do." Whereupon Caleb began to tell his own whopper of traveling to a Crow village to escape pursuing Blackfoot. One of the war chiefs took him in as his guest for a few days and grew to like the trapper. Consequently, the old Indian one evening offered Caleb his choice of 5 daughters, all of whom were in their teenage years, yet of marrying age within Crow custom. The trapper could not decide quickly enough to satisfy the old boy, so the Indian announced that Caleb would have all night to make his choice. Father left the lodge with his squaw, leaving behind the bewildered white man with the 5 giggling young women. The oldest put the cover over the doorway, then each of the 5 undressed before the shocked man. They approached Caleb and undressed him without too much resistance on his part, then began their playful lovemaking. "Them Crow gals larn tricks hidden way up thar in Absorkey country, tricks to make your cock stay hard all night if'n that's what they wanted. Damn, them women's is some. I did want to get it over with after a while. My cock was throbbing and about ready to go off like some hot-fired steamboat stack, but them squaws wouldn't let me explode. They just kept playing with me while I laid on my back snuggled in them buffalo robes, each one taking her turn. Over and over, feeling me, putting her mouth round my pizzer and nibbling at it with little bites, then sitting on me to bounce up and down with my cock inside 'em till I thought I was about to go crazy right then. Well, them women's kept me going for about all night it was."
"You're as full of shit now as you was of love juice then," Solomon interrupted.
"Nigh on to sunup next morning," Caleb continued, ignoring the comment on his veracity. "They kept playing with me, and I hadn't blown the whistle yet, when the oldest, she said something to the rest of 'em in Crow, and they crawls off to they's robes to sleep. Woo-wee! Big sister climbed in with me and started playing her tricks with me again, but this time having me all to herself, and both of us knowing the others is watching the fun. That gal did things to me as would make a man's eyes bug out. I thought I'd scream, wishing I could go under right thar, just that way with that squaw rubbing my tired old cock up and down, then putting it in her mouth to sing Injun to me. Woman kept me like I was a wiping stick till the sun hit the lodge afore she let me whistle in her. And when I did, 'twarn't like nothing I never done afore, and likely ain't never to do such again."
"5 squaws on you all night, and you didn't toot or whistle?" Hatcher asked.
5 of 'em doing everything no whore back to St. Louis wouldn't begin to think of doing with a man, and it was all free. I made sleep and stayed in the robes that whole day. Got me hitched to that big sister with all the tricks that night. What come of it, Caleb? The squaw, I mean.
Rufus found the question riding high in every man's mind.
Bitch was good for a while, some pumpkins every night. Larnt a few off that slut, I did. But she run me like a ragged woolin after a while. Got to screamin' and bellerin' for foo-for-all all the time. Couldn't keep her happy no more in the robes, 'cause I couldn't keep her happy with gewgaws and shinies. Had to lodgepole that bitch up to the Bighorn, close to her own people. Sent her packin' home. Eased the misery, howsomever, with a pouch of plunder for her old man. Squaw was something, boys, while it was good. But this child never wants to run into that bunch of fork-lovin' sisters again.
"Shoulda had you this bunch long with you,"
Mad Jack remarked, dipping his cup into the dwindling second kettle they had brought to the fire after the first was emptied.
"Boys hyar know how to handle theyselves in such a fix, don't you?"
The others whooped and hollered with the thought of running into such a situation, wishing it had been they in the story, although most of the men passed it off as one of the biggest whoppers they had ever heard tell of when asked. Each man now warmed to the yarnin' and gave his own version of feats done or seen.
"Bass,"
Hatcher finally looked over at the older man after many stories.
"Young Josiah heerd tell of your har, ain't he?"
"No, he ain't. I ain't told him 'bout that yet."
Titus's words were somewhat slurred by a tongue thickened with alcohol.
"Most boys hyar heerd me tell of it round a winter fire a time or two, but they ain't heerd tell of it from your mouth. Go ahead and tell it. We'll keep your cup full and your jaws from dryin'. Go ahead,"
Mad Jack prodded, while pulling on Scratch's shoulder to help him into a sitting position. All eyes were on Bass as he set his cup down in front of him. He snugged the blue bandana down on his head with both hands and took another drink.
"Come on, old man. Tell your tale."
Josiah spoke for the first time in hours.
"I'm a gonna."
He blew his nose, snorting the mucus on the ground, and wiped his nostrils with fingertips that he dried on his beard.
"Every story's gotta have a startin', and I'm collectin' on jest where I'm to be startin' mine. Well now, you boys know that old Scratch'd sooner spit face onto the wind than tell no lie, so pin your ears back and give a listen up to my tale."
Those around him squirmed a little to make themselves more comfortable. Josiah lay down alongside the old trapper, resting his head against the palm of his hand while he leaned on an elbow.
"Been up to the 3 Forks with the coons as took this'r child to his first rendezvous. Come the green up after winterin' on the Yaller Stone, just north of the place as those who track it call Coulter's Hell. Them 3 coons up and decide they's gonna head down the Missouri for whiskey and women's early on. Can't wait for these here times, they can't. Had us a good fall, an even better spring fur gettin' that yar. Had us a passel of that beaver plunder in our packs. Well, them boys all says I'm to be the child that's gots to stay behind with the horses and other truck. So I wishes 'em my best and watches them 3 head down the river in them 2 dugouts we'd made for 'em. I yell out to 'em to have a drink or 2 on Titus Bass."
The first few days out after leaving his 3 partners at the river, Scratch had gotten lonely, and he did not mind telling the others of that fact. Each man around that fire had fought loneliness and conquered it to one degree or another.
Every man around that fire could identify with Bass. Despite the feelings, Scratch knew he had work to do and places to go himself, so he turned his face south, as he was to be meeting his 3 trapping partners along the front range of the mountains to the south in some 3 to 4 months. They had arranged their own rendezvous point, Bass told the men circling the firelight, so Bass went to work pushing his horse and pulling Beaver all the way to Park Kayak. My, what a fine place that be. Snuggles up a mite close to the Bayou Salade in running for a piece of heaven, that valley does. Elk there be bigger'n I'd seen afore, and the deer, why them bucks stand almost as big as my lil' crow pony. Beaver come to bait just as sure as you'd lay down your money on a horse feather bed for a forkin'. Slick, it were. In time, he moved out for the planned meeting with Bud, Silas, and Billy. Bass wrinkled his brow contemplatively. Scratch waited on them coons, and I waited some mores. It got past time for their rendezvous. Then it was past time for the traders' rendezvous, too. Nevertheless, Bass explained how he decided to head for rendezvous country anyway, moving out of Park Kayak over the divide, dwelling all the time on how certain he was his 3 friends must have lost their hair. The Big Muddy's allus been fair boilin' with red niggers, and old Scratch just calculates as how they bought more'n they could barter for on that river's track. On the west side of the divide, Bass came upon a little river he had since been told was the Yampa, Ute land it was. He made camp along the waters for 2 nights, trapping as he may, slipping along easy and carefree in new country. Then he suddenly read signs that there were brownskins about. Now there I were, lone and such, and had me 11 other ponies sides the one twixt my own legs. Got to figurin' I looked a mite invitin' to them niggers. Scratch paused and picked up his cup. This yarnin' be dry work, and a desert I'm makin' of my tongue. He drained his cup and handed it to Hatcher for a refill. He started heading out quietly back to the east, along the river, east toward more friendly country in Park Kayak. Then Hannah started snorting softly, her signal to Bass that she smelled Indians. I laid into the bank, stayin' 'gainst them trees and come round a bend, and Lordy, there stand 4 of them red niggers just waitin' for me. I comes to a cold stop and figured on what this body was to be doin'. I reached round and set that string of ponies loose and kicked my own in the ass. Ol' Hannah stayed with me as best as the gal could, tied to my saddle tree she were. Well, old Bass is runnin' and kickin' that pony, yellin' for Hannah to be on the make too, all time hearin' them niggers comin' after me. His quick thinking seemed to pay off to a degree. He turned momentarily to see 3 of the braves attempting to round up the loosed ponies, but one warrior seemed to have more of a desire to count coup than collect horseflesh. He turned tail and kept on. That was some race that day. Don't know me how much ground I covered, what with being scairt and all, in a piece of strange country. Soon he looked behind him to see his pursuer there no more. He brought the pony to a halt and began to think about those ponies entrusted to him by his 3 partners. He figured he could make a good show of it, so looking to the priming in his 2 pistols and his rifle, Bass headed back toward the action. It was not long before Hannah snorted again as the one lone warrior broke from the trees on the opposite bank and made for the white man. I put heels to my pony just as I hears the nigger's gun pop, and something pounds me good on my back. Scratch reached around with his left arm to point out the general area of his upper right shoulder. He pitched forward on the bank, out colder'n a preacher's wife on her weddin' night, and came to again in hearing a pony stepping over the riverbed rocks. I laid there hearing that pony comin' closer, but not thinkin' good, just keepin' my eyes closed to play the possum. Then I felt the lights go out again. When he came to, his head was hurting something awful, along with the arm. He opened his eyes slowly, trying to shake the clouds away, and what I be looking at were that nigger sitting with his back toward me, scraping off my topknot." At the last few words, Josiah's eyes got bigger. Bass let the words hang heavy in the air as he took another gulp of the gut-wrenching alcohol. "'Bout all I could see of the nigger were his moccasins and leggins, so he studied the quillwork design until he passed out again. Later that day he came to once more to see that the Indians had left the scene. "Consarn the damned! At best, dyin' be a one-man job." He drank some water slowly, then took wet moss off the rocks, scraping it off with his fingertips and plastering it on his aching, bare, exposed skull. That done, he heard an animal snort behind him. He turned quickly, believing the Indians had returned for him, but it was only Hannah. The warriors had not found the mule. "Mule's got a head 'bout her, and she laid low, waiting for the country to clear of brownskins. When she saw me moving, she made her way back to me." "Yeah? What happened then?" Josiah now sat up close to Scratch, enthralled with the story. Bass continued, telling of his trip north into Snake Country where he was put on the mend and re-outfitted. He had no need of a rifle, however, for he had found his weapon on the Yampa's bank. "When I come pitchin' off the pony, I gone one way and the old medicine iron gone 'nother, right into the willers." After a period of convalescence with the snakes, the trapper headed south toward the Bayou Salade once more, trapping 2 seasons, all the time wearing beaver fur over his bare skull. "One evening, old Scratch was out trapping a little crick in that valley when 2 niggers come riding up slow on me." He made ready his rifle and the pistol at his belt. The visitors stopped some distance off and made a sign that they wanted no truck with Bass. With that, the 2 warriors rode on up and began to talk sign with the trapper. It was not long before Scratch looked down at one of the brave's moccasins. "And what does this coon see? Woo-wee! The Lord was good to old Scratch that day, he were, sendin' me that nigger. His hoofs said there sat the nigger that stolt my topknot. Well, they's lookin' me over real good, figurin' on my plunder, when Scratch up and pulls old Make-em-come for the work at hand. Blows that one nigger's jaw off, hit him with my 54 here, and he goes a-sailin' back as his friend yells and kicks his pony my way." The trapper dropped his rifle and pulled out the pistol just as the second warrior jumped off his mount onto Bass. The Indian received a ball in the top of his arm for his trouble. "We lay on the ground huggin' and scufflin' till he's out cold." Bass drew in a long breath, then drained his cup once more. He began his narrative again by telling how he made his way slowly to the first warrior. "'Twarn't much left of that boy's face, lookin' like you'd beat it all day with a rock, it did. Nigger were only 'bout 15 foot from me when I blew the cocksucker's lights out. Just pulled my knife out and set it to the tune. Whizzed his scalp off, down to the top of the ears, 'bout all that was left of his noodle. Scraped it clean a bit, whirled it round in the air to blow off the blood, and walked over to his friend." The second warrior was still breathing, so Bass slapped him. He came to with a start and stared up at the trapper as if he were some big medicine. Scratch dragged him by the hair over close to the body of his dead companion so he could watch the white man work on the body. "Split the scalp-stealing nigger wide open with my knife like this," describing the grisly incision made from the groin up to the base of the neck with his finger. "Then I put my hand inside and started pulling it all out, just like you was dressing out a critter." The second warrior never took his eyes off the trapper. "I wrapped it up by pulling the nigger's heart out and took it over to the other fella. Stood right in his face and tore me a bite out of it, letting him see me eat a hunk of that other forker's heart. Then I cut the scalper's balls off and stuffed 'em in what was left of his mouth." All were hushed, so quiet they could hear Josiah gulp. Bass said none of it had been embellished in the least, that Arapahoes would still be after his hide for what he had done to one of their warriors. Then I made sign for the breathing nigger to go back and tell his people what had happened, afore I left him to go back to setting my traps, easy as you please. The next morning, Bass pulled out, going past the scene of the previous evening's skirmish. He found the wounded warrior had crawled off some distance. He watched Bass dismount, walk over to him, and sit down with his weight on the Indian's arms before beginning to sing his death song. I squats down and carves a big T on his right tit and a big B on his leftin'. Figured them Rappahos'd really get big medicine out of that, the nigger coming in with his story, carrying my letters the way he was. He threw his cup toward Hatcher. Fill me up. You still carrying the Injun's scalp now? Josiah asked. Is that the one you're carrying on your belt there? Nah, that were Blackfoot some moons back, boy. He raised his hands to his head, and for the first time since he had met Paddock, the older man untied the knot holding the faded blue bandana on his head. I traded har with the nigger. Took his'n for myself. Bass pulled the bandana off with one hand as the other wrenched around to Josiah's face, shaking a long scalp he ripped from the crown of his head. Paddock jerked back, lost his balance, and fell into the edge of the fire. The other trappers howled with laughter as Josiah scrambled to his feet. Scratch stood up, still shaking the long black trophy in Paddock's face. I'm wearing the nigger's har as my own, boy. He advanced on the young man as Paddock moved slowly away. Few knows I be bald back here, he said, twisting his neck so that Josiah could see the neat white circle of exposed cranium bone. You fillin' that cup, Mad Jack? He asked, though his eyes were fixed on Josiah's. Getting to it right now, Scratch. Son, gotta keep my noodle covered up most time, especially to the day. Sun'll do a mean, nasty thing to a man's skull. So's I wear the nigger's har as my own, over my lil' spot. Hatcher handed him the cup. Titus lifted the whiskey in a toast. Here's to red niggers as knows who Titus Bass be. Bass drained the cup, then said more softly, I do believe I got a drip. He stumbled out into the darkness, away from the fire's light. Josiah stayed by the fire as the others drifted off to their bedrolls. So he was alone with his thoughts. Here was the man who was outfitting him with such kindness, such friendship Paddock had known only twice before. But suddenly, another side was exposed, that of a man living in a wilderness that required of him, at times, to be just as wild and unforgiving as the worst savage. He chewed on the thoughts for a long time. Finally, he picked up an elk robe from the ground where the men had been sitting and put it about his shoulders. As he stepped away from the dying fire, the young man felt the chill of the cool night air envelop him. He drew the robe closer around his body and melted into the blackness in the direction Scratch had gone. Staring into the inky night, he stumbled over something. Paddock knelt down and saw it was Bass. The old man was snoring loudly, dead to the world. Titus had not even buttoned up his fly after urinating on the ground where he lay. He watched the older man snoring peacefully for another moment, then slowly took the elk robe from his shoulders and laid it over the body of Titus Bass. The young man rose to walk back to his bed and sleep. The sun first touched his face with a gentle, warming caress. He stirred, turned over, and nestled deeper into his robes. Josiah dozed a while longer, until the sunlight pouring over him made the robe unbearably hot. He kicked at the robe, freeing his legs to lie a few minutes more until the shaft of light broke through the branches to aggravate his comfort. He sat up, his head spinning. His stomach wanted to come up. He fought it back down with gulps of air until he felt things were under control. Shivering slightly, he put his coat on and rose to his feet. Moving deeper into the willows, Paddock relieved himself, then knelt by the creek. The water danced over the rocky bottom, gurgling past the stones that lay in the water's midst only as temporary detours to its progress. He put both hands into the water and brought a cold splash to his face. The icy liquid dripped slowly from his growing beard and mustache. He bent over and slowly sipped the refreshing water, then combed his hair back with wet fingers. Things looked brighter now. Then he remembered Scratch. Josiah found the older man where he had left him the night before, tucked among the sage, snuggled under the elk robe. The side of his face lay in a small pool of drying vomit he had upchucked in his sleep. Standing over the snoring man, Josiah smiled faintly, almost warmly, before moving away on foot up the valley. He figured he would just spend the day by himself, and it felt good to him to have the whole day free with nothing to do but be Josiah Paddock. Almost without sound, he whistled happily to himself as he walked through the border of one of the large trappers' camps, recalling as best he could some of the melodies of the night before.
"Hey, boy!" a voice called out to his right. "Over here, boy!"
Josiah looked around at the sound of the voice, then saw the squat man coming toward him. Paddock stopped, watching the stranger approach. The short, heavy-set man wore a yellow woolen undershirt and leather breeches held up by suspenders adorned with worn and patchy quillwork.
"Boy, you read, can't you?"
He pushed a bundle of small paper toward Josiah. Paddock looked from the man's face down to the paper, then up to the face once more. "Yep, I can, that."
"Here now."
The man stood alongside Josiah now and held the papers close to Paddock's face, his gnarled finger moving across the writing.
"I can't, you see, boy. Will you read them words to me? Will you, boy?"
Josiah looked back at the man's face again as he pushed the papers further away from his eyes. The man wore the look of an excited child anticipating a gift.
"I got me liquor. Give you a drink of liquor, cup of liquor for reading them words to me,"
he said, pulling slightly on Josiah's arm to start the young man toward one of the bowers made of willow.
"Come on, boy. Get you a cup of liquor and y'all read the writing for me."
"Don't want me no liquor." Josiah pulled his arm free.
"Get you something you want then. Come on, boy, just read them words for me."
His eyes implored Josiah to come with him. Paddock nodded his head faintly in affirmation that he would read to the man and followed the squat trapper to the bower. Handing the papers to Paddock, he set about dipping his cup into a kettle of alcohol and motioned for Josiah to sit on the robes beside him. 3 others came up to the crude lean-to, followed by a handful more.
"Can we hear your letter with you, Stinkfoot?"
One of those who approached asked quietly, almost shy in his politeness.
Yep. Come on now, boy, read me them marks."
The short man's words dripped with impatience. The other trappers, now numbering 11, sat in front of the short trapper and Josiah, each crossing his legs and leaning forward as Paddock looked once more at the papers he held. It was indeed a letter. He turned it over to look at the back of the last page, reading the address. Reuben Lusk, in keer of Rocky Mountain Fur Company, Mr. W. Sublet, St. Louis, Missouri. Josiah turned it back over to the first page and glanced at the date in the upper right-hand corner. 23 March.
"Damn it, boy, now start your reading,"
Stinkfoot chopped his words with great impatience and anticipation. Paddock looked up at him briefly, then began to read. Dear Brother Reuben, Mama's heart goes out to you and mine, too, with this post. We are all fine and well and hope the same be with you, dear brother. We come through the last year with some bad news for you, Reuben. I'm sorry to be the one as to write it, but your father died last November. Took sick to his bed and never got up then. It was terrible winter, what with the pleursy going round. Mama had a tetch of the gray and she pull it through all right. Not a family in the holler clear up to Fletcher's Corner not been tetched with it. Father cried when you went, Reuben, but he got better when he went back to workin' in the fields with Sam and Michael. Your brothers is workin' in the fields now, and they tell me to write they miss the hand you would be with them if you did not go west from here. It has been more'n 3 years now since we seen you, and everybody misses you badly, Reuben. Mama cried many time 'cause you never wrote the family what you was doin' or where you was. I got some other news for you. Sally got married to Jacob Dietz up to Skunk Run Holler, and Sally is big with child now. She wanted to wait on you, Reuben, but you never come back, and she come to me to ax me what I would do with my man gone for 1 year and no word, and Jacob Dietz come ax me to marry him. I told her the truth, Reuben, and I would marry Jacob straight off, and you was not comin' back here most like. Michael is married to Sarah, you know, and they have now another baby. Sam is gettin' bigger all time, just turned 16 and workin' in the fields with Michael he is gettin' strong as a hearse like you was. Weather been good to us, and the crop is gettin' strong too. Every day we see settlers go by in the wagons headin' whar you went 3 years ago. 3 years is long enough, Reuben? When you comin' home? Reuben? Heerd you went west cross the river to the mountains, and I don't hear if you will ever be home to see Mama afore she passes on. Preacher Sims says, Ms. Lusk, you take your hopes to the Lord, and Reuben be home afore you go to meet the Lord and Maker. He says you be there in the mountains with all kind thiefs and killers, and tells us on the Injuns you live with, Reuben. Mama cry to hear you livin' with Injun women and all. Mama cry to hev you away from us, dear brother. Can you come home now? We want your brother back, Reuben, and you far away now. I don't even see if this letter get to you in the mountains, but I pray to the Lord he will see it to your hands. At night, etch night, Reuben, we pray a prayer for you special. Lord, watch over Reuben Lusk and carry him home to his family. Watch over him and hold him in your hand, Lord. Give him the strength and mind to come back to us. Give him strength to find his way back to Kentucky. We love him, Lord, and want him to be a good man too. Lord, talk to Reuben and bring him home with your words. Dear brother Reuben, I have said all in my mind and post this letter to you. I hope it comes to you in good hands and knowing the Lord has you in his heart and in his hands. Your sister, Lucy. Josiah looked up from the browned, folded paper after a moment, first at Reuben, then the others sitting before him on the ground. Lusk was staring into his cup, motionless as Paddock stood and handed the letter back to the man. Thank you. The trapper looked up at the young man. I thank you, son. He rolled the pages of the letter together neatly and put them down the front of his yellow undershirt. Hyar. He put a hand to his belt and pulled out a long, curved butcher knife. Want you to have this. Josiah hesitated. Go ahead, boy. It's your'n for the reading of my letter. I'm saying thank you best way I knows how. Take it. He pushed it up at Paddock, who finally took the knife and stuffed it into the belt of his pants. A few of the men got to their feet and stood around Josiah. Trader's got some newspapers. Will you read us the newspapers too, son? One of them pressed forward. I'll get one from Bridger if you'll read it to us. Maybe some other time. Josiah started to move off. Some other time. Lot of news in that letter there. Read your newspapers to you some other time.
The knot of men parted for Paddock as he stepped away. "Thank you again, son," Reuben called out. Josiah turned and waved to him. Not far away, a small group of trappers sat cross-legged on the ground around a skin they were using as a table for a card game. He approached them and sat down. Each of the men was drinking heavily for early in the day, dipping his cup repeatedly into an oak keg with an open top. They sloshed and dripped the alcohol over the dog-eared greasy deck of cards, wiping them off across leather-covered thighs. The deck was a curious mixture of worn and dirtied paper-playing cards stacked along with others made of animal hide. As a card became too worn to be useful any longer, or was lost in a drunken game, the trappers would fashion a replacement from stiff buffalo hide, then paint its own distinctive markings on the substitute, using blood for red symbols and a burnt charcoal stick from the fire for black. "What you playin'?" Josiah asked after watching for several minutes, unable to recognize the game.
"Euchre," said one of the four men, looking over at Paddock. "Want a deal in?"
"Nah, just watching."
"Just as well. Don't know if any of these raccoons want a deal out anyways," the dealer remarked.
He was referring to the fact that usually only 4 people played euchre, in teams of 2, each member of a team sitting opposite his partner. The dealer's face was one of hard lines, as if chiseled with some labor out of the same expressionless granite of the mountains. He straightened the 32 cards, a deck with its 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s, and 2s removed for the game. Stoneface had won the deal in the 4-man draw, his being the lowest card selected from the deck. Before each player, he now set 3 cards face down in one stack, with the same for himself. Then followed 2 more cards, also dealt face down, but in a second stack in front of each player. When this was finished, the expressionless trapper slowly pulled out 1 card for each man and set it before the 2 stacks. This card was dealt face up to indicate the trumps each man would bid on to play the hand. The player to the dealer's left studied his trump for a moment, then said, "I order it up." He accepted the trump card given him by the dealer. A graying man sitting across from the dealer, Stoneface's partner, in turn accepted his trump with, "I assist ye," and the hand as dealt was to be played. Josiah watched the dealer, expecting him now to speak. He did not. Instead, he signified his acceptance of the trump card by discarding one of the face-down cards in front of him, then placed his face-up card in his hand. He then turned to the man at his left, who had designated the trumps to be played.
"You're the maker, Thomas. Play it."
The 4 men began to bid and bet on the power of their hidden cards, hoping to win the tricks or at least keep their opponents from winning enough. Paddock watched the players scoop cards toward them as each trick was won or lost. As the hand ended, the dealer and his partner had won 2 points due to the other team's inability to score at least 3 tricks.
"You're euchred, Thomas,"
Stoneface cried out happily from behind the unmoving face. From a small pile of rifle balls in the center of their hide card table, the dealer drew out a pair of balls that served as markers to keep score in the game.
"That be 2 for the dealer."
He sat them in front of his folded legs on the edge of the skin. They continued play until Thomas's team had won with 5 points, although many players set the winning number at 7 or even 10. Paddock watched the fast bidding, the easy winning and losing in the shade of the trapper's lean-to. Euchre was fast becoming the country's most popular national game, played with 2, 4, or 6 players. But he soon became bored with it and left without being missed. Josiah strolled aimlessly for a while until he noticed a noisy knot of men gathered around an Indian and his pony. Stepping up to the edge of the circle, Josiah found the trappers and warrior busily discussing business by means of what little common tongue could be understood by all,
but mostly with the use of flying hands that told of words unspoken in sign language. The buck-skinned men were presenting trinkets to the Indian, who showed his approval by putting them within his pouch, or signified his displeasure by handing them back to a trapper and shaking his head rapidly from side to side.
"What's doing?"
Josiah whispered as he stuck his face up close to a trapper near the back of the group. The man turned his head around to move his eyes down, then back up Josiah's body.
"This nigger wants to show us some pony tricks. Gotta pay for 'em, howsomever," he whispered back, then turned around as he caught a glimpse of the Indian mounting his pony out of the corner of his eye. "Must have got enough plunder for the showing."
Paddock stepped back as the other trappers began to fan out so that each man had an unobstructed view of the brave's performance.
"Injuns does these tricks for us, if we pays 'em," the trapper explained, stepping back beside Josiah. "Jamie hyar says this snake nigger's supposed to be some on a pony."
The Indian had ridden off some distance from the assembled men, then dismounted. He slapped his pony on its rear, and they both bolted off toward the trappers. With one hand held tightly to a leather loop around the pony's neck, the warrior bounced aboard the animal's back, sat only momentarily, then slipped off the pony's right side to bounce once more off the ground and onto the pony in full stride. As the animal raced toward the white men, the Indian straightened his leggings and brought his right leg up on the animal's back. There, it was tucked into the loop near the pony's shoulders. He turned sideways on the animal and brought the left leg up, putting it shakily across the widest part of the animal's rear flanks. Carefully, unsteadily, but matching each move the animal made in its gallop, the snake warrior rose to his feet. His legs were straightened most of the way as he came riding up to the trappers, but with his knees flexing often to absorb the shocks of the animal's gait. Just as he neared the men, who began to scatter a little before the animal's approach, the warrior pulled some on his right foot in the loop, causing the pony to veer smoothly to its right just before colliding with the white men. He circled the animal in front of the awed trappers several times, standing on the pony's back with his long hair flying loosely with the speed, the short fringes along the outer seam of his buckskin leggings fluttering and snapping against his legs. The white men hollered and cheered their approval of the performance, most feeling they had gotten their money's worth. But the warrior was not finished. As the pony slowed its gait gradually into a tighter and tighter circle, the snake carefully pulled his bow from his back. After he had it over his head, the Indian pulled an arrow from the wolfskin quiver at his belt. He strung the arrow and brought the animal out of its tight, slow circle to gallop in a wide loop back toward the trappers. When he was close, the arrow was set free, flying through the air until it struck the ground at a sharp angle between one trapper's feet. The others howled and laughed as the startled man jumped back. "Nigger didn't like you squeezing your presents out, Jason," the man next to Josiah called out. "Must feel you're being stingy a mite with your giving." The brave approached the group and dropped to a sitting position on the pony's back. He brought the animal to a halt in their midst and slipped to the ground. "You much a runner, friend?" the trapper asked Josiah as he turned away from the group and began walking off. "Nah, not really. Why you ask?" Josiah questioned of the man walking at his side. "Thort you mightn't be willing to be racing me on foot is all." He motioned to a long line of men more than 100 yards away. "Having 'em running races, they is. If you ain't for racing 'gainst me, care to wager and set a lil on me then? I can hoof it with the best of 'em, I can. Come on." Paddock later wandered away from the large number of trappers and Indians gathered to compete against one another in foot sprints and pony races. The victors of each event were given their prize, a cup of whiskey, which was swilled down quickly. Then each man returned to the competition to build another thirst. Often trappers would throw up, emptying their stomachs, and turn right around to drink some more. In the shade of the cottonwoods behind Sublet's tent and canopies was a large gathering of Indians and trappers. Josiah stood with the many others, watching those sitting on the ground playing a game native to the mountains but foreign to the young man from St. Louis. On robes spread in the cool shade were various clusters of activity and interested spectators standing about to watch the players in each group. It was the Indians' game of hand, a game of chance loved by the white trapper as well. Josiah knelt behind a trapper playing with one of the brown-skinned dealers. He swatted at a pesky squadron of gnats buzzing around his eyes. The Indian waited until the white man had placed something of value to both of them on the robe between himself and the Indian. The bronze dealer then did likewise. When the stakes were agreed upon by both, the Indian opened his right hand to show a small piece of animal bone held in his palm. It bore the peculiar painted medicine of its owner at the ends and had been carved delicately in its middle. The trapper nodded his dark head once, and the Indian closed his hand slowly to conceal the bone within the clenched fist. He brought his two hands together as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes to begin chanting, then pulled the fists apart. At this signal, the young Indian brave who sat beside the dealer began to beat on a short section of hollowed log with a stout club in a rhythmic cadence to accompany the wailing chant. As the dealer seemed to go into a trance, not really looking at his hands as they moved, the trapper kept his attention on the one hand he believed held the piece of bone, trying to concentrate against the forces of the screeching chant and the loud, ringing tones of the hollowed log. The Indian brought his hands together once more, then moved them apart just as suddenly, his arms outstretched and shaking violently with each crescendo of the chant. He placed the fists together again, one hand over the other this time, then reversed their order before pulling them apart with his arms outstretched. Over and over the movements were repeated, but became more slight as the game went on. Finally, the Indian ceased his chant, and his partner no longer beat on the log. The dealer opened his eyes and stared at the trapper's face, presenting the white man with two clenched fists. The trapper made his choice. The hand was empty. He cussed some under his breath and dug deep into his pouch once more for another trinket to bet in the game. Over and over he played until exhausted with his inability to catch a glimpse of an idea just where the bone was hidden. The trapper rose and turned away from the group. Josiah sat down in front of the dealer. The Indian stared back at him a moment, then placed a string of bright glass beads on the skin between them, a wager he had not lost all morning long. Josiah then understood that he too must wager something in the game. Patting the pockets of his pants, the young man's hand tapped the handle of the knife given him by Reuben Lusk that morning. He brought it out from his belt and laid it down beside the string of beads. The dealer nodded approvingly. A young squaw stepped up behind the Indian and stood looking over his shoulder at the hands that opened to show the location of the bone for the last time. Paddock looked up at her only briefly, then back down to the dealer's hands as they closed to hide the bone. The chanting trance began, accompanied by the loud pounding on the log as the dealer sought the power of his medicine in this game of chance. The hollow ring of the log was disconcerting to Josiah, as was the screeching wail of the Indian's chant. But he convinced himself not to listen, that it was a diversion used to detract the player from his concentration on the placement of the bone. He shut out the noise, putting it in the background of his consciousness, and stared at every movement of the dealer's fingers. Having concentrated on shutting the chant away from his mind, he eventually no longer heard it. His eyes watched the hands pull apart, shake rapidly, then crash back together, his mind thinking only of this practiced ability to center his attention on one thing at a time while closing the door on perceiving other activity about him. As he watched and concentrated, Josiah felt something within him, saying he was going to win this Indian's beads. The hands slowly separated before him and were held motionless. In a moment, there was a crack in his concentration, and he realized that the chanting and beating had ceased. He realized that he must choose a hand. Josiah looked into the smiling eyes of the dealer. With his right hand, he tapped the Indian's left without looking away from the dealer's eyes. Even before he looked down into the opening palm, Paddock knew he had won, as the laughter drained instantly from the dark eyes. There, in the left hand, was the piece of painted bone. He had won. Josiah pulled the knife and string of thick glass beads into his hands and rose as the Indian quickly set down another wager between them. The warrior looked distressed at not having another try at the young trapper. Paddock shook his head and backed off without saying a word. His place was filled by the young squaw who had been standing over the dealer's shoulder during Josiah's game. She placed several brass finger rings in front of her to match the wager of the dealer. Paddock decided to watch this young, plain-faced woman play. She lost, and the young trapper stayed on as she placed a handful of lead balls down as her second wager. Again, she lost to the dealer. Repeatedly, the young woman put down a trinket, and each time it was pulled to the dealer's side of the rope. Eventually, the squaw sat before the Indian with nothing but her long doeskin skirt. She had wagered and lost moccasins, her belt, knife, a small pouch emptied of its trinkets, the ribbons in her hair, and the loose skin blouse she had worn. Naked to the waist, Josiah looked over her small, firm breasts that shook ever so slightly with her stifled sobs of anger, disbelief, and sadness. His eyes moved up, past her plain, round face, to the part in her hair that was colored with red earth paint. Paddock glanced down at the beads in his hand, then back at the squaw. He felt sorry for her, having been lucky himself, and watching her lose everything she had wagered. He thought that if he gave her the beads, it would ease the pain of loss, and the squaw would become happy once more, able to return to her people with something to show for her gamble. Josiah threw the beads down before her. She lifted her face to look up at him, and their eyes touched for only a fleeting moment before she picked the beads up. The squaw looked up at him intensely once more to study the young trapper's face as she fondled the beads between her fingers, then held them against her breasts, spreading the strand out wide so that the bright red glass caressed her nipples. She stroked her breasts and the beads at the same time, the nipples becoming harder, then threw the strand down suddenly in front of her to wager them in another game. Josiah jerked a little, involuntarily, as he saw her place his gift down for another gamble. In anger and disappointment, the young man turned away from the group of gamblers and spectators so as not to see her lose again. The ghostly forms of two women emerged in his consciousness. A French lady to whom he had given himself, and she had thrown his love in his face. And then the woman in the small room. She had had nothing more but herself to give him, and he had taken that gladly, giving her only his anger at the Frenchwoman in return. But that still made him warm in this place at this time. The nameless tavern maid pushed away the ghost of Angelique, and it made him warm to remember her giving to him. Now he had given of himself once more to this Indian girl, and she had thrown his gift away. He sighed and touched the ribbon within his shirt. It still tied him to a good place and a good time when he had not been rejected. He would be able to forget the young Indian squaw now. Nearby stood a gathering of trappers and Indians, spread in a half-moon about a trapper and his squaw. Josiah stepped up to watch the show.
Baddest bull-whipper, bullshitter, squaw stripper north of the Colorado, me friends. And I'm aiming to show you it ain't none of the second that I'm the baddest with the first, the trapper barked.
Josiah moved closer to look the man over, having first mistaken him for a warrior alongside his Indian wife. The boaster had clearly adopted the clothing, mannerisms, and look of the Indian. His hair floated past his shoulders, ending almost near the middle of his back. One side was braided with a bright red ribbon, and over the other ear hung hair gathered in ermine skins. His deep golden-brown hunting shirt carried sleeve fringes that trailed the ground, and quillwork across the shoulders, down the chest, and sleeves. From the belt that held leggings in place hung a dark blue velvet breechclout that displayed more bright quillwork. His leggings were colorfully painted with horizontal yellow and blue stripes that began at the knee and continued to the ankle. From the heels of the quilled moccasins trailed fringes longer than a foot and wider than a man's hand. Around his waist, the trapper had tied a wide, colorful voyager's sash of red, green, yellow, and blue in which he had placed his pistol, a tomahawk, and a long-stemmed stone pipe. In his right hand he held a Spanish whip, a riata, made of tightly plaited hair from a horse's tail so that it was less than half an inch in diameter. As the trapper unfurled the riata slowly with a casual snap, the long 18-foot snake glowed with the luxurious black sheen of precious French silk trade ribbon. Josiah looked back at the trapper's vermilioned face, then glanced over at the squaw, whose face was likewise painted with the reddish color. She stepped some distance away from the trapper, then placed a white bone between her teeth and stood motionless. The trapper brought the riata back, then forward with a faint snap. As he popped the end of the whip, the bone was pulled from the squaw's mouth and came flying back to land at his feet. The trappers gathered to watch the riata tricks clapped and whistled approvingly. Next, the woman pulled a dagger from her belt and held it on the top of her head, the tip of the blade within the part in her hair and the handle pointed skyward. Again, the riata flew through the air and bit the handle of the knife to snap it away from the grasp of the squaw. It came sailing back to land in the dust near the trapper's feet, just as the piece of bone had. Again, more cheers and whistles. Josiah turned away to head back to camp, following the growth of cottonwood, willow, and tangled creepers lining the stream.